Chen traverses to a blue star where spiritual energy has surged and alien races have invaded, awakening the sword god system at the onset, allowing him to grow stronger through slaying with his sword. During the testing of his talent level, an upheaval in the heavens and earth occurs, with sword energy traversing 90,000 miles. In the face of his recently ended relationship, when his ex-girlfriend proposes reconciliation, Chen bluntly tells her to leave. Women only serve to impede my speed in drawing my sword. With no woman in my heart, my sword will naturally become divine. Upon arriving at the academy, faced with the invading alien races, Chen goes on a killing spree, continuously enhancing his cultivation, suppressing the aliens, and sweeping through his contemporaries. The aliens exclaim, "How brutal! This sixth one captured my son and beat him to death right before my eyes, while also extorting my spiritual stones." The military department remarks, "I have never seen such a formidable newcomer. Having guarded the abyss for decades, I feel like a rookie before him." The mentor states, "What do I know?" He arrived at the academy and began a rampage. Until the myriad races of the starry sky descended, Chen directly charged into the cosmos, sweeping through the myriad races. He punches the Saintesses, kicks the divine sun, and thrashes the elder. Observing the myriad races he has slain, Chen spreads his hands. Is this all? They dare to invade Blue Star. Chapter 1. Awakening the Sword God System. Did you think I was just a foolish lamb? In the martial arts plaza of Luo City. Chen, I know if it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been injured and failed the martial arts examination, but you can't blame me for this. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at your own weakness. I never compelled you to rescue me. My martial arts examination results are sufficient to enter the Star River University, a premier academy in Huaxia, while you barely passed the threshold, at best qualifying for a mediocre university or vocational school. Hence, we should part ways. Lu Qingxian, clad in white, speaks with a chill in her voice, immediately attracting the attention of surrounding martial arts examinees. The first sword on shore, first to slay the one in his heart. Today, I've witnessed it. Lu Qingxian truly lacks shame. With her talent and abilities, had it not been for Chen continuously aiding her in her cultivation and helping her in a martial arts examination, merely getting into a second-rate academy would have been a commendable feat. Yet now she discards Chen. But one cannot say that. I believe Lu Qingxian is not at fault. People strive for higher ground. Now she is entering a top-tier university, while Chen can only aspire to a vocational school. Their disparity has widened, and if Chen had any self-awareness, he ought to leave Lu Qingxian on his own. Indeed, whether Lu Qingxian asked Chen to save her is merely Chen's one-sided wish. He cannot place the blame on her. Surrounding martial arts examinees engage in discussion, with several male examinees feeling that Chen is truly unworthy. Originally, given Chen's talent, he could have easily entered a first-rate academy, even aiming for an imperial school. However, as they were speaking, several female examinees sharply defended Lu Qingxian, asserting that how could they associate with a waste? Amidst the incessant murmurs, Chen appears bewildered, casting a questioning glance around. "Have I traversed?" Chen exclaims in astonishment, as a flood of memories coalesces in his mind, revealing that he resides in a world where spiritual energy has surged, beasts ravage, and alien races run rampant in a high martial arts realm. Chen, I hope you can recognize reality and cease seeking me out. Lu Qingxian states, her gaze fixed upon Chen. Chen is drawn back to reality by this voice, memories swirling in his mind, and he cannot help but twitch his lips at this classic beginning. Lu Qingxian was originally the girlfriend of the previous host, yet within Chen's memories, her character leaves much to be desired. She has always accepted the cultivation resources bestowed by Chen without hesitation, oblivious to how many resources of the original host she has squandered, while the original host has yet to even hold her hand. This sycophantic emperor would even offer a cigarette to a foolish lamb. During the previous martial arts examination, given the original host talent and cultivation level, entering a first-rate university was straightforward, with the prospect of aiming for an imperial school. However, at the final moment, in a bid to save Lu Qingxian, he was ambushed by beasts, injuring his essence and losing his cultivation, resulting in a martial arts examination score that barely passed the threshold, relegating him to a vocational school. As Chen ponders this, he is suddenly greeted by a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Detecting host has awakened, binding sword god system. Congratulations, host. The sword god system has been successfully bound. Slaying with your sword will enhance your cultivation. Congratulations, host. Would you like to open your novice gift package? Mission triggered. Please slay 100 beasts. Completing this mission will grant the sword god bloodline and restore your essence injuries. Open. Chen exclaims without hesitation, filled with excitement. The essential system for a time traveler has finally arrived. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme sword body, elevating your cultivation to 5 stars in the Qi and Blood realm. Congratulations, host. You have gained a high-tier martial technique, the carefree sword technique, which has automatically been learned to the introductory stage. The system's voice resonates in Su Chen's mind, and he feels a peculiar force flowing within him, warm and exceedingly pleasant. Wonderful, Su Chen exclaims, not even casting a glance at Lu Qingxian. His cultivation has not only been restored, but has also reached 5 stars in the Qi and Blood realm, though his essence injuries remain unhealed. It is noteworthy that among these martial arts examinees, the highest cultivation level is merely 3 stars in the Qi and Blood realm. Wah, what? Lu Qingxian expresses surprise, not expecting Su Chen to agree so decisively. She had assumed Su Chen would plead desperately, attempting to placate her with various precious items, providing her the opportunity to have him transfer his property to her and reasonably seize his cultivation resources, draining Su Chen of his final value. For in her eyes, he was already a waste. What is the meaning of such a waste living? Yet she did not anticipate Su Chen's prompt and resolute agreement, devoid of any hesitation. Wait, don't you want to retain me? What do you consider our 2 years of relationship? Lu Qingxian becomes infuriated, as Su Chen's actions defy her expectations. In the past, whenever she displayed even a hint of anger, Su Chen would shower her with various luxurious items to appease her. Did you not wish to break up? I have acquiesced to your request. What is amiss? Su Chen stated with an air of tranquility. Will you not even attempt to retain me? Lu Qingxian retorted in a fit of exasperation. Yet Su Chen remained nonchalant, shrugging his shoulders, pondering the absurdity of such a notion. Women merely hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Su Chen could barely suppress the urge to venture beyond the city and unleash carnage, for after all, who could resist the bloodline of a sword deity? Observing Su Chen turn to depart, Lu Qingxian momentarily found herself at a loss, sensing an inconspicuous change in him, yet she could not articulate it. Su Chen, if only you would plead for my stay and transfer ownership of your house to my name, I might reconsider our separation. After 2 years of affection, I find it hard to part. Lu Qingxian declared outright, leaving those around her in stunned silence. They had presumed she sought reconciliation, yearning to embrace her humanity, only to discover she was merely waiting for Su Chen. To suggest that Su Chen transfer his property into her name was indeed audacious. Are you now so unashamed as to beg? Su Chen did not cast a single glance at Lu Qingxian. Even a fleeting look would incite disgust. Silence, a resonant voice boomed, akin to thunder, overpowering all other sounds. Following the source of the voice, a middle-aged man stood upon a high platform. Your martial examination results have been released. We shall now proceed to assess your innate talents, after which you may apply to your desired martial arts university. It was then that Su Chen halted, nearly forgetting this crucial matter. Next, we shall call names according to the Academy's classification. Those named, please come forward. First up from First Middle School, Su Chen. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find himself the inaugural candidate for the martial talent assessment. He then ascended the stage. As he made his way up, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Everyone was aware of Su Chen's exceptional talent, yet they also knew he had been severely crippled in his foundational cultivation. The instructor in charge of the assessment glanced at Su Chen's information and felt a sense of loss. Despite his martial examination results being commendable, under these circumstances, even the most exceptional talent could only aspire to attend a vocational school. However, Su Chen paid no heed to the gazes surrounding him, raising his hand to place it upon the testing stone. As a subtle glow flickered, a surge of terrifying energy erupted from Su Chen, with sword chi expanding and transforming into a tempest of sword energy coalescing around him. In the heavens above, dark clouds amassed in an instant, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Chapter 2. Celestial Phenomena. Rivalry among the Academies. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with lightning and resonating with thunder, imbuing the atmosphere with an unsettling aura. A tempest of terrifying sword energy enveloped Su Chen, causing the supervising instructor to falter and retreat, visibly shaken. The teachers from the first high school stood agape in disbelief. While the Minister of Education and other dignitaries on the platform rose in astonishment, their expressions marked by sheer horror. Is this a celestial phenomenon? A voice echoed, and all eyes turned to Su Chen, overwhelmed by the incredulity of the situation, utterly astounded. The manifestation of such a phenomenon during a talent assessment, a feat spoken of only in legends, was now unfolding before them. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, he had entered a state of profound mysticism. Above, the dark clouds loomed ominously as thunder erupted, and Su Chen's sword energy surged violently, seemingly resonating with the celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, a beam of sword light ascended into the heavens, parting the black clouds, and from within emerged the ethereal silhouette of an immortal. The immortal, wielding a celestial sword, turned his back to the world and unleashed a strike that dimmed the sun and moon, the sword light stretching 30,000 miles. cleaving open the gates of heaven and slicing through the 9 heavens, while countless stars fell from the sky in a breathtaking display. This awe-inspiring scene drew countless onlookers in Luo City, their minds profoundly shaken. In the highest office of the martial arts hall, Luo Tianhe coughed out his tea, staring in terror at the phenomenon above. As the hall's master, having reached the pinnacle of noble rank, he had witnessed many prodigies, yet he too was left utterly astonished. Beyond the city, deep within the forest, a figure clad in white, gliding effortlessly upon a flying sword, sensed a tremor in the air. Raising his gaze towards Luo City, he beheld the terrifying celestial phenomenon. Celestial phenomena? An immortal swordsman's silhouette? Could it be that a swordsmanship prodigy has emerged? The figure mused, vanishing in an instant. On the martial arts square, astonishment reigned as everyone remained entranced, their mouths agape. The celestial phenomenon abruptly coalesced into a stream of spiritual light, merging into Su Chen's body. The sky cleared, and Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fierce sword light flashing forth, leaving 2 trails of sword energy etched into the ground of blue stone. Relaxing. Su Chen could not help but exclaim, exhaling deeply. As he turned, he found himself the focus of countless gazes, each more exaggerated than the last. In the next moment, the Minister of Education appeared by Su Chen's side, trembling slightly, his hands gripping Su Chen's tightly, yet words eluded him for a long while. On the platform, representatives from various martial universities wore expressions of sheer horror. Luo Chun had produced a talent that summoned celestial phenomena. Yet, upon examining Su Chen's martial examination score, they were astounded to find it nearly failing. The students below were equally stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Wasn't it said that Su Chen had been injured at his core? This was a celestial phenomenon, a talent that existed solely in legends. Surely, he was destined for greatness in the future. My goodness, the greatest genius I might ever encounter in my lifetime is Su Chen, exclaimed the students. Their eyes filled with envy, while Lu Qingxian remained speechless for an extended period. Su Chen had indeed summoned celestial phenomena. Such terrifying talent was not lost on her. Yet, what did it matter? He had been injured at his core, unable to recover or cultivate. As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly voiced her concern. Her words jolted those around her, their brows furrowing in contemplation. If that were true, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Before the testing stone, the Minister of Education realized this as well, his spiritual energy coursing through Su Chen's body, detecting the grievous injuries to his core, which were irreparable. This meant that regardless of how exceptional Su Chen's talent was, his future achievements would be limited. With his core injured, restoration would require the intervention of a saint, either through the nurturing of sacred blood or by slaying a king-level monster plant to harness its immense life force for healing. However, both methods were evidently unattainable. Saints were the pinnacle of combat power in China, with fewer than 10 currently in existence, and they could not be easily summoned. As for the king-level monster plant, it was a type of plant-based monster that could only be found in the more abundant spiritual energy of the wilderness, territory claimed by foreign races. Obtaining a king-level monster plant was a task that even a martial king might not succeed in. Su Chen, I am a representative from Qingzhou University. Would you care to join us? Qingzhou University is nothing. Another voice interjected. I hail from Kyoto University. Should you choose us, we will tailor a unique cultivation plan for you and enlist the aid of our academy's champions to restore your core injuries. Do not heed their empty promises. Kyoto University is merely adequate. I, a martial king mentor from Xinghe University, have 10 champions and can procure a king-level monster plant for your recovery. Furthermore, you will be assigned a dedicated champion mentor for one-on-one guidance. Step aside. Beifu University is the premier institution outside the Imperial School. Su Chen's best option is to join Beifu University. We can offer everything you can, and more. In an instant, representatives from various universities disregarded their dignity, converging around Su Chen with fervor. Only the Imperial School's representatives remained silent. Had Su Chen's core not been injured, they would have spared no effort to recruit him into their academy. However, with the uncertainty of his recovery, they were hesitant. If restoration were possible, given their Imperial School's resources, they might still secure him. Yet for other first-rate universities, Su Chen was an invaluable gem, should they succeed in healing his injuries. Their institution might one day join the ranks of the Imperial School. Thus, for them, Su Chen was a rare and precious find. The crowd watched this scene with envy. While they worried about their own prospects of entering their desired universities, Su Chen was being fought over by multiple institutions. The conditions being offered were astounding. If only they could receive such treatment, they would return home with a new page added to their family genealogy. Damn it, I'm so envious. It's all about Su Chen. If I received such treatment, my father would be offering me cigarettes. This was true genius. Just moments ago, someone had suggested he could only attend a mediocre technical school. How they must feel now. Whispers arose, and many turned their gazes toward Lu Qingxian, their expressions strange. Lu Qingxian's face darkened. She had never anticipated that despite Su Chen's core injury, he would be pursued so fervently by top-tier universities, while she, with her outstanding martial examination score, still paled in comparison. On the stage, just as Chen contemplated his choice, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Triggering side quest, please choose, host. Chapter 3. Acquire the Divine Artifact Dragon Abyss Sword. Vengefully strike, Lu Qingxian. Triggering side quest. Please choose Luo City Technical School to obtain a divine artifact. The system's voice resonated, and Chen was momentarily stunned. The system was asking him to select the Luo City Technical School? He was aware that this institution was merely a third-rate technical school, ranked low among the multitude of academies. Yet, the allure of a divine artifact was simply irresistible. Spirit artifacts were categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, while divine artifacts transcended these classifications. It is no exaggeration to say that only 2 divine artifacts existed in all of China. Pondering this, he realized that he need not seek a king-level monster plant or sacred blood to mend his core injuries. Instead, he could simply slay 100 monsters to earn a system reward, thereby acquiring the bloodline of a sword deity and restoring his injuries. Thus, Chen chose to trust the system. Thank you all for your kind offers, but I wish to select the Luo City Technical School. Chen spoke calmly. And in an instant, the entire martial arts plaza fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on him, their astonishment surpassing that of moments before. Numerous prestigious institutions were vying for his attention, even offering various enticing conditions. Yet Chen chose a relatively low-ranking technical school. The Minister of Education and the principal of the first martial arts high school were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly shifting to one of alarm. Chen, do not speak foolishly. With your talent, only a top-tier academy can provide the optimal environment for your development. Do not jest with your future. Chen, think carefully. They hastily urged, while the admissions staff from the Martial Arts University stood dumbfounded. This was a first. Who would choose a technical school? Surely, this was not some sort of jest. I have made my decision. I will attend Luoqing Technical School, Chen declared with tranquility. My foundational injuries are severe. I may not recover fully, and Luoqing Technical School suits me just fine. He found it difficult to articulate his reasoning further, leading the scene to settle into silence once more. The admissions officers from the prestigious institutions ceased their chatter, furrowing their brows as they regarded Chen, feeling a sense of loss. Truthfully, the conditions they had previously mentioned were predicated on the assumption that Chen could cultivate and recover. They were willing to take a gamble. But if Chen could not cultivate and became a mere waste, they could not afford to squander their resources. Is the admissions officer from Luoqing Technical School present? Chen inquired, resolute in his choice. His gaze scanned the crowd until it settled on an elderly man who was obliviously picking his nose, entirely unaware of the preceding conversation. Sir, I wish to enroll in Luoqing Technical School, Chen announced, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Unable to comprehend his rationale for forsaking such esteemed institutions in favor of a technical school, had he lost his mind? Lu Qingxian felt a slight sense of calm return, allowing herself a cold snicker. It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that you are unworthy of entering a prestigious school, relegating yourself to the refuse. Little girl, mind your tongue. During its prime, Luoqing Technical School overshadowed the Imperial Academy. Half of the martial arts universities in Huaxia combined could not compare to us. The elderly man interjected, but his expression faltered, and he refrained from continuing. Chen, think this through. The conditions they offered you are ones we at Luoqing Technical School may not be able to match, the old man remarked, brow furrowed. However, if you truly wish to join us, Luoqing Technical School is willing to dedicate all its resources to nurture you and assist in your recovery. We have martial kings among us. I have made my decision, Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. Approaching Chen with an air of authority, his own cultivation at the level of a marquis, clasping Chen's hand. Very well, from this moment on, you are a student of Luoqing Technical School. Congratulations, host, on successfully choosing Luoqing Technical School. You have acquired the ancient artifact, Longyuan's sword. Task initiated. Enter the abyss beneath Luoqing Technical School and slay 100 alien creatures to enhance your swordsmanship constitution. The system's voice resonated, and Chen smiled faintly. Observing this scene, the other admissions officers from rival academies fell silent, turning to leave the plaza, returning to the podium. The representatives from the Imperial Academy scoffed, shaking their heads, choosing to ignore the unfolding events. What use was talent if one's foundation was damaged, rendering one incapable of cultivation? Destined to be a mere waste? Heh, Chen, I had thought your aspirations would soar higher. Yet you have chosen Luoqing Technical School. How utterly embarrassing. Lu Qingxian remarked as she descended. The admissions process continued, and soon Lu Qingxian completed her talent assessment, successfully gaining admission to Xinghai University. Her pride soaring as she strutted like a peacock. Chen, you see, the disparity between us is already apparent. I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. Are you an idiot? A brainless fool. Chen could no longer contain himself, retorting harshly. This foolish woman merely desired his mansion, worth tens of millions. Lu Qingxian, stung by his words, could no longer restrain herself, her expression shifting. Do you still think you are the once great genius? Now, with your foundation damaged and unable to cultivate, you are nothing but a waste. What is there to be proud of? Heh, I understand now. You must be trying to attract my attention in this way. How laughable and immature. To be frank, I have never harbored any feelings for you. My previous agreement to be with you was merely due to your family background and your talent, Lu Qingxian coldly declared. But who would have thought that you are a bastard, a child of deceased parents? Slap. Before Lu Qingxian could finish her sentence, a powerful force struck her face, sending her flying and causing blood and teeth to spill forth. Su Chen retracted his hand, his expression frigid, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Lu Qingxian had crossed his line. Surrounding spectators were stunned, their expressions dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated such an event? Lu Qingxian was truly shameless. Say another word, and I will kill you. Su Chen's voice was icy, imbued with a terrifying malice, akin to a beast poised to unleash its wrath. Lu Qingxian faltered, feeling fear creep in, but then remembered Su Chen's lost cultivation. He was merely a waste now. You dare strike me? You seek death. Lu Qingxian rose, her fury boiling over, her voice shrill as she summoned her spiritual energy, launching an attack aimed directly at Su Chen's vital points. She was at the pinnacle of the second star of the Qi blood realm, on the verge of breaking through to the third star. A formidable contender among the martial examination candidates. Sensing Lu Qingxian's assault, Su Chen scoffed, raising his hand to deliver another slap that shattered her offensive, landing heavily on her cheek. Chapter 4. The Sword King arrives. Will you join me as brothers? Slap. The crisp sound echoed as Lu Qingxian's spiritual energy was dispersed, and she was sent crashing to the ground. Before she could comprehend her situation, Su Chen's fingers converged, unleashing a sword chi that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian was paralyzed with fear, sensing the breath of death. Su Chen was not jesting. He truly intended to kill her. Just as the sword chi was about to strike her forehead, a beam of spiritual light surged forth, intercepting Su Chen's attack. Such ruthlessness at such a young age. The assailant was Lung Mingqiu, an admissions officer from Tsinghua University, at the level of Marquis. She held Lu Qingxian in high regard and could not bear to see her harmed. Lu Qingxian is now my student at Tsinghua University. Any attack against her will be viewed as a declaration of war against our institution. Lung Mingqiu declared, her gaze icy as she regarded Su Chen. By your logic. If you strike Su Chen, I must consider that a declaration of war against Luoqing Technical School. The old man interjected, stepping forward to shield Su Chen. Menqian, do not twist words. If I simply follow your reasoning, it becomes a distortion? Are all of you so-called first-tier academies this disgusting? The old man retorted, unperturbed, continuing. I shall state this clearly. Should you dare to lay a finger on Su Chen, I will summon the forces of Luoqing Technical School to annihilate you. Menqian appeared roguelike, infuriating Lung Mingqiu into silence. She had known Menqian for years and understood that this elderly rascal was capable of such actions. Yet she represented Tsinghua University now and could not back down. Tsinghua University is not afraid of Luoqing Technical School. No sooner had Lung Mingqiu spoken than a light laugh echoed through the air, accompanied by the gentle sound of a sword's hum, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In the sky, a figure clad in white, standing upon a flying sword, appeared before their eyes. Hee, all of you are of considerable age, yet your tempers remain so fiery. In the next moment, a figure clad in white materialized before Su Chen, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Sword King Meng Qian recognized the individual before him and exclaimed, "This man is indeed a genuine martial king and one of the 36 kings of China, the Sword King. His swordsmanship is unparalleled. His hands are stained with the blood of martial kings. It can be said that his sword techniques are the finest in China. And now he has appeared here." Lung Mingqiu also recognized the Sword King and respectfully bowed. The Minister of Culture and others felt a surge of astonishment and quickly followed suit, not expecting the Sword King to grace this place with his presence today. "Young man, which university have you joined?" Su Chen, somewhat taken aback, responded promptly, "Luoqing Technical School." Upon hearing this, the Sword King's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the previous aura of sword energy emanating from Su Chen, confirming that it was he who summoned the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was evident that Su Chen's talent was of legendary caliber. Surely, he must have joined the Imperial Academy, so why Luoqing Technical School? The Sword King glanced at Meng Qian, who understood the unspoken question and began recounting the events that had transpired, without embellishment. Upon hearing about Su Chen's source damage, the Sword King's brow tightened. He grasped Su Chen's hand to perform a spiritual energy assessment, only to discover the severity of Su Chen's injuries. Yet, he sensed that an enigmatic force seemed to be constraining his injuries, and he distinctly felt that Su Chen's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Blood Qi realm. Such a level is quite remarkable for someone of Su Chen's age. "Indeed, your source has been damaged," the Sword King remarked. His brow still furrowed as he looked at Su Chen. After a prolonged silence, he continued, A demon king plant can heal your injuries. I know. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. The Sword King's meaning was clear. With the resources of the Imperial Academy and other top-tier universities, he could easily procure a demon king plant for Su Chen. He could not fathom why Su Chen would choose Luoqing Technical School. I know, but I do not require it. Su Chen did not elaborate further. He could hardly reveal that he possessed a system. Upon hearing this, the Sword King furrowed his brow even tighter and was about to speak when Su Chen interjected. This is my own choice, and I shall not regret it. Hearing Su Chen's words, the Sword King found it difficult to refute, as he was keenly aware of the force within Su Chen that was suppressing his injuries. Every martial artist harbors their own secrets. To pry too deeply would be impolite. Very well, the Sword King conceded, then spoke with gravity. If your source injuries do not heal within 6 months, I will personally seek out a demon king plant to restore your source. The Sword King's declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. This man is a true titan within all of China. And he places such importance on Su Chen? He is willing to personally search for a demon king plant for him? At that moment, the representatives of the top-tier universities felt a pang of regret. Had they been more resolute earlier, could they have secured Su Chen for themselves? With the Sword King's assistance, obtaining a demon king plant would have been a mere formality, and they would have gained a prodigy capable of summoning phenomena. But it was too late for regrets. Su Chen was now a part of Luoqing Technical School. I have always had a fondness for the way of the sword. Would you care to pledge brotherhood with me? What? Su Chen was taken aback. What does this mean? Pledge brotherhood? The Minister of Culture and the admissions officers from various universities were equally stunned, unable to suppress their astonishment. Meng Qian was equally flabbergasted, momentarily believing he had misheard. This is the Sword King, one of the 36 kings of China, the most formidable presence among martial kings. I initially intended to take you as my disciple, but it seems I am unworthy of such a role, the Sword King said, chuckling lightly. Your swordsmanship talent surpasses my own. You possess a unique path of your own in the sword arts. Should I teach you? I fear it may hinder your future. As the Sword King's words, tinged with regret, echoed through the martial arts square, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd as they grappled with the profound implications of his statement. The Sword King, who is revered, declared himself unworthy of being Su Chen's master. For them, it was an immense honor to have even a martial king consider them as a disciple, a distinction that would elevate their family lineage. Yet here, the Sword King himself professed his inadequacy to mentor Su Chen. Meng Qian was equally shaken, his heart racing. How could the illustrious Sword King utter such words? It seems Su Chen's talent exceeded all expectations. If they could nurture Su Chen, Luoqing Technical School could potentially reclaim its former glory as the premier institution. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Meng Qian hastily called the principal of Luoqing Technical School to report this momentous event. Chapter 5. I merely made a mistake that any girl could have made. Do you accept? The Sword King inquired with a smile, appearing youthful, as if he were merely in his 30s, yet he was nearly a century old. His youthful visage was sustained by his formidable cultivation and extraordinary vitality. The Sword King had his own motives. Primarily, he recognized Su Chen's extraordinary talent, foreseeing his potential to become a formidable powerhouse, perhaps even breaking through to the legendary realm of saints. He wished to ensure Su Chen's smooth progression. In other words, he sought to safeguard his path. The presence of a king-level guardian is an immensely powerful arrangement, sufficient to allow Su Chen to navigate his way through China and even across the entire Blue Star with ease. Moreover, the Sword King genuinely valued Su Chen, aspiring to cultivate an individual who could surpass him in the realm of swordsmanship. I am but a mere novice at the Blood Qi realm. I fear I would tarnish the Sword King's illustrious name. Su Chen, astonished, replied. The Sword King, of whom countless individuals had heard, was renowned for his transcendent swordsmanship. Hailed as the foremost in contemporary China, often referred to as the Sword Immortal, he once defended the royal city single-handedly, earning fame by vanquishing 3 martial kings of foreign tribes. He had become an idol for countless youths, who among the young had not harbored dreams of wielding a sword and traversing the world. The Sword King epitomized those aspirations. The sensation of having their idol, revered by so many in their youth, now wishing to pledge brotherhood with Su Chen was beyond description. The surrounding youths were filled with envy, teetering on the brink of jealousy. While they were grappling with their own struggles to gain admission to martial arts universities, others were forming bonds with their idols. Such is the chasm of disparity. Ha ha ha, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. To say otherwise would be to underestimate your potential. The Sword King laughed heartily. Su Chen, helplessly amused, responded, then I shall be honored by the Sword King's goodwill. Ha ha ha, my real name is Lu Wushuang. You may call me Brother Lu from now on. Consider this my gift to you upon our first meeting. As he spoke, the Sword King produced a storage ring and placed it in Su Chen's hand. This was an invaluable treasure, causing Meng Qian to gaze on in envy. He himself did not possess such a coveted item. Within the storage ring lay a wealth of cultivation resources. Thank you, Brother Lu. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, feeling somewhat bewildered, having unexpectedly gained a brother among the kings. From now on, would he not stride through life with unparalleled confidence? Just like earlier with Lung Mingqiu, if he felt inclined, he could easily reprimand her. At this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, only to hear the Sword King remark, "Xiao Qiu, let this matter rest. You are no longer a child. Why engage in quarrels with the youth?" Upon hearing this, Lung Mingqiu could only nod in agreement. "Yes, I overstepped." Su Chen chuckled inwardly. This is the essence of true strength. Had the Sword King not arrived, who knows how that old woman would have stirred up trouble. Lu Qingxian stood behind Lung Mingqiu. Her expression complex, yet her heart simmered with anger as she glared fiercely at Su Chen. Why did Su Chen not reveal his remarkable talents to her? Had he done so, she would not have stood up to demand a breakup. Now, the irony is that she has made a fool of herself. Presently, Su Chen has become an existence she cannot aspire to reach. Lu Qingxian felt an overwhelming anger. It was all Su Chen's fault. After 2 years of their relationship, he had chosen to keep this from her. With this thought, her frustration intensified, for ultimately, Su Chen was to blame. "Congratulations, Su Chen, for becoming brothers with the Sword King," Lu Qingxian exclaimed, her tone laced with indignation. She had noticed that the storage ring given to Su Chen by the Sword King was undoubtedly worth more than his villa, not to mention the cultivation resources within. Moreover, Su Chen now had a powerful ally in the form of the Sword King. Hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Su Chen chose to ignore her, even refusing to cast her a glance. The Sword King patted Su Chen on the shoulder, leaving behind a token that allowed instant contact before vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the head of the martial artist hall, Luo Tianhe, arrived, utterly astonished by the spectacle he had just witnessed. After all, it was the Sword King who claimed he was unworthy to be Su Chen's master and instead chose to forge a brotherhood with him. Just how terrifying was Su Chen's swordsmanship talent? Such potential was beyond his comprehension. "Brother Su Chen, I am Luo Tianhe, the head of the martial artist hall. I wonder if you would consider joining us," he proposed without hesitation. Of course, you wouldn't need to fulfill any obligations. Merely holding a nominal position would suffice. The martial artist hall will provide you with an annual remuneration of 100 million, along with the privileges of an elder. Luo Tianhe wasted no time in making his offer. With Su Chen's extraordinary talent, once he matured, even a slight acknowledgement of the martial artist hall's generosity would propel the organization to unprecedented heights, possibly even allowing him entry into the hall's headquarters. The onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Not only the students, but also the instructors and the principal were equally shocked. Su Chen was only 18 years old, having recently completed his martial examination. According to the results, he had technically failed. Yet, with the Sword King's allegiance and the martial artist hall's generous offer, inviting him to hold a nominal position while enjoying the privileges of an elder, it was evident that the martial artist hall was extending an olive branch to Su Chen. In contrast, they felt utterly inadequate, realizing they were not even worth a hair on Su Chen's head, before Su Chen could refuse. Luo Tianhe pressed a card and a medallion into his hands, declaring, "It is settled then. Brother Su, do come visit the martial artist hall whenever you have the opportunity." Su Chen's lips twitched. It was clear he needed to elevate his worth and value. This principle remained constant, regardless of the context. The surrounding students were at a loss for words, their minds reeling with admiration as they gazed at Su Chen, envious of why they could not measure up to him even in the slightest. Lu Qingxian felt even more distressed. She had initially thought the Sword King's brotherhood was outrageous. But now Su Chen had inexplicably become an elder of the martial artist hall. He had gained status, a powerful background, and even authority. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Chen's current starting point was a destination many could only dream of achieving after years of toil. Lu Qingxian's expression was complex. She did not regret her previous words, but felt she had acted too hastily in proposing a breakup. After 2 years of love, she was unwilling to believe Su Chen could so easily cast her aside. "Su Chen, I admit I raised my voice earlier. I was momentarily confused and made a mistake that any girl might make. I have always liked you. Let us reconcile," she pleaded, feigning a pitiable demeanor, biting her lip. "If you don't believe me, I can hold your hand." Su Chen was taken aback by Lu Qingxian's words. Hold hands. What was she implying? Did she truly think so little of him? Not only Su Chen, but the other students were equally bewildered. What level of audacity did one possess to utter such words? Even Meng Qian, with his years of experience, found it hard to believe. Foolish woman, Su Chen glanced at Lu Qingxian, feeling revolted, while also realizing how blind the original owner of his body had been to have found her appealing. Upon hearing Su Chen insult her again, Lu Qingxian's eyes flashed with anger, but she quickly suppressed her fury, considering Su Chen's current status and the resources he possessed. "Su Chen, I know you can't let go of me. Let us just consider this my fault. If you apologize to me, I will forgive you. You don't even need to transfer the house to me. I genuinely care about you." Lu Qingxian continued, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a swan. Su Chen was momentarily speechless. Even with his transmigration, he had never encountered a woman like her. He had thought such behavior was merely an internet trope. Yet here she was, right before him. You think I need your forgiveness? Do you believe I am the same as the original owner of this body, who would grovel for your pity? How naive. Keep talking, and I'll end you right now, Chen declared, his aura brimming with murderous intent as he readied himself for violence. He felt that eliminating this insipid girl would be a service to society. Lu Qingxian was momentarily stunned, sensing the deadly intent emanating from Chen. After a brief pause, she dropped her pretense and said, Chen, are you even a man? I've offered you an opportunity to step down, yet you refuse? Is this amusing to you? I admit I was wrong earlier. But disregarding facts, do you believe you're blameless? If you had informed me sooner, I wouldn't have sought a breakup. Now, I am taking the initiative to reconcile. What more do you want? I can't take this anymore. Chen roared, his patience wearing thin. With a furious punch, he struck Lu Qingxian squarely in the face, causing her already swollen visage to resemble that of a pig. Without pausing, he unleashed a flurry of blows, fists and feet alike, leaving Lu Qingxian utterly defenseless and gasping for breath. If Meng Qian hadn't intervened, fearing Chen might indeed kill Lu Qingxian and attract trouble, he might have gone too far. What a disgrace. Chen spat, feeling utterly disrespected, as if she had been toying with him all along. You think you're worthy of my attention, you foolish girl. At that moment, Cold Mingxiu refrained from intervening. With the Sword King backing Chen, even the principal of Star River University would have to tread carefully around him. The onlookers savored the scene, reveling in the cathartic release of witnessing Chen do what they could only dream of. The Minister of Culture finally stepped in, and with Lu Qingxian being taken away, the incident came to a close. Yet, Chen still felt a lingering sense of unease. The examination continued, but Chen had lost all interest. It no longer concerned him. His immediate priority was to hunt down 100 demonic beasts to obtain the bloodline of the Sword God, so he could restore his original strength. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi and Blood, paired with the divine weapon Longyuan sword and the celestial grade martial technique, the carefree sword technique, he believed he would be able to navigate the demonic beast territory without issue, as long as he avoided deep woods or encounters with Qi sea-level beasts. Hey, where are you going? Upon witnessing Chen's imminent departure, Meng Qian was utterly bewildered. He had yet to discuss the matter of enrollment with Chen. Hearing this, Chen paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he realized he had overlooked this important detail. The enrollment period for the Luoqing Technical School commenced next Monday, accompanied by a rigorous assessment involving senior students. One must evade their pursuit, as the final rankings would significantly influence the resources available for cultivation at Luoqing Technical School. Meng Qian hastily interjected, presenting Chen with a badge from the school. In 1 week, bring this emblem to Luoshan outside the city. Chen accepted the badge with a nod and departed promptly. Meng Qian rubbed his balding head, pondering why Chen appeared so indifferent. Would he perhaps flee? However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to continue recruiting students. Given Luoqing Technical School's reputation, it primarily attracted those who had not been admitted to other universities, the desperate souls. He had always welcomed any inquiries, accepting whatever tuition fees could be gathered. Yet, he realized he had forgotten to mention the tuition to Chen. Meanwhile, after leaving the martial arts plaza, Chen made his way directly toward the outskirts of the city, soon venturing into the forest. A millennium ago, a dimensional rift had caused various small worlds to collide with Blue Star, creating numerous pathways through which the indigenous creatures of these realms could infiltrate. These beings, known as the other races, were vicious and bloodthirsty. The human race had invested considerable effort to drive them back into their worlds. Since then, human warriors had guarded these passages. However, as the number of pathways increased, an influx of spiritual energy revitalized Blue Star, leading to the mutation of many beasts and even domestic animals into monstrous creatures. Thus, the human race found themselves not only guarding the passages, but also contending with the threat of these beasts, putting them in a precarious position. As Chen traversed the forest, he remained vigilant, gripping the Longyuan sword, his aura suppressed. Soon, he ventured deeper into the woods where the spiritual energy was dense. Suddenly, he halted as a black scorpion, towering at half his height and 3 meters long, emerged before him. The stinger of its tail gleamed ominously. This was a 3-star poison scorpion of the Vitality realm, its venom potent enough to incapacitate even a sea of Qi beast. The scorpion, having spotted Chen, fixed its cold gaze upon him and slowly advanced. Without hesitation, Chen drew his sword and unleashed a torrent of sword Qi. A brilliant beam of sword light slicing through the air. The scorpion sensed impending doom and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword light cleaved through the ground, leaving a 3-foot trench stretching over 10 meters, and the scorpion's body was severed in two, collapsing lifelessly. One down. Chen chuckled, feeling pleased with the swift success. He intended to collect the scorpion's remains, but in the next instant, a chilling sensation enveloped him. He quickly turned around, only to find himself surrounded by a multitude of poison scorpions. Chapter 7. The Massacre. 1 sword slays 9-star beasts. Task completed. Scores of poison scorpions raised their black, sharp stingers, closing in on Chen. His expression shifted slightly as he sensed that the strongest among them had attained 6 stars in the vitality realm, while the weakest were at least 2 stars. Such a formidable array meant that even an 8 or 9-star vitality realm practitioner would have to tread carefully. After all, the venom of these scorpions was notoriously lethal. With no means of escape, Chen decided to test the terrifying power of his celestial tier martial technique. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he felt the flow of blood energy within him surge, the spiritual energy rushing to envelop the Long Yuan sword. A tempest of sword chi began to coalesce around him, emanating a pressure that was almost palpable. In the blink of an eye, Chen struck first, the sword light flickering as he dispatched one poison scorpion after another. The scorpions surged forward, their stingers glistening with venom. And any contact with Chen could spell his demise. The sword light danced, and the number of slain scorpions soon surpassed 30. Sensing Chen's might, the 6-star poison scorpion hissed in alarm, swiftly charging at him. First move of the carefree sword technique, Chen declared, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. The sword chi around him receded momentarily, only to explosively surge forth, accompanied by a faint ringing of the Long Yuan sword. A sword light, about a meter long, cut through the air, imbued with an overwhelming sword intent. The 6-star poison scorpion halted in its tracks, retreating hastily while unleashing a powerful force in a futile attempt to counter the sword chi, having grossly underestimated its potency. As the sword light passed, silence enveloped the area, save for the gentle rustle of the wind and the falling leaves. A deep trench, a foot in depth and over 10 meters long, marred the ground. And the 6-star poison scorpion lay cleaved in two, along with a significant number of its kin. This single strike not only felled the 6-star scorpion, but also claimed the lives of at least 40 others. Chen was taken aback by the sheer power of his sword technique, elation washing over him. Truly, the celestial tier martial skill was formidable. If this was merely the beginning, how powerful would it become when mastered? After contemplating, Chen's gaze shifted to the remaining scorpions, and with a disdainful snort, he swung his sword once more. However, the remaining scorpions were not foolish. They did not stand idly by to be slaughtered. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, they scattered in a flash. But Chen managed to slay a few more in their retreat. Though the scorpions had fled, Chen felt a pang of regret for not annihilating them all. He pondered how many beast cores he had collected and whether he had reached the 100 required. He opened the carcass of the poison scorpion, extracting its beast core and severing its stingers for collection, valuable items that could be exchanged for resources or sold at a high price. Name, Chen. Cultivation, Vitality Realm. 5 stars, Vitality Value, 500. Skill, Carefree Sword Technique, Beginner. Weapon, Long Yuan Sword, Divine Artifact. Task Completion Progress, 87-100. In the next moment, an ethereal interface appeared before him, displaying all his information, including task progress. He had slain 87 beasts, needing just 13 more to complete his task and receive the bloodline of the sword god, which would also heal his foundational injuries. Pressing onward, Chen exhaled, steeling himself as he ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, he dispatched any beast he encountered, swiftly claiming another 12 beasts. Among them was even an 8-star wolf demon. This meant Chen was now just 1 beast shy of reaching his goal of 100. As dusk fell, Chen frowned. It was time to return, for the forest grew perilous at night. Yet, he was merely 1 beast short. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to search for 1 more hour. If unsuccessful, he would wait until the morrow. Surely, he wouldn't risk his life for a single beast. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Chen was momentarily stunned, then elated. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Without a second thought, he rushed toward the source of the commotion, soon witnessing a massive black gorilla engaged in battle with a young woman. This girl was merely at 4 stars in the vitality realm, while the black gorilla boasted a staggering 9-star cultivation, in a state of overwhelming pressure. It was no surprise that the girl was soon sent flying by a single punch, her sword twisted and deformed in her grasp, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The colossal gorilla pounded its chest several times before charging at her, its fist poised to strike. Should that blow land upon her, it would undoubtedly obliterate her. A flicker of panic flashed in the girl's eyes. Was she destined to fall here today? Having just completed her martial examination, she had hoped to hone her skills further, yet she had not anticipated encountering a 9-star beast of the blood chi realm. Just as the gorilla's fist was about to descend, a streak of sword light suddenly shot forth. The gorilla reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the attack. However, a towering ancient tree, as thick as a water barrel, was severed in response. Forced to retreat, the gorilla sensed the looming threat of death and fled with astonishing speed. Not pausing for a moment, trying to escape, "You shall perish," Chen bellowed, brandishing his sword in pursuit, executing an elegant sword technique that unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, which swiftly decapitated the gorilla. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground as the beast's lifeless body collapsed. Su Chen promptly collected the corpse. A 9-star beast of the Blood Chi realm could fetch a handsome price. Detection. The host has slain 100 beasts and has achieved a feat by defeating a 9-star beast of the Blood Chi realm. Task completed. Gaining the bloodline of the sword god. In light of the host's outstanding performance, an additional reward of an innate sword bone is granted. Will the host choose to fuse with it? Fusion. Su Chen selected without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, he felt a warm surge of power coursing through his body, immensely comforting, accompanied by the sound of flowing blood akin to a gentle stream. Furthermore, he sensed that his original injuries were gradually healing. Chapter 8. 6-star Blood Chi Realm. What are you barking at? As his original injuries began to mend, Su Chen felt a warmth and tingling in his chest, as if something were burgeoning forth. Soon, he distinctly perceived that his original injuries had fully healed. In the next moment, a flash of spiritual light erupted, and as his blood surged, Su Chen felt his blood chi value begin to rise once more, rapidly reaching the 6-star threshold of the Blood Chi realm. At this juncture, Su Chen's blood chi value had soared to 600. He had not anticipated that upon completing the task, not only would his original injuries be restored, but he would also receive an innate sword bone. He was left wondering what purpose it might serve. Of course, the most immediate benefit was that his blood chi value had increased by 100, elevating his realm to 6 stars. 6 stars in the Blood Chi realm? Not far behind him, the girl, still in shock, was processing the fact that the 9-star beast that had been pursuing her had been slain so effortlessly. The key detail was that the one who had vanquished it was merely at the 5-star level of the Blood Chi realm. With such a cultivation base, he had severed the beast's arm with one strike and then decapitated it with another. Su Chen had dispatched the 9-star beast in just 2 moves. Even a 1-star practitioner of the Sea of Chi realm might not find it so easy to accomplish. Yet, she observed that Su Chen appeared to be of a similar age to her, while she was still only at the 4-star level of the Blood Chi realm, meaning he had surpassed her by 2 levels. Just luck. Su Chen chuckled to himself, his original injuries now healed, and his blood chi value increased by 100, leaving him in high spirits. Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. May I ask your name for when I return to Luo City? Su Chen. No need for gratitude. Su Chen replied, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. He looked up to see 3 figures clad in black rushing towards him, panting heavily, and upon spotting the girl, they hurried over. Fanny, are you all right? Where is the beast that was pursuing you? The leading man seemed oblivious to Su Chen's presence as he rushed forward, pushing Su Chen aside, and asked with concern, attempting to grasp the girl's hand, only to have her evade him. I am fine. He saved me, Luo Fanyin said, casting her gaze upon Su Chen, her eyes firmly fixed on him. The man, keenly perceptive, noticed this and raised his gaze to Su Chen, furrowing his brow slightly before approaching with a light chuckle. Oh, I am Mo Feng. Thank you, brother, for rescuing Fanyin. She and I have grown up together, and if anything were to happen to her, it would pain me deeply. As he spoke, he regarded Su Chen. However, I see that you are merely at the 6-star level of the Blood Chi realm. I am curious how you managed to save Fanyin. Mo Feng's words carried a hint of disdain and doubt, causing Su Chen to frown. Clearly, Mo Feng was questioning his strength. Mo Feng, what do you mean by that? Before Su Chen could speak, Luo Fanyin interjected, her voice cold. Are you doubting him? Upon hearing the anger in Luo Fanyin's voice, Mo Feng chuckled lightly, turning to her with urgency. Fanyin, I was merely worried about you. With your esteemed status, it is inevitable that some may attempt to draw close to you. Mo Feng, what are you saying? If it weren't for Su Chen's intervention, I would have perished at the hands of that beast. Are you really questioning him now? Luo Fanyin demanded, her brows furrowed in indignation. Su Chen regarded Mo Feng with exasperation, thinking that this person might be somewhat unhinged. I understand, but Fanyin, you are simply too naive and kind-hearted. Have you never considered how fortuitously he appeared? Mo Feng replied gravely. Moreover, he is only at the 6-star level of the Blood Chi realm, while the beast pursuing you was a 9-star creature. Have you ever seen a 6-star practitioner defeat a 9-star beast? You have not seen. It simply reflects your own inadequacy. Su Chen scoffed. Furthermore, with your temperament, good luck trying to win the heart of this lady. With that, Su Chen turned to leave, feeling disheartened. Today had already been sullied by Lu Qingxian, and now he found himself further irritated by this foolishness. Truly, there are fools in abundance this year. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? You must clarify today's events before you can depart. Mo Feng brazenly obstructed Su Chen's path, subsequently unleashing his 3-star cultivation from the Sea of Chi realm, bearing down upon Su Chen. Are you certain you wish to block me? Su Chen's anger flared. He had acted out of kindness to save Luo Fanyin, yet was now being wrongfully accused by this imbecile. It was utterly absurd. And if I do? I am at the 3-star level of the Sea of Chi realm, while you are nothing more than a 6-star waste of the Blood Chi realm. Do you truly believe you can best me? Slap. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed, and it was not Su Chen who struck, but rather Luo Fanyin. Mo Feng, what do you mean? What do you mean by calling him a 6-star waste? Explain yourself. I am merely at the 4-star level, according to your reasoning. Does that not make me even less worthy? Luo Fan-in exclaimed furiously, clearly enraged. Su Chun had saved her out of goodwill. Yet now he was being slandered by Mo Feng. If word of this spread, how could she maintain her dignity? No, I didn't mean you, Luo Fan. I was referring to him as a waste. I truly did not intend to imply anything about you. Mo Feng hastily clarified, but Luo Fan-in was disinclined to listen. She pushed Mo Feng aside and stepped forward, grasping Su Chen's hand as she sought to depart. Fan-in, Mo Feng shouted in frustration. But Luo Fan-in pretended not to hear him, firmly leading Su Chen away. Seeing this, Mo Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He had long harbored feelings for Luo Fan-in, yet she had never given him a chance. Now, before his very eyes, she was willingly holding Su Chen's hand, delivering a crushing blow to his heart. Su Chen, is it? I care not who you are. What is your intention in approaching Fan-in? I advise you to recognize reality and depart from her at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my actions. Mo Feng was equally incensed, confronting Su Chen and blocking his path with a fierce glare. Aren't you the one who can vanquish a 9-star beast of the Blood Qi realm? Why then do you require a woman to shield you? As soon as Mo Feng's words fell, Su Chen's sword was already unsheathed. In a flash, the blade's light swept forth with blinding speed, leaving Mo Feng no time to react before the sword energy grazed his shoulder, blood cascading forth. If you continue to yap like a dog, I won't hesitate to sever you. Su Chen's temper flared. He began to wonder if he had stepped in dog excrement on his way out this morning, for his luck seemed particularly dire. How dare you injure me? Let me inform you, I am a disciple of the Martial Hall's master in Luo City, a background and status far beyond your pitiful self. Since you have dared to harm me today, do not blame me for showing no mercy. With that, Mo Feng brandished a pitch-black long knife, aiming it at Su Chen. Chapter 9. Practice more if you're weak. Provoking me will be your misfortune. The cold light danced upon the dark blade as Mo Feng, in a fit of rage, pointed at Su Chen. As a disciple of the Martial Hall's master, he had never been looked down upon in Luo City. Even elders from prestigious families treated him with respect, granting him a modicum of deference. Coupled with his own cultivation at the 3-star level of the Blood Sea realm, he was considered a prodigy at this age. Humph, what of being the disciple of the Martial Hall's master? Even if you were his son, what would it matter if I were to harm you today? I am curious how someone like you, who relies on the power of others, was even accepted as a disciple by Master Luo. Su Chen scoffed, his dragon abyss sword firmly in hand, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Presumptuous. Mo Feng bellowed, while Luo Fan-in frowned slightly. What is your status to dare to refer to my master as a brother? What are you really? Mo Feng was truly furious. If Su Chen were to call himself a brother to Luo Tianhe, it would mean he had diminished Mo Feng's own status. I am a student of Xinghe University. Regardless of background, in terms of talent, what do you amount to? Furthermore, what if I do rely on others? In this world, one must acknowledge power. Mo Feng shouted, his face twisted with fury, his long knife glimmering ominously, exuding a menacing aura. You fool, Su Chen retorted, his own annoyance rising. Initially, he had only intended to help Luo Fan-in, yet he found himself embroiled with such a foolish adversary. With a swift motion, he raised his sword and unleashed a furious strike, the sword energy surging forth with an unmatched intensity. Mo Feng clearly did not anticipate Su Chen would strike first. Taken aback by the revelation of his identity, he hesitated momentarily before attempting to defend himself, summoning his blood energy to retaliate against Su Chen's advance. Unfazed, Su Chen executed the free and easy sword technique, his swordsmanship exquisite and overwhelmingly powerful. Though Su Chen was merely at the 6-star level of the Blood Qi realm, he possessed the bloodline of the sword god and innate sword bones, not to mention his innate sword body. In his grasp was the divine dragon abyss sword, and the martial skills he employed were among the most precious and elite techniques in all of Huaxia. Indeed, Su Chen was fully equipped to compensate for any shortcomings in his cultivation level. The crucial factor was that Mo Feng was only at the 3-star level of the Blood Sea realm, wielding merely a low-grade spirit weapon, and his talent was nothing special. As Su Chen's remarkable swordplay unfolded, Mo Feng felt a surge of trepidation and was compelled to retreat, continually on the defensive and unable to mount a counterattack. In their initial clash, Mo Feng found himself overwhelmed. Damn it, who exactly are you? Such a master of swordsmanship has never been seen in Luo City. Mo Feng's complexion paled slightly, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Thoughts raced through his mind. Throughout Luo City, he had neither seen nor heard of such a young swordsman. Currently, the most skilled swordsman in Luo City was undoubtedly Sword Marquis, and among his peers, the top student of Xinghe University, Mu Qinghe, was renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, hailed as the one most likely to rival the Sword King. Yet, Su Chen was a name he had never heard of, and no one seemed to know of this individual. Luo City Technical School, Su Chen, he replied coldly, slicing through the air once more, the sword energy proliferating into a terrifying arc, shooting forth like a 3-foot beam of light. Mo Feng attempted to block the blow, but was sent stumbling back several meters. Struggling to regain his footing, Luo City Technical School, When Su Chen revealed his identity, both Mo Feng and Luo Fanyin were momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of disbelief. In Luo City, there were 3 major academies: Xinghe University, a prestigious institution recognized throughout Huaxia; Qingfeng Academy, a standard school; and then there was Luo City Technical School, which languished at the bottom of the rankings. Its students were typically of poor talent, merely passing time. Many graduates failed to even break through to the Blood Sea realm, and those who managed to reach the Master Realm by graduation were considered exceptional. Looking at Su Chen, who was only at the 6-star level of the Blood Sea realm, they had never heard of a sword genius emerging from Luo City Technical School. With Su Chen's sword skills, even if his cultivation talent was lacking, such mastery could easily secure entry into a second-tier academy. Why have I never heard of you being from Luo City Technical School? Mo Feng retorted, furrowing his brow. Perhaps I have yet to enroll. I just completed the martial examination, Su Chen replied with a light chuckle, his dragon abyss sword emitting a resonant chime, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. 3-star Blood Sea realm, and this level of skill? I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. Su Chen laughed again. He had intended to test the gap between himself and the Blood Sea realm, but he did not expect Mo Feng to be so inept. Your confidence is quite remarkable. Mo Feng's expression grew uneasy. He had assumed Su Chen was in the same cohort, but now realized he had only just finished the martial examination. If they were of the same cohort, Su Chen's 6-star cultivation would be unimpressive, but if he had just completed the examination, such a level was astonishing. It was important to note that the current record in Luo City was merely 5 stars in the Blood Sea realm, while Su Chen had shattered that record. Why would such a genius join Luo City Technical School? Such talent could easily aspire to the Imperial School. Both Mo Feng and Luo Fanyin wore expressions of profound shock, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Su Chen had just completed the martial examination, yet at the 6-star level of the Blood Sea realm, he could stand toe-to-toe with the 3-star Mo Feng? Still in disbelief, Su Chen dismissed their astonishment, drawing his sword once more to execute the free and easy sword technique. His movements sharp and ruthless, the multitude of sword lights swirling to the point where Mo Feng could scarcely discern the location of Su Chen's blade. A single flash of sword light cleaved through the air, leaving a deep gash upon Mo Feng's chest, revealing bone beneath, blood pouring forth and staining his garments crimson. Mo Feng collapsed to the ground, howling in agony as he writhed, realizing that had he not reacted in time, that strike could have claimed his life. Luo Fanyin's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth in shock. A practitioner of the Blood Sea realm had defeated one of the Blood Sea realm. Such a feat would undoubtedly elevate Su Chen's reputation throughout Luo City, even across Huaxia. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Su Chen's name had already begun to resonate throughout Luo City. His talent had summoned phenomena of heaven and earth. He was the sworn brother of the Sword King, and a notable figure associated with the Martial Hall's elders. Each of these aspects alone was enough to create a significant stir. Practice more if you're weak. Su Chen opened his palms toward Mo Feng, expressing his exasperation. It is time to return to the city. Today's endeavors have yielded satisfactory results. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the sun had fully set. If he did not depart soon, he would be trapped when the gates of Luo City closed, rendering his return impossible. As the words fell, Su Chen paid no heed to Luo Fanyin and took the lead in leaving, prompting Luo Fanyin to pause momentarily before hastily pursuing him. On the ground, Mo Feng was assisted to his feet, casting a venomous glare in the direction Su Chen had departed. So it's the Luo City Vocational College, is it? I don't care who you are. Provoking me will bring you misfortune. He commanded, let us return to the martial hall. His eyes were icy. His master cherished Fanyin dearly. And if he were to learn of a certain scoundrel harboring ill intentions towards her, well. Chapter 10. Impersonating the daughter of Su Dianju and an elder of the martial hall. Within the martial hall, on the 1st floor, Su Chen made his appearance, casting a cursory glance before ascending to the 2nd floor. This was the largest gathering place for martial artists in all of Luo City, where one could procure anything desired and trade any resources at hand. Furthermore, numerous tasks could be accepted here, with corresponding rewards upon completion. Having slain a multitude of demon beasts, Su Chen had gathered their corpses with the intent of selling them for a handsome sum. Although he still possessed a villa left by his parents and a chilling 40 million, such a sum was paltry in the realm of martial cultivation. Basic low-level elixirs or spiritual herbs commenced at hundreds of thousands, with the more refined varieties soaring into the millions, even tens of millions. The later stages of cultivation were particularly exorbitant. Su Chen's parents had perished 4 years prior during the alien invasion on the battlefield. On the 2nd floor, predominantly a marketplace for demon beast carcasses, Luo Fanyin trailed closely behind Su Chen, seemingly perceptive of his intentions, and began to actively introduce him to the various offerings. The shops specializing in the procurement of demon beasts were all located on this floor, each marked accordingly. A 1-star rating indicated the purchase of beasts from the Blood Realm, 2 stars for those from the Sea of Qi Realm, and so forth. Listening attentively, Su Chen realized he was quite uninformed about these matters. After acquiring a basic understanding, Chen chose to enter a shop named Qingyu Building, where an array of demon beast corpses greeted him. Are you looking to sell some demon beast corpses? A shopkeeper approached him without delay. Meanwhile, outside, Mo Feng and his companions had finally returned to the martial hall. Mo Feng's chest hastily bandaged to stop the bleeding. Observing Su Chun and Luo Fanyin entering a shop, Mo Feng smirked and instructed the shopkeeper to heavily undercut their prices, stalling them while he sought out his master. With that, he was assisted away, stumbling as he left. Inside the shop, upon Su Chun laying out a pile of scorpion demon corpses, the staff were momentarily dumbfounded. Taking a considerable time to react, their astonishment evident as they peered at Su Chun. Although these scorpions were not particularly strong, they were social creatures. And their venom was so potent that even those at the Sea of Qi realm or Master realm would find it impossible to neutralize. Even a Sea of Qi cultivator would have to avoid confrontation with them. The sheer number of scorpion corpses Su Chun had brought, evidently freshly slain, was astonishing. The valuable stinger of the scorpion, along with its beast core, could fetch around 300,000, while the venom sac could earn about 100,000. Other parts were worth little, totaling perhaps 10,000. Thus, the price for a single scorpion would be approximately 410,000, with variations depending on their rank. The shopkeeper conducted a preliminary market evaluation, and Su Chun was taken aback. Were demon beast corpses truly this valuable? No wonder martial artists could earn so well. Slaying just one demon beast could sustain an ordinary family for years. With 99 scorpion corpses in his possession, he calculated roughly over 40 million. This meant that in just one day's venture, Su Chun had earned more than what his parents had left him. Elated by this realization, Su Chun retrieved the corpse of a 9-star Blood Realm gorilla. The shopkeeper cast another astonished glance at Su Chun. Further shocked by the disparity between Su Chen's apparent 6-star Blood Realm cultivation and his capacity to slay such numerous demon beasts. Was he merely a lucky scavenger? But that was irrelevant. Please hold on a moment. The sum involved is considerable, and I must report to my boss for pricing, the shopkeeper politely stated. Knowing that transactions involving sums exceeding 10 million fell beyond his authority. No need for an estimate. I won't be needing it. Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, a deep voice interjected. Su Chen looked up to see a rotund middle-aged man, puffing on a pipe, approach. No need for estimates. Leave the items here. And you may take your leave, the man declared, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he scrutinized Su Chun. Boss, what does this mean? The shopkeeper queried, perplexed. Only to be met with a fierce glare. Are you a fool? Do you lack common sense? These two are so young. With cultivation at merely 6-star and 4-star Blood Realm, how could they possibly slay so many scorpions? Even a cultivator from the Sea of Qi realm would find that difficult, let alone a 9-star beast. The truth was evident. They must have pilfered someone else's achievements. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. How had he suddenly become an accused thief? But upon noticing a figure clad in black lurking outside, he recognized it as one of Mo Feng's companions, and the pieces fell into place. Boss, do you have any evidence to support your claims? Su Chen challenged. Evidence? What kind of evidence do you require? If you don't leave at once, I shall notify the enforcement division. Besides, what proof do you have to substantiate that these demon beasts were slain by you? The boss retorted, a sneer gracing his lips as he seemed resolute in his stance. Su Chun, unwilling to engage further in frivolous dialogue, sought to collect the demon beast corpses and depart, but the boss blocked his path. Leave the items here. I will notify the rightful owner to retrieve them. Are you implying you know who the owner is? Why not call them here so I can meet them? That's not something you're privy to. Be gone. The boss insisted, attempting to dismiss Su Chun and Luo Fanyin. Luo Fanyin, infuriated, declared, what gives you the right to expel me? You wish to privately seize the demon beasts slain by my friend. Do you not believe I can? What can you do? Who do you think you are? Get lost, or I'll show you no mercy. The boss merely glanced at Luo Fanyin, failing to recognize her, and immediately began to berate her. Luo Fanyin, on the verge of exploding with rage, thought of her father, Luo Tianhe, the master of the martial hall. When had she ever endured such indignity? My father is the master of the martial hall. Dare you repeat that? She boldly proclaimed, only to be met with derision from the boss. You, the daughter of the master? Huh, I might as well be his father. Get out of here, the boss barked, summoning the martial hall's guards, preparing to eject Su Chun and Luo Fanyin. He was acting on Mo Feng's orders. If this woman truly was the daughter of the master, surely Mo Feng, as the master's disciple, would be aware of it. With a cold smile, Su Chun produced a token given to him by Su Tianhe, symbolizing his status as an elder of the martial hall. Are you certain you wish to act against me? Upon hearing this, the boss's gaze sharpened, but the next moment, he erupted in curses. How dare you impersonate an elder of the martial hall? At least get a more convincing disguise. With that, he snatched the token and hurled it to the ground with force. Now, the situation had escalated beyond mere ejection. One was impersonating the master's daughter, the other a false elder of the martial hall. If they weren't presented before the master, he'd have no place to remain here. Chapter 11. The master of the hall arrives. No one can save you now. Seize these two insolent wretches and bring them before the master for judgment. The boss sneered, gripping his pipe as he narrowed his eyes at Su Chen and Luo Fanning. You think you can offend Mo Feng and still linger in the martial hall? Dream on. As soon as the boss's words fell, law enforcement personnel surrounded Su Chen, causing the expressions of those who had accompanied Mo Feng outside to shift dramatically. He had only instructed the boss to target Su Chen, not to involve Luo Fanning. After all, Luo Fanning was the daughter of the hall master. And given her father's doting nature, if he were to discover that his daughter was being targeted, it would surely spell disaster for him. At a loss for what to do, he could only rush to inform Mo Feng. The law enforcement team, all of whom possessed the cultivation of the Qi realm, advanced towards Su Chen without hesitation, launching their attacks. Su Chen's cold gaze swept over them, and with a swift motion of his hand, the Long Yuan sword sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shimmered with a fierce aura. He engaged in combat directly with the law enforcement personnel. The sounds of the ensuing battle attracted numerous onlookers, as it was the first time in many years that someone dared to cause a ruckus within the martial artist hall. Did they not realize that the hall master was at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, merely a step away from attaining the title of martial king? What a sight to behold, someone audacious enough to make a scene in the martial artist hall. Truly, a young bull unafraid of tigers. The headquarters of the martial artist hall was backed by a venerable figure, and even a martial king had to adhere to the rules. This young man was indeed bold. Just wait and see, this lad won't last long. Yet, this young man demonstrated considerable skill, able to match the law enforcement team despite being at the Bloodchi realm. The crowd murmured in astonishment. It was indeed the first time they had witnessed someone daring to cause trouble in the martial artist hall. The last person to do so was a scion of a martial arts family, now long buried beneath 2 meters of grass. Is this Su Chen? Not far away. Lung Mingxiu and Lu Qingshan halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in disbelief as they realized that it was Su Chen who was embroiled in the chaos. The very same lad who had suffered damage to his origin and enrolled in the Luo City Technical School. Lung Mingxiu looked on in astonishment, sensing that Su Chen had actually reached the 6th star of the Bloodchi realm. Wasn't he supposed to be unable to cultivate due to his origin damage? Just the other day at the Martial Arts Plaza, he had only been at the 5th star of the Bloodchi realm. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that Su Chen was currently battling the law enforcement team, who were all at the Qi realm. Among them was a leader with a cultivation level of 5 stars in the Qi realm. How could such a formidable group struggle against a mere 6th star of the Bloodchi realm? Lung Mingxiu was utterly shaken, incredulous. Those capable of fighting above their rank were undoubtedly prodigies, deserving of the title of genius. Yet Su Chen was not merely fighting above his rank. He was battling multiple opponents and still holding his ground. Lu Qingshan also took note of Su Chen, her expression icy and filled with boundless resentment. Today, she had suffered humiliation at his hands. How could she possibly swallow this grievance? True, she had initiated the breakup, but could she be blamed for wanting a better life? Moreover, she had already apologized to Su Chen, yet he had the audacity to refuse her forgiveness. What a fool. A simpleton who dared to act out in the martial artist hall, truly believing that the hall master had taken a liking to him. Lu Qingshan remarked coldly, her heart reveling in the misfortune that she hoped would befall Su Chen. Lung Mingxiu furrowed his brow, regardless of the circumstances. Su Chen's actions in the martial artist hall were indeed his fault. Yet, what did it matter? Su Chen was backed by the Sword King, and Lu Tianhe held him in such high regard. Lung Mingxiu understood the implications, but Lu Qingshan was a different story. Luo Fanning was equally taken aback by Su Chen's combat prowess. She had thought defeating Mo Feng was impressive, but she had underestimated Su Chen. With such talent, he could easily aspire to the Imperial Academy. Why then had he chosen the Luo City Technical School? Was it possible that Su Chen had been deceiving her? First form of the carefree sword technique. Su Chen thought coldly, feeling a surge of heat in his chest as power coursed through his sword bones. A brilliant beam of sword light shot forth, the powerful sword energy directly repelling the law enforcement personnel who were besieging him, causing them to fall back, coughing up blood. Defeating 6 Qi realm martial artists in a single blow. Who would believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? Luo Fanning was just about to notify her father when she realized that the battle had already concluded. Speak. Who ordered you to target me? Su Chen ignored the law enforcement officers and turned to face the boss, the Long Yuan sword emitting a series of dragon roars, its lights swirling ominously. The boss, now terrified, staggered back against the wall, his face pale as he exclaimed, "You're doomed. You've crossed a line, daring to strike the martial artist hall's law enforcement team. You're finished." Slap. Su Chen delivered a sharp backhand, catching the boss off guard. Just as he was about to speak, Su Chen continued to rain down slaps until the boss lay on the ground, resembling a swollen pig's head. "I will ask you once more, who instructed you to target me? You're finished." Su Chen was uninterested in his ramblings. Raising his hand, he thrust the sword down, the Long Yuan sword piercing through the boss's shoulder and pinning him to the ground. "If you refuse to speak, then you shall die," Su Chen said coldly, preparing to strike down the boss. The latter, utterly petrified, quickly blurted out, "It was Mo Feng." He is the disciple of the Hall Master. I dared not disobey. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally withdrew the Long Yuan sword, letting out a cold laugh. Indeed, it was this scoundrel. Are you his dog? Do you do whatever he tells you? Luo Fanyin approached the boss, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, venting her frustrations. Su Chen glanced at Luo Fanyin. Suddenly recalling her earlier words, she was the daughter of Luo Tianhe. This revelation took him by surprise. Stop! A deep voice echoed, and a formidable force enveloped Luo Fanyin, rendering her immobile. A man dressed in training attire approached slowly, casting a cold gaze at Su Chen. To dare cause trouble in the martial artist hall. Regardless of your background, you must abide by the hall's rules. The man exuded the aura of a grandmaster, pressing down on Su Chen with overwhelming force. The hall master had personally arrived. Wow, it really is the hall master. It seems these two youngsters are in for a reckoning. The crowd murmured. Who told them to be so reckless as to stir trouble in the martial artist hall? As Luo Tianhe appeared, all eyes in the hall turned toward him. Beholding one of the strongest figures in Luo City. Two youngsters, it seems today even the gods cannot save you. The man remarked, glancing at Su Chen. Chapter 12. Comprehending Sword Chi, kneel before me. The man clad in training attire regarded Su Chen with a cold sneer, unleashing an overwhelming pressure intended to subdue both Su Chen and Luo Fanyin. As a grandmaster, he was a level above them, and under his oppressive force, they struggled to withstand it. To hell with this. Su Chen was enraged, his face flushed as the Long Yuan sword emitted a resonant clang, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. In that moment, Su Chen let out a roar, his blood chi erupting forth, and with a single swing of his sword, he shattered the man's pressure, transforming his figure into a blur as he charged forward. The Long Yuan sword radiated a dazzling light, unleashing an unparalleled sword energy. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that Su Chen could withstand his might and even mount a counterattack. How is this possible? The man's face was filled with horror. But before he could react, Su Chen's sword was already upon him, forcing him to retreat step by step, raising his arms to channel his energy in defense. Yet, the strike pushed him back several paces. Su Chen found himself inexplicably entering a state of transcendence, with sword energy erupting uncontrollably around him, suddenly coalescing into a form akin to a fierce wind swirling about him. This is sword chi, Lung Mingxiu exclaimed in terror. His voice distorted, his expression one of utter shock. Su Chen had actually comprehended sword chi at this moment. It is well known that sword practitioners have levels of classification: sword energy, sword chi, sword intent, sword heart, sword domain, sword path, each corresponding to the practitioner's achievements in swordsmanship. Previously, Su Chen had merely grasped the rudiments of sword energy, yet to everyone's astonishment, he had swiftly comprehended the essence of sword momentum. Thus far, the youngest individual in all of China to have achieved this feat was the Sword King, Lu Wuxian, who attained sword momentum at the tender age of 20. He was hailed as a prodigy in swordsmanship, ultimately ascending to the rank of martial king, slaying demon kings and alien sovereigns, thereby establishing himself as the Sword King. Now, however, Su Chen was merely 18 years old, having directly realized sword momentum, 2 years younger than the Sword King himself. The entire martial hall fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the resonance of Su Chen's sword momentum. The man, visibly shocked, was rendered speechless. Before he could react, Su Chen launched another attack, his sword momentum surging forth with more than tenfold the power of before, instilling a sense of peril within him. With a resounding crash, the man was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the shop from earlier, shattering its contents into a disarray. The shopkeeper lay on the ground, groaning in agony, clutching his shoulder, and upon witnessing this scene, he was struck with fear, daring not to utter a word. At that moment, Luo Tianhe arrived, appearing on the scene in an instant. Lord Luo, you must seek justice for me, the shopkeeper cried, crawling towards Luo Tianhe with tears streaming down his face. These two ruffians caused a ruckus in my store, stealing others' belongings to sell, and even assaulted me. You must avenge me. His wails echoed loudly, as the value of the damaged items was roughly estimated to be in the billions, a significant sum indeed. Upon seeing Mo Feng trailing behind, the shopkeeper cried even louder. Yet he refrained from revealing that he had acted under Mo Feng's instigation to target Su Chen, knowing full well that if Luo Tianhe discovered the truth, Mo Feng would face severe repercussions, let alone a mere shopkeeper like himself. You've truly astonished me. To comprehend sword momentum at such a young age, hats off to you. The man finally stood up, unscathed, though his eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at Su Chen. However, rules were rules, regardless of who one was. Causing a disturbance in the martial hall would incur appropriate punishment. Su Chen paid no heed, turning to find Luo Tianhe standing right behind him. The furrow in Luo Tianhe's brow smoothed out upon recognizing Su Chen. Brother Su, is that you? Luo Tianhe exclaimed, astonished. He had nearly been driven to madness by Mo Feng's claim that a yellow-haired brat was courting his daughter, and he had rushed down with the intent to teach that yellow-haired scoundrel a lesson. Little did he expect that this yellow-haired individual was Su Chen. Brother Luo, Su Chen greeted amiably, his demeanor unfazed. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng froze. Previously, he had deemed Su Chen overly presumptuous for addressing Luo Tianhe in such a familiar manner. Yet now it was evident that the true fool was he. Luo Fanyin was equally taken aback, not realizing that Su Chen was indeed acquainted with her father, and it appeared their relationship was rather cordial. But how could she have been unaware of this? The onlookers were utterly astonished, their gazes fixed upon Su Chen, curious about his true origins. The shopkeeper was left utterly dumbfounded, his head buzzing with confusion. Was he the only outsider in this scenario? Old dang. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall not let this matter rest. Luo Tianhe sensed that the atmosphere had turned tense. Before he could inquire further, Luo Fanyin stepped forward, her anger palpable. You stand idly by while your precious daughter is bullied. The shopkeeper was rendered speechless, realizing that this truly was Luo Tianhe's daughter. What on earth had he just done? Luo Tianhe's lips twitched as he turned to Su Chen. Brother Su, what exactly transpired here? Nothing much, perhaps merely a misunderstanding. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Luo Tianhe sensed Su Chen's underlying anger, but before he could probe further, Luo Fanyin spoke up, recounting the events as they had unfolded. Luo Tianhe's expression darkened as he turned to the shopkeeper, who was now completely dazed, glancing helplessly at Mo Feng. Mo Feng was equally bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Consumed by his own turmoil to concern himself with the shopkeeper. Give me an explanation. Luo Tianhe's icy voice resonated, causing the shopkeeper to be struck with terror. It was merely a misunderstanding. Bang. The shopkeeper was sent flying with a kick. This is your last chance. Luo Tianhe's fury had truly ignited. It was young master Mo Feng who instructed me to act this way. The shopkeeper finally confessed, no longer daring to conceal the truth, fearing for his very life. Mo Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to explain. Master, this may genuinely be a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of this. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp slap echoed, landing on his face. Mo Feng fell to the ground, and Luo Tianhe, no fool, immediately grasped the situation. Is this how I have raised you? Faced with Luo Tianhe's reprimand, Mo Feng dared not respond, lowering his head, his eyes brimming with resentment towards Su Chen. Apologize to Brother Su. Luo Tianhe commanded sternly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, leaving Mo Feng pale. Mo Feng, I never anticipated you to be of such character. Su Chen saved me, and instead of expressing gratitude, you chose to attack him. Following that, you resorted to such despicable tactics. My disappointment in you knows no bounds. Do not seek me out again. I wish not to see you. Luo Fanyin added, stepping forward to cast a disdainful glance at Mo Feng. Chapter 13. I beg for your forgiveness. I am willing to be your servant. The shopkeeper's words had reached her ears, and she found it curious how a merchant within the martial hall could harbor such a person. It all stemmed from Mo Feng's schemes. Seeing Luo Fanyin's anger, Mo Feng hastily interjected, No, Fanyin, please allow me to explain. What is there to explain? Your actions were reckless and thoughtless, your character hypocritical and petty. What more can you say? Luo Fanyin berated Mo Feng before delivering a stinging remark. Look at you. In what way do you compare to Su Chen? Mo Feng stood frozen, his body stiffening. The initial rebuke he could brush off, but the latter statement struck him like a thunderbolt. Upon hearing Luo Fanyin's words, Luo Tianhe's fury escalated. He had not anticipated such layers of malfeasance. Apologize to Brother Su. Luo Tianhe bellowed, his anger palpable, truly incensed. His ire was not solely due to Su Chen's prodigious talent. More importantly, it was Mo Feng's pettiness and underhanded tactics against Su Chen that incensed him. He, Luo Tianhe, had always prided himself on his integrity, yet had taken on such a disciple. What a disgrace. To lose is not frightening. What is truly frightening is the inability to accept defeat. Master, there is a misunderstanding. It is not as you think. Mo Feng pleaded desperately, having risen from humble beginnings. Without Luo Tianhe's backing, he would never have attained his current status. If he angered Luo Tianhe, it would jeopardize his standing in his master's eyes. Very well. If there is a misunderstanding, speak up. I shall listen. Perhaps I have wronged you. Luo Tianhe responded, dismissively waving a hand. A chair soaring from within the shop as he took a seat. This entire matter is the result of Su Chen's deliberate approach to Fanyin, seeking to deceive her trust and plot against the martial hall. Master, think about it. How could Su Chen conveniently appear in that remote wilderness to save Fanyin? I merely questioned him, and he became enraged, assaulting me and injuring me. And then he dares to swagger into the martial hall like this. It's simply outrageous. Enough. Before Mo Feng could finish, Luo Tianhe's fury erupted, sending him flying with a kick. Still fabricating lies. How did I end up with such a worthless disciple? What a disgrace. Luo Tianhe had never been this furious, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Mo Feng. The surrounding spectators were left dumbfounded. What on earth was transpiring? Why did Luo Tianhe refuse to listen, launching a vicious assault on his own disciple? Luo Tianhe, in a fit of rage, actually struck his own disciple for Su Chen. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Chen, pondering his mysterious identity that could command such regard from Luo Tianhe. It was not that Luo Tianhe was unwilling to heed Mo Feng's explanations. Rather, it was that Mo Feng was still fabricating tales. Had he spoken even a modicum of truth, Luo Tianhe would not have been so incensed. Luo Fanyin, his daughter, though a bit mischievous, had never lied to him. Furthermore, given Su Chen's current stature, why would he need to deliberately approach Luo Fanyin? After all, he was backed by the Sword King, one of the 36 revered kings of Huaxia. If anyone were to seek a connection, it would be Luo Fanyin pursuing Su Chen. Thus, Mo Feng's claims were utterly nonsensical. Before long, Mo Feng lay battered, his face swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Luo Tianhe, seething with anger, directed his ire towards the two black-clad figures who had been following Mo Feng. The duo, trembling in fear, approached without hesitation. Speak. Tell me everything, from start to finish, or I shall send you to feed the beasts. Luo Tianhe's fury left them no choice but to divulge everything. How Mo Feng had targeted Su Chen upon meeting him, and his earlier directives to the innkeeper to suppress Su Chen. Mo Feng, sprawled on the ground, felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He had never anticipated matters would escalate to this point. Su Chen was acquainted with Luo Tianhe, and it seemed Luo Tianhe held him in high esteem. Had he known sooner, he would have never dared to provoke Su Chen. But could he blame Su Chen for this? It was merely his own unwillingness to believe the truth. Now, it was far too late. Pack your things and leave at once. I, Luo Tianhe, will not tolerate disciples like you. Luo Tianhe was genuinely furious and expelled Mo Feng from his sect without hesitation. His disappointment in Mo Feng was profound. Master, please. I was wrong. I truly was. I beg you, do not cast me out. Mo Feng, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, crawled before Luo Tianhe, pleading for mercy. I apologize. It was all my fault. I will apologize to brother Su Chen right now. He crawled to Su Chen, attempting to grasp his trousers. But Su Chen deftly evaded him. Su Chen, I was in the wrong. I truly was. I am a coward, a worthless being. Please, have magnanimity and do not hold it against me. If you forgive me, I will do anything you ask. From now on, I will heed your every command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. Do you have feelings for Fanyin? Very well, I vow to distance myself from her. I shall not compete with you for her. I will relinquish her to you, if that is your wish. I implore you, forgive me. Mo Feng's desperate cries echoed as he lay prostrate before Su Chen. Su Chen furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Mo Feng. Firstly, I have no desire for a sycophant like you. Secondly, I have merely encountered Luo Fanyin for the first time. There are no feelings of affection involved. And she is not an object to be bartered. Moreover, your current demeanor is quite repugnant. With a swift kick, Su Chen sent Mo Feng sprawling away, ignoring him entirely. Luo Tianhe, utterly disheartened, found himself wishing Mo Feng had displayed even a modicum of dignity. Perhaps he would have softened and granted him another chance. But alas, Mo Feng's lack of backbone was shocking. Was he afraid of being cast out? No. What he feared was losing everything he had upon leaving the martial artist hall. Luo Fanyin, incensed, approached and delivered a resounding slap to Mo Feng's face. I suspected your feelings for me were insincere, but I never imagined I was merely a stepping stone for you to remain in the martial artist hall. In your eyes, I am merely a commodity to be traded. Scoundrel, how fortunate I am not to be blind. With that, Luo Fanyin berated Mo Feng soundly. Mo Feng, eager to retort, found himself silenced as Luo Tianhe rose, casting a cold glance in his direction. You may leave. I shall issue a notice declaring that you are no longer my disciple. Mo Feng lay on the ground, devoid of light in his eyes, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. In the next moment, however, Mo Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, channeling all his strength, a dagger appearing in his hand as he lunged at Su Chen. It's all your fault. You are to blame. Mo Feng screamed, thrusting the dagger forward. You have caused me to be expelled from my sect. Do you understand what this means for me? Su Chen stepped back, drawing the Long Yuan sword, which instantly unleashed a wave of sword energy, blocking Mo Feng's attack. He retaliated with a furious punch. What it means is that you have been expelled from your sect. Su Chen replied, chuckling lightly as the Long Yuan sword emitted a dragon-esque roar. And in the next moment, an endless torrent of sword energy surged forth. Mo Feng attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. The sword energy sliced through, showering the air with blood. Mo Feng's figure froze, a copious amount of blood spilling from his mouth as his gaze grew vacant, collapsing to the ground, his life extinguished. Kill me? Then do not blame me. Su Chen felt no remorse, coldly regarding Mo Feng's lifeless body, only sensing the surge of vitality within him intensify. Luo Tianhe opened his mouth, words unspoken, having intended to intervene, but it was too late. Lao Gu, you witnessed it. He sought to kill me, Su Chen asserted. Looking towards Luo Tianhe shook his head, then gestured for the body to be removed. This ungrateful disciple, I never imagined he would devolve to such a state. A hint of sorrow tinged his voice. When he first took Mo Feng as a disciple, he had seen promise in his talent, but over the years, Mo Feng had misused his name to wreak havoc. Now, his death was perhaps a fitting consequence. The innkeeper, paralyzed with fear, realized the significance Su Chen held in Luo Tianhe's eyes to the extent that Luo Tianhe would not hesitate to expel Mo Feng. And what of him? Merely an ordinary merchant, now having offended Su Chen, he wondered if he could even survive in Luo City. Sir, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. It was Mo Feng who forced my hand. I have no reason to target you. We hold no grudge. He implored, now that the misunderstanding is cleared. Could you perhaps show me mercy? I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. The innkeeper, disregarding his own pain, crawled before Su Chen, pleading earnestly. He understood that as long as Su Chen spared him, Luo Tianhe would not pursue him further. Su Chen frowned, then replied with a hint of mockery. I am but an impostor. What is this all about? At his words, the innkeeper was struck dumb, quickly slapping his own face in regret. I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. I failed to recognize your status. I deserve punishment. Please, grant me an opportunity to atone. He scrambled to retrieve the token he had discarded, presenting it with trembling hands. It was my fault. I was blind to your true identity. Su Chen accepted the token but chose to disregard the innkeeper entirely. Uninterested in such a fickle character. Now you realize your error? Just moments ago, you were quite brazen, declaring me a fraud, and claiming to be the father of the Lord of the Luo Hall. Su Chen remained silent, but Luo Fanyin could not contain herself, sneering. You ought to be grateful I am not blind. The innkeeper was drenched in cold sweat, terrified at the implications of his prior words. I know I was wrong. I spoke thoughtlessly. I am not worthy. I plead for your forgiveness, miss. Begone. The martial artist hall has no need for the likes of you. Luo Fanyin's expression turned icy, exuding an air of authority akin to a corporate leader. Thank you, miss. Thank you, sir. The innkeeper, paralyzed with terror, scrambled to his feet and fled in haste. Soon, Su Chen received a text message indicating that 100 million had been credited to his account. It must be the compensation from the boss he had just met. The martial arts business is indeed extraordinarily lucrative, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. While others toil their entire lives merely to make ends meet, martial artists casually earn millions or even billions. It's no wonder so many aspire to become martial artists. Indeed, while martial artists earn substantial sums, they simultaneously face imminent life and death crises. Each year, the number of martial artists who perish at the hands of monstrous beasts is staggering. Not to mention the dangers lurking in the abyss, Luo Fanyin remarked. As the daughter of the master of the martial arts hall, although she hadn't personally experienced these dangers, she had heard tales from Luo Tianhe. Su Chen did not refute her. After all, it was the undeniable truth. The abyss had descended, and the otherworldly beings emerged, their powers formidable. Countless prodigies had fallen, and humanity had paid a great price to drive these invaders back into the abyss. However, with the abyss's emergence, spiritual energy had surged, causing animals to mutate and become monstrous beasts, which quickly began to occupy several cities. Now, the habitable areas for humanity had dwindled to half of what they once were. This meant that humanity had to defend against the otherworldly beings in the abyss while simultaneously contending with the monstrous beasts on the surface, placing them in a perilous situation. If you're interested, this store could be entrusted to your management. How you manage it is entirely up to you. The rent is waived, and you need only submit 5% of the profits annually, Luo Tianhe said with a smile. Before Su Chen could decline, arrangements were already being made. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had merely spoken out of instinct. Had Luo Tianhe misunderstood? He genuinely had no such intentions. No, brother Luo. You might truly be mistaken. I have no desire for this, and I lack the skills to manage a business. That's perfectly fine. I will send someone to assist you in management. You won't have to worry about a thing. Luo Tianhe replied with another smile. Su Chen was left bewildered. So, he wouldn't need to do anything but wait to collect money? Soon, a contract was presented, and Luo Tianhe signed it before handing it to Su Chen. Su Chen, go ahead and sign. Consider it a reward for saving my life, Luo Fanyin said, noticing Su Chen's hesitation. Su Chen chuckled softly. If that's the case, this reward is indeed quite precious. Can anything be more valuable than my life? Luo Fanyin laughed in response. Hearing that, Su Chen felt he could not say more and picked up the pen to sign his name. The store's original owner looked on enviously. This location was prime real estate, with annual rents exceeding 10 million, along with a 10% profit share. Yet for Su Chen, the rent was entirely waived, and he was only required to pay 5% of the profits. A reduction of 5% should not be underestimated. For a store of this caliber, that 5% could translate to several million or even tens of millions. Among the onlookers, the astonishment on Lung Mingqiu's face had yet to fade. Su Chen had surprised her time and again. A 6-star Qi Blood Realm martial artist had actually slain a 3-star Qi Sea Realm opponent. This was nothing short of genius. Reflecting on the registration earlier that day, she regretted her disdain for Su Chen's damaged origins. Had she been more resolute, perhaps he could have joined the Shanghai University. The most disheartened was Lu Qinxian, who had initially thought Su Chen's life was a waste, only to discover this was merely the beginning for him. The value of this shop was hard to fathom, and the profits it could generate were staggering. If only it could fall into her hands. Chapter 15. She is at Xinghe University? How disgusting. After signing, Chen smiled, finding himself inexplicably in possession of a shop within the martial arts hall. The annual profits promised to be considerable, and the best part was that he wouldn't have to exert any effort, nor would he need to manage it. He could simply sit back and collect money. Who wouldn't be pleased with such an arrangement? After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Luo Tianhe, Chen prepared to leave. Luo Fanning seemed to want to say something, but seeing Chen had already departed, she swallowed her words. What's wrong? Is my precious daughter smitten? Luo Tianhe teased, noticing Luo Fanning's expression. Her face flushed. Luo Fanning shot her father a glare and replied, You old rascal. Who is smitten? I am merely curious about how someone with such outstanding talent was admitted to which university. Luo Tianhe cast a knowing glance at Luo Fanning, aware of her true feelings. If she had no interest, she wouldn't be asking such questions. Luo City Technical School, he replied with a chuckle. Having witnessed Chen's admission firsthand and everything that transpired at the martial arts plaza that day. Luo City Technical School, are you serious? Someone with his talent is going to a technical school? Luo Fanning's voice rose in surprise, her shock evident on her face. She had thought Chen might be deceiving her, only to find it was indeed true. Yes, I was just as surprised. But that is the reality. I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Tianhe affirmed, not a hint of jest in his tone. Why? You'll have to ask him that yourself. Hee. Luo Tianhe chuckled meaningfully, casting another glance at Luo Fanning, who felt utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Chen had already left the martial arts hall. His origins had healed. And now it was time to prepare for the entrance examination at Luo City Technical School in a week. Although it was a technical school, Chen intended to approach it with utmost seriousness, as it would determine the allocation of cultivation resources during his time there. University was not like high school, where mentors guided students and resources were distributed fairly. In university, everything hinged on one's own abilities. Those with greater talent and strength would enjoy superior resources, while the less capable would be eliminated. It was a stark reality. Moreover, there were system tasks. He needed to venture into the abyss beneath Luo City Technical School and slay 100 otherworldly beings. Completing this task would enhance his sword body. Currently, Chen possessed the supreme sword body, and he was eager to discover what enhancements it could achieve. Surely, it could not be weaker than the supreme sword body. I am destined to become a sword god. Chen mused, a smile spreading across his face. As he stepped out of the martial arts hall, night had fallen. With 100 million chillingly nestled in his pocket, he began his slow walk home. Chen, just a few steps out, a voice called out, prompting Chen to halt and turn around. Lung Mingxiu and Lu Qinxian stood behind him, their expressions somewhat unusual. Is there something you need? Chen asked, curious about Lung Mingxiu's motive for seeking him out. If it were only Lu Qinxian, he would not have bothered to stand for even a second longer. I would like to discuss something with you. I wonder if you have a moment? Lung Mingxiu said softly, gesturing for a quieter location. Just say what you need. Upon hearing this, Lung Mingxiu paused for a moment, then spoke directly. With your talent and abilities, are you truly content to attend Luo City Technical School? Oh, so you are here to poach. Chen thought. I admit, I was quite astonished by your talent during the assessment today. However, upon learning about your damaged origins, I began to hesitate. To restore your origins, one would need to acquire a demonic king plant, but you know how rare such plants are. Even Xinghe University would have to pay a significant price to obtain one. My original intention was to recruit you to Xinghe University, and whether we would pursue the demonic king plant would depend on your subsequent performance, whether it would warrant the cost. But now, your talent has left me in awe once again. To comprehend sword chi at 18 and engage in battles beyond your level, such talent can only be deemed as genius, fully deserving of our investment. Therefore, Chen, come to Xinghe University. We will provide you with the best cultivation resources, far superior to what Luo City Technical School can offer. After listening to Lung Mingxiu, Chen smiled lightly, not providing an immediate answer but posing a question in return. I am curious. If today I had agreed to join Xinghe University without comprehending sword chi and demonstrated only mediocre talent, what would you have done? At her response, Lung Mingxiu paused before answering. If your demonstrated value did not justify our investment, you would be cast aside. How very pragmatic. Chen chuckled. Indeed. It is a stark reality. The realm of martial artists has always been thus, Lung Mingxiu remarked. I dare say that other universities harbor similar sentiments. It is akin to attracting the attention of the heavens while no one pays heed to you. Yet now, you have become the sworn brother of the Sword King, a nominal elder of the martial hall, reveling in the privileges of your newfound status. This admiration is not born from their regard for you, but rather from the value you embody, which warrants such treatment. Chen remained silent, contemplating the truth in her words. Observing his silence, Lung Mingxiu sensed an opportunity. So, you understand how to make your choice. Xinghe University is commendable, but I regret to inform you that I choose Luoqing Technical School. Chen declared without hesitation. There is no particular reason. How would I enter the abyss, slay the alien races, or enhance my sword body at Tsinghua University. As for cultivation resources? Spare me the jest. I am a man endowed with a system, and I can grow stronger through slaughter. Conveniently, Luoqing Technical School lies just above the abyss. Wouldn't it be exhilarating to hunt the alien races therein? Otherwise, who would I slay up above? Lung Mingxiu was taken aback, realizing that her words had fallen on deaf ears. No, Su Chen, you must think this through. This decision will profoundly impact your future. Have you truly considered it? Lung Mingxiu, momentarily stunned, asked, can you provide me with a reason? Because she is at Tsinghua University, and that disgusts me. Su Chen pointed accusingly at Lu Qingxian, who initially appeared bewildered before her expression transformed into one of fury. What do you mean, Su Chen? Are you so petty, harboring such grudges? Su Chen, you are no longer a child. Isn't this behavior rather childish? Fine. To be candid, another reason for my choice of Luoqing Technical School is to avenge my parents. Su Chen spoke truthfully. For 4 years prior, his parents had perished while supporting the battle beneath Luoqing Technical School against the abyss. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Su Chen declared, unwilling to discuss the matter further, turning to depart. Lung Mingxiu wished to say more, but restrained herself, recognizing that Su Chen was resolute in his decision. As he walked away, she prepared to leave as well, but Lu Qingxian remained rooted to the spot. Mentor, you may go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, she said. Hearing this, Lung Mingxiu did not ponder further and departed alone, while Lu Qingxian followed closely behind Su Chen. Meanwhile, Luo Fanyin exited the martial hall, glancing around before striding in the direction Su Chen had taken. Chapter 16. What a melodramatic plot to encounter. Sister, where do you think that Su Chen might be? At the same time, on the streets of Luoqing, a group of young people strolled along, one of whom, clad in black, carried a dark broadsword and grumbled, who knows? The director is notoriously unreliable. He didn't even provide an address for me to find this person. The leading girl echoed her annoyance, revealing that they had searched for half the day in Luoqing. With nightfall approaching, yet still no sign of Su Chen. Why don't we split this thing up? When the entrance examination comes, we can teach that brat Su Chen a lesson. Whether he speaks or not, who would know we've pocketed his cultivation resources? I think that's a splendid idea. Another chimed in. Stop with the nonsense. The director said Su Chen possesses remarkable talent and is to be treated as a key focus for cultivation. If the director learns you've pilfered his cultivation resources, he might just obliterate you. Moreover, as if anyone here has poor talent. Exactly. If you're not satisfied, a brawl would suffice. Or perhaps we could join forces and snatch that sister away. I think that's a viable plan. At this, the leading girl's lips twitched as she discreetly stuffed the storage ring into her pocket. None of you have even enrolled yet. Can't you behave yourselves? She murmured, though her conviction seemed lacking. With the entrance examination just a week away, students from other regions would be arriving early. She wondered what had transpired at Luoqing Technical School. Having spent a considerable sum to recruit several unruly talents, all of whom boasted impressive capabilities. If they joined forces, she feared she might not stand a chance against them. As Su Chen stood at the street corner, he was mere moments away from his residence. Yet Lu Qingxian obstructed his path, her voice trembling with emotion. Su Chen, can you truly be so heartless? Are you unwell? I have made it clear that there is no future for us. Merely seeing you repulses me. Su Chen retorted, exasperated, unable to fathom Lu Qingxian's unwavering confidence. That is impossible. I refuse to believe it. You once vowed to love me for eternity and to treat me well. Have you forgotten? Today, I was in the wrong. I acted impulsively. But you've hit me, scolded me, and vented your anger. Surely it's time for us to reconcile. I do not seek your home or your cultivation resources. I acknowledge my past folly and wish to make amends. And you know I possess a keen business acumen. You currently have a shop in the martial hall. If you entrust it to me, I can certainly help you earn a fortune. Lu Qingxian pleaded, tears glistening on her cheeks. One might mistakenly believe Su Chen had callously abandoned her. Upon hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Su Chen understood. It was no wonder she sought to rekindle their relationship. She was after the shop in the martial hall. He had to admit, Lu Qingxian had a clever strategy, yet Su Chen was resolute in his refusal. Leave. Immediately. With that, he turned to walk away, not wishing to linger a moment longer. No, I will not leave. Su Chen, you promised to love me forever. You cannot treat me this way. I do not believe you can simply forget me. As she clung to him, Lu Qingxian felt a surge of frustration. After their breakup, Su Chen had risen to prominence. The obstacles that had once hindered him had vanished, allowing him to soar to new heights. Her heart burned with indignation. She could not bear to witness Su Chen's ascent, which was why she sought to reconcile. She had extended an olive branch, only to be met with rejection and even a physical blow. Lu Qingxian's anger intensified. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the Su Chen of today was no longer the same as before. Thus, she resolved to adopt a different approach. If the hard way failed, she would try a softer tactic. Oh dear, it seems my timing is rather unfortunate. Su Chen, feeling vexed, attempted to kick Lu Qingxian away when a familiar voice halted him. He looked up to see Luo Fanning standing under a street lamp, the light casting a halo around her exquisite visage. Both Su Chun and Lu Qingxian were momentarily stunned, and then Luo Fanning stepped forward, linking her arm with Su Chen's, and spoke to Lu Qingxian. Miss Lu, you were the one who initiated the breakup. What brings you here to disturb my boyfriend now? Oh, could it be that upon seeing his newfound wealth and influence, you wish to reclaim a share of his fortune? Luo Fanning feigned surprise. Su Chun was utterly bewildered. When had Luo Fanning become his girlfriend? Lu Qingxian was equally perplexed. When did Su Chen become Luo Fanning's boyfriend? You're speaking nonsense. Lu Qingxian protested, desperately trying to clarify, though her tone lacked conviction. He promised to love me for a lifetime and to treat me well. I refuse to believe that you two would be together so soon after our breakup. Is that so? Would you like to hear it from his own lips? Luo Fanning smiled gently, effortlessly eclipsing Lu Qingxian in both grace and beauty. Tell her, are you not my boyfriend? Luo Fanning turned to Su Chun and pinched his waist with considerable force. Even a fool would understand her implication, and Su Chun promptly declared, indeed. I am Luo Fanning's boyfriend. Strangely, as he uttered the words boyfriend, his tone lacked conviction, causing Luo Fanning's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Can we leave now? Please do not disturb my boyfriend again. No, this is impossible. You must be deceiving me. You are colluding to trick me. Lu Qingxian shouted, her frustration evident. She glared fiercely at Luo Fanning and hysterically exclaimed, he promised to love me for a lifetime. You, the homewrecker, and your scoundrel of a partner, shall not lay claim to what belongs to me. In a fit of fury, Lu Qingxian charged forward. Both Su Chun and Luo Fanning were taken aback. What did she mean by what belongs to her? Get lost. Su Chun seethed, unable to contain his rage any longer, and threw a punch, intent on inflicting harm. However, his fist collided with a pitch-black long knife, producing a sound of clashing iron. Lu Qingxian was inadvertently saved. When Su Chun focused, he realized that a young man clad in black had intercepted his attack. Such is the nature of a big city, where even at night, one can witness such sensational events. A scoundrel teaming up with a mistress to confront the rightful partner. I had thought such scenes only existed in mindless novels or melodramatic television shows. Yet here I was, witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 17. Where did these foolish buffoons come from? I never expected to encounter such a ludicrous plot twist. Truly, a big city knows how to entertain. The young man in black, with an air of arrogance, wielded a broadsword and cast a contemptuous glance at Su Chun. His appearance was that of a pretty boy, clearly a parasite living off others. I loathe individuals like him. The young man spoke disdainfully before Su Chun. Meanwhile, a girl helped Lu Qingxian to her feet, gently offering her solace. A few young men approached, encircling Su Chun and Luo Fanning. Upon closer inspection, these were the very individuals who had been searching for Su Chun earlier. Allow me to handle this. I cannot abide such a scoundrel. He brings shame upon us men. I'll take care of this. You all step back. Why should you be the one? Surprisingly, a disagreement broke out among them over who would take action, leading to a brawl. Wu Tao, you son of a, I've long found you displeasing with that pretty boy face of yours. Bah, Wang Lin, you dare to touch me? I'll make you pay. The group shouted and clashed, their youthful vigor unleashing as they revealed themselves to be martial artists at the 6th star of the Qi blood realm. The girl watching was utterly bewildered. These hotheads had always been at odds in the academy, frequently fighting, and now they were brawling over who would strike first? She felt utterly speechless, but dared not interject for fear they might turn their aggression on her as well. Such incidents had occurred before, where they banded together to beat up older students. Su Chen's lips twitched, and Luo Fanning was equally stunned. What on earth was happening? Were these individuals attempting to be comedic? Lu Qingxian stood, tears streaming down her face like a weeping willow, seeing the strength of the group. A cunning idea crossed her mind. This heartless man has forgotten his first love for a new flame. I demand an explanation, and he aids this vixen in attacking me. Lu Qingxian wailed loudly, and one might genuinely mistake her for the victim. Fear not, I shall stand up for you. Wang Lin, the young man wielding the broadsword, snorted disdainfully, stepping back from the fray and advancing towards Su Chun. Pretty boy, taste the blade of your royal grandfather. As Wang Lin charged forward, Su Chun swiftly shielded Luo Fanning, and with a surge of Qi blood energy, the Long Yuan sword appeared in his grasp. The sound of iron clashing echoed as Wang Lin was repelled by a single strike. Pretty boy, you possess some skill. Who are you? This matter does not concern you. And you are not witnessing what you think you are. Su Chun questioned coldly, his irritation palpable. How dare you attempt to argue? I'll take you down. Wang Lin's blade was remarkably sharp. Even a martial artist at the 8th or 9th star of the Qi blood realm might struggle to withstand it. Yet Su Chun regarded it with disdain, unleashing a sword Qi that shattered Wang Lin's assault, following up with another strike that sent him reeling back. Damn it. This pretty boy possesses some prowess. Everyone, attack him together. Wang Lin barked, rallying his companions for a collective assault on Su Chun. Wang Laolu, I told you that you wouldn't be able to handle this. Wu Tao mocked, brandishing a pitch-black spear aimed at Su Chun. Fueled by anger, Su Chun swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that sent Wang Lin and his group flying. Though they were all at the 6th star of the Chi Blood realm, Su Chen could contend with several martial artists at the Chi Si realm. How could he be bested by them? Good grief, this pretty boy possesses formidable skills. Wu Tao lay on the ground, feeling humiliated yet eager to retaliate. The girl approached. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Su Chen. As a martial artist, do you not feel ashamed for your actions? She challenged, having witnessed Lu Qingxian's sorrowful display, thereby believing her narrative. Huh, a bunch of brainless fools, Su Chen scoffed, too lethargic to explain himself. I'll repeat once more, this matter does not concern you. And it is not as you perceive. Should you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. The girl was incensed, and before she could respond, Wang Lin stood once more, his fury palpable. Damn it, I have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you. If I do not eliminate you today, you will be my grandson. Wang Lin was genuinely livid, his Chi blood surging, despite being merely at the 6th star of the Chi blood realm. He exuded an aura more potent than that of the 8th star martial artists. Wu Tao and the others merely rose, ready to engage once more, and this time, the girl joined the fray, the 5 of them launching a concerted assault on Su Chen. Luo Fanning, anxious to assist Su Chen, found herself unable to intervene amidst the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian, with a cold smile, mused about the origins of these foolish buffoons, who seemed utterly devoid of sense, believing whatever he said. Yet, it was fortuitous, seeing their strength, perhaps they could teach Su Chen a lesson. If they could incapacitate him, she could seize the opportunity to take his contract, stamp her mark, and transfer all of Su Chen's assets into her name. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. How dare you laugh? A slap struck Lu Qingxian's face, leaving her stunned. Before she could comprehend, Luo Fanning had dragged her into a flurry of blows. She was no match for Luo Fanning, who overwhelmed her entirely. Wang Lin and the others intended to rescue Lu Qingxian, but were halted by Su Chen. Clearly incensed, he wielded his sword with ferocity, unleashing a multitude of sword chi that arced through the air, executing the carefree sword technique. The acute, erratic angles rendered escape impossible, sending them crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath. Who are you? Luo Fanning asked, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Such a powerful figure has never graced Luo City. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that Luo City had never seen an individual of such caliber, a 6-star martial artist exhibiting such terrifying prowess. Initially, she believed Wang Lin and Wu Tao to be formidable, capable of dominating older students, yet they were now being subdued by Su Chen. Crucially, Su Chen was also merely a 6-star martial artist. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were taken aback, having never faced defeat at their level. Yet now they found themselves easily overpowered by Su Chen. In fact, they could sense that if Su Chen wished to eliminate them, they would not withstand even 10 exchanges. Damn it, why are we still talking? Go back and gather reinforcements. Summon the old man. Indeed. Do they think no one in Luo City Technical School can contend with me? Wang Lin and Wu Tao were cursing and swearing, seeming utterly unconcerned about their injuries, as if such wounds were of no significance whatsoever. I am Bai Qing Yan, a second-year student from Luoqing Technical School. Who might you be? The girl inquired, her heart filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression peculiar. Were they students of Luoqing Technical School? I am Su Chen. Chapter 18. After all this, it turns out there was a misunderstanding. I, Su Chen, am an admitted student of Luoqing Technical School, he said with an odd expression. Once Su Chen's voice resonated, the scene fell into silence. Bai Qing Yan stared at Su Chen in a daze. Wang Lin and Wu Tao paused their actions, looking at Su Chen with bewilderment. You are Su Chen, the admitted student of Luoqing Technical School? Bai Qing Yan asked in astonishment. For they had come to Luoqing specifically to find Su Chen, to deliver his admission notice and cultivation resources. Their intention was to prevent Su Chen from reconsidering and enrolling in another university. However, they never anticipated their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. The tension in the air was palpable. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. He had yet to enroll and had already ended up in a conflict with a senior. You claim to be Su Chen. What proof do you have? Wang Lin questioned, his tone filled with skepticism and a hint of discontent. Why should we? All of whom are new students with nothing to our names, not even an admission notice, except that you not only possess an admission notice, but also have received pre-allocated cultivation resources? In response, Su Chen produced the badge of Luoqing Technical School that Meng Qian had given him that very day. Upon seeing this, Bai Qing Yan cast a complex glance at Su Chen, realizing he truly was a student of Luoqing Technical School. Their identities were confirmed, though the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Bai Qing Yan gazed deeply at Su Chen, recalling her purpose for coming, and took out a storage ring from her embrace, flicking her fingers to reveal 3-century-old spiritual herbs and a millennium-old ginseng. By the order of the dean, I have come to deliver your admission notice from Luoqing Technical School. This is the cultivation resource that the dean specifically instructed me to bring to you. Bai Qing Yan's tone was somewhat less than pleasant. The earlier incident had left her with a poor impression of Su Chen. She acknowledged his remarkable talent, but found his character severely lacking, a veritable scoundrel. Chen accepted the admission notice and the spiritual herbs, furrowing his brow as he understood the implications, yet he accepted them without further ado. Thank you. No need. Noticing Bai Qingyan's unfavorable attitude, Chen chose not to elaborate, fully aware of the reason behind it. Meanwhile, Luo Fanyin had also concluded her battle. Lu Qingxian lay on the ground, resembling a battered mess, unable to utter a word. Only then did Luo Fanyin let her be and approach. Luoqing Technical School. A bunch of dimwits. Luo Fanyin was not one to be easily bullied. Just because Chen refrained from speaking did not mean she would remain silent. What do you mean by that? Dare to say it again. Bai Qingyan's annoyance flared, and Wang Lin and his companions were similarly unfriendly expressions. To come up and resort to violence without understanding the situation, what else could they be called but fools? Luo Fanyin was unafraid. I am not targeting Luoqing Technical School. I merely believe you lot are indeed bringing shame to it. Dare to repeat that? Bai Qingyan was incensed. I represent Luoqing Technical School. I am also a freshman at Tsinghua University. If you have grievances, come find me at Tsinghua University. Luo Fanyin retorted coldly. Do you know the background of this matter? Do you understand what has transpired? Are you aware of my relationship with Chen? You blindly believed her one-sided account and hastily labeled me as the third party while branding Chen a scoundrel? What are you if not fools? As Luo Fanyin spoke, she confronted Bai Qingyan and her group with palpable fury. Bai Qingyan wished to retort, but upon reflection, it seemed she had indeed only heard Lu Qingxian's side of the story, having been swayed by the sight of Lu Qingxian weeping sorrowfully. So what exactly transpired? Bai Qingyan inquired softly, casting a furtive glance at Chen. Wang Lin and his companions wished to interject, but ultimately held their tongues. Lu Qingxian, during the martial examination, was injured while Chen saved her. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, she demanded to break up with him, abandoning Chen. Now, seeing Chen's potential, she wishes to cling to him once more. Luo Fanyin did not elaborate further, but her meaning was abundantly clear. Bai Qingyan's face flushed with embarrassment. Her head lowered as if it would bury itself in the ground. Upon hearing Luo Fanyin's explanation, she recalled a video she had seen today, one that had stirred considerable commotion, the first sword of the martial arts square, aimed at a beloved target. The protagonists in that video were none other than Chen and Lu Qingxian. However, due to the blurry visuals, their identities were obscured, and they remained unaware that the two individuals were Chen and Lu Qingxian. At that moment, Bai Qingyan had been vehemently condemning the woman, alongside her friends, for an extended period. Yet now, Wang Lin and his companions felt exceedingly awkward. They were not from Luoqing, but upon their arrival, they had also heard tales of the happenings at the martial arts square. They had even been cursing and discussing the notion of seeking vengeance against that woman, aiming to rid the world of her presence. They never expected such a misunderstanding to arise. The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment, punctuated only by Lu Qingxian's anguished moans as she lay on the ground. I apologize. I simply could not bear to witness them slandering you when it was clearly not your fault, Luo Fanyin remarked to Chen. This was information she had only come to understand after Chen's departure. After all, she had not attended the martial arts square. Her status had guaranteed her direct admission to Tsinghua University, and participating in the martial examination was merely a formality. She had left immediately after. Chen shook his head, finding some solace in the situation. He did not wish to explain, nor was he inclined to do so. However, if he refrained from clarifying, and if these individuals returned with distorted tales, his reputation would be tarnished before he even set foot on campus. It's no trouble. I should thank you for clarifying things. Luo Fanyin smiled in response. At that moment, the most awkward person was Bai Qingyan, her head bowed, her face crimson to the ears, while no one paid any attention to Lu Qingxian sprawled on the ground. I'm sorry, we misjudged you. Bai Qingyan hastily apologized upon realizing her misunderstanding of Chen. Wang Lin and his companions felt embarrassed and struggled with their pride. They merely muttered, having taken a beating. Let us just leave it at that. Chen chuckled and nodded. Observing this, Wang Lin approached with a mischievous grin. Brother, you're quite capable. The entrance examination is imminent. Would you be interested in forming a team? According to insider information, the entrance examination will involve students from the Luoqing Technical School Student Union. Those fellows are elite students from Luoqing. There are also some foreigners. I've long been irritated by those rascals. Do you want to join forces to give them a lesson and seize their credits? Bai Qingyan's lips twitched. Wang Lin, this troublemaker, was clearly up to no good, already scheming to team up with Chen to confront the upperclassmen. He even wanted to snatch their credits. Indeed, if we band together, those upperclassmen are nothing. We can take them down. Wu Tao chimed in, wiping the blood from his lips, unbothered as he joined the group. Chen. Chapter 19. What you said earlier still stands, right? Listening to Wang Lin and Wu Tao, Chen was taken aback. What did this mean? So, after all, you are also new students? What do you think? Are you interested? We can split any credits we seize. Wang Lin grinned, and Wu Tao leaned in, saying, in the academy, cultivation is inseparable from credits. These are akin to currency outside. Without them, you'll struggle to get by. Relying solely on the few hundred credits issued by the Academy each month is utterly insufficient for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow. This was new information for him. Indeed, with only 200 credits a month, it is hardly adequate for cultivation. We must also undertake various tasks to earn credits. Bai Qingyan added quietly. This visit to deliver materials to Chen had even earned her 10 credits from the dean. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come at all. Chen furrowed his brow and spoke again. Is the Student Alliance particularly formidable? The Student Alliance is an esteemed coalition composed of the most elite students from the Luoqing Technical School, encompassing the strongest individuals from 4 graduating classes. They enjoy more resources than the average student, which naturally enhances their prowess. Currently, even the weakest member of the Student Alliance possesses a cultivation level of the Qi realm. To gain admission to the Student Alliance, one must not only demonstrate personal strength but also meet a stringent requirement. One must engage in battle within the abyss and have slain otherworldly beings, Bai Qingyan elucidated. Her greatest aspiration was to join the Student Alliance, yet her current abilities fell short. Upon hearing this, Chen's interest was piqued. Every year, the top 10 newcomers gain direct entry into the Student Alliance, and one of them is chosen as the chief student, essentially the leader of your cohort. Bai Qingyan continued. As the chief student, one enjoys additional resources and possesses special privileges within the academy, along with the opportunity to enter the abyss ahead of others. Bai Qingyan decided to share this information with Chen in advance. New students wishing to venture into the abyss must first train at the academy for half a year and demonstrate commendable performance to qualify for entry. This was information unknown even to Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Hearing this, Chen became genuinely intrigued. His current mission was to enter the abyss and slay 100 otherworldly beings. If he arrived at the academy and was denied access to the abyss, it would all be in vain. It seemed imperative that he vie for the position of chief student. Thank you for the information, senior. Chen expressed his gratitude. Contemplating the matter in his mind, Bai Qingyan felt somewhat embarrassed by the earlier conversation and said, if there are no further matters, we should return to the academy. I must report to the dean now that I have handed over the items to you. With that, she prepared to leave. It might not be safe to return to Luoshan at this hour. If you don't mind, perhaps you could stay here for the night. Leaving tomorrow would be no trouble. Wang Lin suggested. Indeed, it is late, and we haven't even had dinner yet. He added, scratching his head. Chen chuckled softly and led them to the nearest restaurant, where they ordered a variety of dishes. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian lay on the street, and after some time, she staggered to her feet, casting a resentful glance at Chen, who was dining not far away. Initially, Lu Qingxian harbored some hopes. After all, Chen had harbored feelings for her for so long that he couldn't simply let go. Moreover, in the past, Chen would acquiesce to her every whim, never daring to refuse her. She contemplated softening her stance, giving Chen an easy way out, allowing him to return as her devoted admirer. At that point, she would devise a plan to transfer all of his assets into her name before casting him aside. After all, the shop within the martial arts hall could yield immense profits, and Lu Qingxian was envious beyond measure. However, she never anticipated Chen would be so decisively ruthless, showing her no signs of lingering affection. Indeed, men are all the same, she thought bitterly. Chen, you will regret this, Lu Qingxian declared with venomous resentment before staggering away. Inside the restaurant, after satisfying their hunger, the group followed Chen back to his residence. Chen's home was a standalone villa, accommodating them comfortably. However, Luo Fanning seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at Chen. He noticed her demeanor and could not resist inquiring. Is something the matter? It's nothing, Luo Fanning replied, snapping back to reality and blushing as she realized Chen was right in front of her. That thing you mentioned earlier, does it still hold? She asked softly. Confused, Chen replied, what do you mean? Never mind. Luo Fanning waved her hand dismissively, then added, it's getting late, I should head out. With that, she dashed away before Chen could respond. Perplexed, Chen sensed something was off with Luo Fanning, but could not pinpoint what it was. Nonetheless, he brushed it aside and proceeded to arrange accommodations for Wang Lin and Wu Tao while he retreated to the basement to continue his cultivation. The following day, Bai Qingyan returned to Luoqing Technical School early, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao chose to remain. They reasoned that returning would leave them idle, so it would be more beneficial to stay and bond with Chen. Bai Qingyan was quite pleased with their decision, as those two had caused quite a stir at the academy. Thus, she led the other two directly away. After Bai Qingyan departed, Wang Lin and Wu Tao kept themselves busy, noticing Chen deeply engaged in his training, and they joined him in practice. Having learned about the chief student position the previous night, they each harbored aspirations. Who could resist the allure of being the leader among new students? Especially for Wang Lin and Wu Tao, who had been competing with each other since their first meeting, each determined to outdo the other and claim the title of leader. The previous night, they had both felt somewhat defeated after being easily bested by Chen. They were confident in their talents. Had it not been for family arrangements, they could have easily enrolled in a top-tier university. They had assumed that attending a technical school would allow them to easily ascend to the role of leader. Yet they had not anticipated being overpowered by Su Chen. Moreover, they sensed that Su Chen had not exerted his full strength, although they had not either. Yet, they couldn't ignore the fact that Su Chen was diligently training. Before long, a week had passed. During this time, Su Chen received spiritual herbs from the dean, as well as beast cores obtained from his hunts against monstrous creatures, and additional cultivation resources provided by the Sword King. There was no need to worry about cultivation resources. Within the span of a week, Su Chen had successfully refined 21 spiritual herbs, significantly enhancing his vitality and blood, with subtle signs of a potential breakthrough. Given just one more day, he would undoubtedly advance to the Qi Blood Realm's 7th star. However, time was of the essence. For today marked the entrance examination for Luoqing Technical School, and tardiness was not an option. Let us go. Upon stepping outside, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were already prepared, and the trio set off towards Luoqing Technical School. Chapter 20. The examination begins, the privileges of international students. Beyond Luocheng, in the lofty Luoshan Mountains, ancient trees towered, casting shadows over the land, while atop Luoshan stood the Luoqing Technical School. As Su Chen and his companions arrived, they found the base of the mountain teeming with students, newcomers awaiting their entrance examinations. A cursory glance revealed that most possessed cultivation levels of 3 or 2 stars in the Qi Blood Realm, with 4-star cultivators being exceedingly rare. After all, those with such prowess typically pursued admission to more prestigious academies, who would choose a technical school. A few stronger individuals among them were likely troublemakers who had made significant mistakes, thus rejected by other academies, or students whose martial arts scores were absurdly low. Overall, the caliber of students at the technical school was not particularly impressive. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Wang Lin and Wu Tao. At noon, a figure clad in white appeared silently upon the branches of an ancient tree, exuding an aura that instantly silenced the restless students, plunging them into a chilling stillness. Once they settled down, the white-clad figure spoke. "Welcome, new students of Luoqing Technical School. You are about to face the entrance examination. I will outline some basic rules. Once the examination commences, each of you will be issued a student card containing 200 credits, serving as your foundational credits for enrollment. However, whether you retain those credits until you officially enter Luoqing Technical School depends on your own capabilities. Within Luoshan, senior students will lie in wait to seize your credits. Naturally, you may form teams among yourselves or attempt to pilfer from one another. The only rule is that there are no rules." The white figure briefly outlined the regulations, chuckling lightly before vanishing, leaving only a resonant voice behind. Anyone who fails to enter Luoqing Technical School before sunset will be deemed eliminated and must return home. All students, please present your admission notices to collect your student cards. Bai Qingyan and several senior students made their appearance here, and as the voices subsided, individuals began to collect their belongings. Soon, Su Chen and his companions received their student cards, emblazoned with a series of numbers, 200, indicating an allocation of 200 credits. Su Chen, do not be complacent. There are over 4,000 new students this time, and it is likely that half will be eliminated. Bai Qingyan whispered to Su Chen as she handed him his student card. Moreover, it seems that the dean has expended considerable resources to recruit several exceptionally talented individuals, one of whom has already reached the 7th star realm of vitality. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at the thought of 4,000 new students. With the Luoqing Technical School intending to eliminate half of them, what sort of operation is this? Why invest heavily in attracting such prodigies? What is the Luoqing Technical School's intention? Furrowing his brow, Su Chen expressed his gratitude to Bai Qingyan, saying, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Wang Lin and Wu Tao appeared unfazed. As if they were already aware of the situation, they discreetly kept their silence. Just as they were about to enter Mount Luo, a commotion erupted. "Get out of the way, you yellow-skinned pigs." The sound of furious insults accompanied by the noise of scuffles reached Su Chen's ears, prompting him to turn and observe a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals strutting towards them with an air of arrogance. What a wretched place. The air is so foul. Indeed. In China, the air is reeking. Please bear with it for now. Once we reach the academy, I shall immediately arrange for you to have the finest accommodations. However, you must still participate in today's entrance examination, but rest assured, it will merely be a formality." A middle-aged man, clad in Luoqing Technical School attire, bowed and scraped, eliciting disdainful glances from the surrounding crowd. These international students were a common sight not only at Luoqing Technical School, but at every academy across China. They enjoyed the best resources, yet contributed nothing, often engaging in brawls and disturbances, with the academy unable to take appropriate action. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan's eyes reflected some indignation. Yet she felt powerless. So why not expel them? Su Chen inquired, intrigued by the immediate aversion he felt towards these individuals, particularly the obsequious man. The dean had surely considered this, but the underlying issues were beyond his authority. Otherwise, which academy in China would be willing to accept such individuals? These people were the dregs of their own country, sent to China due to familial connections, exploiting its resources for cultivation while causing chaos. Su Chen furrowed his brow, not out of a personal vendetta against them. If you come here, you ought to abide by the local rules. To eat the food here and then tarnish the very place that sustains you is utterly unacceptable. Bai Qingyan cautioned once more. Su Chen remained silent, and Wang Lin merely cast a cold glance before the three of them proceeded directly into Mount Luo. Upon entering, Su Chen immediately sensed that the spiritual energy surrounding them was far denser than outside. The journey from here to Luoqing Technical School would take approximately half an hour, and with the examination concluding at sunset, they had just over 4 hours left. Shall we go for a big score? Wang Lin suggested, unable to contain his excitement. The rules of the competition dictated that they would vie for credits, an essential pass within the academy that no one would refuse. Wu Tao chimed in, indeed. Credits are of utmost importance and never too many. Haha, causing a stir right at the beginning of the semester. I've seen many new students like you, thinking you are hotshots just because it's merely a technical school. Once you enter the academy, you'll soon realize your place. As Su Chen was about to respond, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Turning around, he found a black-clad senior leaning against a large boulder, watching them with a mocking expression. Since you're new, as your senior, I won't be too harsh, but the rules are clear. If you don't want to get beaten, hand over your credits. I won't ask for much, just 100 each will suffice. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Su Chen found it amusing that he had encountered a senior attempting to extort them right upon entering. This senior possessed considerable strength, already at the second-star realm of the Vital Sea. Are you daring enough? Su Chen ignored the provocateur and turned to Wang Lin and Wu Tao for their input. What do you mean daring? Without waiting for Su Chen's response, Wang Lin charged forward with his broadsword, the blade vibrating with a resounding energy. Wu Tao followed suit, lunging with his dark spear, striking like a dragon. The two joined forces and began to overpower the senior. The senior, bewildered and incredulous, could hardly believe that he, an experienced student at the second-star realm, was being bested by two newcomers. Before he could react, he found himself on the ground, completely subdued, while Su Chen had yet to lift a finger. You're not as impressive as I thought, Wang Lin and Wu Tao taunted, leaving the senior wallowing in despair and self-doubt. Hand over your credits, Wang Lin said with a grin. The senior, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that newcomers were attempting to seize his credits. What are you saying? Still pretending, are you? Wang Lin kicked out, landing a blow on the senior before seizing the student card, swiftly transferring the 800 credits onto his own card. Such a pauper. Only 800 credits. Wu Tao added, further deepening the senior's embarrassment. The senior felt like crying. What kind of absurdity was this? He had worked hard to accumulate those credits, only to have them snatched away by newcomers right upon arrival. If word got out, his reputation would be utterly ruined. He might as well withdraw from school. It was simply humiliating. Let me hold on to these credits for now, and we'll redistribute them once we reach the academy, Wang Lin declared, a cunning glint in his eye. Get lost. You rascal, don't think I don't know what you're scheming, Wu Tao retorted, snatching Wang Lin's student card and handing it to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. Then I shall hold on to them for now. Once we reach the academy, we can divide them, but since I did not contribute, I shall not take a share this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao fell silent for a moment, understanding Su Chen's concerns. They then proposed. How about this? We split the 800 credits, with 8/10 for us and 2/10 for you. We can continue this way, rewarding those who contribute more. Su Chen, you can keep track of it all, and we will allocate accordingly later, Wu Tao suggested, believing that Su Chen was the most reliable to manage this arrangement. While Wang Lin shared the sentiment. Let us finalize this. I have no objections. Wang Lin concurred, and before Su Chen could voice any further thoughts, Wang Lin had already made the decision. With 800 credits, if divided into 2 portions, one could acquire 160. Senior, do enlighten us about which upperclassmen have arrived this time and their capabilities. We need to be prepared. Su Chen inquired with a cheerful grin. The upperclassman, taken aback, felt a pang of anxiety. If it were anyone else, he would have assumed they sought to gather information to avoid confrontation. However, with these three, he couldn't shake the sense that they were plotting to challenge the upperclassmen. The thought startled him, as it seemed unprecedented since the school's inception. This cannot be divulged, the upperclassman declared, only to be swiftly hoisted by Su Chen and suspended from a tree. If you refuse to speak, do not blame me, Su Chen said, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the upperclassmen without mercy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that Su Chen was not the virtuous character they had presumed. They had misjudged him. Speak or not, the trio united to deliver a thorough beating to the upperclassmen, employing severe tactics, with Wang Lin particularly enthusiastic. New students occasionally passed by, witnessing the spectacle, left utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this the entrance examination? How cruel. These upperclassmen were truly brutal. The passing freshmen fled in terror, fearing that lingering would lead to a similar fate. To them, Su Chen and his companions appeared as the real upperclassmen, while the one being assaulted was undoubtedly a new student. I'll speak. The upperclassmen could no longer hold back, hastily exclaiming, if I don't, these three rascals might very well beat me to death. What sin had he committed to encounter such ruffians? Among the upperclassmen, the strongest was Lu Qingfeng, the second in command of the Student Alliance, boasting a cultivation level of 6 stars in the Qi realm. There was also Mo Hong Kong's team, comprised entirely of members with at least 3 stars in the Qi realm, as well as Jiang Sini's team. These 3 groups represented the pinnacle of strength among the upperclassmen. Aside from them, there were merely scattered smaller teams. Su Chan was somewhat taken aback. The second in command of the Student Alliance has personally come? Is an entrance examination really that significant? Is it not? With over 4,000 new students, each possessing 200 credits, that amounts to 800,000 credits. This is already 1/5 of the total credits for a year at the Luoqing Technical School. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was astonished when calculated. It truly amounted to a substantial figure. After receiving this information, Su Chen pondered, contemplating the odds of confronting these 3 formidable teams. A 6-star in the Qi realm. Achieving the position of second in command within the Student Alliance was undoubtedly no ordinary talent. Let us go. I can hardly wait. 800,000 credits. If we manage to seize them all, we would surely become wealthy. Wang Lin exclaimed impatiently. Even if we cannot defeat those 3 teams, can't we at least outrun them? Wu Tao added, his blood boiling with excitement. Following this entrance examination, there will be a competition to determine the top student. This is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's furrowed brow relaxed. It seemed he had overthought the situation. The 3 of them ventured into the depths of the forest, disappearing from sight. The upperclassman remained suspended from the tree, on the verge of tears, wanting to shout out. Could you please let me down? Soon, Su Chun and his companions arrived at the central region of Luoshan, the most perilous area where nearly all upperclassmen lay in ambush. In stark contrast to the other new students, who stealthily attempted to infiltrate, Su Chun and his friends strode boldly forward. Wang Lin, wielding his saber, walked with an air of confidence, while Wu Tao and Su Chun took cover nearby, waiting for their prey to fall into their trap. Indeed, it wasn't long before 3 upperclassmen noticed Wang Lin. The current crop of new students is not only arrogant, but also remarkably foolish. It would be an insult to our status as upperclassmen if we don't teach them a lesson, they remarked as they approached Wang Lin, unwittingly stepping into Su Chun and Wu Tao's ambush. Chapter 22, The Merciless Beating of International Students, You're Doomed. Hey kid, are you lost? What are you wandering around here for? The burly upperclassman chuckled, having reached Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin flashed an innocent grin, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Senior, I'm from the countryside and can't seem to find the Luoqing Technical School. Could you please guide me? As he spoke, Wang Lin leaned closer, rubbing his now smeared hand across the upperclassman's clothes. The upperclassmen were utterly disgusted but maintained their composure. Sure. But we can't do it for free, can we? I get it. It's about credits, right? I don't even know what those are worth. I'll hand them over to you. At this, the 3 upperclassmen burst into laughter, giving Wang Lin a thumbs up. Wang Lin pretended to reach for his student card. But in the next moment, he drew his saber and struck fiercely. The blade's aura surged, and simultaneously, Su Chun and Wu Tao sprang into action, their coordination flawless. They swiftly knocked out 2 upperclassmen, leaving only the burly one. Sensing danger, he turned to flee, but Su Chun would not allow him to escape. Brandishing the Long Yuan sword, he pursued him. The upperclassman, at a 4-star level in the Qi realm, was relatively capable. Yet, under Su Chen's monstrous prowess, he could not withstand even 3 blows before being knocked unconscious and dragged back. Monstrous! Wang Lin and Wu Tao couldn't help but exclaim. Su Chen's strength was undeniably superior to theirs. In no time, the trio had their credits completely siphoned, amounting to a whopping 4,000 credits, a substantial haul indeed. After completing this, the 3 prepared to depart, only to be drawn in by the sounds of a nearby scuffle. More action. I relish this. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wu Tao and Wang Lin chuckled, while Su Chen stealthily made his way toward the source of the conflict. Several foreign students, better known as yellow-skinned pigs, why not hurry up and surrender your credits? The audacity of the foreign students disappointed me. Are the warriors of Huaxia truly this weak? A blonde, blue-eyed individual spoke, while a nearby male student from Huaxia nodded submissively, then glanced at the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground. Hurry and hand over your credits. It is an honor to have Lord Bill interested in them. You scoundrels, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll make your lives miserable at the academy every day. You lackey, haven't you realized? You were born to serve others, reveling in such a role. The 3 individuals on the ground cursed vehemently, their fury palpable. Being defeated by upperclassmen, or even by new students, they could accept. It was a matter of skill. But being vanquished by these foreign devils was utterly intolerable. The key was that a traitor among them had betrayed their own, igniting a burning desire to tear apart this despicable creature before them. Nonsense. Being favored by Lord Bill is my honor. What is wrong with enjoying being a dog? What can your so-called pride bring you? Being beaten to a pulp? Or being eliminated outright? The lackey sneered, feeling no shame whatsoever, but rather, a twisted sense of satisfaction. This scene only intensified the fury of the 3 on the ground. Yet their leg bones had been shattered. Without treatment, they would be permanently crippled. Just a bunch of trash. Let us kill them. Another blonde, blue-eyed individual declared. Kill them? What will we say to Luoqing Technical School if we do that? What do you mean what will we say? They can kill us if they wish. The one referred to as Bill replied coldly, glancing disdainfully at the three on the ground. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, showing no fear. The lackey hesitated. If he took action, the academy would likely not let him off easily. He could escape punishment for killing students during the assessment, but he could not. Realizing this, he hesitated. Yet the other foreign students urged him on. With no choice left, the lackey steeled himself and approached. The three individuals on the ground glared at him in anger. Yet they were powerless to resist. Damn it, is no one going to intervene? Wang Lin said coldly, sensing several upperclassmen or is nearby. Yet not a single one dared to step forward. Su Chen's countenance remained composed, yet a murderous intent simmered in his eyes. A sycophant stepped forward, clutching a knife, hesitating as he pondered whether to plunge it into Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen moved, the long yuan sword forth, its blade slicing through the air with lethal precision, penetrating the sycophant's shoulder, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. In an instant, Su Chen's figure materialized before a group of international students, his gaze icy as he scrutinized them. The sycophant howled in pain, only to be met with a barrage of blows from Wang Lin and Wu Tao, resulting in him appearing foolish. Upon producing his student card, it was revealed that the sycophant had accumulated not a single credit, all of which had been siphoned off by the international students. Who are you? Impressive strength. One of the international students remarked, seemingly unperturbed. Bill cast a discerning glance at Su Chen, then chuckled softly, not bad at all. I can offer you a chance to replace him and become my dog. Surrender all your credits to me, and I shall grant you this opportunity to bask in my glory. Glory my foot. Su Chen's fury ignited as he brandished the long yuan sword. A terrifying radiance emanating from its blade, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping the space. Bill's expression shifted, anger flaring in his eyes. Bold of you to be so disrespectful. Then prepare to die, he bellowed, revealing his own prowess at the 6-star blood chi realm, a force not to be underestimated. Yet, he was pitted against a prodigy like Su Chen. The remaining international students sprang into action, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao, unable to contain themselves any longer, charged in to engage. Within a minute, Bill lay sprawled on the ground, his face transformed into a panda's eye from the relentless beating. Damn it, you dare strike me. You wretched pig? You'll pay for this. I will report you, and you'll pay with your life. Crack. Su Chen's fist connected, knocking out the sycophant's teeth. So, you were the one who broke their legs? Su Chen inquired, his expression fierce as Bill grimaced in rage. And what if I did? I hail from the illustrious empire of the sun never sets. You dare lay a hand on me. Your dean will not let this go. He will have you expelled and executed to quell the wrath of the empire. Su Chen, weary of his prattle, delivered a powerful kick, shattering Bill's legs. As Bill shrieked in agony and hurled curses, Su Chen stuffed a stone into his mouth to silence him. The other international students suffered a similar fate, their legs broken and mouths gagged, as Su Chen pilfered their student cards, discovering a staggering total of 10,000 credits, which he promptly seized. He then turned his attention to the fallen sycophant. While the international students were indeed repugnant, the sycophant represented the utmost filth. What do you intend to do? The sycophant stammered, terror-stricken, attempting to resist, but to no avail. Without uttering a single word, Su Chen unleashed a brutal onslaught, hoisting him up for further punishment. Chapter 23. Treating upperclassmen like dogs, who brings a wrench on their outings. The cries of anguish echoed as the sycophant, in disbelief, never anticipated someone would dare to confront the international students so fearlessly, delivering a merciless beating that left them with broken legs. The international students were indeed despicable, yet the sycophant was even more detestable. Su Chen showed no mercy as the trio continued their relentless assault, reducing the sycophant to the brink of unconsciousness. During this commotion, 4 upperclassmen from the enforcement team arrived, tasked with maintaining order. After carrying away the injured students, they dragged the international students off, merely advising Su Chen to avoid causing any fatalities. Wang Lin, in a fit of rage, carved the words traitor onto the sycophant's face before preparing to leave. Damn it. I loathe such people. Once we return to the academy, I will deal with every single one of them. Wu Tao cursed, delivering one final punch to the sycophant before turning to depart. Hold on, classmates. Just a few steps away, a group of upperclassmen obstructed Su Chen and his companion's path. What is it? Are you looking to rob our credits? You'd best hurry. Wang Lin snapped, brandishing his broadsword at one of the upperclassmen. Where were you earlier? When the international students were around. Now you suddenly appear in numbers. Wu Tao remarked, his eyes laced with mockery. The upperclassmen shuffled awkwardly, their toes digging into the ground. They had been nearby, witnessing the events unfold, but the international students enjoyed special privileges and were protected by the Academy's International Student Alliance, rendering them untouchable. Even by the dean. They had long harbored disdain for these individuals but felt utterly powerless to intervene, having grown accustomed to turning a blind eye. We have our own grievances. These individuals enjoy privileges, utilizing our resources to cultivate while acting like tyrants, tarnishing our reputation, one upperclassman lamented, his face a mask of helplessness. You spineless weaklings. Wang Lin retorted angrily. You allow them to bully your compatriots right in front of you, and yet have the audacity to hide. If I were you, I would simply abandon my cultivation and return home to do menial labor. While you're at it, remember to cover your face, not to avoid the stench, but to spare yourself the embarrassment. Wang Lin spared no mercy, leaving the upperclassmen utterly humiliated. When did the warriors of our Huaxia become so cowardly? Chen asked, his voice laced with indignation. If they claimed ignorance, it could be excused, but they had witnessed everything, yet chose to cower in the shadows, feigning ignorance. To put it bluntly, these were their juniors, and they stood idly by as their fellow students were humiliated and had their legs broken. This was the true source of Chen's fury. The upperclassmen, ashamed, lowered their heads, at a loss for words, utterly mortified. They were simply afraid. After voicing his grievances, Chen had no intention of departing. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon them, speaking once more. What? Are you still considering robbing our credits? You dare to rob us? Wu Tao exclaimed, gripping his pitch-black spear tightly. The upperclassmen felt a wave of shame wash over them, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. It's not robbery. We merely wish to borrow some credits. One of the scrawnier, rat-like individuals began to explain. Yet before he could finish, another student clamped a hand over his mouth. They attempted to justify themselves, but Chen had no desire to hear their excuses and immediately sprang into action. With a sweep of the long yuan sword, the blade unleashed a torrent of sword energy, creating a gale that swept through the area. The elegance of his swordsmanship resembled that of a celestial swordsman descended from the heavens, leaving the upperclassmen scrambling to defend themselves amidst the chaos. Rob me? I wouldn't dare steal from you. You should be counting your blessings. Wang Lin roared, unleashing a wave of terrifying blade energy. The upperclassmen, though no weaklings themselves, were all at the 3-star Blood Sea realm, yet the embarrassment of the moment left them feeling utterly defeated. Fueled by pent-up frustration, Chen and his companions unleashed their might, swiftly overpowering the upperclassmen in mere minutes. However, Chen showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he continued to pummel them mercilessly. As the onslaught ensued, Wu Tao swung his spear like a club, and Wang Lin went so far as to lift a large stone, smashing it down with reckless abandon until it shattered. The wails of the upperclassmen reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundations of Luoshan. As the enforcement team observed from a distance, their faces twitching in disbelief, yet too intimidated to intervene. They feared being subjected to the same treatment. The new students were terrifyingly formidable. Each one possessed the Blood Chi realm, overpowering the upperclassmen without a shred of restraint. Chen dusted off his hands and retrieved the wrench from the ground, tucking it back into his clothing amidst the astonished gazes of Wang Lin and Wu Tao. I simply have a penchant for mechanics. Carrying a wrench is quite reasonable, don't you think? Wang Lin and Wu Tao remained silent, recalling the earlier scene of Chen wielding the wrench against the upperclassmen's heads, leaving them in a contemplative silence. Indeed, Chen was no ordinary individual who carries a wrench around as if it were a good luck charm. After extracting the upperclassmen's student cards, Chen siphoned off an additional 6,000 credits, hoisting them all up and hanging them from a tree before preparing to depart. The upperclassmen were left barely clinging to life, bloodied and battered, in a condition slightly better than that of the previous sycophant, yet still in dire straits. Once Chen and his companions had retreated to a safe distance, the enforcement team cautiously approached, hastily lowering the upperclassmen from the trees before retreating without a backward glance, eager to return to the academy for medical treatment. Such brutality. These 3 newcomers were simply too savage. The seasoned upperclassmen were thoroughly taken aback. Which new student had the audacity to treat the veterans as if they were mere dogs, even resorting to wielding stones as weapons? Particularly that lad in white attire, who, despite appearing somewhat refined, had a wrench concealed on his person, which he brandished against his adversaries. Such brutishness. A message must be dispatched to the participating upperclassmen, alerting them to these 3 newcomers, especially the one clad in white, who displayed an utter disregard for the dignity of upperclassmen. Meanwhile, the members of the enforcement team hastily retrieved their phones to relay the news, and the group chat erupted in chaos. Upperclassmen being assaulted by newcomers? This batch of freshmen is exceptionally savage. A barrage of incredulous inquiries flooded in, all expressing disbelief and reluctance to accept the reality. After all, they had yet to encounter any formidable newcomers. They had consistently dominated their matches against those weaker than themselves. This line of thought prompted a recollection of the time when the freshmen first arrived at Luoshan. Who was it that had been suspended from a tree and beaten by the newcomers? Could it possibly have been these very same individuals? Accompanying this thought was a photo. The chat fell silent. The upperclassman who had just struggled down from the tree was now in a state of shock. How on earth could he continue? However, upon realizing that he was not the only one to have faced such humiliation, a sense of balance returned to his troubled mind. Outside Luoshan, by Qingyan, glancing at her phone, felt a surge of concern. The dean had somehow managed to recruit some formidable freshmen. But she wondered which ones were so brutal as to treat upperclassmen with such disdain, even carrying wrenches as if they were weapons. Would Chen encounter these savage individuals? He appeared so gentle and fragile. What would he do if he crossed paths with them? Chapter 24, The Enforcement Team Strikes? Upperclassmen tremble in fear. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but worry about Chen. The thought of that wrench-wielding brute assaulting upperclassmen made her want to send a warning to Chen to exercise caution. Yet, she hesitated, considering the potential repercussions if word got out, as it could lead to accusations of cheating against him. In her anxiety, she found herself unable to take action and decided to return to the academy to await further developments. Meanwhile, Chen and his companions swaggered through Luoshan, having already bested several upperclassmen, seizing their credits in the process. Together, they amassed over 20,000 credits, a staggering sum. Even if divided equally, each would possess nearly 7,000 credits. Many upperclassmen lacked such an amount, with some struggling to scrape by with a pitiful few credits each month. After the enforcement team's message was disseminated, some upperclassmen, intrigued yet skeptical, sought out Chen and his companions, only to be met with a thorough thrashing. Indeed, they were treated as if they were nothing, their credits forcibly taken, and then they were hung up as a display. Shortly thereafter, members of the enforcement team would stealthily arrive to lower the defeated upperclassmen and take them for medical treatment. Perhaps fueled by the earlier incident with the international students, Chen and his companions were filled with a fierce energy, harboring a deep disdain for the upperclassmen. Each strike they delivered was ruthless and decisive. At that moment, several upperclassmen quaked in fear, swearing they had no intention of inciting Chen's wrath. Yet Chen was indifferent. Upon spotting upperclassmen, he would block their path without hesitation. Calm down, Junior. We truly mean you no harm. We are here as part of the enforcement team to maintain order, not to impede your competition. Please do not confuse us, pleaded one trembling upperclassman, who had indeed been apprehended by Chen. Fool, you expect to deceive me? Hand over your student ID, and I shall decide your fate, Chen declared, his sword vibrating ominously as its edge gleamed in the air. The upperclassmen were rendered speechless. Was this newcomer truly so ferocious, having grasped the essence of sword chi upon entering the academy? Even the head of the student alliance at Luoqing Technical School, a master of swordsmanship, had only just begun to comprehend sword chi. Upon seeing Chen's white garb, they realized he was the very individual who carried a wrench. Calm down, Junior. We really are part of the enforcement team, they implored. But Chen paid them no heed. He unsheathed his sword and charged. Wang Lin and Wu Tao followed suit, brandishing their weapons without hesitation. Before long, the enforcement team upperclassmen found themselves pinned to the ground and thoroughly beaten. Their credits forcibly taken and their dignity stripped away. How audacious of the enforcement team to claim authority. Where were they when the foreign students flaunted their arrogance? What enforcement team, indeed? We are only robbing the upperclassmen participating in the competition. What enforcement team would intrude upon the arena? Chen interrupted Wang Lin, who suddenly grasped the underlying meaning of his words. Indeed, it was glaringly obvious that these were merely upperclassmen masquerading as enforcement personnel, assuming we are oblivious to their ruse. With that, the trio continued their tirade and departed. The enforcement team upperclassmen were left despondent, contemplating the absurdity of their predicament. Once Chen and his companions had distanced themselves, they could only struggle to reach their phones, dialing for help. Hello, Brother Chen, please come to rescue us. We've been assaulted by newcomers and are hanging from a tree. They confessed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them. They had always been the ones to come to others' aid, yet now they found themselves in need of rescue. Remember, don't bring anyone with you. Keep your voice down so no one sees us. This is humiliating. Before long, a burly man arrived to rescue them, bursting into laughter. Subsequently, a message circulated in the upperclassmen group chat. Attention, everyone. Those 3 ruffian newcomers have even assaulted members of the enforcement team, particularly that one in white. Who is the most brutal of them all? They possess no sense of reason. If you encounter them, flee immediately and do not attempt to reason with them. This message ignited a frenzy in the upperclassmen group. Were the newcomers truly so audacious? Did they dare to strike the enforcement team? This was a blatant challenge to the authority of the upperclassmen. Such behavior was intolerable. Brothers, beware. Though those 3 ruffians only possess 6-star chi blood cultivation, they can overpower those at the Chi C realm. Pure brutes. I have already experienced their ferocity firsthand. That one in white swung his wrench at my head, treating me like I was nothing. And that one in black, wielding a blade, kept going for my groin. And the pretty boy with the gun kept poking me in the backside. The identity of the victim remained a mystery, and the chat fell silent before erupting into laughter. Bro, is your brother alright? Is this for real? Are the newcomers this brutal now? I don't believe it, unless you provide proof. Me neither. Unless you post a photo. Is that gunman really the one I'm thinking of? The messages flooded in, and laughter ensued as upperclassmen reacted with disbelief, amusement, and a newfound respect for Chen and his companions. Only those who had been genuinely assaulted fell silent, aware of the truth behind the claims. Having previously dismissed the notion until they themselves had been thoroughly humbled. Are these three newcomers truly this formidable? How intriguing. Lu Qingfeng pondered as he perused the messages on his phone, a contemplative expression crossing his face. As the second-in-command of the Student Alliance and a 6-star Chi-Si cultivator, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest among the participating upperclassmen. I just inquired with the enforcement team Old Chen, and he confirmed that indeed. 3 newcomers are wreaking havoc, mercilessly assaulting upperclassmen, even attacking members of the enforcement team. In short, they are robbing anyone they encounter. And their credits must be nearing 30,000 by now. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Lu Qingfeng's face. It seems we have some rebellious spirits among us. I quite like such audacity. With that thought, he made his way toward Luoshan, joined by Jiang Sini's team and Mo Hong Kong. The 3 individuals are the strongest among the senior students this time. Upon hearing the news, they were filled with intrigue and wished to witness Su Chun and his companions. Only by Qing Yan, upon seeing the messages in the group, was filled with anxiety, fearing that Su Chun might encounter the 3 brutal bandits. It is widely known that these 3 bandits rob anyone they come across, leaving even the law enforcement team in their wake, exhibiting sheer savagery. Meanwhile, Su Chun and his companions strolled confidently through Mount Luo, while the other new students, akin to frightened puppies, wished they could dig a tunnel to escape into the academy, creating a stark contrast between the 2 scenes. Chapter 25. Why does a sword cultivator carry a wrench? At this moment, Su Chun and his companions boasted over 30,000 credits among them, a truly substantial amount. Upon entering Mount Luo, they were awarded 200 credits, which many new students had lost to the bandits almost immediately. However, Su Chun and his companions not only escaped being robbed, but also turned the tables on the seniors, defeating many of them soundly. The 30,000 credits were thus divided equally among the 3, granting each a remarkable sum of 10,000. Such an amount was unattainable even for the seniors, who found themselves increasingly impoverished. At this juncture, after dispatching several seniors, Su Chun's gaze fell upon a tall, white-haired young man. The young man's eyes sparkled like torches, his long sword slung across his back, standing there as if he were a sword himself, exuding a palpable sword aura. Chi in Blood Realm, 7 stars. It seems he is a new student, Wang Lin remarked after a brief examination. Su Chun's attention was also drawn to him, as the young man emanated a powerful presence. Neither party moved to attack, merely observing each other in an oddly charged atmosphere. White hair, sword on your back, you must be Tong Yu. Wu Tao furrowed his brow. Having seen Tong Yu's information in the new student records, his cultivation was undoubtedly the highest among this batch of new students, already at Qi and Blood Realm. 7 stars. He was also hailed as a prodigy, capable of fighting beyond his level, having allegedly brought down a Qi realm warrior in battle, a victory that had made him famous. Under normal circumstances, Tong Yu's talents would have easily earned him a place in the Imperial Academy. But it was unclear what means the dean employed to lure him to the Luoqing Technical School. Leave your credits. After a prolonged silence, Tong Yu spoke coldly, resembling an iceberg unwilling to utter another word. Su Chen frowned, recalling by Qing Yan's warning. It seemed the Qi and Blood Realm. 7 stars she mentioned referred to this individual. You are indeed strong, but you are not my opponents. If you wish to avoid elimination, hand over your credits. Seeing Su Chun and his companion silent, a sharp sword energy flickered in Tong Yu's eyes, his gaze growing ever more radiant. The sword at his back flew into his hand, emitting a gentle tremor as if yearning for battle. Shall we engage? Su Chun's companions responded. Let us teach him a lesson. In the next instant, all 3 launched their assault, surrounding Tong Yu without adhering to any martial ethics. Tong Yu scoffed, drawing his sword in a swift motion, revealing a rather impressive spiritual sword of considerable value. As he unleashed his sword, an ominous wave of sword energy surged forth, terrifyingly potent. Tong Yu's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of sword energy, touching upon the realm of sword gang. Undeniably, such talent was formidable, not only within the Luoqing Technical School, but throughout the entirety of China. Yet, the adversary he faced was Su Chun, a prodigy who had already comprehended the sword gang. You are indeed strong, but as I stated, you are not my match. Tong Yu declared defiantly, my swordsmanship has reached perfection, blood must be spilled with every strike. Upon hearing this, Su Chun paused momentarily, observing Tong Yu's sword energy, which indeed reached a remarkable level. It was impressive, to say the least. If it came down to a one-on-one duel, Wang Lin and Wu Tao might not stand a chance against him. Your swordsmanship is commendable, at your age. Within a technical school, it's sufficient to earn you recognition. However, it is unfortunate that you have crossed paths with me, destined to be trampled beneath my feet. Tong Yu's voice rang out, but Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, realizing Tong Yu's haughty demeanor masked a fragile ego. Wang Lin, wielding his broadsword, struck down with fury, knowing that Su Chun had already grasped the sword gang, and none had ever displayed such arrogance. Indeed, in the following moment, Su Chun made his move. The Long Yuan sword surged forth, transforming into a fleeting shadow, its sword energy shattering Tong Yu's sword energy with brute force, sending him staggering back several paces. Even Tong Yu's notable spiritual sword appeared insignificant before the Long Yuan sword, trembling in its presence. It was ludicrous. Su Chun's Long Yuan sword was a divine weapon. No ordinary sword could possibly compare. As the Long Yuan sword manifested, all swords bowed in submission. Tong Yu's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorted with terror as he witnessed the sword gang erupting from the Long Yuan sword. The aura of the sword rang out, instantly crushing his sword energy. Tong Yu's expression turned savage, disbelief flooding his features. Sword gang. Impossible. How could this be? He never anticipated that this new student, seemingly of similar age, had already comprehended the sword gang, while he himself, though at the pinnacle of sword energy, remained a considerable distance from it. The sword gang surged past, and Tong Yu, in a state of desperation, attempted to evade, yet was struck, the sword gang slicing through his body, leaving him sprawled on the ground. He knew all too well that had Su Chun desired to kill him, he would already be dead. I do not strike lightly. When I do, blood must flow, Su Chun proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, the Long Yuan sword hovering before him, the sword gang swirling with an air of oppression. Tong Yu, infuriated, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His swordsmanship talent was indeed formidable, unmatched among his peers, and he had been regarded as the most likely successor to the Sword King, even being taken under the Sword King's wing as a named disciple. Yet now, the very skill he took pride in had been utterly crushed by a peer, leaving him in a state of turmoil. For a moment, Tong Yu found it hard to accept, spitting out blood in frustration. I thought you were strong, yet it turns out you are just a paper tiger. Practice more. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's taunts stung deeply, further infuriating Tong Yu. Hand over your credits. Wang Lin approached, reaching out to seize them, prompting a furious response from Tong Yu as he swung his sword in retaliation. He had never endured such humiliation, but in the next moment, Wang Lin kicked him away. And before Tong Yu could retaliate, Wu Tao joined in. People like him deserve a beating. I've seen enough of this. The two launched a relentless assault, their blows more ferocious than those dealt to the seniors. Wang Lin even shattered stones in the process. Tong Yu, utterly defeated and disheveled, remained unwilling to capitulate, refusing to plead for mercy, maintaining a stubborn silence. In the end, Su Chun, although reluctant to wield the wrench, merely observed Tong Yu, feeling a twinge of regret for the talent he possessed. If only he could be won over. Contemplating this, Su Chun transferred the entirety of Tong Yu's 8,000 credits to himself. A swordsman's mentality proved so fragile. Could he not withstand this minor setback? Perhaps he ought to consider selling his sword and return to peddling tofu instead. After speaking, Su Chun prepared to depart. Tong Yu, stung by Su Chun's words, struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at him. One day, I will surpass you and reclaim the humiliation of today. Indeed, having such aspirations is commendable, but I find it quite unappealing. Su Chun replied with a light chuckle, beat him until he submits. Tong Yu was left dumbfounded, questioning the bizarre turn of events. Wasn't he Su Chun supposed to offer him a chance to challenge him, allowing his swordsmanship to flourish, ultimately leading to a climactic confrontation where neither would emerge victorious? Forging a bond of mutual respect? Why was Su Chun deviating from the norm? Moreover, why did a swordsman carry a wrench? What purpose did it serve? Especially when he had used it against that despicable dog. Chapter 26. Cowardice is cowardice. He might as well return to mucking out stalls. Another bout of relentless beating left Tong Yu unable to rise, his clothes in tatters, yet he steadfastly refused to relent, remaining silent in his defiance. Until Wang Lin and Wu Tao grew weary from their relentless assault, fearing they might inadvertently end the boy's life, they finally ceased their efforts. This lad possesses an astonishing resilience, Wang Lin remarked, casting a more discerning gaze upon Tong Yu, acknowledging him as a formidable character. Indeed, I must concede. I respect your tenacity. Today has drained me. When we reconvene at the academy, I shall confront you again. Surely, I will break your spirit, Wu Tao stated, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Let us depart. Time is of the essence, and we must enter the academy. Before the academy's entrance lay an additional hurdle known as the Longwan Gate, reputed to be the most formidable challenge of the entrance examination. However, it also harbored potential advantages, as it was said that senior students often used this opportunity to hone their skills in pursuit of breakthroughs. We cannot afford to squander this chance, Wang Lin asserted, glancing once more at Tong Yu before removing the cloth that had muffled his mouth and tossing it aside. Tong Yu was in tears, genuine tears. These scoundrels were no better than beasts, especially Su Chun, who had silenced him completely, rendering him voiceless. They had mercilessly beaten him while incessantly questioning his submission. He longed to acquiesce, but his ability to speak had been cruelly stifled. Just as they were about to leave, Su Chun halted, his gaze sharp. Gentlemen, if you've had your fill of watching, why not step forth? Are you aiming to seize credits or engage in some other endeavor? Why the subterfuge? There's no foreign adversary lurking here. As Su Chun concluded his words, figures emerged from the shadows. Lu Qingfeng, Jiang Sini, and Imo Hong Kong. accompanied by a cadre of over 30 individuals who swiftly surrounded Su Chen and his companions. They had discerned the derisive undertones in Su Chen's remarks and were well aware of the day's events, though their expressions conveyed discomfort. You must be Su Chen, the 6th star of the Qi and Blood realm, who can evidently overpower senior students. Quite impressive, Lu Qingfeng stated with a congenial smile. It is remarkable to witness a freshman besting seniors for the first time. If word of this spreads, our cohort will truly be the laughingstock, Mo Hong Kong added, his tone tinged with astonishment, particularly upon realizing Su Chen had already grasped the essence of sword qi. They were not sword cultivators themselves. Yet they understood the arduous path of one, much like the leader of the Student Alliance at Luoqing Technical School. Handsome and skilled, my junior, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Xini chimed in with a light laugh, adorned in a flowing white dress, a vision of beauty revered by many at Luoqing Technical School. So, you intend to stand up for those blokes? Su Chen retorted boldly, the Long Yuan sword vibrating ominously, poised to unleash a fierce strike. Well, it's not precisely a matter of standing up, Lu Qingfeng replied with an awkward smile. This has long been a customary practice at Luoqing Technical School. To be frank, we seniors are quite impoverished, and you possess over 30,000 credits. It's difficult not to be tempted. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to borrow a few credits from you, junior. Surely, you want refuse? Jiang Xini continued, her smile unwavering. Why not approach those international students who possess even more credits? Wang Lin sneered, making Lu Qingfeng squirm uncomfortably. That's different. You'll understand once we reach the academy. It's not that we lack the will to confront them, Lu Qingfeng lamented, revealing the reasons behind the seniors' humiliating defeats. Pathetic, seeking excuses while watching your compatriots being bullied by a few foreign devils, and yet you dare to practice martial arts? You would be better off returning to muckraking. Wang Lin shot back, his eyes narrowing with disdain for these seniors. Lu Qingfeng found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, his face flushed. As the vice leader of the Student Alliance, he was at a loss for words. Among the international students you assaulted, one named Bill has an elder brother who is the 3rd in command of the International Student Alliance at Luoqing Technical School. They will undoubtedly seek retribution when you arrive at the academy, Mo Hong Kong warned gravely, having already gathered intelligence on Su Chen and his companions prior to their arrival. They enjoy privileges at the academy, and even the instructors would hesitate to intervene. Junior, you must exercise caution. Should they trouble you at the academy, you can approach the Student Alliance. We will not stand idly by, both Lu Qingfeng and Jiang Xini assured him. However, Su Chen remained skeptical. If their assistance were truly effective, the seniors would not be so cowardly. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some understanding of Luoqing Technical School. If you are here merely because of this incident, you may leave. But if it is to seize credits, spare me the chatter, Wu Tao declared coldly, leveling his spear at Lu Qingfeng, the spear's brilliance flickering ominously. Lu Qingfeng, feeling the weight of the situation, drew forth his own spear. We are merely following protocol. After all, so many of my brothers have been reduced to a pitiful state by you. I must provide them with an explanation. With that, Lu Qingfeng initiated the attack, his spear glinting as it engaged Wu Tao in fierce combat. With his 6th star cultivation in the Qi realm, he assumed he could easily overpower Wu Tao. However, he was surprised to find Wu Tao holding his ground. Yet, Lu Qingfeng was not inept. Utilizing his superior spear technique and cultivation, he soon gained the upper hand, forcing Wu Tao onto the defensive. Be cautious. These two may not possess Su Chen's extraordinary talents, but they are certainly extraordinary in their own right. Do not underestimate them, Mo Hong Kong warned, his eyes narrowing as he noted Wang Lin charging forward. The blade of the slash horse knife surged with energy, slicing through the air. The onlookers refrained from intervening, opting to observe quietly. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for a group of seniors to require assistance against a mere handful of freshmen. It seems I must contend with my junior, but I hope you will show some restraint and treat me gently, Jiang Xini teased, stepping forward first. Her weapon was a dainty dagger, which danced in her hands with the grace of a sprite. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xini's cultivation also stood at the 5th star of the Qi realm, undoubtedly formidable. Without hesitation, the Long Yuan sword unleashed waves of sword qi as Su Chen advanced, ready to engage. As the two clashed, Jiang Xini was taken aback by Su Chen's swordsmanship, which proved to be quite exceptional. Yet, she sensed an underlying vulnerability. Her dagger was elusive, weaving in and out with uncanny agility, adhering to the Long Yuan sword as she closed in on Su Chen. In a surprising turn of events, she managed to disarm Su Chen, causing the Long Yuan sword to fall to the ground. It appears my junior is still somewhat inexperienced. Jiang Xini chuckled lightly. But her amusement was short-lived as she suddenly felt an ominous presence looming above her. Instinctively, she raised her arms to defend herself, but the Long Yuan sword ensnared her, binding her hands. As she looked up, she saw Su Chen wielding a large wrench, descending upon her with unrelenting force, leaving her no chance to evade. With a resounding crash, Jiang Xini staggered back, pain radiating through her, her vision filled with stars, her head spinning. The fierce blow from Su Chen had knocked her out cold, lying on the ground. Jiang Sini struggled to comprehend the absurdity of Su Chen actually using a wrench. He had brought one with him. More bewildering was Su Chen's utter disregard for her gender, showing no mercy even to a girl. She had never anticipated that Su Chen had intentionally released the Longyuan sword to deceive her. Before she could process this revelation, darkness enveloped her consciousness as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Chen, undeterred, swiftly seized the Longyuan sword once more and launched himself at Lu Qingfeng. The latter's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated Jiang Sini's swift defeat. Although he was still engaged with Wu Tao, he found himself unable to dominate him. Now faced with both Su Chen and Wu Tao, he found himself on the back foot, as the tide turned against him. The remaining seniors contemplated intervening, but were quickly halted by Lu Qingfeng's command. If a few freshmen require a collective effort to be subdued, then even victory would be devoid of honor. Having spoken, Lu Qingfeng exhaled a breath of foul air, his demeanor cold and fierce, emanating an aura of unparalleled dominance. The silver spear in his hand shimmered with brilliance, and a terrifying spear light burst forth, dazzling in its magnificence. This fellow was actually compelled to resort to such a technique. Mo Hong Kong, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, felt a twinge of surprise. He was all too aware of Lu Qingfeng's prowess. Yet here he was, driven to unleash his trump card against two mere freshmen. This was a high-level Xiantier martial technique. And within the entirety of Luoqing Technical School, only one individual could barely contain Lu Qingfeng's strike. Having invoked this technique, those two young men should surely meet their downfall. Mo Hong Kong mused, hastening his pace to swiftly deal with Wang Lin. This lad was no lightweight either. His moves were ruthless. But more concerning was his insidious cunning. Had Mo not been vigilant, he might have suffered a grievous injury. As the resplendent spear light surged forth, Lu Qingfeng's expression grew solemn, fully aware that even should he emerge victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. However, defeat was an even greater disgrace. The assaults from Wu Tao and Su Chen collided with his attack, resulting in a violent explosion, the ensuing spiritual energy tempest sweeping outward and devastating several ancient trees. The blinding radiance engulfed Su Chen and Wu Tao, leading all to believe that the duo would soon falter. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing cry erupted, resonating with an overwhelming aura, the brilliance quaking in response. Lu Qingfeng's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed a perilous presence approaching. Instantly, the light was dispersed. His attack reduced to dust as a colossal fish, entirely forged from sword chi, glided through the air, its massive form undulating gracefully. Upon closer inspection, this grand fish was indeed a manifestation of condensed sword energy, navigating through the dense river of sword chi. The moment it turned towards Lu Qingfeng, it opened its enormous mouth and, before he could react, consumed him whole. But the gigantic fish did not halt. Instead, it made its way toward Mo Hong Kong. Sensing the imminent danger, Mo's expression shifted drastically as he hastily retreated, yet the fish's speed was astounding, reaching him in the blink of an eye. He attempted to defend himself, but his strength was swiftly obliterated. Within the span of 3 breaths, Mo Hong Kong too was devoured by the monstrous entity. The other senior students were left aghast. What manner of technique was this, so utterly terrifying? Before they could grasp the situation, the great fish was already advancing towards them. Su Chen's complexion had paled, a sign of his exhaustion. This was his first time fully unleashing the Xianyao sword technique, a high-level Tian-tier martial skill. It is essential to note that martial techniques are categorized into tiers, with Tian being among the highest. Tian-tier martial techniques are exceedingly rare even across all of Huaxia, and their emergence inevitably incites a storm of bloodshed, with countless formidable beings vying for possession. What in the world is this? Save me, save me. The senior students stood dumbfounded, hoping to resist, yet they were utterly powerless. Their attacks were shattered in an instant, leading to their immediate consumption. Only after devouring all the senior students did the grand fish cease its movements, and as if reaching its limit, it exploded with a resounding crash. The sword chi tempest swept through, forcing Wang Lin and Wu Tao back several paces. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng and the others fell to the ground, bloodied and stained. Fortunately, Su Chen had refrained from inflicting lethal harm, merely leaving them with superficial wounds. Otherwise, they would already be lifeless. Brutes. Monsters. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao managed to utter these words. They were aware that Su Chen's strength surpassed theirs. Yet they had never anticipated that they were not even in the same league as him. They could hold their own against individuals like Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hong Kong. But only barely. Their defeat was inevitable. Yet, with a single strike, Su Chen had decisively vanquished Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hong Kong, along with the other seniors. This was true power. Was this the extent of Su Chen's true capabilities? The two were left in a state of shock, speechless, casting a complex glance in Su Chen's direction. Both harbored ambitions of becoming the top student, intending to place Su Chen beneath their feet. But they now realized they were no match for him whatsoever. This year's top student was undoubtedly Su Chen, atop the peaks of Mount Luo. An elderly man stood at the summit, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the scene, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This was at the very least a high-level Earth-tier martial technique. What was this boy's background? Chen was it? It appears several promising talents have emerged among this year's freshmen. Behind the old man stood several others, all of whom had witnessed the earlier events. Their expressions etched with shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, Chen's sword strike had compelled them to consider intervening, fearing that Lu Qingfeng and his companions might be slain outright. Too formidable, such a technique transcended what could be executed by mere Qi blood realm practitioners. A genius. This Chen could indeed be classified as a prodigy. Not only him, but Wang Lin and Wu Tao also exhibited remarkable talent. However, wasn't it said that Chen's essence was damaged? How could he appear so unscathed? The elders were left confounded. Aware of Chen's condition and knowing that the Sword King himself had vowed to procure a Demon King plant for him, once his essence was restored, Chen's future would be limitless. Yet they couldn't shake the feeling that this current Chen defied all conventional understanding. A 6-star Qi blood realm practitioner effortlessly overpowering a 6-star Qi Sea realm practitioner. Even within the Imperial Academy, it would be challenging to find another such prodigy. The elders continued their discourse, while in the depths of Mount Luo, Wang Lin had already seized the opportunity to collect all the student cards from Lu Qingfeng and his companions, subsequently deducting their credits. Upon viewing the figures, Chen was taken aback by the sheer amount. Chapter 28. Passing through the Dragon Pass, a toll must be paid. Chen's expression was one of shock as he regained his strength. Seeing the additional 130,000 credits on the card left him astounded. These seniors were indeed affluent. It was no wonder. Lu Qingfeng and his trio were undoubtedly the strongest among the seniors, and with 4,000 freshmen, each possessing 200 credits. That amounted to a staggering 800,000 credits. It was hardly surprising that they had accrued over 100,000 credits thus far. One could only speculate how many freshmen had fallen victim to their hands. However, all these credits were now entirely in the possession of Chen and his two companions. We've struck gold. Adding to our previous credits, we now have a total of 160,000 credits. Wang Lin exclaimed excitedly, knowing their contributions were relatively equal. Each would receive approximately 50,000 credits. Such a sum was nothing short of monumental. Such wealth, not just the seniors, but who in the entire Luoqing Technical School could boast of possessing this many credits? Chen was equally taken aback, having secured the strongest 3 teams. It was now time to distribute the spoils, allocate resources. According to the records, Wang Lin and Wu Tao would each receive 50,000 credits, while Chen would receive 60,000. To this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao had no objections. Had it not been for Chen's intervention, they might have been robbed by the seniors, let alone acquiring such a substantial amount of credits. Let us go, it's about time. Chen glanced at the sun, which was nearing the horizon. The 3 of them tidied up and made their way towards Mount Luo. Tong Yu, sprawled on the ground, watched the scene unfold, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He believed his defeat to Chen was merely a result of being outnumbered. He thought the gap between their abilities was merely one of sword qi. With diligence, he was certain he could catch up to Chen and redeem himself. However, Chen's earlier strike made him realize that the chasm between them was insurmountable. Had Chen unleashed that technique against him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow and might well have met his end. Only after Chen and his companions had distanced themselves did he stagger to his feet, heading towards Mount Luo. Unbeknownst to Chen, the trio had already garnered significant fame, having decisively defeated the seniors, drawing the attention of the dean and others. Before long, Chen and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Luoqing Technical School. Gazing at the shabby gate, Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could this truly be a university? It resembled more of a makeshift institution, perhaps even worse. Beneath the gate, some new students struggled forward, seemingly burdened by immense pressure. Each step proving to be a monumental challenge as beads of sweat dripped from their brows. Others collapsed to the ground, unable to move, forcibly pulled away by the enforcement team, while a few managed to enter the academy, erupting into exuberant shouts of joy. This was the final hurdle, the Dragon Gate. Said to be a remnant from the school's peak years, where different individuals faced varying degrees of pressure upon entry. Wang Lin spoke gravely, securing his broadsword on his back before stepping forward. I'll go first. Upon seeing Wang Lin advance, Wu Tao followed suit. Knowing that crossing this threshold would officially make them students of Luoqing Technical School, Chen glanced around, realizing that the number of students had diminished significantly, as many had already been eliminated in the Luoshan Mountains. However, the forthcoming Dragon Gate would prove to be the most arduous challenge, with the highest rate of elimination. With about half an hour until sunset, any who failed to enter Luoqing Technical School after that time would be deemed eliminated. Within the school, Bai Qingyan, upon seeing Chen safely reach the entrance, felt her anxious heart begin to ease, relieved that he had not encountered those 3 bandit-like freshmen. She pondered over the identities of those 3, wondering whether they had arrived or not. Rumor had it that Lu Qingfeng had personally led the charge against them. Surely, those freshmen had faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, she remained somewhat worried, as crossing the Dragon Gate was the most formidable step. As Su Chen approached the gate, he was immediately enveloped by a weight akin to that of a mountain pressing upon him, causing his body to momentarily sag. Indeed, there was something to this. Su Chen chuckled, finding it within his capacity to endure. After a brief adjustment, he lifted his foot and advanced swiftly. In a mere 50 meters, he covered 40, effortlessly surpassing both Wang Lin and Wu Tao. The two cursed under their breath, continuing to bear the weight as they moved forward at a slow pace. The other new students were left astounded, believing themselves to be the only ones grappling with the pressure. Bai Qingyan was equally dumbfounded. Within less than a minute, Su Chen had reached the end, where the pressure was most intense, yet it seemed to affect him scarcely at all. Thus, Su Chen turned around and began to walk back. This action left everyone in utter disbelief. He had already succeeded by taking a step past the threshold, yet who could have anticipated that he would pivot back? Even more astonishingly, he began to run. Yes, he truly ran, reaching the end before reversing direction. As if the pressure were negligible, Su Chen was not attempting to show off. Rather, he sensed a breakthrough in his cultivation on the horizon, needing merely a touch of external stimulation. Yet to the eyes of others, it appeared as though he were flaunting his prowess. Tong Yu also arrived, feeling the immense pressure and laboriously making his way forward, soon reaching the end. Witnessing Su Chen's actions only deepened his self-doubt. What on earth does this freak intend to do? Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps he aims to leverage this experience for a breakthrough. Wu Tao speculated. Having discerned Su Chen's intentions, noting that his aura had begun to fluctuate, an omen of an impending breakthrough, Wang Lin paused momentarily before sitting down to meditate at the end. With over 20 minutes remaining, he could not afford to squander the opportunity. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded, Su Chen sprinting with fervor, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao sat in meditation at the finish line. This spectacle provoked intense curiosity among the senior students. They wondered about the extraordinary backgrounds of these three, recalling the immense struggles they themselves had endured at the Dragon Gate years prior. At last, Su Chen's aura reached a critical juncture, and he effortlessly broke through to the 7th star of the Blood Qi realm. A wave of even greater pressure descended upon him, yet for Su Chen, it was as mild as a gentle breeze. The senior students were left astounded, while the new students were rendered speechless. What had been a torturous trial for them at the Dragon Gate became a mere exercise for Su Chen. Bai Qingyan suddenly realized that her worries had been unfounded. As Su Chen reached the end and sat down before the astonished eyes of all, his actions raised further questions. Why, after achieving a breakthrough, did he remain seated? Su Chen had his own motives. The three of them inadvertently blocked the path, preventing other new students from passing through. Oh, you wish to get through? Su Chen lifted his head, a friendly smile gracing his lips. That LL cost you. The students, taken aback, were left dumbfounded, while the senior students, including Wang Lin and Wu Tao, stared in shock at Su Chen. Pay up. Su Chen's declaration stunned everyone into silence. So he sat there not for any other reason but to collect fees? The newcomers were at a loss for words, having never encountered such a scenario before. With 20 minutes remaining, hand over your credits, and you can become a student of Luoqing Technical School. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Su Chen continued. Credits can be earned again, but the opportunity will be irretrievably lost. With a smile, he made it clear, and no one dared to counter him. They even began to recognize the twisted logic in his demand, though it felt utterly bizarre. The new students hesitated, and after much deliberation, one finally produced their student card. Handing it over. This is all I have. Upon inspecting the card, Su Chen discovered a mere 20 credits, evidently snatched from them by someone else. How generous of them to leave a little. Without hesitation, Su Chen swiped all the credits and returned the card to the student. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. I commend your insight. With that, he stepped aside to allow the student passage. The newcomer, despite his reluctance, found himself thanking Su Chen. What choice did he have? He had no desire to part with his credits, but who would dare to confront a man wielding a wrench? Upon witnessing Su Chen's wrench and recalling his breakthrough moments, the newcomer recognized that he was no match for Su Chen. Within the academy, Bai Qingyan was completely flabbergasted. Earlier, she had been anxious over whether Su Chen would encounter the bandit-like freshman and whether he would succeed in crossing the Dragon Gate. Yet now, reflecting on the descriptions of a white-clad newcomer, armed with a wrench and accompanied by 2 henchmen, she was struck with the realization. This was precisely Su Chen and his companions. Bai Qingyan was in shock. She had unwittingly played the fool. She had been worrying about Su Chen facing off against the bandit freshman, never once considering that Su Chen himself was the notorious bandit newcomer. Hadn't it been said that Lu Qingfeng personally led a team to hunt down the bandit newcomers? How had Su Chen and the others already manifested here? Had Lu Qingfeng failed to find them? Or? Bai Qingyan dared not pursue the thought further, her mind swirling in disbelief. Lu Qingfeng, the second in command of the Student Alliance, was undoubtedly capable, and she herself had yet to even gain entry into the alliance. Bai Qingyan truly struggled to grasp the reality of the situation as she observed Su Chun commandeering several new students' cards at the Dragon Gate ascent. The newcomers, reluctant to part with their credits, found themselves compelled to comply after Wang Lin and Wu Tao intervened. However, many of these cards were alarmingly devoid of credits. Some had none at all. Initially, they had thought to resist, but Su Chun's fury at the lack of credits was palpable. How could they let such an opportunity slip away? Therefore, he wasted no time, producing a blank sheet of paper, compelling the new students to write IOUs. Clearly stipulating 50 credits per person, those unable to pay were to note their debts. Some attempted to stand their ground, refusing to part with credits or write IOUs, only to find themselves swiftly subdued by Wang Lin and Wu Tao. With this intimidation in place, the subsequent students became far more compliant, willingly handing over their credits. And those lacking sufficient amounts were quick to write IOUs. In just over 10 minutes, Su Chen amassed over 1,000 credits. Wang Lin and Wu Tao felt a profound sense of inadequacy, believing themselves to be irredeemably flawed. Little did they know, Su Chen surpassed them in depravity. What could possibly be the reason for the new students to appear so despondent? As a mentor approached to welcome the newcomers, they were met with the sight of a group of students sitting on the ground, utterly disillusioned. Typically, the first day for newcomers at the academy brims with enthusiasm. So why did today feel so amiss? Soon enough, someone reported the situation, leaving the mentor in disbelief. His gaze fell upon 3 individuals at the end of Dragon Pass. Collecting tolls from passersby, another student dangled from a height, swaying precariously. What on earth are you doing? Come here at once. The mentor's fury ignited. After years in the profession, he had never encountered such brazen behavior. To openly extort tolls at the end of Dragon Pass was scandalous. Determined to intervene, the mentor hurried over to pull Su Chun and his companions down. Do you not realize this violates school regulations? His frustration reached a boiling point. We don't know. Which rule forbids collecting tolls here? Wang Lin retorted defiantly, hiding behind Su Chun. The mentor found himself at a loss for words, as there seemed to be no specific rule against such actions. As the dean and others approached, they noticed the newcomer's lack of enthusiasm, oblivious to the underlying issues. Seeing the mentor at Dragon Pass, the dean inquired about the situation. The mentor, overwhelmed, rushed to report the matter. Observing the scene, Su Chun promptly collected tolls from several more newcomers, coercing them to write IOUs before exiting Dragon Pass and entering the academy. The dean, his countenance darkened, was at a loss. Such an incident was unprecedented. It was both infuriating and amusing. He had been closely monitoring the assessment of the new students from Luoshan and was well aware of how many credits Su Chun and his companions had seized, at least several 100,000. Yet, here they were, squabbling over a mere pittance. You 3 come here, the dean commanded, his expression grim. Meng Qian was equally astonished. He had never imagined Su Chen to be such a person. However, witnessing the injured upperclassmen, bandaged like mummies and lamenting before him, he felt overwhelmed. Who prompted you to act this way? That guy? The dean had barely finished his question when Wang Lin and Wu Tao pointed accusingly at Su Chun, readily throwing him under the bus. After all, Su Chun was formidable. The dean would undoubtedly show leniency towards him. Their own past misdeeds, such as smashing the dean's window prior to the entrance exam, made them wary of potential repercussions. Why did you do this? The dean asked. To seize credits, of course. Su Chun replied earnestly, leaving the dean momentarily speechless, unable to refute him. After a prolonged silence, the dean realized he had no grounds to argue, as the regulations did not explicitly prohibit toll collection. From now on, this behavior is unacceptable. Upon entering Luoqing Technical School, all students must abide by its rules. Irrespective of your talents, any violation of school regulations will incur appropriate penalties, including expulsion. Upon concluding his admonition, the dean hastily ordered revisions to the school regulations, determined to prevent such an embarrassing incident from ever recurring, lest it deter future enrollments. The newcomers' enrollment ceremony was brief, yet their spirits were markedly low. Even the upperclassmen appeared dejected, particularly those who had been beaten by Su Chun and his companions, many of whom were confined to their beds, unable to rise. Lu Qingfeng and the others had returned to the academy, but immediately retreated to the training rooms for seclusion, avoiding any mention of the events in Luoshan, which were far too humiliating. After the ceremony, the competition for the title of chief student commenced, yet it seemed no one was willing to step onto the stage. The dean was flabbergasted. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation where no one was eager to compete for the position of chief student. The reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire but from the knowledge that Su Chun was present. Any attempt to challenge him would be futile. After a lengthy silence, the dean's expression darkened further as not a single student volunteered to compete. Such a scenario had never occurred in the academy's long history, and it was particularly shocking in the context of the entire nation. The top 10 students would gain direct entry into the Student Alliance, enjoying monthly resource subsidies. The chief student would have exclusive access to the abyss for task assignments, earning double credits, and wielding authority over their peers. The dean elaborated on the privileges afforded to the chief student, yet despite his words, few were inclined to ascend the stage. Reluctantly, the The dean announced, this time, the chief student will receive a reward of 10,000 credits, and the top 10 will receive an additional 30,000 as bonuses. Upon hearing this, the students could not help but turn their attention to the stage. Even the upperclassmen found themselves tempted to inquire whether they could retake the year to participate. Ultimately, one student could no longer resist the allure and stepped forward. Even if they could not secure first place, a spot in the top 10 was still desirable. As the first student ascended, others soon followed suit, prompting a slight improvement in the dean's demeanor. With a designated mentor overseeing the proceedings, the battles commenced swiftly. However, Chen harbored little interest in the ongoing spectacle. His sole focus was the title of chief student. The credits held little significance for him. What mattered was the opportunity to access the abyss. That was the crux of his ambition. As the skirmishes continued, Wang Lin and Wu Tao took to the stage, where they effortlessly dominated, encountering no challengers capable of withstanding their onslaught. For a moment, they reveled in their perceived superiority but had no intention of vying for the chief student title. Everyone understood that they were no match for Su Chen, who was biding his time to seize the title in one decisive move. To Su Chen's surprise, Tong Yu, despite his injuries, managed to crawl onto the stage. He was furious. All his credits had been pilfered by Su Chen, and within the academy, progress was reliant on credits. He felt compelled to fight for a place in the top 10. Before arriving at Luoshan, he had believed the position of chief student was rightfully his. But after encountering Su Chen, he concluded that discretion was the better part of valor. Before long, only a handful remained on the stage. Out of over 2,000 newcomers, fewer than 100 dared to compete. Although Tong Yu was injured, he could not be underestimated. His swordsmanship alone secured him fourth place. Wang Lin and Wu Tao claimed second and third, respectively, while first place remained unclaimed, conspicuously vacant from the outset. The dean and others were astounded. Previous competitions for the chief student title had been fiercely contested, particularly when the top 10 were revealed. Yet this year, students appeared hesitant to pursue the title, with only a few daring to vie for second or third place, while the majority concentrated their efforts on securing fourth place. Tong Yu, nearly in tears, found himself beset by opponents despite his injuries. Uninformed upperclassmen were left bewildered, while those competing understood the underlying reasons. It was rumored that Lu Qingfeng had personally led a group to confront Su Chen, accompanied by Mo Hong Kong and Jiang Sini. However, after their encounter, no further news emerged. Instead, Su Chen and his companions entered Luoqing Technical School unscathed. Reports suggested that upon their quiet return, Lu Qingfeng and his group immediately retreated into seclusion, with Jiang Sini sporting a noticeable bump on his forehead. As time passed, the top 10 were finally determined. Tong Yu slumped in fourth place, gasping for breath, bruised and battered. Yet, despite his injuries, he had successfully retained his position. The second and third are Wang Lin and Wu Tao, while the first remains vacant. At last, Su Chen strolled onto the arena, stepping into the position of the chief student under the gaze of the crowd. I have claimed the title of chief student. Who is in favor, and who is against? Su Chen proclaimed from his prominent position. This audacious declaration elicited no rebuttal. Not a soul dared to utter a word, even though Su Chen had yet to lift a finger. Nonetheless, none would question Su Chen's prowess. The dean wore a grim expression, fully aware that this was an unprecedented occurrence, a phenomenon that would have caused an uproar in any academy. Yet they found themselves powerless. They could hardly compel a freshman to challenge Su Chen, especially considering his formidable strength, which undoubtedly qualified him for the role of chief student. Subsequently, the reward of 10,000 credits was transferred to Su Chen's student card. According to the regulations, the rewards for the top 10 students were to be allocated by the chief student. A staggering 30,000 credits now rested in Su Chen's possession, and all eyes turned toward him. Ordinarily, such rewards would be distributed based on ranking, with the top contenders receiving the lion's share. However, in Su Chen's case, the outcome was far from certain, prompting the dean to feel a pang of regret. Su Lauda, Wang Lin exclaimed, his voice piercing through the tension. Momentarily startling Su Chen, Wu Tao cast a scornful glance at Wang Lin, deeming him a sycophant. Yet, he soon understood Wang Lin's intent and shouted even louder. The remaining 7 students were momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in the chorus. Only Tong Yu stood apart, dumbfounded, still awaiting his share of the credits. You all have made my life difficult. Su Chen feigned exasperation, then proceeded to allocate 8,000 credits to Wang Lin's card. Wu Tao received the same amount, totaling a staggering 16,000. With 30,000 credits now reduced to 14,000, Su Chen showed no reluctance, subsequently distributing 2,000 credits to each of the others except Tong Yu. With only 2,000 credits remaining, Su Chen exhibited no intention of sharing with Tong Yu. The latter was left utterly astonished, while even the dean and others twitched at the unexpected turn of events. Wang Lin and Wu Tao looked at Tong Yu as if he were a fool. Was the realm of martial arts merely about fighting and killing? No. It was about human connections and social dynamics. The other 6 students shared this sentiment, realizing they needed to cling to Su Chen for support. If that failed, they could always align themselves with Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Hey, I haven't received my credit reward yet. Tong Yu could no longer contain himself. Hearing this, Su Chun turned around, feigning astonishment. Oh, how could I have forgotten about you? He then took Tong Yu's card, which held no credits, and added 10 credits before handing it back. My oversight, my fault. The 30,000 credits have already been allocated. Consider this a personal supplement from me. No need to be overly grateful. In that fleeting moment, Tong Yu found himself thinking that Su Chun was rather decent, only to be disillusioned upon seeing the number on the card. Chapter 31. Targeted. Are you targeting me? Tong Yu exclaimed incredulously, staring at Su Chun, convinced he had made a mistake. Indeed, it is my personal contribution. You know we are all students. How can there be an abundance of credits? This time, you shall bear a slight loss, but I shall make it up to you later, Su Chun asserted with righteous conviction. Wang Lin and Wu Tao nearly burst into laughter. Truly, Su Chun was the real villain. They were mere novices in his presence. But who could they blame? While others shouted Su Lauda, Tong Yu stood there like a quail, disdainful and clueless. Su Chen, you have gone too far. Tong Yu finally realized Su Chen's intent. Infuriated as he slammed the card onto the ground, pointing a finger at Su Chun. The dean's expression darkened. He had never anticipated Su Chun would resort to such tactics. Yet, recalling how this individual had dared to extract tolls from those crossing the Dragon Gate, he pondered what else he might be capable of. The elder students were equally astonished, having never witnessed such an audacious maneuver. Bai Qingyan was left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of their unacquainted status. Tong Yu, you are mistaken. Is it wrong for me to personally fund your credits? Su Chen retorted. Why should they receive 2,000 while I only get 10? Tong Yu shouted angrily, convinced Su Chun was deliberately singling him out. If that is your stance, then I shall redistribute the credits as long as they agree to return them. Su Chen replied coldly. The other students instinctively recoiled, who would willingly relinquish their hard-earned credits. Tong Yu trembled with rage, glaring at Su Chun before making a shocking move. Dean, Su Chun is deliberately targeting me. The dean was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tong Yu would resort to such measures. However, he was also powerless. Tong Yu was a student he had invested significantly to recruit, and he couldn't afford to let him slip away. Su Chen, you have indeed crossed the line. Grant him the credits. The dean could only concede. Su Chen frowned, glancing at Tong Yu, who was defiantly staring back as if to challenge him. Subsequently, Su Chun genuinely transferred 2,000 credits to Tong Yu, who immediately looked at Su Chun with a triumphant gaze, believing he had outsmarted him. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, however, were not convinced. They knew Su Chun was no benevolent character. Would he willingly part with 2,000 credits? Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chun sprang into action. I challenge you. Without waiting for Tong Yu to react, Su Chun lunged forward, delivering a furious punch that struck Tong Yu squarely in the chest, knocking him to the ground. He then seized Tong Yu's student card and siphoned off all the credits within. Tong Yu was left dumbfounded, lying there in a daze, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. The credits he had painstakingly acquired were snatched away once more. This scene left everyone at the Luoqing Technical School in shock, staring blankly at Su Chun, unable to fathom that he could act in such a manner. Tong Yu nearly burst into tears, wanting to seek justice from the dean. But the dean was equally exasperated, unsure how such a character had even been admitted. This is too much. The dean couldn't help but exclaim, feeling genuine sympathy for Tong Yu, who had been so thoroughly bullied. Yet, the dean was powerless. They were still on the arena. According to the rules, challenges could indeed take place in such a setting. There had been instances in the past where students had challenged each other for credits after allocations. The dean was at his wit's end, reluctantly allowing Tong Yu to step down before discreetly providing him with 1,000 credits, fearing that the considerable investment he had made in this student would result in his departure. Once the chief student was confirmed, the dean vanished, leaving all the new students under Meng Qian's supervision, while he himself disappeared without a trace. The sun had set completely, and night gradually enveloped the surroundings. It was time to arrange accommodations for the newcomers. Meng Qian led the 2,000-plus new students to the back mountain, where 2 towering dormitory buildings came into view, and behind them lay a cluster of villas. Adjacent to the villa area was a collection of individual cottages, which paled in comparison to the villas. Su Chun was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated such a configuration for a technical school. The top 10 will reside in the adjacent individual cottages, while the rest will be grouped in tens and assigned to the dormitories. Meng Qian declared, casting a glance at the villa area without further comment. Su Chun furrowed his brow, eyeing the villas before walking toward one of the individual cottages. After all, having a private cottage was quite favorable. At least he wouldn't have to cram 10 people into a single room. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were equally carefree, eager to find their own cottages. However, just a few steps out, they came to a halt, their gazes fixated on the entrance of the villa area. A few international students were chatting merrily as they opened the door and entered a villa, a scene that was not lost on Su Chun. Nearly all the students had taken notice. Meng Qian cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all present. Enough staring. Go and collect your dormitory cards. No one spoke or moved. Meng Qian was at a loss for words. After all, every cohort of new students had to endure such circumstances. He felt helpless, wishing he could expel those individuals, yet it was beyond his authority, and not even the dean had the final say. The complexities involved were far beyond what a mere noble rank could influence. Why do we have to live differently from them? Chen inquired, having learned from the senior students that international students enjoyed certain privileges, yet he had not anticipated such a stark disparity. Their own students had to cram 10 into a single room, while those privileged few resided in solitary villas. I understand that you harbor grievances upon witnessing this. But the decisions are not within our purview as instructors, nor are they dictated by the dean. We too are powerless in this regard, Chen explained, acknowledging the students' frustrations, but emphasizing that some matters were simply beyond his control. If you cannot accept it, focus on your cultivation. Only by attaining strength can you qualify to establish rules and alter the status quo. At least for now, neither you nor we can instigate any change. Chen sighed, wishing for a different reality. The new students bowed their heads, lost in thought, while Chen hesitated, refraining from making any impulsive moves. Although he possessed some talent, he was merely at the Qi blood realm's 7 stars, and changing the circumstances was impossible for him. A genius who has not yet matured is of little value. This issue transcended just the Luoqing Technical School. It encompassed all universities in China. Just wait, they will come out. Chen glanced at the villa area, voicing his thoughts, his mind swirling with unarticulated emotions. Wang Lin and Wu Tao nodded, casting a lingering glance toward the villa area before preparing to find a room for themselves. Who is Chen? Come out. Just as Chen located a room, a voice filled with ire rang out. Chapter 32, Violently Assaulting International Students. A new page in the Family Chronicle. Who is Chen? Come out. The angry shout drew the gaze of all new students. Who wouldn't know that Chen was the top freshman? Only a senior would dare to stir trouble. Then, several golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals emerged from the villa area, striding towards the dormitory with disdainful glances at the buildings. A bunch of yellow-skinned pigs belong in a pig pen, huffed a burly figure, instantly inciting the ire of all the new students. Who is Chen? Get out. Before the new students could respond, the burly figure continued his tirade. Chen approached with a cold demeanor, followed closely by Wang Lin and Wu Tao, who had a rough idea of the situation. What do you want with my grandfather? Wang Lin boldly stepped forward, directly rebuking. You must be Chen, the burly man inquired, his hawk-like gaze fixated on Wang Lin. You were the one who harmed my brother? You should know why I'm here. So it was the brother of that foreign brat, indeed. It was I who dealt with your insufferable sibling. What, do you wish to be beaten as well? Wang Lin answered fearlessly. This golden-haired, blue-eyed individual was none other than Bill's brother, identified as the third in command of the International Student Alliance by Lu Qingfeng. He boasted a Qi blood realm of 6 stars. However, Chen remained unfazed. Very well, so all of you from China are this arrogant, are you? Let me teach you a lesson in humility, Bill coldly declared, waving his hand to signal 3 towering figures behind him, along with a muscular black man. The 3 then advanced, unleashing furious punches towards Chen, intending to incapacitate him outright. Boy, remember this. In this place, we are the true authority, and you are merely a collection of lowly subordinates. And lowly beings deserve to dwell in the refuse. Bill's words incited the wrath of all the new students, with some eager to retaliate, yet they were restrained. Bill was at the Qi realm of 6 stars, and so were his companions. Any of them venturing forth would only meet their demise. As Chen had stated, to alter the current situation, one must elevate their own strength. Only the powerful possess a voice. Stop. Fighting is prohibited within the academy. Just as Chen prepared to strike, a stern voice interrupted, as several senior students swiftly arrived, sporting the arm insignia of the enforcement team. Chen, this matter does not concern you, leave. Bill merely cast a glance at the enforcement team, dismissing them without a modicum of respect. In their eyes, the enforcement team was a mere paper tiger, who would dare to touch the international students. They enjoyed privileges, and even if they committed offenses, they would escape punishment. The enforcement team was never regarded as a threat. Chen stepped forward, slightly furrowing his brow as he addressed Bill. This is China, Luoqing Technical School. I expect you to adhere to our regulations. And if I choose not to, Bill retorted with a cold laugh. Others may fear you as the enforcement team leader. But rest assured, I have never held you in esteem. The rules are meant to bind the likes of you lowly beings. Your regulations in my eyes are meaningless. Bill advanced, confronting Chen directly, his eyes brimming with disdain. The so-called rules were nothing but a farce to them. Even in China, should they commit murder, it would merely be a procedural formality. Who would dare truly act against them? Then I must insist you accompany me to the enforcement team. Chen eyes blazed with fury. As the captain of the enforcement team, he detested these international students the most. They were nothing but worthless scum, mud that could not be molded. Having come to China through connections, seizing a vast amount of cultivation resources, all while disparaging China. Even more infuriating, these individuals fancied themselves superior. Huh, Bill chuckled lightly, stepping back, then suddenly unleashed a fierce punch, fully utilizing his Qi realm's 6 stars, intent on incapacitating Chen. A A bunch of lowly pigs. Who are you to command me? Remember, here you deserve nothing more than pig feed, confined to the pigsty. Bill insulted, engaging Chen Hao in combat. The other 3 international students also turned their aggression towards Su Chun. The scene descended into chaos, with new students seething with anger, fists clenched. Infuriated to be bullied by a horde of foreign interlopers on their own turf. It was utterly disgraceful. Damn it, let us give them a beating. Someone shouted, igniting the fury of the new students, who charged forward. Although they were merely at the Qi blood realm, sheer numbers were on their side. With over 2,000 individuals, even those of the Qi Sea realm could not withstand such a tide, not to mention the presence of a monster like Su Chen among them. Su Chen remained silent, yet fulfilled the role of a top student, drawing his long yuan sword to fend off the assaults of 3 international students. Hit them hard. I'll show them whose territory this truly is. Su Chen finally spoke, and the new students, already brimming with rage, intensified their strikes. Though the 3 international students were of the Qi Sea realm, they were wounded by Su Chen's sword aura before they could mount a defense. And Wang Lin and Wu Tao swiftly joined the fray, their strikes deviously calculated. Before long, the 3 were brought to the ground, and a swarm of new students descended upon them, delivering a fierce beating amidst the utter chaos. The students at the back were on the verge of panic, unable to squeeze their way in. How could they not participate in this momentous occasion, one that could fill an entire page of their family chronicle? Without pausing, Su Chun brandished a wrench, striking vigorously for a moment before charging at Bill. At this point, Bill was still locked in combat with Chen Hao, but it was evident that Chen Hao had been overwhelmed. Su Chun surged forward, the light of his sword swirling, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that forced Bill to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, I'll make you pay. Will was enraged. He found himself forced to retreat by a member of the Asian ethnicity. And what was more infuriating was that these individuals had the audacity to assault one of their own. Su Chun, undeterred, drew his sword and unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, causing a spectral fish to materialize and charge at will. Will attempted to block the attack, his arms swelling with hair, transforming into claws reminiscent of a beast. Yet, he clearly underestimated Su Chen's swordsmanship and the sheer ferocity of his martial technique. A flash of sword light was followed by a spray of blood, and soon thereafter, Will's agonized screams echoed through the air. His right hand was severed, blood gushing onto the ground. In the dormitory, Meng Qian heard the commotion and stepped outside, only to be met with the chaotic scene of battle. Fury surged within him. It was utterly unprecedented for such an incident to occur so soon after the new students' arrival. However, upon noticing that the assailants were targeting the foreign students, Meng Qian slapped his forehead, recalling unfinished business, and promptly retreated back into the dormitory. Chapter 33, Old Grudges and New Vengeance. Even in death, one can reap rewards. Will howled in agony, rolling on the ground, while Su Chen wasted no time in delivering a relentless beating, twisting Will's arm until it was deformed. Naturally, Wang Lin and Wu Tao seized the opportunity, rushing in to join the fray, delivering their own blows. The new students who had been waiting to enter, seeing a new target, charged forward with fervor. Soon enough, Will and his companions were reduced to a pitiful state, lying on the ground like dead dogs, curled up and unable to move. In the villa district, the foreign students remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, merely hearing the cacophony of noise, peering out in dissatisfaction. Upon witnessing the new students causing a ruckus, they couldn't help but smirk, thinking the newcomers were merely expressing discontent with their accommodations, which gave them a sense of superiority. Observing from within the villa, someone seemed to sense that something was amiss and hurriedly exited the premises. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Su Chun had actually severed Will's arm. Will was a key figure in the foreign students' alliance. This incident could not simply be brushed aside. If these individuals decided to retaliate, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Su Chun and Chen Hao had intended to exchange words, but found themselves at a loss for what to say. I'll send a message to Gao Lauda. You needn't worry. You are the top freshman and a member of the student alliance. This matter will be handled by them, Chen Hao stated, quickly dialing Gao Feng's number. Aware that this was no trivial issue, Su Chun, however, remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at Will, halting the new students from continuing their assault. If you keep this up, he might die. We cannot allow such a thing to happen within the academy. A foreign student emerged from the villa, hailing from Sakura, and upon seeing Will sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, was taken aback, rushing over in alarm. Get away. All of you, get away. Do you even realize who you are attacking? In no way, exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe that Will had been beaten and had lost an arm. This was undoubtedly a serious matter. Both the Luoqing Technical School and the entire Huaxia would need to provide an explanation. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Come out and kneel before me. In no way roared in anger, confident that these newcomers would not dare to retaliate against him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin delivered a few swift punches, leaving in no way dumbfounded. Someone truly dared to strike him. Enraged, he stood up, ready to retaliate, but the new students surrounded him, glaring fiercely. Faced with the students from Sakura, this was no trivial altercation. Some even discreetly drew knives. Inoue, sensing the tension, retreated repeatedly. Fine. Very well. You have guts. This matter is far from over. With that, he dashed back into the villa district. Chen scoffed, knowing that this individual would undoubtedly seek reinforcements, and a confrontation with the Foreign Students Alliance was imminent. But so what? If he were to fear confrontation, he would not have acted in Luoshan. He understood that such actions were unavoidable within the academy. A warrior must forge ahead with courage. If one is afraid, what is the point of their cultivation? If one cannot speak out against their compatriots being bullied on their own turf, what is the purpose of their training? They might as well return to menial labor. Chen Hao furrowed his brow, although he was displeased with the foreign students. He had never dared to act as Chen did. It was cathartic, yet the impending fallout could prove troublesome. It was likely that this would not merely involve the Student Alliance and the Foreign Students Alliance. Upon learning of the incident, Gao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Recognizing the ferocity of this year's new students, accomplishing what he had long wished to do but could not, he quickly gathered Lu Qingfeng and others, notifying the entire Student Alliance, and soon over 1,000 members surged toward the new students' dormitory. By now, the foreign students had already arrived. Leading them was Henry, the head of the Foreign Students Alliance, a burly figure with curly hair and piercing eyes, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a towering iron pillar as he confronted Will. Pathetic. To be wounded by a few yellow-skinned pigs. How disgraceful. Henry's gaze was devoid of much emotion as he turned to Su Chen. Will, having been carried away, was already unconscious from Su Chen's assault. Upon seeing Gao Feng approaching with his entourage, Henry voiced his demands. Gao Feng, I require an explanation. Henry did not initiate an attack. Instead, he directly held Gao Feng accountable. Gao Feng frowned slightly, replying, It is evident that your people struck first. Our actions can only be deemed as self-defense. I have yet to demand an explanation from you. Gao Feng's words surprised Su Chen, who glanced at him. Noting that Gao Feng was also observing him, Gao Feng was taken aback, realizing Su Chen was the top freshman. Despite appearing harmless and gentle, he was indeed formidable. He had seen Will's severed hand, knowing it was beyond reattachment. So you intend to shield the perpetrator? Henry continued, pressing the issue without following Gao Feng's line of reasoning. If you proceed down this path, there will be no room for negotiation. Henry narrowed his eyes, coldly remarking, You are a sensible man. Jeopardizing the friendship between our parties for one individual is not a wise choice. Moreover, in your territory, all rules favor us. Are you certain you want to proceed this way? At this juncture, a smirk of amusement crossed Henry's face. These absurd regulations were what allowed such scoundrels to behave so brazenly. So, shall we settle this with a fight? It's not the first time, Gao Feng retorted, unafraid, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Henry regarded Gao Feng with cold eyes. After a tense standoff, he finally spoke. I only demand the perpetrator. This incident can be considered as if it never occurred. The implication was unmistakable. He wanted Su Chen. All the new students turned to Gao Feng. Though unaware of his status, they recognized his high standing among the students. Yet, surrendering Su Chen was out of the question. Damn it. Pretending to be superior while allowing these foreign devils to bully us on our own turf. Exactly. I've long been displeased with this. If it comes to a fight, so be it. Whoever backs down is a coward. The new students were ready to confront the situation, their resolve solidifying, yet nobody acted rashly. Instead, they all looked to Su Chen. As the top freshman and their leader, it was Su Chen who had led them in their earlier confrontation with the foreign students. Su Chen remained silent, observing Gao Feng, the fourth-year leader and head of the Student Alliance. He was eager to discern Gao Feng's stance. Chapter 34. Young people are naturally impassioned. Su Chen gazed at Gao Feng, curious about his forthcoming actions. Should we surrender him to appease them? Or should we stand our ground resolutely? Gao Feng, oblivious to Su Chen's gaze, responded to Henry's words without a shred of hesitation. To hell with that. You think I'll hand over my brother? Dream on. This whole incident was instigated by your subordinates. If you want to pursue this further, I wouldn't mind bringing the Student Alliance to have some fun with you. To hell with your ridiculous rules. If you have the guts, go ahead and expel us all. Gao Feng's defiance made Su Chen cast a second glance at him, relieved to see that not all seniors were cowards. Meanwhile, one of the seniors furrowed his brow and quietly suggested to Gao Feng, Boss Gao, perhaps we should just hand over Su Chen. This matter is serious. If these guys cause a ruckus, it could be quite troublesome. Besides, the higher-ups might not favor us. The senior opined that surrendering Su Chen would undoubtedly be the best course of action to quell the situation. As soon as the senior finished speaking, Gao Feng's palm struck his face with a resounding crack. So you mean to tell me I should hand over my junior to appease them and act like a coward? If anyone else thinks that way, step forward now. Gao Feng was clearly furious, exasperated by the weakness of these individuals. The Student Alliance enjoyed preferential resources and was the core of the Luoqing Technical School. Were they really this spineless? Did they truly deserve the resources the Academy bestowed upon them? Each of them had the audacity to show their faces, while even the newcomers demonstrated more backbone, having dedicated their training to the dogs. Gao Feng couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses, relieved that no one dared to speak up. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng and others rushed over. Their injuries still fresh, bandaged, but their faces filled with fury. Particularly, Mo Hong Kong limped slightly, gripping a long spear, and shouted at Henry, "Curly dog. Are you looking for trouble? Do you really think I won't take you on? If you're unhappy, let's settle this in the arena, life or death." Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hong Kong, both brimming with anger, clamored to confront their opponents. They harbored deep resentment towards the foreign students, who came here under the guise of studying abroad, yet instigated chaos, reveled in their privileges, and insulted their Chinese counterparts, daring to challenge their limits. Anyone who dares to utter the words to hand over Su Chen. "I'll take you out first. A bunch of spineless wretches, and you dare to pursue martial arts? You might as well go back to shoveling manure. Remember to cover your faces, not because of the stench, but out of sheer shame." Lu Qingfeng vented all the curses he had heard from Su Chen today, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. The chastised seniors fell silent, and at that moment, Jiang Sini approached, his head wrapped in bandages, eliciting suppressed laughter from the onlookers. Gao Feng stifled a laugh. He had long been aware of the events surrounding the freshman assessment, but he hadn't anticipated that Lu Qingfeng and his companions would also suffer at Su Chen's hands. The three looked at Su Chen with a mix of resentment, while Su Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, sheepishly lowered his head. As the situation escalated, more seniors arrived, regardless of their affiliation with the Student Alliance, brandishing weapons and seething with anger. It seemed they could hardly contain themselves. If they all joined the fray, a single slap could dispatch these foreign students. They were growing impatient, some even urging Gao Feng to take action. Seeing this, Henry's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Gao Feng. "Gao Feng, are you certain you want to proceed with this? Like I said, if you're unhappy, then fight." Gao Feng replied directly, yet he did not make a move. The two sides remained locked in a standoff, the foreign students seething with rage. Typically, in the academy, who would dare to face them so defiantly? They prided themselves on being superior, having grown accustomed to arrogance, yet had never encountered such treatment. Despite their frustration, they dared not act rashly. Henry knew that if he pressed the issue further, Gao Feng might indeed retaliate. The Student Alliance was undeniably formidable, and their numbers far exceeded those of the foreign students. Not to mention the seniors outside the alliance. Should a conflict arise, they would come off worse, even if it escalated to the higher-ups. The law would not penalize the majority. They could not expel or punish all the students from Luoqing Technical School, and they would gain nothing but a beating. Having contemplated these factors, Henry formulated a plan, though his pride was wounded. Today's humiliation was unbearable, and he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity. "Gao Feng, you shall regret this decision." With that, he cast a fierce glare at Su Chen. "Su Chen, I will remember you." After another menacing look, Henry prepared to leave. Recognizing that they had indeed suffered a silent defeat today, Su Chen snorted disdainfully, rolling his eyes at Henry. Only then realizing that Wang Lin and Wu Tao were nowhere to be found. On the rooftop, the dean and Meng Qian observed the dense crowd below, shaking their heads in resignation. Why are the young people so hot-tempered these days? It's pointless if they don't even fight. What a waste of my sunflower seeds. The two old men chuckled as they snacked. "And if they do fight, how will you settle it?" Meng Qian inquired. "Settle it? I've been displeased for a long time. If it comes to it, I'll just have to expel all these foreign brats. Seeing them makes me ill." The dean grumbled, aware that training resources were precious everywhere, yet the school alliance foolishly favored these rascals. This could not stand. If it set a precedent, other academies would follow suit, a scenario they wished to avoid at all costs. Targeted? Do I fear being targeted? Has Luoqing Technical School not been targeted enough? The dean's eyes turned icy as pent-up resentment festered within him. Meng Qian remained silent. He understood some matters, but could not speak of them. However, the dean had invested significantly in recruiting promising talents this time. He wondered what would come of it. As the two continued to snack on sunflower seeds atop the building, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire Luoshan for a prolonged moment. In the villa area, flames soared skyward, forming a mushroom cloud. At least a third of the villas were completely obliterated. On the rooftop, the dean and Meng Qian were left in shock, frozen in place, their minds buzzing with confusion over what had transpired. From the wreckage, two disheveled figures emerged, gasping for breath as they surveyed their handiwork. Filled with a sense of dread, had they gone too far? Chapter 35. The villa area has been blown up. A deed that will surely be etched in the annals of school history. Who else could the two figures be but Wang Lin and Wu Tao? While both sides were embroiled in their argument, the pair had stealthily infiltrated the villa area unnoticed. Originally, Wang Lin had merely intended to start a fire. But when the two troublemakers teamed up, the outcome was far more catastrophic than anticipated. "You said this explosive had a mild effect, right?" Wang Lin questioned Wu Tao, realizing he had been led astray. "How was I to know? I've never used it before. The seller told me the power was minimal." Wu Tao lamented. Feeling quite helpless, he had impulsively purchased some explosives, stowed them away, and never imagined their potency would be so immense. It wasn't the seller's fault. Wu Tao had worried that the explosives might lose their potency over time, so he had added some extra materials, but he never expected it would result in such chaos. Had they not hidden quickly in a water tank, they might have blown themselves to smithereens. Henry and his entourage, just arriving at the villa area, were thrown to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. As they lifted their heads in disbelief, they realized their villas had all been destroyed. Who the hell did this? Gao Feng was equally astonished, his heart shaken. Who on earth was the commander behind this? Which valiant warrior was responsible? Such an act was destined to be etched into the annals of history, forever remembered. Su Chen's lips twitched. He had a rough idea of who the culprit might be. On the rooftop of the dormitory, the dean and Meng Qian were left dumbfounded, soon venting their frustration. Which little rascal did this? Do they intend to blow up the school? The dean was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. What manner of students were these? Each one seemed more troublesome than the last. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, aware of their blunder, hurriedly ducked into Mount Luo, hiding like frightened dogs. The villa district was engulfed in flames, a raging inferno consuming everything in its path, as some who were still in slumber were caught off guard and flung about chaotically. Others, quicker to react, fled in disarray, thoroughly bewildered. What are you gawking at? Put out the fire, the dean shouted. The blaze threatening to engulf the entire Luo City Technical School, if not the whole of Mount Luo itself. A multitude of students began to fight the flames, albeit with apparent indifference. After all, why should they care about a place that wasn't their home? Henry was beside himself with rage, cursing vehemently and demanding an explanation from the academy, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. It wasn't until the last villa had been reduced to ashes that the fire was finally brought under control, slowly extinguishing. By the following morning, the new student dormitory stood unscathed, untouched by the inferno, while the villa district lay in complete ruin, not a single structure remaining. Gao Feng, give me an explanation, or I will certainly escalate this matter to the embassy. Henry fumed, his own villa utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Before Gao Feng could respond, Henry turned his icy gaze to the dean. Dean Feng, you must provide us with an explanation and deliver the perpetrator for punishment. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Henry's tone bore no trace of respect for the dean's authority. Rather, it was one of command, causing the dean to furrow his brow. Enough of your nonsense. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that our people destroyed your villa? Where's your evidence? Without proof, your barking is meaningless, Gao Feng retorted, showing no leniency towards them. This matter would be thoroughly investigated by the academy, and if anyone was found to have acted maliciously, they would face severe repercussions. The dean felt little concern. After all, he hadn't funded the construction of those villas. They were merely burnt down, which was a headache for him. But he pondered who could have done such a thing. With this thought, the dean involuntarily glanced at Su Chen, frowning slightly. Gao Feng and the others instinctively looked at Su Chen as well, who appeared utterly perplexed. What is going on? I've been right here, doing nothing. I truly have no connection to this. At that moment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, having returned amidst the chaos, cleaned themselves up and now feigned innocence as they gazed at the villa district, displaying an expression of regret. What a pity for such a fine villa. I would have enjoyed living there. Indeed, I wonder which rascal did this. It's utterly outrageous. The two exchanged remarks to exonerate themselves, yet the dean was no fool. They had been absent the previous night and had only returned that morning, attempting to act oblivious. However, the dean chose to remain silent, casting a glance at them. Our residence has been destroyed. We have nowhere to stay, one student said, his face darkened. Henry's expression was equally grim. He was at a loss for what to do, unsure of where to go. But we can't just sleep outside. Dean Feng, I demand that these independent villas be allocated to us, and you must expedite the reconstruction of the villa district. Henry looked to the dean, knowing they had no choice but to settle for the independent villas, which were at least better than the dormitories. Why should we give you the independent villas? Where will we stay? Su Chen directly inquired, having just chosen a villa for himself and not yet moved in. I am not negotiating with you. I am merely informing you. Another voice interjected dismissively, casting a contemptuous glance at Su Chen. The dean remained silent. He too had little fondness for these individuals, but as the dean, he could not speak too bluntly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. From the outset, the independent villas are meant for the top 10 students from each cohort. They cannot be given to you. I will notify the student union regarding the villa district. As for when reconstruction will occur, that is not within my purview. So you will have to make do for the time being. I will arrange for some tents for you, the dean stated, paying no heed to Henry's ashen face. Dean Feng, I have said I am not negotiating. I am merely notifying you. Henry's arrogance provoked the dean's ire. When did a student dare to speak so presumptuously? Addressing him in such a manner? The sheer audacity. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Henry, compelling him to kneel. If you don't want to stay, then figure it out for yourself. The dean did not tolerate their insolence, leaving behind a final remark before departing, instructing Meng Qian to arrange accommodations for the new students. Su Chen and the others were taken away. Henry finally rose, his face dark and his expression far from pleasant. It was absolutely unacceptable for them to be forced to stay in tents. With this thought, Henry's gaze shifted towards the independent villas. Chapter 36. There is but one truth. The culprit lies among the international students. Inside the dean's office, the dean sat in his chair, His demeanor grave as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Lin and Wu Tao. He was nearly certain that this incident was inextricably linked to these two rascals. Confess. Confess to what? I don't understand. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wang Lin and Wu Tao feigned ignorance, looking innocently at the dean. Su Chen's lips twitched. He naturally understood that these two would never admit to anything. Yet he too was curious about what mischief they had conjured to obliterate an entire villa district. If you refuse to speak, I shall have to contact your guardians. This vast villa district cost a substantial sum to develop. Someone must bear the reconstruction expenses. The dean scoffed, having no faith in Wang Lin and Wu Tao. After speaking, the dean turned his attention to Su Chen, his gaze sharp as if trying to see through him. Is this matter related to you? Su Chen felt helpless. He genuinely knew nothing. How could he be implicated in this? By heaven's grace, I have been waiting downstairs in the dormitory, just biding my time to deal with those foreign rascals. I truly know nothing. Su Chen explained, as he had indeed been waiting to confront those international students. Not even noticing when Wang Lin and Wu Tao slipped away, the dean let out a cold snort. Did you instruct them to do this? No. Do I look like that kind of person? Those students you beat are still laid up in bed. Do you really think I would carry a wrench around? The dean shot Su Chen a fierce glare. Despite his seemingly amicable appearance, he was full of mischief. I don't care who among you did this. You must provide me with an explanation, a reasonable one. This matter rests upon your shoulders. Come to my office tonight and report back with the results. The dean declared sternly. Such a significant incident warrants escalation. You understand my meaning, yes? With that, the dean entrusted the matter to Su Chen and dismissed them. Wang Lin and Wu Tao kept their heads down, silent. Su Chen's lips twitched. What did this mean? Everyone knew that Wang Lin and Wu Tao were responsible for this mischief, yet they were leaving him to investigate? Su Chen pondered, glancing at Wang Lin and Wu Tao, who, sensing his gaze, grew serious. We truly don't know anything. Su Chen said nothing further, instead leading the two back to the dormitory area and then to the villa district. The scene before them had transformed into a desolate ruin. As some international students desperately rummaged through the debris, uncertain if their belongings lay buried or charred beyond recognition. Upon noticing the arrival of Su Chen and his companions, their expressions darkened, and they quickly surrounded the trio. What do you intend to do? Get out of here. This place is not for lowly individuals like you to enter, shouted a bald black international student, his voice brimming with anger. In accordance with the dean's orders, we are here to investigate the explosion in the villa district. Are you attempting to obstruct my official duties? Before Su Chen could utter a word, Wang Lin brandished a broadsword and approached, seizing the collar of the international student. The student, merely a 4-star Qi realm practitioner and a newcomer, had arrived with reckless abandon, disregarding all rules and constraints, fully aware that no one dared to challenge them. Since their arrival the previous day, they had been assigned to a lavish villa adorned with exquisite furnishings and precious cultivation resources. The student was astounded, back in his homeland. He resided in a thatched cottage, crammed with a dozen family members, unable to afford clothing, living a life reminiscent of a primitive society. Yet here, he could experience such opulence. Just as his fortunate days began, the villa was reduced to rubble. Enraged, he confronted Su Chen and his companions, intent on teaching them a lesson. Wang Lin, however, restrained the student, delivering a swift punch before he and Wu Tao lifted the student, administering a vigorous interrogation. Speak. Is last night's explosion connected to you? Are you obstructing our investigation out of guilt? What are you doing here? Are you concealing evidence? The two continued their relentless assault, silencing the student with a sock stuffed in his mouth. How stubborn he is, refusing to admit anything. After a considerable time of beating, the student lay on the ground, bruised and battered. You've gone too far, Su Chen exclaimed darkly, realizing that these two were not virtuous individuals. They had silenced the student and beaten him into submission to extract a confession, but one could only confess if they were able to speak. We are civilized beings. We must adhere to the principles of evidence. Without proof, this constitutes coercion, Su Chen declared with righteous indignation. The black student, upon hearing this, felt tears welling up, grateful to find a voice of reason amidst the chaos. No, I act based on evidence. Wu Tao responded seriously. You see, when we entered, he was anxiously pacing, which could indicate he was hiding evidence of a crime. Additionally, typically, a perpetrator returns to the scene. Why would he come here at this hour, when there are so many other places in the city? Furthermore, our Chinese students are of exemplary character. The upperclassmen diligently cultivate and study the classics, making it impossible for them to commit such heinous acts. The freshmen, being products of higher education, would never engage in such misconduct. Thus, the truth is singular. The culprit lies among the foreign students. Wu Tao's astute analysis transformed him into a veritable detective. Su Chen stood dumbfounded, pondering the peculiar reasoning presented. Very well, Wu Tao's deductions hold merit. After careful consideration, I concur with his assessment. Therefore, it is confirmed that this individual detonated the villa district. Wang Lin added his insights, suggesting that the student was envious of their prosperity, leading to a twisted psyche that resulted in the destruction of their academy. albeit mistakenly targeting the villa district due to the darkness and unfamiliarity of the surroundings. The black student was left bewildered, merely having come to retrieve his belongings. Chen blinked several times, astonished by the 2's adeptness at framing him. This so-called analysis was not entirely baseless, yet it was utterly absurd. Where was the evidence? Such reasoning could not replace tangible proof. Chen stroked his chin, pondering how he could report their conjectures to the dean without solid evidence. At that moment, Wu Tao seized the opportunity, discreetly slipping a bundle of explosives into the student's clothing. "Report, Boss Su. I've found the murder weapon," Wu Tao exclaimed loudly. "Where?" Chen turned, a look of excitement on his face. "Quick, show me." Wu Tao, with a grave demeanor, revealed the explosives he had just hidden within the student's garments. "This is it. This must be the unfinished tool of his crime, intended for concealment. Is that so? Then we can ascertain that it was indeed this individual who perpetrated the act," Chen declared with righteous certainty, directly implicating the student. The black student, lying on the ground, was utterly confounded. How had he become the accused? In the distance, a group led by Gao Feng observed from a small building, puzzled by the trio's intentions upon entering the villa ruins, only to witness the unfolding spectacle. Incredible. They turned black into white. If Conan were here, he'd be locked up for years. Gao Feng could hardly believe the absurdity of the situation, realizing that the academy was destined for a tumultuous future. Despite the black student's attempts to resist, Wang Lin and Wu Tao had subdued him thoroughly. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Lin buried some explosives into the ground before escorting the student to the dean's office. Inside the dean's office, the dean hummed a tune, entirely unconcerned by the explosion in the villa district, well aware of the culprit's identity. But was it significant? Not in the slightest. However, given the magnitude of the incident and the loss of several international students, the higher-ups would undoubtedly demand an explanation. He needed to present a satisfactory account to quell their inquiries. Assigning Chen to investigate was merely a tactic to allow these three to clean up the mess. As he pondered, Chen and his companions entered, dragging the black student along. The dean was taken aback. "What is happening? Why have you brought a student here bound?" "Dean, we have uncovered the truth regarding the explosion in the villa district. This individual is responsible," Chen stated, tossing the black student before the dean. The dean was flabbergasted. "I instructed you to tidy up, not to bring me a scapegoat, especially a foreign student. Where's the evidence?" After a moment of stunned silence, he inquired further. Wu Tao promptly revealed the explosives hidden within the student's clothing. "Where did you discover this? How did you apprehend him?" The dean felt a headache coming on. It was evident that this was a case of framing. Thus, Chen recounted the events that transpired, presenting a serious analysis of the situation. Upon concluding, the dean was left in a state of disarray. After a prolonged silence, he ordered Chen to release the black student, intending to interrogate him personally. As Chen let go, he and Wang Lin stood to the side. "Is this your doing?" the dean asked pointedly. "No. They are framing me. I'm innocent." The black student protested fervently, realizing he had become the scapegoat. Still denying it? How outrageous. Chen advanced, delivering a series of blows. The trio restrained the student and continued their assault. The dean grimaced, exasperated at the scene unfolding before him. "Can you refrain from this in my presence? At least wait until I turn away." After the beating, the dean once again inquired, "Is it truly not you? Speak honestly, and I shall not wrong an innocent person, but I will not spare a guilty one." Old Black was equally astonished, hastily exclaiming, "No, it truly wasn't me. They are framing me." Upon uttering these words, Old Black noticed the dean rising from his seat and retreating to a nearby room to fetch water. Soon after, a severe beating ensued, with Wang Lin lifting a chair and smashing it to pieces. When the dean returned, seemingly oblivious to the earlier events, he inquired, "You must provide a truthful account. This matter is of utmost importance." "It wasn't me, I swear," Old Black protested. The dean furrowed his brow and turned to Chen, asking, "Do you have any witnesses? If so, summon them immediately. I need to use the restroom." The dean exited once more, and Chen understood the implication behind his words. The three of them were subjected to another round of brutal punishment, and Old Black could hardly withstand such treatment any longer. As Chen pondered where to find a witness, he spotted Gao Feng and his companions entering alongside the dean. The moment they stepped in, Gao Feng and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, thinking, "What a beast. They've beaten him to this extent. But it's quite satisfying. Dean, we will testify. It was indeed this fellow who did it. We have evidence, having witnessed him destroying the tools of his crime. If it weren't for Chen's quick action, the culprit would have escaped," Gao Feng declared with righteous indignation. The dean frowned and addressed Old Black. "What else do you have to say? Confess, and I may consider leniency." Old Black weakly lifted his head, wanting to explain. But he knew that if he didn't admit his guilt, the dean would certainly step outside again. "It's me, sob, he cried out, lamenting what he had done wrong. He truly only sought to retrieve his belongings. "Why? What was your motive for committing this crime?" the dean inquired once more. Gao Feng and the others nearly burst into laughter, realizing their elder's cunning nature. he truly was not a good person. However, upon reflection, it made sense. They were well aware of the dean's long-standing dissatisfaction with international students, always seeking a reason to expel them, but unable to withstand pressure from above. Now it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. I don't even know what my motive was. Whatever you say it is, let it be, Old Black sobbed, cursing internally at whoever claimed that coming to China could elevate one's status. What do you mean by that? Are you implying we have framed you? Chen questioned sternly, causing Old Black to panic, quickly denying it. Afterward, he reiterated the motives analyzed by Wang Lin and the others, admitting his wrongdoings. Alas, I never expected that our unreciprocated investment in your education would lead to this. Yet here you are, the dean lamented, documenting the crimes and motives. He instructed Old Black to press his fingerprint, then told Gao Feng to take him away and ensure he remained secure until the higher-ups arrived. Gao Feng was taken aback for a moment, then grasped the underlying meaning of the dean's words, nodding in agreement as he led Old Black away. Knowing the dean intended to take advantage of the situation. As for whether the outcome was genuine or not, it mattered little. Once signatures and fingerprints were affixed, it became reality. After all, the dead do not speak. After completing these tasks, the dean turned to Chen with a knowing smile, realizing he had underestimated Chen's capabilities in orchestrating such events. Go back to the villa area and conduct a thorough search for any overlooked dangers. Ascertain whether he has any accomplices. Chen nodded, understanding that the dean was entrusting them with the task of cleaning up the aftermath. The dean's silence did not imply ignorance. Do you wish for him to have accomplices or not? Chen inquired before departing. Chapter 38, Setting a Small Goal, Expelling International Students from Luoqing Technical School. The dean looked at Chen in astonishment, momentarily stunned, before retorting, scram. Chen hurriedly left, accompanied by Wang Lin and Wu Tao, soon arriving at the villa area. After a thorough search, they confirmed that no trace had been left behind, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen, just as he prepared to depart, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Gao Feng approaching. Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something, Gao Feng said to Chen, who paused for a moment before nodding. In Gao Feng's small building, Chen and his companions followed him inside and took a seat. Chen, as the top freshman, you are now expected to assume corresponding responsibilities in managing your cohort of students, as per the regulations of Luoqing Technical School, Gao Feng stated, handing over a cup of tea with a smile. This has been the long-standing tradition. Should any issues arise with your cohort, I will only seek you out. Do you understand what I mean? Chen nodded, intrigued by this regulation. No wonder the top student was regarded as the leader of each cohort. It was for this reason. However, while it sounded prestigious, it also carried significant responsibilities. What about the foreign students? Do they fall under my jurisdiction as well? Chen hastily inquired, eager to deal with the troublesome individuals. Gao Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, we have our own student alliance, while they have their international student alliance. They are not under our purview, and likewise, they cannot interfere with us. You may regard it as two relatively independent entities, like oil and water, mutually disdainful, which you should be well aware of. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a tinge of regret. Sensing his thoughts, Gao Feng continued. Initially, there was only one student alliance, and international students were included under our management. However, after various benefits for international students were introduced, their true nature was revealed. They engaged in fights, caused disturbances, and disrespected authority, bullying our compatriots on our turf. It became quite a significant issue, leading to the establishment of the International Student Alliance. If you possess the capability, then bring them under control. Gao Feng recounted events from many years prior, gleaned from the previous senior students. In response, Chen chuckled softly, taking a sip of tea before stating, I will not subjugate them. I will only expel them from the academy, or even from China itself. Gao Feng was taken aback, casting an unexpected glance at Chen. This response was something he had never heard in all his years. Ha ha ha, splendid. Gao Feng laughed heartily. I shall eagerly await your efforts to expel them from the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were equally surprised, not anticipating such words from Chen. However, upon reflection, it made sense. These international students occupied substantial training resources in the academy, causing trouble without contributing anything of value. Keeping a dog to guard the house is one thing, but maintaining a pack of foreigners who consume your resources while showing their fangs in return is another. Essentially, they are malignant tumors draining significant resources, leading to a scarcity for the local students. That sounds rather appealing. I can hardly wait, Wang Lin exclaimed, brandishing his broadsword, eager to confront a few of the international students right then and there. Wu Tao suddenly discovered his newfound purpose, expelling the foreigners from the academy and driving them out of China. His family tree could even dedicate a page to this endeavor. Contemplating this, Wu Tao felt a surge of spirited excitement. However, accomplishing this task would not be simple. It entailed more than just one academy, potentially involving martial kings and even venerable figures. What does it matter? Wang Lin boldly declared, we cannot manage the entirety of China, but can we not handle a mere Luoqing technical school? Let us set a modest goal. First, drive the foreign students out of Luoqing Technical School, Wu Tao added. Gao Feng regarded Wang Lin and Wu Tao with surprise, then glanced at Su Chen. For some reason, he felt that Su Chen's words could truly be realized. This unexpected trust even took Gao Feng by surprise. Setting that aside, there is another matter I need to discuss with you. Gao Feng shifted focus back to the main topic rather than dwelling on this issue. According to the regulations, the top 10 new students can directly enter the Student Alliance. However, once you join the Student Alliance, you will need to undergo trials in the Abyss. Especially you, Su Chen, as the chief student. You must descend into the Abyss and engage in battle with the alien races. This is an unyielding rule of the Student Alliance. Every member of the Student Alliance is required to descend at least once a month. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Su Chen felt a surge of surprise. He had been contemplating how to broach this matter with Gao Feng, fearing he might refuse his request to go down. Yet now, they were compelled to do so. Naturally, Su Chen was elated, as he needed to slay 100 alien beings to enhance his swordsmanship. The alien races are ferocious and brutal, often dwelling in groups, rarely scattered, making each descent into the Abyss perilous. However, within the Abyss, there are myriad opportunities and spiritual herbs. That is where a warrior ought to be. Gao Feng did not elaborate much. This has been the custom for many years, immutable by anyone. Nevertheless, rest assured, during your first descent into the Abyss, you will be accompanied by senior students who will lead the charge in case of danger, and the military stationed at the Abyss will also protect you. Noticing Su Chen and the others in silence, Gao Feng assumed they were intimidated and offered further clarification. When can we go down? Su Chen finally spoke. His voice tinged with excitement and impatience, leaving Gao Feng momentarily stunned, as it was the first time he had encountered such enthusiasm from Su Chen. Tomorrow at the earliest, Gao Feng responded, calculating that it was indeed time for their next descent since the last one. Only the top 10 of the new students? Wang Lin inquired with curiosity. Gao Feng nodded, explaining that only those among the top 10 had qualified for the Student Alliance, while the rest of the new students were not eligible to enter the Abyss. As you grow, in the future, you will lead new students into the Abyss. He added. Of course, this time, aside from you, there will also be international students joining. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Su Chen furrowed his brow, pondering something. Gao Feng conveyed a few more instructions, and it was only then that Su Chen and his companions departed, having confirmed their entry into the Abyss for the following morning. They needed to rest well today to gather their strength. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Villa District, Henry stood amidst the debris, his expression grim. Particularly upon learning that one of the international students had been forcibly taken away, with no knowledge of their whereabouts. Moreover, the blame for the explosion in the Villa District had fallen squarely on the shoulders of that international student. This is clearly targeted at us. This matter cannot be left unresolved, Henry said coldly, his fists clenched until they turned white. Chapter 39. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. On the following day, at dawn, Su Chen arrived early at the location of the Student Alliance. Wang Lin and Wu Tao followed closely behind. And all 10 of the top students gathered there. Among them, Tong Yu appeared somewhat worse for wear, bandages wrapped around his body. Gao Feng initially suggested he return to rest and wait for the next opportunity, but Tong Yu refused. I have already conveyed everything necessary to you. I shall reiterate, the Abyss is fraught with danger, and reckless actions are inadvisable. Obey all commands, Gao Feng declared, his gaze sweeping over the top 10 new students as he carried a long sword on his back. Let us depart. With that, Gao Feng led them towards the rear of the academy. Accompanying them were several senior students from the Student Alliance, well-versed in the ways of combat and seasoned by the crucible of war. At the rear, Gao Feng halted in front of a large steel factory. Su Chen was astonished to discover that, as they arrived, at least a dozen presences locked onto them. Soon, individuals clad in military uniforms emerged, brandishing firearms. After Gao Feng approached and confirmed their identities, they were granted passage. Just as they were about to enter, Su Chen caught a glimpse of another group approaching, led by Henry. Approximately 30 individuals, among whom were 10 new students, while the rest were senior international students, were also required to enter the Abyss as per academy regulations. This was an unbreakable rule. Even with their privileges, they had to comply. Upon spotting Su Chen, Henry's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent that quickly vanished. Su Chen naturally sensed this, but chose not to comment. If these foreign students had the sense to avoid provoking him, it would be for the best. If they dared to challenge him, they would not find him lacking in ruthlessness. Upon entering the factory, Su Chen discovered a massive fissure, approximately 10 zhang long, at the center of the floor. Within the fissure, peculiar energy fluctuations emanated from the inky darkness, exuding a chilling aura. At the edges stood several armed individuals, their expressions grave, some even stained with blood, as though they had just emerged from battle. Nearby, some wounded individuals were being tended to. Some were missing a hand or a leg, while others had suffered grievous injuries. The stench of blood was overwhelming, and a sense of impending doom rose within Su Chen. Entering the Abyss is akin to stepping onto a battlefield, confronting the alien races. It is highly likely that you may perish. Gao Feng's face bore an unprecedented seriousness as he cast his gaze upon Su Chen and the others. You may choose to retreat now. No one will hold it against you. The 10 new students exchanged glances, their youthful faces betraying a mix of apprehension and determination. Yet none chose to back down. Wang Lin, with carefree bravado, hoisted his broadsword onto his shoulder, chewing on a piece of grass. Let us hurry up. I can hardly wait. Gao Feng nodded, prepared to enter, but a soldier in uniform blocked his path. The situation below is escalating. There are severe casualties. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, having already surmised the gravity of the situation upon seeing the wounded. It's fine. We know our limits. With that, Gao Feng stepped into the abyss first, his figure vanishing from sight, followed closely by the others. Upon entering the abyss, Su Chen found it was not the battlefield he had envisioned, but rather a vast ancient city, marked by the scars of battle. They landed atop the city wall, where someone approached to meet Gao Feng. Uncertain of how long they conversed, a cadre of steely soldiers appeared, their expressions solemn as they regarded Su Chen and his companions. Your dean is truly a scoundrel, sending mere children like you to face these beasts. One of the leading soldiers exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Indeed, we're not dead yet. We don't need you to shield us from these ruffians. Remember to stay behind us as we exit the city. If danger arises, run swiftly. We'll hold the line for you. You are just kids. What can you possibly do down here? Several soldiers grumbled, their bodies reeking of blood. Fatigue etched on their faces, black bags hanging from their waists, their body bags. You've guarded this place for so many years. It's time for us to take over. Su Chen interjected suddenly. Though it was his first descent, he understood well that the casualties among the soldiers stationed at the abyss were a harrowing statistic. With each disturbance often paid for in blood. Each generation has its responsibilities. You have done enough. This battlefield will eventually be ours to command. The old soldiers stared at Su Chen, their eyes unexpectedly glistening with moisture. Ha, good. It's worth it to have stood guard here for 20 years. Seeing our descendants grow safely and healthily brings me satisfaction. Tears welled in the eyes of several veterans who had transitioned from youth to middle age, dedicating 2 decades, 3 decades, or even a lifetime to guarding the abyss. Some had met their end here, while others were never found. An inch of mountains and rivers. An inch of blood. From the moment they entered the abyss, they had never contemplated returning alive. Were they afraid? They were not. What they feared was failing to hold the line and allowing these beasts to escape to the surface, threatening their next generation. They feared that, despite their sacrifices, not a soul would remember them after they were gone. Su Chen's words, though simple, struck a chord within their hearts. Let us go. Let us slay these beasts. The veterans quickly regained their composure, their rough hands patting Su Chen's shoulder. We are not old yet. We can still fight. It is not yet your time to take our place. Devote yourself diligently to your training. Our talents are finite, and this lifetime may be all we have. Yet, you are different. Born in an era marked by the resurgence of spiritual energy, your achievements are destined to surpass ours. Do not allow yourselves to perish here prematurely. Only by surviving and growing stronger can you accomplish more and protect those who matter, the veteran declared, gesturing for his companions to be the first to exit the ancient city. Gao Feng followed closely behind with the students, but for some reason, Su Chen felt a profound impact in his heart as he trailed behind, lost in thought. Upon exiting the ancient city, they found themselves at the Luoqing Technical School, where several figures appeared within the academy, one of whom bore a distinctly Western visage. Is this the Luoqing Technical School? What a detestable place. The very air here makes me feel nauseous. The Westerner did not shy away from expressing his disdain, even believing that his presence here was an affront. Where is your principal? Bring him out to meet me, he demanded. One of his sycophants nodded and approached, his face reflecting dissatisfaction. They had notified the school of their arrival in advance, yet not a single person had come to greet them. Old Feng, after all these years, you still lack any sense of decorum. Get out. Just as the sycophant finished speaking, a furious roar from the principal echoed forth, sending him flying out of the office. Chapter 40. You may investigate as you please, but he has already committed suicide out of guilt. The sycophant had not anticipated being kicked out of the office so abruptly, with no mercy shown, nearly leading to his demise. Outside, the Westerner's expression turned icy at the sight, while a bespectacled middle-aged man beside him wore a grim countenance. Fengyu, what do you intend to do? The man bellowed, releasing an oppressive aura at the peak of the Fengho realm that swept over them like a tidal wave. In an instant, the Luoqing Technical School felt as though they were facing a formidable foe, as a host of mentors appeared, standing outside the office. Principal Fengyu emerged slowly, his face devoid of emotion as he regarded the gathered individuals. Do you have business at my Luoqing Technical School? Fengyu, you know precisely why we are here. The bespectacled man shouted angrily, convinced that Fengyu was being deliberately evasive. Hold your tongue. An elderly woman with a head of white hair hobbled forward, addressing Fengyu. We come not for any trivial matter, but because the villa district for your international students has been destroyed. If only buildings had been lost, that would be one thing, but this time, some students were killed in the explosion. This is a matter of grave importance that we must investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Principal Feng furrowed his brow and tossed a document into the air, having anticipated that these troublemakers would come looking for a fight and prepared accordingly. The elderly woman received the document and began to peruse it, eventually passing it to the bespectacled middle-aged man. Nonsense. This is utterly ridiculous. He glanced at the document before tossing it aside. Feng Yu, are you mocking me? You claim that the students blew up their own villa district? What motive could they possibly have? He continued, to be frank, we have received reports alleging that the dean of your academy has been shielding the culprits, fabricating evidence, and deliberately targeting the international students while suppressing them. Moreover, you are accused of embezzling the cultivation resources allocated to the students. Do you confess? The man questioned Feng Yu coldly, knowing they were representatives of the school alliance and had no fear of a mere technical school. Are you questioning me? Feng Yu retorted, refraining from answering the man's inquiry, as a more terrifying aura began to seep from him. The atmosphere within the Luoqing Technical School turned tense, imbued with a sense of impending violence. Before the man could utter another word, Feng Yu had already taken action, delivering a resounding slap across his face. What audacity do you have, a mere Fengho realm, to question me? Feng Yu raged, releasing the terrifying presence of a martial king that enveloped the man. You dare strike me? The man initially froze, but soon his anger flared. However, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yu's hand struck again, showing no mercy. Regardless of who you are or whom you represent, when you arrive here, you must adhere to the rules of the Luoqing Technical School. If you treat foreign devils as your superiors, you have lost all sense of your own lineage. The man turned red with shame, rendered speechless. Xiaofeng, this is excessive. The elderly woman interjected, her aura locking onto Feng Yu, prepared to intervene should he dare to strike again. Feng Yu snorted coldly, producing another document from his storage ring and tossing it forward. This document details the cultivation resources allocated to the international students. Open your eyes and see if I have embezzled anything. Feng Yu was genuinely furious, unable to fathom why anyone would suspect him of misappropriating cultivation resources and reporting him. It was clear to him that this was the work of those ungrateful international students. The elderly woman glanced at the document briefly before stowing it away, smiling as she spoke. I trust your integrity, but we must investigate the explosion that claimed the lives of the students in the Villa district thoroughly. Do as you wish. Investigate all you like. The Luoqing Technical School shall not interfere. With that, Feng Yu turned to leave, only to be called back. Bring forth the student responsible for the Villa explosion. I have questions for him. The Westerner spoke, his expression grim. Had it not been for the elderly woman standing in his way, he might have already resorted to violence. Anyone with eyes can see that Feng Yu is targeting me. Feng Yu retorted, if you wish to seek him out, I have heard he committed suicide out of guilt. With that, he departed. And the mentors of Luoqing Technical School followed suit, leaving without delay. The members of the school alliance arrived only to find themselves without a drop to drink and were met with scorn, with two of them having received a sound thrashing. At this, both the Westerner and the elderly woman's expressions shifted. Suicide out of guilt. I suspect they are deliberately framing us, shielding the culprits. I propose we report this to the school alliance immediately. The Luoqing Technical School has shown disloyalty and must be dealt with severely, the bespectacled man declared, glaring fiercely in the direction Feng Yu had departed. Meanwhile, Su Chun and his companions had already exited the ancient city and were traversing the abyssal battlefield. With the veteran leading them, they felt little pressure. The atmosphere remained tense and serious, yet they had yet to encounter any foreign races. Unbeknownst to them, after their descent, the members of the school alliance had already come knocking, with the principal bearing the brunt of their ire. Damn it, these scoundrels are remarkably elusive. One veteran cursed. They dared not attract undue attention, for before them lay the royal city of the foreign races, guarded by their sovereign, commanding an army of hundreds of thousands, poised to strike at any moment and obliterate the ancient city. If they were discovered, the opposing army could annihilate them in an instant. Su Chen's expression grew grave as he sensed the air thick with spiritual energy, far denser than outside, filling him with a sense of ease. This is indeed where a martial artist ought to dwell. Soon, they had delved deep into the battlefield, where any crisis would make it exceedingly difficult to call for aid from the ancient city, and the veterans grew increasingly solemn. Something's amiss, one veteran suddenly announced, halting the advance of the group. Su Chen also came to a stop, lifting his gaze. Through the underbrush, he spotted a group of beings clad in animal skins, resembling humanoid figures, engaged in conversation. The expressions of Gao Feng and the other veterans shifted to one of seriousness, their auras subdued. Approximately 100 of them. The strongest among them at the 9th star of the Qi Si realm, with about 10 at the Qi Si realm, while the rest are indigenous beings at the Qi blood realm. The veteran assessed, recognizing the strength of this foreign contingent, which was not overly formidable and thus well suited for Gao Feng and the students. Prepare, Gao Feng commanded, having already resolved to hunt them down. The older students donned serious expressions as they armed themselves, and with Gao Feng's order, they charged forward. The indigenous beings were caught entirely off guard, having never anticipated an assault from intruders. The veterans stood by, displaying no intention to intervene. Their sole purpose was to ensure the safety of the trainees, ready to act only in moments of dire crisis. The senior students, seasoned elites in their own right, swiftly tore open a breach and began a ruthless slaughter. Without hesitation, Su Chun brandished the long yuan sword and charged into the fray. Chapter 41, Massacre of the Alien Race, shocking the veterans. The sounds of fierce combat erupted, and Su Chun displayed no fear, effortlessly beheading an alien at the Chi blood realm, his heart burdened by naught. On the battlefield, they were adversaries, invaders. There are no innocents in war. For years safeguarding the abyss, each assault by the alien race had been met with the sacrifice of human lives, forging a city of flesh and blood to hold them at bay. If these aliens were innocent, then what of the valiant human soldiers who perished? Su Chun drew his sword again, dispatching another alien of the Chi blood realm. Under his leadership, the new students began to counterattack, many of whom had never witnessed such a scene before. Struggling to accept and adapt, they relied heavily on the veterans to shield them from the aliens. Keep your eyes wide open. These aliens are invaders, enemies. If you show mercy and cannot face them directly, you will be slain. Su Chun spoke up, his brow furrowed. Although he too found it hard to bear, even feeling a wave of nausea in their eyes, these were all aggressors, none innocent. Each one stained with the blood of human soldiers. Wang Lin and Wu Tao appeared slightly pale but adapted quickly, already beginning to eliminate the aliens. The veterans, hearing Su Chun's words, glanced over with admiration. The senior students were somewhat taken aback, recognizing Su Chun's valor as the top student, a rare quality indeed. They recalled their own initial encounters with the alien race, not faring any better than these newcomers. Before long, the aliens regrouped and began their counteroffensive, the battle intensifying to a fever pitch. The veterans also joined the fray, struggling to provide comprehensive protection for the new students. One newcomer, unable to adapt, was struck in the chest by an alien-esque blade. Su Chun arrived just in time to save him, dispatching the alien foe. Your cultivation is above his. Had you dared face him, dared to act, such grievous wounds would have been avoided. Su Chun uttered no further words and turned back to the battle. The long yuan sword vibrated with fury, its sword aura unleashed, each strike capable of taking down an alien of the Chi blood realm. At this moment, Su Chun was drenched in blood, his eyes only reflecting a cold, merciless intent, resembling a deity of death. The aliens trembled in fear, contemplating retreat. Yet, one of the alien-esque Chi realm warriors had set its sights on Su Chun, charging directly at him. Su Chun, be careful, Gao Feng shouted, intending to assist, but was held back by the alien Chi warrior. Wang Lin and Wu Tao furrowed their brows, preparing to help, only to see Su Chun's eyes turn icy, as if he were conjuring something. In the next instant, a terrifying sword light erupted forth. The sword light swept through, the alien Chi warrior halted in its tracks, while several Chi blood realm aliens nearby burst apart. This fearsome strike astonished even Gao Feng, as the alien Chi warrior was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Well done, lad, Gao Feng exclaimed excitedly, while the other senior students were equally taken aback, feeling a profound shock. The veterans were somewhat surprised, not expecting this seemingly frail newcomer to be so formidable. Truly terrifying. Su Chun, having dispatched the Chi warrior, did not pause, but continued his slaughter. Bathed in blood, his mind held no other thoughts but to eradicate these aliens, embodying a killing god that even Gao Feng and the others found daunting. Never had they witnessed a newcomer so ferocious. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, unwilling to be outdone, pursued the aliens with fervor. Tong Yu, though injured, utilized his exceptional swordsmanship to instill fear in the aliens. The remaining newcomers seemed inspired by Su Chun, beginning to retaliate and no longer cowering. Soon, the entire alien squad was annihilated. The Chi realm 9-star alien was beheaded by a veteran. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. The veteran laughed heartily, crushing the alien's head beneath his boot. Kid, I did not misjudge you. You've brought no disgrace to the Luo City Technical School. The veteran was thoroughly impressed by Su Chun's prowess. It was the first time they encountered such a fierce newcomer, relentlessly pursuing and slaying aliens. In the past, newcomers faced with such scenes would often be paralyzed by fear. The veterans were straightforward, preferences were based on strength, and everything was spoken through power. Su Chun, not only in skill but also in temperament, left them awed and delighted, their admiration for him unrestrained. Gao Feng, this lad far exceeds your prowess back in the day. It seems the head of your student alliance might need to consider stepping aside. They laughed. Indeed, when you first descended, you performed decently, but compared to Su Chun, you truly pale in comparison. The veterans laughed heartily, handing Su Chun a pill to restore his vitality. Gao Feng, instead of being angered, joined in the laughter. Well, I shall have a more leisurely time. It is high time this burden is passed on. Gao Feng was not upset. Rather, he was amazed by Su Chun's ability to slay a Chi realm alien with a single sword strike. Nothing short of extraordinary. No wonder he could dominate the seniors, even defeating the likes of Lu Qingfeng when they teamed up against him. What astonished Gao Feng even more was Su Chun's mindset. how swiftly he adapted, relentlessly pursuing the aliens. Moreover, Chen had grasped the sword aura, having practiced the sword for many years. He had only just begun to touch the threshold of sword aura, yet compared to Chen, he felt utterly inferior. Chen smiled, but said nothing. Detection of host having slain 42 aliens. Performance outstanding. Reward. The carefree sword technique upgraded to minor completion. Chi blood value increased by 70. The system's summary arrived. And Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had lost track of how many aliens he had slain, yet here he was, having killed 42. This astonished him. Considering there were only about 100 aliens in total, he had almost single-handedly accounted for half. What thrilled Chen even more was the elevation of the carefree sword technique to a minor completion level. After all, that was a high-tier, heavenly martial technique. Mastery was exceedingly challenging, even for martial kings, yet Chen had achieved this in such a short span. Furthermore, his chi blood value had also surged by 70. Typically, in the chi blood realm, 1 star represented a chi blood value of 100. Currently, his realm was at chi blood realm 7 stars, equating to a chi blood value of 700. To advance to 8 stars, he needed to cultivate his chi blood value to 800. Now that he had gained an additional 70 chi blood value, this meant that just 30 more would enable him to break through to chi blood realm 8 stars. With this thought, Chen couldn't help but smile. So this was the essence of growing stronger through slaughter. Let us move on. This is merely the beginning. Gao Feng declared, the success of their first battle lifting their spirits. Chen nodded eagerly. Having come this far, he was determined to slay 100 aliens and enhance his swordsmanship. Chapter 42. There is no such thing as peaceful times. It is merely that some carry the burden forward for us. After tending to the wounded, they pressed onward, soon encountering another squad of aliens. This time significantly smaller in number, only 30 in total, all at the Chi blood realm, who were swiftly dispatched. Chen's eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent as he wiped the blood from the Long Yuan's sword, feeling a tinge of regret. There were still some aliens left. Almost there, it's time to head back. After a brief respite, Gao Feng spoke up. They had now ventured deep into the abyss, and proceeding further would indeed be perilous. The other senior students nodded in agreement, while the freshmen felt a wave of relief wash over them, finally able to return. This harrowing experience had utterly shattered their perceptions. It would take them many days to recover from the trauma, for this place was hardly fit for human habitation. Yet, when they thought of the soldiers who devoted their entire lives to guarding it, silence enveloped them once more. There was no such thing as a tranquil existence. It was merely that others bore the burden for them. This abyss was, after all, situated within the confines of Luoqing Technical School. And should the foreign races breach the defenses, Luoqing Technical School would be the first to fall. A year prior, a massive offensive by the foreign races nearly breached their defenses, prompting all the instructors of Luoqing Technical School to descend into the abyss for a bloody battle, allowing the students to return home. Many instructors hadn't even had the chance to leave behind farewell letters. Some were fresh graduates in their 20s, while others had just started families with newborns, yet they did not take a step back, fighting valiantly until the enemy retreated. However, many instructors never returned. After finishing his recount, Gao Feng began to gather the weapons of the foreign races, even searching the bodies for anything of use. Chen was puzzled until he saw Gao Feng extract a medicinal herb from one of the slain enemies, at which point he understood. For years, Luoqing Technical School had been targeted by the School Alliance, receiving only the leftover scraps of cultivation resources, while a significant portion was diverted to those foreign entities. Our resources for cultivation are severely lacking. Gao Feng sighed helplessly. For all these years, we have relied on old Master Feng to keep us afloat. What if one day old Master Feng? Gao Feng left the thought unfinished, merely sighing in frustration at his own inadequacy. The other senior students remained silent, as they were already aware of this harsh reality. Chen, as the top freshman, had the right to know such matters. He was taken aback to discover the depth of their plight. It seemed that the situation for Luoqing Technical School was indeed dire. Many students had to venture into the abyss themselves to scavenge for cultivation resources, while in other schools, such a practice was unheard of. Over the years, Luoqing Technical School has valiantly guarded the abyss, with generations of instructors perishing in battle. Were it not for this, Luoqing Technical School would not be in such dire straits. If it were any other institution, they would have long since been annihilated. The veterans beside them sighed, knowing the truth, but feeling powerless to change it, merely hoping to offer more support to the students of Luoqing Technical School when they returned. Wang Lin and Wu Tao furrowed their brows, genuinely surprised to learn of Luoqing Technical School's struggles. On the way back, silence reigned. The atmosphere was heavy. The freshmen, having just faced the brutality of combat, found it hard to adjust and needed time. Gao Feng said nothing, recognizing that this was a journey they had to undertake alone. Those who persevered would grow rapidly. Those who could not would be eliminated. Such is the harsh reality. Suddenly, an old soldier raised his hand, signaling them to halt, his expression grave. Chen lifted his gaze and heard the sounds of footsteps and the clattering of wheels not far ahead, which caught him off guard. The veteran quickly led them into the thicket, where they soon spotted a contingent of over 300 individuals driving scale horses pulling carts laden with precious medicinal herbs, various ores, and ironware, an immense fortune. Upon witnessing this, several veterans felt their eyes turn red with envy, but they knew this foreign convoy was guarded by a master-level warrior, along with around 30 in the Chi-Si realm. This clearly indicated the value of the goods being transported. Good heavens, so many cultivation resources. If we could seize them. Wang Lin couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed. A full 10 carts of cultivation resources. This was no small sum. In the outside world, a single medicinal herb could fetch tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. These herbs alone were estimated to be worth billions, not to mention the ores and ironware. Don't act recklessly. That convoy is beyond our capacity to take on. The veteran cautioned hastily. They were certainly envious, but understood that this was not something they could handle. Wang Lin fell silent, though his gaze remained fixed, his mouth practically watering. The senior students were equally envious. If they could obtain these resources, they would be sufficient for over a year of unrestricted cultivation. Chen also scrutinized the foreign convoy, lost in thought, until his eyes narrowed in shock at the sight of a dozen human soldiers at the rear of the convoy, tattered and bloodied, weakly confined within a cage. The veterans also took note of this and couldn't suppress their murderous intent. Although they did not recognize the captives, they could only be soldiers from the ancient city. How could they have been captured by the foreign races? The veterans' eyes reddened, fists clenched, unable to hide their fury, yearning to rescue them. Gao Feng and the others noticed as well, frowning, lost in their own thoughts. We must act. We can't just stand by and watch them taken away by the foreign races, Chen urged, suggesting they rescue the captives and quickly head towards the ancient city. It was evident that they were part of a supply convoy and would not abandon their precious cargo to pursue them. Before the veterans could voice their concerns, chaos erupted in the front, as the foreign races seemed to be in disarray. Chen furrowed his brow, looking up to see Henry and the other foreign students appearing at the forefront of the foreign convoy. Clearly, Henry and his companions had been discovered by the enemy. Chen felt a rush of surprise at encountering these foreigners here. Henry's face was etched with panic. They had always wandered aimlessly in the abyss without engaging in battle with foreign races or searching for medicinal herbs, having never encountered them before. Yet today, their luck had run out, and they found themselves face to face with a foreign convoy. Run, Henry shouted, turning to flee. But the foreign races had already spotted them and were in hot pursuit. These foreigners have inadvertently done us a favor, Chen remarked with a smirk. Not intending to rescue them, but instead focusing on the distraction they provided, drawing the attention of the foreign races. Now's our chance. Gao Feng understood Chen's intent, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Chapter 43, Mission accomplished, gaining the Chaos Sword Body, a massacre unleashed. Gao Feng surged ahead, wielding his sword with precision. Unleashing a torrent of sword energy, and in a moment of unguarded vulnerability, he decapitated a 6-star Chi-Si realm foreign warrior with a single strike. Chen followed closely behind, his sword aura swirling as he too claimed the head of a foreign foe of the Chi-Si realm. The veterans and students rushed forward, their murderous intent palpable, forcefully carving a path to liberate those trapped within the cage. Enemy attack. It's an ambush, one foreign soldier shouted, drawing the attention of their comrades, who swiftly turned to retaliate. The veterans wasted no time and urged the scale horses onward, instructing Gao Feng to lead the students to safety while they held the line. The captives within the cage looked on in disbelief. They had long been resigned to despair, even prepared to end their own lives, but never expected to be rescued. Dream on if you think you can save them. A 9-star Chi-Si realm foreign warrior shouted as he approached, flanked by several others of the same realm, speaking in their native tongue. Take them away, I'll assist. Gao Feng charged forward, while Chen, determined not to retreat, followed closely behind. Knowing he was on the brink of upgrading his swordsmanship, Chen, you must flee. Gao Feng and several senior students were taken aback by Chen's boldness, urging him to retreat, but Chen had no intention of backing down. Xiaoyao sword technique, first style. Chen let out a cold snort, directly unleashing the unfettered sword technique. A colossal phantom of a fish, formed from an immense sword chi, emerged, gliding through the sword energy river, exuding a terrifying aura. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had just rushed forward when they beheld this formidable attack. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned on their heels. They were acutely aware that it was precisely this move that had allowed Chen to decisively defeat Lu Qingfeng and his cohorts, showcasing its dreadful might. This time, however, the manifestation of Chen's technique was evidently more fearsome than before. After all, Chen had now mastered the unfettered sword technique to a level of minor accomplishment, far surpassing his previous rudimentary grasp. As the great fish swam forth, even the peak experts felt an overwhelming sword chi that compelled them to retreat in terror. Casting fearful glances at Chen, they could scarcely believe that a mere chi blood realm cultivator could unleash such a horrifying attack. Even they sensed a hint of danger. The great fish advanced, devouring a 9-star Chi-Si realm adversary, annihilating him on the spot. Yet, the fish merely dimmed slightly before launching itself again, swiftly consuming and obliterating another Chi Sea realm foe. The surrounding sword Chi was so potent that it directly slashed down several Chi blood realm beings. Such was the terrifying power of a single strike. The veterans looked on in astonishment, as Su Chen's sword had instilled fear in the hearts of the foreign enemies, making them hesitate to advance. Observing this, Su Chen wasted no time, promptly gathering all the cultivation resources from the carriage. Fortuitously, he possessed a storage ring gifted by the Sword King, which boasted ample space. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to transport these invaluable items. Having slain so many foes yet being unable to carry away the cultivation resources would have been an enormous loss. Seeing this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao's eyes glinted with greed as they dashed forward recklessly, scrambling for the resources from the carriage, stuffing whatever they could into their clothes. These were precious cultivation resources, and no one would ever complain about having too many. Gao Feng was left dumbfounded by the time he realized what was happening. The carriage had been completely emptied, leaving not a single strand behind. Meanwhile, the foreign enemies had taken notice of the commotion and swiftly redirected their assault towards them. Henry and the other foreign students also became aware of Su Chen's group and began racing over. Gao Feng stopped them. Intercept those scoundrels. Henry, despite being a 6-star Chi Sea realm cultivator, was paralyzed with fear, shouting loudly and disregarding the other foreign students. In a mere moment, at least a dozen foreign students had perished at the hands of the invaders. Though they were all Chi Sea realm cultivators, enjoying abundant resources, they were mere weaklings. Having never encountered the foreign enemies, unlike Gao Feng and his comrades who had weathered the trials of war, a horde of foreign foes charged in, their fury ignited. Driven to madness, those resources were meant to be delivered to the royal city as tribute, yet now they had been plundered. Kill them, roared the enraged foreign master. Surging forward, followed by the rest. Run, Gao Feng and the veterans shouted in unison, turning to flee. Gao Feng, save me. We are foreign students, of noble status. If we perish, you will bear the responsibility. Henry shouted desperately, though his tone lacked any hint of pleading. Gao Feng had no intention of helping, but as he turned, he noticed that Su Chen remained rooted in place, unmoving. Su Chen, hurry and run, Gao Feng urged, but Su Chen still did not budge. As though he had not heard. Detection. Host has slain 100 foreign enemies. Congratulations on obtaining an enhancement to sword body, currently in progress. Detection. Host has slain numerous foreign foes. Mass slaughter of Chi Sea realm enemies. Chi blood value increased by 100. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Su Chen felt his Chi blood value surging to 870, successfully reaching the 8-star Chi blood realm, and on the verge of a breakthrough to 9 stars. His consciousness seemed to plunge into a chaotic void, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, unable to see anything, save for the intermittent sound of sword Chi slicing through the air. With each sound, Su Chen felt his body being grazed by a sword Chi, blood flowing freely. Suddenly, a silvery light ignited in the blackness, drawing closer, and Su Chen could feel the overwhelming intent of the sword. The silver light was, in fact, a beam of sword Chi. As if capable of cleaving through the very heavens, it arrived before Su Chen in an instant. He sought to defend himself, but it was too late. The sword Chi had already swept past his body. An unparalleled sword might bore down upon him, leaving Su Chen feeling severely suppressed, his form cleaved in two. Sword Dao physique enhancement complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the chaotic sword body, with comprehension of the sword Dao elevated to sword might. In light of the host's exceptional performance, an additional reward of a heavenly tier martial skill, Inferno Demon Fury, has been automatically learned to the introductory level. As the system's voice resonated, Su Chen finally opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with a mesmerizing sword might. He unsheathed his sword in a sudden motion, his aura raging violently, conjuring a tempest of sword Chi that spiraled into a tornado above his head. Gao Feng was abruptly knocked back by the force of this sword Chi, only to witness Su Chen wielding the Long Yuan sword, thrusting it forward. Endless sword Chi swirled, accompanied by an indescribable sword might, creating an indomitable force that rendered the sword Chi even more terrifying, as if capable of suppressing the foe without effort. Surrounding Su Chen, bolts of lightning and flames surged, his aura becoming immensely ferocious, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. Chapter 44. Henry's Betrayal and the Savage Beating of the Foreign Master. Gao Feng was also struck with fear. He had intended to lead Su Chen away, but it was already too late. The foolish Henry had caught up, alongside the foreign masters hot on their heels. To everyone's astonishment, Su Chen's sword strike pierced through several Chi Sea realm enemies, advancing straight towards the foreign master. The foreign master, sensing the terror of Su Chen's strike, immediately halted to block it, allowing Henry to seize the opportunity to rush forward. The faces of the foreign students were painted with shock and dread. It was their first encounter with death, having narrowly escaped. Had Su Chen's sword not briefly halted the foreign enemies, they might not have made it this far. A flicker of fear glimmered in Henry's eyes, and he cast a glance at Su Chen before impulsively shoving him forward. If you're going to kill someone, kill him. He is nothing but a worthless lowlife. Su Chen was taken aback by the betrayal. Henry had pushed him forward with all his strength, even using spiritual energy. The foreign master had broken through Su Chen's earlier attack and charged at him. Su Chen, Gao Feng shouted, rushing to save him, while the seasoned veterans also dashed forward, unwilling to let such a promising talent perish here. You bastard. Just wait until I return to the academy. You'll be the first to face my blade. Wang Lin bellowed, charging in to rescue Su Chen. Not just the newcomers, but everyone glared daggers at Henry. The soldiers in the cage were practically itching to tear him apart. A lowly, despicable individual like him deserved to stay behind and hold the line. It would be his honor to save them. Henry, heedless of the surrounding glares, turned and fled with the other foreign students. In their eyes, they were the only ones of noble status. The local inhabitants like Su Chen were nothing but lowly scum, and their deaths were inconsequential. Moreover, given Su Chen's enmity with him, what better opportunity to eliminate him? As the foreign master lunged at Su Chen, his massive fist descended with a fury that could reduce a man to pulp. Su Chen snorted coldly, unleashing an unmatched sword might that seemed capable of stirring the very heavens, a sight most terrifying. Surrounding him, arcs of lightning and flames danced, further accentuating Su Chen's terrifying presence, instilling dread even in the hearts of the foreign masters. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable aura could emanate from a mere cultivator of the Qi blood realm. With a furious punch, Su Chen unleashed a tempest of power that forced the alien master to stagger several steps backward before regaining composure. Su Chen executed the infernal demon rampage, manifesting an ethereal shadow of a demonic deity behind him, engulfed in terrifying flames and surrounded by a deluge of relentless lightning, charging forth with an unmatched ferocity. He assailed the alien master mercilessly, rendering the foe utterly powerless under the oppressive might of his swordsmanship. As the other aliens attempted to intervene, they were promptly thwarted by Gao Feng and his companions. Following the activation of the infernal demon rampage, Su Chen's aura surged substantially, even hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond the Qi realm. The alien master, already battered and on the brink of collapse, could only watch as Su Chen delivered a decisive strike, severing his head from his body. Recognizing the futility of their situation, the remaining aliens sought to flee. However, under Su Chen's leadership, the morale of his comrades surged, propelling them to pursue the retreating foes with fervor. Su Chen embarked on a relentless slaughter, methodically annihilating the entire alien contingent. Before Su Chen could utter a word, Wang Lin and Wu Tao eagerly began stuffing their garments with spirit herbs, while Gao Feng and the others, initially hesitant, soon followed suit, filling their clothes with the precious resources. Su Chen, not one to miss an opportunity, utilized his storage ring to swiftly collect all available resources. Although Wang Lin and the others claimed a portion, they had barely managed to take 2 carts worth, while Su Chen secured the remainder. No one dared to voice dissent. After all, without Su Chen's intervention, they would not have acquired such bountiful resources, let alone vanquished so many aliens. This reversal of fortune was entirely attributable to Su Chen, a fact that none could deny. The seasoned veterans, rather than scrambling for resources, hurried to the cage to liberate those imprisoned within. Grateful for the rescue, the veterans felt no need to compete with Su Chen and his group of students for resources. Su Chen offered them some of the collected resources, insisting, "Do not refuse. Were it not for your guidance in protecting us, we would not have reached this point. Moreover, you have all contributed, and this is rightfully yours." With Su Chen's insistence, they reluctantly accepted the offerings, aware that even within the military, cultivation resources were scarce. "Then we shall not be polite." Su Chen chuckled, as Wang Lin and the others meticulously searched through the bodies of the slain aliens, claiming their spirit herbs and weapons. The weapons, being rare resources, could be utilized for forging new armaments, fetching a handsome price in the military. Struck gold here. Haha. I've never profited so much in all my previous endeavors. Wang Lin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I must flaunt this to those fools. Haha. All thanks to Su Chen. How is it that a freshman like you possesses such prowess? The upperclassmen shouted in astonishment, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement, turning to Su Chen with admiration. Su de gu, Su de gu. Wang Lin's eyes twinkled mischievously as he shouted, with Wu Tao not willing to be outdone. The new students quickly joined in, while the older students could not help but echo their enthusiasm. Gao Feng, however, felt a twinge of awkwardness. He wished to join in the chorus but hesitated, pondering whether it would be inappropriate given his position as the head of the student alliance. Perhaps he should yield his position to Su Chen instead? In the crowd, Tong Yu felt somewhat out of place. He did not wish to join in the cheers, but after being saved by Su Chen in their previous battles, he reluctantly blushed and whispered a few shouts of support. Don't forget, Gao Lada is still here. Su Chen appeared slightly embarrassed. Yet Wang Lin and Wu Tao were acutely aware of his playful demeanor. In his heart, he likely wished for Gao Feng to step down. What nonsense. I only recognize Su de gu, shouted one new student. Indeed, we only acknowledge Su de gu. They continued, completely disregarding the presence of the older students. Leaving Gao Feng feeling increasingly awkward, as if he truly ought to step aside. Gaolada, it seems you should consider relinquishing your position. Several older students could not help but comment, causing Gao Feng's face to flush as he shot them a glare. Enough of that. Those foreign scoundrels ambushed me. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Su Chen declared, prompting a solemn atmosphere among both new and old students. Those wretched scum. If it weren't for Su Dego, we would have been slaughtered by the aliens. They dare to betray him. Indeed, Su Dego, you must issue a command. Upon returning to the academy, we shall eliminate those foreign scoundrels. The new students fumed with righteous indignation, eager for revenge. Had Su Chen not intercepted the alien master, would Henry have made his escape? He deliberately pushed Su Chen into danger. This incident must be reported to the academy. However, hold off on any action for now. Let us await the academy's response. If they fail to provide a fair and just resolution, the Student Alliance will take measures, even if it means waging war against the International Student Alliance. Gao Feng advised, maintaining a level-headed approach to the situation. Who cares? I want to see how much trouble those foreign scoundrels can stir on our turf. Wang Lin and Wu Tao replied defiantly, brimming with bravado. Before we even enrolled, we could take on the upperclassmen together. We certainly won't fear those foreign scoundrels now. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng wore a slightly resentful expression, contemplating whether he should remind them of their manners. True, I may not be able to match Su Dego, but I can certainly handle a few foreign scoundrels. To everyone's surprise, Tong Yu stepped forward and voiced his agreement. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were taken aback. And even Su Chun cast a curious glance at Tong Yu. Realizing they were all staring at him, Tong Yu's face flushed, and he fell silent. Well done, little Tong. You've got some spirit, Wang Lin remarked, impressed, thinking that the seemingly naive Tong Yu was more astute than he appeared. The older students were equally astonished. They recalled how innocent and steadfast Tong Yu had been during the competition for the top student, and now he had transformed into someone so assertive. This matter cannot simply be swept under the rug. However, we must act with caution. Let's heed Gao's advice and report it first. If that fails, we will deal with those foreign scoundrels ourselves, Su Chen stated, emphasizing the importance of strategy over impulsive action. All right then, we shall follow Su Deji's lead. The new students agreed, leaving Gao Feng feeling a bit dismayed as it seemed that his position as the head of the Student Alliance paled in comparison to Su Chen's rising prominence. It appeared that he truly should consider stepping down. Now, Su Chen had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm, and Gao Feng pondered in disbelief how this newcomer had achieved such remarkable progress. Did anyone else notice that Su Chen has already ascended to the 9th star of the Qi realm? Gao Feng could not help but voice his realization. The older students around him quickly turned their attention to Su Chen, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Indeed, Su Chen was only at the 7th star of the Qi realm when he descended. How has he advanced to the 9th star so swiftly? His cultivation speed is nothing short of miraculous. What struck them even more was the fact that Su Chen had slain an alien master while still in the Qi realm. Such a feat was remarkable, as masters in the academy were typically esteemed mentors. Yet, Su Chen had dispatched one of their kind without hesitation. Such remarkable achievements, if not witnessed firsthand, would have been deemed utterly unbelievable. Suddenly, they felt as though their years of training had been in vain, for a mere newcomer, a junior, had already surpassed them. If one were to consider it, the prospect of Gao Feng stepping down to make way for Su Chen seemed entirely feasible, apart from arriving a tad later. What rendered him inferior? The other newcomers were equally astonished. Despite being peers, Su Chen had become an unattainable goal for them. Goodness, they thought, they must hasten their training, lest they be left far behind by this prodigy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao immediately produced a spirit herb and began to consume it. When they first encountered Su Chen, he was merely at the 6th star of the vitality realm, comparable to them. Yet now they remained at the 6th star while he had ascended to the 9th star and had even slain a master. We did not misjudge him. Haha. Give him a little time, and he may not find it difficult to ascend to kingship. Soon enough, it will be his turn to take command of the battlefield. Several veterans couldn't help but exclaim. They had indeed underestimated Su Chen's talent. The feat of a vitality realm individual slaying a master is an explosive occurrence. Looking across the entirety of Huaxia, such an event has never transpired, and it can be said to have shattered records. Su Chen, remember, do not take risks until you have sufficient strength. With your talent, it will not be long before you stand at the pinnacle. An unseasoned genius is of little worth. An elder veteran remarked, worried that Su Chen's extraordinary talent at such a young age might lead to an inflated ego, making him unable to endure setbacks. Su Chen merely nodded. He understood this lesson well. Let us go. This trial has concluded satisfactorily, Su Chen declared, and the group then proceeded toward the ancient city. Gao Feng felt increasingly stripped of authority, as even the older students gravitated towards Su Chen. It appeared he was indeed close to stepping down. Can you believe it? I stepped down after taking the new students through a training session? Yet, considering Su Chen's talent and capabilities, Gao Feng felt a sense of relief. Handing the position to Su Chen was not out of the question. At least he lacked the ability to slay a master and did not possess the audacity to expel all foreign students from the Luoqing Technical School. With this thought, Gao Feng genuinely entertained the notion of stepping down. If Su Chen were to rise, he would surely surpass him. Not to mention, among this year's newcomers, Wang Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu are all exceptionally gifted and headstrong. Only Su Chen could keep them in check. If a year were to pass and their cultivation advanced, Gao Feng believed he would no longer be able to manage these three. Soon, they returned to the foot of the ancient city. However, their impressive entourage startled the soldiers guarding the city. "This is a scaled horse beast. Where did you acquire it?" one soldier exclaimed, recognizing the creature Su Chen and his companions had brought back. Such beasts were only found in the hands of the other races, and they were filled with envy. Of course, it was seized from the other races. An elder veteran declared proudly, urging, "Quickly, open the gates and let us in." The city gates swung open, allowing Su Chen and his party to enter the ancient city, where they would finally be safe. The veteran had just begun to relax, preparing to lead Su Chen and the others to rest, when they spotted a man in a blue robe standing ahead, his gaze fixed upon them. More specifically, upon Su Chen. Chapter 46. To be candid, I once declined the Sword King's offer. Lord Mu. Upon seeing the man in the blue robe, the elder veteran quickly suppressed his smile, adopting a grave demeanor to pay his respects. "Greetings, Lord Mu." Gao Feng also noticed the man and hurriedly bowed. He was the guardian of the ancient city, a warrior of the martial king rank, a figure of great authority in the military. In this abyss, he was the most formidable. No need for excessive formalities. Mu Changfeng approached Su Chen without waiting for him to bow, inquiring, "Did you seize all these scaled horse beasts?" Su Chen nodded, and Mu Changfeng continued to observe him, as if appraising something. "Vitality realm, 9th star, and an overwhelming sword intent emanates from you. What is your name?" Mu Changfeng, detecting Su Chen's strength, could not help but ask, his tone tinged with surprise. "Su Chen, a newcomer from Luoqing Technical School." Su Chen replied respectfully, understanding that this individual was a guardian of the abyss and had rendered significant service to humanity. "Gao Feng, it seems you are on the verge of stepping down, ah?" Mu Changfeng clapped Su Chen on the shoulder, glancing at Gao Feng, unable to resist teasing him. Gao Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. He had genuinely begun contemplating handing over the position of leader of the Student Alliance to Su Chen, but being called out like that made it rather awkward. "Would you be willing to sell us these scaled horse beasts? They can only fulfill their greatest potential in the abyss. Bringing them to the academy serves little purpose." Mu Changfeng glanced at the scaled horse beasts again, clearly coveting them. "You must ask Su Chen. Without him, we would never have obtained them," Gao Feng said helplessly, knowing full well that it was indeed because of Su Chen that they had secured these creatures. Indeed, had it not been for Su Chen slaying the master of the other races, our safe return would have been uncertain, added an elder veteran, expressing gratitude towards Su Chen. "This time, we owe it all to Su Chen." Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng was visibly astonished, staring incredulously at Su Chen. He sensed Su Chen's immense talent, but he had never anticipated that he would be so formidable. A Vitality Realm individual slaying a master from another race. Who would believe such a tale? Were it not for the veteran's first-hand accounts, he would never have dared to accept it. Indeed, this entire venture relied heavily on Su Chen. Gao Feng affirmed earnestly, emphasizing that the credit belonged solely to Su Chen. Mu Changfeng felt his head buzzing. He was at a loss for words. A mere Vitality Realm individual had slain a master. What a staggering existence. "A genius. You must be a genius." After a long pause, Mu Changfeng finally uttered, his expression one of profound astonishment as he gazed at Su Chen. "Do you have a master, and would you be willing to take me as your teacher?" Mu Changfeng exclaimed excitedly, placing his hands on Su Chen's shoulders, his urgency palpable. The onlookers were dumbfounded. A martial king was actively seeking to take Su Chen as a disciple. Su Chen's status would be elevated to unprecedented heights. Only Tong Yu remained relatively unfazed. He was a named disciple of the Sword King, which, in comparison, far surpassed the prospect of Su Chen taking a martial king as his master. "I apologize, but I have no such intentions," Su Chen replied with a smile. Mu Changfeng was taken aback. How could a martial king be rejected? Sensing Mu Changfeng's surprise, Su Chen shook his head and added, "To be candid, prior to this, the Sword King also sought to take me as a disciple, but I declined." At this revelation, Mu Changfeng's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Su Chen had actually turned down the Sword King? The Sword King, no less. Later, "I became sworn brothers with the Sword King, so I truly have no intention of taking on a master," Su Chen stated with a hint of resignation. He was not just the Sword King's brother. He was also a nominal elder of the Luoqing Martial Arts Hall. Is that true? Even Mu Changfeng could not help but inquire. "The Sword King? You not only declined his offer to take you as a disciple, but also became sworn brothers with him?" Tong Yu interjected, unable to contain himself. He was not trying to undermine Su Chen, but rather to avoid the implication that he would have to address Su Chen as senior uncle if he acknowledged Su Chen's relationship with the Sword King. Tong Yu's words drew the attention of all present, as none could have anticipated that this fellow was actually a disciple of the Sword King. Upon finishing his statement, Tong Yu produced a small sword bestowed upon him by the Sword King, which still bore the essence of its master. Mu Changfeng, upon inspection, immediately recognized its authenticity. He turned to Su Chun, ready to speak, but Su Chun merely smiled and flicked his finger, causing a jade-like small sword to materialize from his storage ring. This sword, too, emanated the aura of the Sword King, and its potency was exponentially greater than Tong Yu's. Subsequently, an array of items left by the Sword King for Su Chun dazzled those around him. Tong Yu's expression shifted from disbelief to shock, and then to jealousy and resentment. Are you truly a sworn brother of the Sword King? Mu Changfeng couldn't help but inquire. This matter is hardly a secret. Many in Luo City are likely aware of it. Su Chun replied. Just then, a young soldier approached, his face a mask of astonishment upon seeing Su Chun. You are Su Chun, the young soldier exclaimed. Lord Mu, this is the same Su Chun I previously mentioned to you. At that time, the Sword King sought to take him as his disciple, but this lad outright refused. Yet, instead of anger, the Sword King chose to become sworn brothers with him. The young soldier grew more animated as he spoke, oblivious to the increasingly astonished expressions of Mu Changfeng and the others. Su Chun truly was the Sword King's sworn brother. What an utterly formidable background. After a long pause, Mu Changfeng managed an awkward smile. Realizing he had entertained thoughts of taking Su Chun as a disciple, how overly ambitious of him. Have I truly been blind? Mu Changfeng chuckled awkwardly before inquiring about the scale beasts. Lord Mu, set a price. These are the fruits of our labor as students of the Luo City Technical School. I don't mind taking a small loss, but I cannot allow them to suffer. Su Chen's words elicited a hearty laugh from Mu Changfeng, who mused on the lad's cleverness. Very well, 100,000 merit points for 10 beasts, and with the inclusion of those weapons from the indigenous tribes, let us make it 111,000. This price is quite fair. Upon hearing Mu Changfeng's words, Su Chun turned to Gao Feng, uncertain of what merit points entailed. Gao Feng, however, was filled with excitement. All right, it's settled then. Indeed, consider this a bargain on my part. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Here, at the very least, I can offer you protection and lend my voice. Mu Changfeng's gaze held significance as he glanced at Su Chun, tossing him a diamond-shaped jade token. Su Chun promptly expressed his gratitude, beginning to grasp Mu Changfeng's intentions. Chapter 47. Framed and Entrapped? Do you still have any shame? Once the merit points were credited to their accounts, Gao Feng and the other veteran students were in a state of ecstatic disbelief, akin to having won a fortune. Haha. Su Chun, do you realize that merit points are even harder to acquire than credits? To put it simply, credits are only usable within the academy, while merit points hold national value and come with numerous privileges. Many cultivation resources or rare materials cannot be obtained within the academy, but at the military department. With enough merit points, you can redeem anything. In the past, a trip down here would net us a few hundred merit points. But who would have expected that just by accompanying you, we would amass a staggering 111,000 merit points? Haha. Gao Feng's excitement made his words tremble. Upon hearing this, Su Chun recognized the value of merit points and felt a surge of joy. Yet more importantly, he had acquired a communication jade token from Mu Changfeng, which signified that in Luoshan, or rather, in Luo City, Mu Changfeng would shield Su Chun. These merit points should be allocated by you. Take it. Gao Feng, after regaining composure from his excitement, handed the card to Su Chun, understanding that it was only right for Su Chun to distribute what was earned through his efforts. Su Chun accepted the card, contemplated briefly, then stated, considering I played a pivotal role, I believe taking half is reasonable. No one objected to Su Chen's distribution. In fact, even if he were to claim all, they would have remained silent, for without Su Chen's involvement, they would not have received any of it. Gao Feng took 1,000 points, while the other veterans received 3,500 each. As for Wang Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu, they were each allotted 2,000, and the freshmen received 1,250 each. After a straightforward calculation, Su Chun allocated the merit points to their respective accounts. Wow. Haha, I've struck it rich. I've truly struck it rich. Without further ado, Gao Feng declared, Su Chun, from now on, I recognize you as my leader. Should anything arise, I will be at the forefront. Me too. Just give a shout if you need anything. Brother Chen, I look forward to your guidance in the future. To everyone's surprise, Gao Feng also stepped forward, speaking boldly. They had not anticipated such generosity. Initially, they thought Su Chun would distribute only a few hundred points. Yet Gao Feng received 1,000, while the others received 3,500, and even the freshmen, regardless of their contributions, received over 1,000. If they were to earn those merit points on their own, it might take them a year, or even 3, to accumulate such wealth. Let us return to the academy. We have yet to settle matters with that scoundrel Henry, Su Chun said with a smile, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. The desire to expel those rascals from the Luo City Technical School grew stronger within him, a pack of ingrates, hoarding resources yet displaying treachery. At this, the expressions of all shifted, their faces igniting with fury as they headed back to the ground. Upon arriving at the academy, the group marched with determination towards the principal's office, intending to report their findings and gauge the principal's response before addressing these rascals. Gao Feng had even informed the Student Alliance to prepare for war with the International Student Alliance. Within the academy, the return of Gao Feng and his group infused the air with an ominous tension as numerous veteran students readied themselves, weapons in hand. The new students, perplexed, sensed an unusual atmosphere. Outside the principal's office, Su Chen was taken aback to find Henry and all the international students blocking their path. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Henry's eyes flashed with malice, particularly at the sight of Su Chen. It's unbelievable that you're still alive. A master-level foreigner couldn't he finish you off? What a waste. Yet he conveniently forgot the time he had been hunted by this so-called waste. Gao Feng, you've returned. Henry stood, sneering before addressing them. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? At this, Gao Feng and the others were momentarily taken aback. What was he implying? They hadn't even spoken yet. And these scoundrels were already making demands. An explanation for you? You think you're in a position to ask for one? What do you mean? In the abyss. You saw us in danger. Why didn't you come to our aid? Henry huffed coldly, his face unmistakably filled with anger. We international students possess noble status. Our veins coursing with exalted blood, while you lowly beings are tainted with filthy bloodlines, born to servitude. When you saw us in peril, you didn't come to our rescue. Shouldn't you owe us an explanation? Henry's audacity left everyone stunned, momentarily speechless. This fellow truly possessed no sense of shame. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of an explanation? The bloodline of the pigs I raise is cleaner than yours. How absurd to act high and mighty in our presence. Look back through the generations. Who among us isn't of noble lineage? Only you, with your naturally servile bloodline. Prattle on about noble blood. What? Were you scorned in your own country, so you came here to play the part? Gao Feng shot back fiercely, refusing to hold back. Having prepared for battle, he saw no reason to spare Henry any dignity. Henry was left speechless, his face turning a shade of dark fury. Rescue you? Do you even deserve it? If it were not for Su Chen's sword that thwarted the alien attack, you ragtag bunch would have long met your demise at their hands. Yet what do? Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also dare to push Su Chen forward. Do you have no shame? A bunch of shameless wretches. Wang Lin and Wu Tao echoed the sentiment, casting a disdainful glance at Henry. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Henry? Are you not aware? Enough with the nonsense. Is he your father or something? I must admit, you all possess an audacity that is remarkable. To build your nation upon their military base is indeed a feat of sorts. Furthermore, you failed to seize the 2 gifts your elder brother once bestowed upon you. Wu Tao's venomous words left the 2 foreign students, who were about to retort, pale and nearly spitting blood from indignation. Is this your attitude, Gao Feng? Henry seethed, his ire palpable, on the verge of confrontation. Apologize immediately and kneel. I might consider forgiving your transgressions. Henry's words rendered Su Chen speechless. What audacity this man had. They had yet to retaliate, yet here he was, posturing. How outrageous. Was this the demeanor befitting a student? Just as Gao Feng prepared to speak, the office door swung open, and an elderly woman stepped out. Indeed, you are at fault here, Gao Feng. You shall lead the way in apologizing to them. The old woman stated firmly. Chapter 48. Kneel and apologize? I shall see how resilient your bones truly are. You must apologize to Henry. The old woman continued, followed closely by a bespectacled man. Hurry and apologize. What are you waiting for? The bespectacled man cast a disdainful glance at Gao Feng, his eyes brimming with contempt. Gao Feng stood dumbfounded. They had not even spoken, and yet these individuals demanded an apology? Were they truly in the wrong? Or had they erred? Was it, as Henry claimed, wrong for witnessing Henry and the other foreign students being pursued and not coming to their aid? But why should they be obligated to rescue them? Were the lives of these foreign devils of any less worth than their own? Gao Feng could hardly believe such words would escape the lips of a mentor from Huaxia. How could one expect respect from others when they held such disdain for themselves? Why should we apologize? What have we done wrong? Gao Feng furrowed his brow, recognizing the elevated status of the 2 individuals before him. Do you still dare to retort? Have you forgotten what you did? The bespectacled man, now incensed, had just been reprimanded by Dean Feng and was now seething with suppressed rage, confronted by mere students. Henry observed with a smug expression, casting a scornful glance at Gao Feng and Su Chen. Who do you think you are? What do you think you are, a dog at Luoqing Technical School? Wang Lin, unable to contain his temper, shot back angrily. We know not what these foreign devils did below, nor what they said to you. But if not for Su's sword that intercepted the alien pursuers, they would have perished long ago. Yet these ingrates pushed Su towards danger. And had it not been for the intervention of a veteran, we might have all been doomed by these ruffians. And now you demand an apology from us? On what grounds? Who do they even think they are? Wang Lin declared without mercy, revealing all that transpired below. He refrained from mentioning Su Chen's slaying of the alien master, as these individuals appeared far from virtuous, and revealing everything would be unwise. The old woman and the bespectacled man were momentarily taken aback. How did this differ from what Henry had stated? Do not heed their nonsensical claims. We encountered the aliens engaged in battle, yet they emerged from nowhere, not only stealing our spoils, but also attracting the alien forces, leading to the slaughter of our students. And they simply fled without lifting a finger to help. Henry interjected, his voice cold and filled with venom as he glared at Chen. I demand they kneel and apologize, and remain so before the foreign student dormitory for 3 days as punishment. Indeed, we witnessed it firsthand. How could it possibly be false? Our noble blood flows within us, and we would never stoop to lie. Rather, it is you who possess the lowly bloodline, unworthy of belief. The foreign students declared, their moral indignation evident, their faces devoid of shame. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man and the elderly woman nodded in agreement, wearing smiles of ingratiation, as if the students were not directing their ire at them. Did you hear that? Cease your baseless accusations against them, the old woman insisted, urging them to apologize and comply with Henry's demands, asserting that she would consider the matter as if it had never occurred. Hurry. Are you still waiting for me to ask nicely? The bespectacled man's tone was frigid and filled with disdain, starkly contrasting the sycophantic tone he had adopted towards Henry and his cohort. Gao Feng's expression darkened. He had never anticipated facing such a situation, where these foreign devils twisted the truth, and the members of the Academy Alliance were equally blind, all of them mere sycophants. Impossible. Gao Feng's demeanor hardened as genuine anger surged within him. We fought valiantly against the aliens below, while they were nowhere to be found. Why should we have to rescue them? Moreover, had it not been for Su Chen's sword, they would already be dead. They showed no gratitude and instead sought to harm Su Chen, and now they dare to turn the tables? Do you truly believe them? Gao Feng's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze with indignation. We are not at fault. They are the ones in the wrong, and they owe us an apology, Gao Feng stated emphatically, directing his gaze towards the old woman and her companions, who occupied substantial resources at Luoqing Technical School without contributing anything, yet still sought to bully our students. Should they not be the ones to apologize to us? How dare you say such things? The bespectacled man erupted with overwhelming energy, instantly enveloping Gao Feng. He, merely at the Qi realm, was no match for the bespectacled man, who was at the marquis level. In an instant, Gao Feng was severely injured, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. What are you, a mere worthless life, to compare yourself to them? You could die without a second thought. But they are irreplaceable, the bespectacled man declared harshly, having severely injured Gao Feng. The older students nearby could no longer contain themselves and drew their weapons to retaliate. Yet, an even more powerful aura descended, suppressing them all. If you refuse to apologize, then I shall see how resilient your bones truly are. After injuring Gao Feng, the bespectacled man unleashed his oppressive presence, attempting to coerce them into kneeling and apologizing. The older students endured the pressure, refusing to kneel. It was a matter of honor. And that one, Su Chen, he sought to kill me. I suggest we immediately strip him of his cultivation and expel him from Luoqing Technical School, Henry remarked, directing his attention at Su Chen, his expression laden with satisfaction, as if to say, you cannot defeat me. What of it if I frame you? Who would believe your words? The truth of your claims is of no consequence, for you are inherently insignificant. Kneel. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man unleashed a terrifying wave of pressure directed at Su Chen. To hell with this. I shall kneel before your ancestors, you pack of curs. Presumptuous mentors of the Academy Alliance. If you so relish being dogs, perhaps your ancestors have always enjoyed serving these foreign devils. Wang Lin and Wu Tao erupted in furious curses, their pent-up rage almost overwhelming them, yet they were firmly held down by the oppressive force. Shout all you want. I am eager to see how long you can continue. The bespectacled man's eyes glimmered with malice, and he lunged forward, brutally injuring Wang Lin and Wu Tao, casting them aside. Unwilling to kneel, are you? Then I shall crush your bones inch by inch. The bespectacled man declared cruelly, while the old woman silently observed, tacitly approving of his actions. Stop. Get the hell out of here. Who dares to harm our esteemed Gaolada? If you have the guts, then kill us all. A voice of outrage rang out, followed by a surge of senior students rushing forward. Chapter 49, at most. I will withdraw from the alliance of the technical school in Luoqing. A group of senior students charged out, their faces aflame with fury, their glares seemingly capable of shredding both the old woman and the bespectacled man to pieces. Gao Feng, the leader of the student alliance, represented their dignity, and now, having been grievously injured, it was a blatant slap in their faces. If Gao Feng had indeed erred, they might have remained silent. But it was painfully obvious to anyone with eyes that Henry and his ilk had framed him. Yet, these two fools openly sheltered Henry while pressuring Gao Feng and his companions to apologize. This was nothing less than an attempt to force everyone to bow to foreign devils, effectively reducing them to subservience. Anyone with a semblance of pride would find this intolerable. The seniors emerged, showcasing their cultivation levels. All at the Qi or Qi blood stage, mere ants in comparison to the marquis stage. However, the combined strength of thousands of ants could not be underestimated. Even by those at the marquis level, this surge of power managed to withstand his oppressive aura. If you have the capability, then kill us all. Apologize? Apologize to your wretched ancestors. A chorus of voices erupted. Get out of the Luoqing Technical School. Get out of the Luoqing Technical School, the seniors shouted, leaving no dignity for these two. Soon, The new students also arrived, albeit unaware of the unfolding events, yet they joined in the clamor. In an instant, the entire Luoqing Technical School echoed with the deafening chant. Get out of Luoqing Technical School. Beat those foreign devils. The uproar was deafening, causing the bespectacled man and the old woman to change countenance, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to this extent. If it were just Gao Feng and his companions, it would have been manageable, dozens of individuals, and they could simply be rendered incapacitated. After all, they were merely students of a technical school, a group of weaklings. However, now the entirety of Luoqing Technical School students had rallied. They could not possibly incapacitate all the students of Luoqing Technical School. Even the alliance leader would hesitate to do so. But now, the dignity of the alliance was at stake. Get down. What do you intend to do, rebel? Do you not realize that your cultivation resources are provided by the alliance? If you continue this way, do you believe I will halt your resources for cultivation? The bespectacled man barked sharply, yet no one was inclined to leave. Henry, lurking in the background, wore an increasingly grim expression, never imagining that the students would all unite against him. The situation had become untenable. Silence. The old woman unleashed her oppressive aura, pressing down on them. Her voice shrill and hoarse. Is this how Fengyu has taught you? A bunch of worthless students. Were it not for the resources provided by the alliance, you wouldn't even have a place to cultivate. To be ungrateful and dare to openly rebel. What a pack of ingrates. Her sharp, raspy voice rang out, laced with fury, as she casually hurled one of the nearby seniors away, leaving him gravely injured. If you want to leave, then I shall beat you all until you do. With that, the old woman truly began to take action, injuring student after student, her expression unchanging, as if they were mere livestock rather than fellow students. If you have the guts, then come at me. Old hag, if you dare to touch them again, I will kill you. If you do not kill me today, I will ensure your demise and desecrate your ancestors' graves. Gao Feng lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Do you think I truly fear killing you? The old woman, incensed by his words, seized Gao Feng and prepared to strike. You dare to harm him, I will end you. At that moment, a more terrifying aura descended. It was Fengyu, who rushed in to rescue Gao Feng and heal his wounds. Su Chen relaxed his grip, having been prepared to summon aid. But Fengyu's arrival halted his actions. Old hag, do you dare to impose your will at my Luoqing Technical School? My students are not subject to your discipline. Fengyu was genuinely furious. He had been delayed by the Westerners and had arrived just in time, nearly too late. Fengyu was evidently filled with righteous anger. For years, Luoqing Technical School had been targeted by the Alliance, suffering resource cuts, and now they were brazenly attacking their students. Fengyu could no longer endure it. Before the old woman could respond, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that deformed her old face. You dare? What do I have to fear? Fengyu was truly furious, unleashing the full force of the martial king aura, charging forward with immense power, delivering a punch that sent the bespectacled man flying, who landed on the ground, coughing up blood. We are members of the Alliance. Fengyu, think carefully, apologize now, and I will treat this incident as if it never happened. Otherwise, I will report to the Alliance and have your cultivation resources suspended. The old woman still failed to grasp the severity of the situation and threatened him again. Suspend my cultivation resources? Be my guest, Fengyu thundered. As the entire faculty of Luoqing Technical School appeared. Over the years, the Alliance had covertly and overtly targeted them, cutting resources. And the annual allocation of cultivation resources was little more than scraps left over from other colleges. Fengyu, do you know what you were saying? The old woman, sensing fear, seemed to grasp Fengyu's meaning and scolded sharply. Let me make myself clear today. I am here to deal with you, old hag. If the Alliance has objections and wishes to suspend resources, so be it. At most, I will lead Luoqing Technical School to withdraw from the Alliance. At this declaration, the students of Luoqing Technical School were utterly stunned. Their usually amiable dean had uttered such words. Simultaneously, a wave of humiliation surged within them. How could their alma mater be so humiliated while they remained powerless to act? Fengyu, the old woman attempted to speak again, but Fengyu could no longer restrain himself. He charged forward, delivering slap after slap to her aged face, even knocking out her dentures. Su Chen was somewhat taken aback by his dean's audacity. After a moment's thought, he realized that they could manage the high-ranking officials, but those foreign devils were fair game. Damn it, brothers. These foreign devils occupy our cultivation resources and even frame us, driving our dean to despair. Let's take them down. Su Chen was the first to charge forward, drawing his sword and aiming a fierce strike at Henry. Henry was dumbfounded. Their group of foreign students numbered only a little over 100, while the other students boasted thousands. They were outnumbered. In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted. Yet not a single instructor intervened. Enough. Fengyu, how long do you intend to continue this ruckus? At that moment, a heavy voice resounded, as an elderly man in traditional attire stood at the school gate, gazing coldly at Fengyu. Chapter 50. Have you lost your mind? Attempting to strike a martial king? Fengyu, how long do you intend to continue this chaos? The elderly man in traditional garb appeared, his aura icy, as he rescued the old woman and coldly questioned Fengyu. Chaos. Huh. My Luoqing Technical School has been targeted for so many years. And now someone dares to bully my students? I merely seek justice, and yet I am labeled as causing chaos. Feng Yu retorted vehemently, unleashing the aura of a martial king. Behind him stood a cohort of marquis-level instructors. Following them were the grandmaster-level instructors, all poised for action. The elderly man had not anticipated Feng Yu's fierce resolve. He frowned, displeased, but this was not the moment to clash with Luoqing Technical School. If a rift formed, it would jeopardize their position at the abyss, and they would have to send personnel to assist the military in securing it, which was unacceptable. No one is willing to guard the abyss, for death could strike at any moment. Contemplating this, the elderly man in traditional attire let out a cold snort. I am well aware of the situation at Luoqing Technical College over the years. The Academy Alliance governs over 500 institutions, and while there may be inequities in resource allocation, it is not absolute. By acting as you do now, are you not opposing the Academy Alliance? And so what if I am? As I have said before, I shall simply withdraw Luoqing Technical College from the Alliance. Feng Yu showed no fear, only lamenting that he had not yet been able to eliminate that old woman. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? The elderly man in traditional attire exclaimed angrily, for such words should never be uttered carelessly. If Luoqing Technical College were to truly withdraw from the Alliance and set such a precedent, other institutions might follow suit. What then would be the purpose of the Academy Alliance? The resources allocated to the Alliance from the military would undoubtedly diminish, affecting the entire Alliance. I shall pretend I did not hear that. Quickly send them away. How can you make such a trivial matter escalate to this level without feeling embarrassed? The elderly man continued. Before Feng Yu could respond, a cacophony of screams erupted from below. Henry's face turned pale as he genuinely felt the threat of death. His left arm had been severed by Chen's sword. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would likely have faced decapitation. I am an international student from the esteemed Empire of the Rising Sun. If you dare to kill me, neither my country nor yours will let you go. Henry could only threaten, sensing that Chen was indeed capable of killing him. Damn it, those fools, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, care little for such matters. They were drenched in blood from slaying several international students, charging at Henry without hesitation. Severely wounded by Chen, Henry could hardly defend himself. As he was on the brink of being decapitated by Wang Lin, the elderly man in traditional attire intervened. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to harm others within the academy? Get lost, you old fossil. When I ascend to power, the first to be dealt with will be you. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, blinded by fury, disregarded the elderly man's authority and unsheathed their weapons, attacking without fear. The elderly man's expression darkened, while Feng Yu felt exasperated. These two boys, with merely their blood-chi realm, dared to draw blades against a martial king? Stand down. Cease this madness. Breaking through the elderly man's oppressive aura, Feng Yu pushed Wang Lin and Wu Tao back, but these two seemed possessed, recklessly intent on attacking again. Observing this, Tong Yu seemed to grasp the situation and charged forward as well. Feng Yu's face darkened, when had his words lost their potency. Come back. Chen also wore a grim expression. Did these three truly have no fear? Did they think a blood-chi realm could challenge a martial king without consequences? Damn it. If it weren't for Su Laoda sparing you this time, I would have slain you. Wang Lin spat at the elderly man, turning to strike Henry. Chen, now at a loss for words, could only scowl. Feng Yu's expression darkened further. It had only been a few days. And now his words seemed less effective than Chen's. The elderly man in traditional attire looked as if he had swallowed something foul. How could a mere blood-chi realm dare to speak to him so insolently? Get out of my sight. Feng Yu glowered as he kicked Wang Lin and his companions back, knowing that if they harmed Henry now, he would truly be unable to protect them. What are you doing, Feng Laotu? Wu Tao shouted in anger. Are you colluding with the enemy? Damn it. If the dean is a traitor, then Luoqing Technical College is doomed. Tong Yu spoke shockingly, causing Wang Lin to freeze. What did Tong Yu just say? Feng Yu's face darkened. He nearly lost control and struck those three insolent boys. The other instructors were equally taken aback. These three troublemakers were truly a handful. Return. Do not push me to strike you. Chen glowered. It was one thing for Wang Lin and Wu Tao to act recklessly. But now Tong Yu had also been led astray by these two. Finally, Wang Lin and his companions retreated, but not before delivering a vicious kick to Henry. The other international students were paralyzed with fear, lying on the ground, having been severely beaten. This is the caliber of students from Luoqing Technical College. The elderly man in traditional attire declared angrily. They are merely children. Do not take them too seriously. Feng Yu spoke somewhat sheepishly. What kind of child dares to wield a blade against a martial king? The elderly man was fuming, glancing around in frustration, inciting students to assault international students. And now it has led to loss of life. How will you explain this to the higher-ups? Do not speak nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me inciting students to attack international students? It is they who sought to trap me, and I merely sought justice. Is that wrong? Chen stepped forward, asserting that this matter was witnessed by an old soldier from the abyssal ancient city. The true nature of these foreign devils would be revealed upon inquiry. Of course, If you are willing to be a traitor like those two shameless ones and believe only their side of the story, then consider it as if I said nothing. Although Su Chen had sheathed his long yuan sword, an aura of sword intent still radiated from him, facing the martial king without a hint of fear. The elderly man in traditional attire fixed his gaze on Su Chen for a long moment before turning to Henry, inquiring, "Is what he said true?" "Of course not. He is wrongfully accusing me." "Damn it." Su Chen cursed, unable to contain himself, and rushed forward to deliver a flurry of blows. The weapon was drawn again, striking Henry's head with force. Henry felt as if he was on the brink of death, his bones aching from the blows. "I was wrong. I was wrong. It was me. I set them up, intending to kill Su Chen. It is all my fault." The onlookers winced, casting awkward glances at Su Chen, especially those senior students who seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. "Enough. Let this matter end here, and do not pursue it further." The elderly man in traditional attire could no longer contain his fatigue. "This cannot be the conclusion. They have taken so many lives among international students. There must be consequences." The old woman stood, unwilling to let the matter rest. "They must pay with their lives," she declared venomously, glaring at Su Chen, particularly at him. For having severed Henry's hand, such a wound was grievous. Even if Henry had sought to kill and betray him, was it not sufficient that he had not died? Must they treat international students in such a manner, even going so far as to sever an arm? It was he who had instigated the students to act, leading to the loss of life. He must pay with his life to atone. The old woman grew increasingly agitated, nearly standing to denounce Su Chen. As her words echoed, the elderly man fell silent. This situation was indeed complicated. "Damn it! Who dares to lay a hand on Su Chen?" Feng Yu stepped forward, directly confronting them, the martial king's presence looming as if he were ready to strike. "Indeed, whoever touches Su Chen must first step over our dead bodies," a few senior students declared, positioning themselves in front of Su Chen, with Gao Feng staggering to his feet, bloodshot eyes revealing his injuries. "From this day forth, Su Chen is the leader of the Student Alliance. Whoever dares to harm him is striking the face of all of us in the Student Alliance." No one anticipated Gao Feng would say such words. To touch Su Chen, they would have to step over their corpses. As Gao Feng's declaration resonated, the senior students erupted in furious shouts, forming a barrier in front of Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback, glancing at Gao Feng in astonishment. He had not expected Gao Feng to bestow upon him the title of leader of the Student Alliance at this moment. Even more surprising was the solidarity displayed by the senior students, all standing before him. Yet, he had only just joined the academy 2 days prior, and they did not seem particularly familiar. Nevertheless, a surge of emotion welled up within Su Chen, an indescribable feeling taking root in his heart. Wang Lin and Wu Tao pressed forward, seizing 2 large foreign students, delivering swift slaps to their faces, declaring, "Let us sacrifice these 2 big fellows to mark our rebellion today." They proceeded to slay the 2 foreign students right before the elderly man in traditional attire and the old woman. "Well done. I have long found these wretches intolerable. Indeed, they are nothing but ungrateful wretches, particularly these 2 scoundrels. Previously, they violated a junior female student, driving her to the depths of despair and ultimately to her demise. They deserve nothing less than death. It is as if they believe that some foreign devils are above reproach. They are merely a festering blight within the academy, committing acts of impropriety against female students and causing disturbances. Outside, they even dare to bully the elderly, tarnishing the reputation of the Luoqing vocational school. It is high time they were eradicated. There is not a single commendable individual within the entire international student community. The senior student raged, feeling a sense of relief as he voiced what they had longed to do but could not. In short, they wished for the annihilation of all international students. None among them were innocent. "How dare you? What do you intend to do? Are you planning a rebellion?" The elderly gentleman in traditional attire was genuinely incensed. These students had become increasingly unruly, brazenly executing an international student before his very eyes, an outright provocation. "Feng Yu, are you going to manage your students or not? Enough of this nonsense." Feng Yu made a token gesture to intervene, but it fell on deaf ears. "I will report this matter to the Academy Alliance. Just wait for them to come looking for you." The elderly gentleman was furious, turning his gaze towards Su Chen. This lad was inciting rebellion among his peers, slaying so many international students. He must be handed over for the Academy Alliance to deal with. With that, the elderly gentleman launched an attack towards Su Chen, who would not remain passive. He raised his hand to engage in battle with the elderly man. The bespectacled student, having regained some composure, charged towards Su Chen and his companions with no intention of holding back, only to be intercepted by a mentor from Luoqing Vocational School. However, the elderly woman, cunningly lurking behind, suddenly launched an assault on Su Chen. A powerful force surged forth, and had it landed on Su Chen, it would have meant certain death. Sensing the imminent danger, Su Chen sought to evade, but it was too late. At that critical moment, an aged figure stepped in front of him. Meng Qian took the blow intended for Su Chen, but was sent reeling to the ground, spitting blood. "Damn it, strike him!" Meng Qian shouted in fury from the ground, prompting another mentor of the Sealing Realm to charge into the fray. Su Chen was taken aback. He had not expected this mentor, whom he had only met briefly, to stand in front of him and take the attack. He was at a loss for words. Meng Qian sat up, his face pale. Well, I'm still your mentor. If I were to see you killed by this old crone, how could I face the world? Rest assured, I will not perish. Yet, a surge of rage welled within Su Chen. He turned to face the elderly woman still embroiled in battle, and an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him. Fiery demon rampage. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, and in an instant, a formidable phantom materialized, flames crackling with thunderous might. Die! Su Chen roared, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, as a terrifying sword intent was released in an instant. A radiant sword aura coalesced and charged towards the elderly woman. Is that sword intent? Has Su Chen comprehended the sword intent? Both mentors in the academy head were struck with astonishment upon sensing the violent sword intent. Even the elderly gentleman's expression shifted, and the elderly woman's countenance paled. Su Chen was but a freshman, barely 18 years old, yet he had already grasped the sword intent. Such mastery was a rare feat, one that even some martial kings spend their entire lives striving to achieve without success. This was a matter of innate talent. How could such a genius possibly emerge from Luoqing Vocational School? They could not fathom it, yet they understood that Su Chen must not perish today. Such talent must not be extinguished, but it also must not exist within Luoqing Vocational School. The dazzling sword light surged forward, and though the elderly woman attempted to evade, she was firmly suppressed by the Sealing Realm mentor. Panic seized her. She truly was in a state of alarm. Desperate to escape, she found herself unable to do so. As the sword light swept past, she exerted all her strength to block the attack and the mentor's assault, yet was forced back repeatedly. Before her stood the radiant sword light, and just as it dissipated, she sensed another attack coming her way. She could only instinctively defend, leaving an opening. Su Chen keenly seized that opportunity and struck with his sword. The blade cleaved through flesh, severing an arm that fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, accompanied by the elderly woman's anguished screams. However, the Sealing Realm elder was ruthless, seizing the moment to cripple her cultivation and send her flying, crashing to the ground. Su Chen approached expressionlessly, brandishing the Longyuan sword, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chapter 52. 100 Zhangqi Si, shocking all. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, Su Chen's Longyuan sword emitted a resonant clang. The elderly woman was rendered speechless with terror. Her cultivation had been shattered, leaving her akin to an ordinary person devoid of power. If Su Chen truly harbored murderous intent, he could easily slay her. What do you intend to do? I am a member of the Academy Alliance. If you dare to kill me, the Alliance will not spare you. Her words fell on deaf ears, sounding like mere bluster to Su Chen. In the foreground, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire and Feng Yu were still locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to relent. The bespectacled student remained firmly suppressed, unable to extricate himself, while the foreign individual had long since vanished from sight. The elderly woman realized that no one could save her now. She could only plead with Su Chen. Su Chen, please do not kill me. It was my fault. I take full responsibility. If you spare me, I will give you all my cultivation resources. Anything you desire, I will provide. As she spoke, the elderly woman struggled to remove the storage ring from her finger, offering it to Su Chen, her body half soaked in blood, resembling a ghastly figure before him. All the students' gazes were fixed upon Su Chen. Meng Qian opened his mouth, intending to stop Su Chen, but after a moment's thought, he reasoned that the situation had already escalated. If she were to be killed, so be it. This wretched woman had been a principal adversary of Luoqing Vocational School. I truly want to exclaim, you foolish wretch. If I slay you, will not your storage ring still belong to me? With that, Su Chen swung his sword down, directly beheading the elderly woman. Her face bore an expression of disbelief, as if she could not fathom being slain by a mere Qi Blood Realm youth. Detection. Host has slain a Sealing Realm expert. Qi Blood value increased by 300. Detection. Host has performed exceptionally, achieving an over-level kill of a Sealing Realm expert. Reward. Indestructible Golden Body Martial Skill unlocked. Congratulations, Host has unlocked the system marketplace ahead of time, available for item exchange using killing points. The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind as he felt the surge of power within him, his aura rapidly escalating. To Su Chen's astonishment, this crippled Sealing Realm expert still counted towards his rewards, granting him such substantial benefits. Yet, what was this system marketplace? What were these killing points? Why had they not appeared before? While curiosity swirled in his mind, Su Chen had no time to ponder as he felt his strength swiftly swell, his qi and blood flowing together as if preparing to carve out a new domain. Was this a breakthrough? Meng Qian gazed at Su Chen in horror. No one had anticipated that he would break through in such a situation. Good grief, Su Chen truly lives up to his reputation, breaking through consecutively in a single day. Is he even human? Wang Lin could not help but complain, feeling the gap between him and Su Chen widening. Wu Tao's eyes were glued to Su Chen, incredulous at how he managed to progress so rapidly in his cultivation. Tong Yu was left dumbfounded. After being thoroughly beaten by Su Chen, he had vowed to surpass him. Yet now he feared it would be impossible to ever catch up. A surge of blood energy rippled through the air, and the heavens themselves seemed to stir. Dark clouds gathering ominously as if something monstrous were about to emerge. Su Chen tightly shut his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Within the region of his lower abdomen, his vital energy was continuously coalescing and evolving. Soon, a shadow resembling a void space materialized, representing the Qi Sea, in contrast to the Qi blood realm, where the vital energy circulates throughout the body and needs to be mobilized when required. The Qi Sea realm entails the establishment of a Qi Sea in the lower abdomen, where all the vital energy is concentrated. The larger the Qi Sea, the greater the power it can gather. Feng Yu and the elderly man in traditional attire also noticed this transformation, halting their actions, staring at Su Chen in astonishment. They had lived for decades. Yet this was their first encounter witnessing someone's breakthrough summon a phenomenon from heaven and earth. Was this a breakthrough to the Qi Sea realm? Who exactly was this young man? By heavens, he was about to break through upon entering the academy. One would scarcely find such a talent even in the Imperial Academy. The entire Luo City Technical School was stunned, not only the students but also the instructors, all gaping at Su Chen in shock and disbelief. In the next moment, a surge of bloodlight erupted from Su Chen, soaring into the sky, as a Qi Sea of 10 zhongs swiftly coalesced. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended. A tribulation? Was this a mistake? A breakthrough to the Qi Sea realm invoking a tribulation? One of the instructors exclaimed in terror, noting that tribulations typically manifest only during breakthroughs to the Martial King level. Feng Yu was initially taken aback, but then burst into wild laughter, as if he had realized something. It was rumored that the Qi Sea was divided into grades, and the highest quality Qi Sea would attract a tribulation. Su Chen's current state. Feng Yu laughed hysterically. This time, the Luo City Technical School was truly on the verge of rising. All the teachers and students gathered around Su Chen to provide protection. Anyone who dared to approach would be met with lethal force. Feng Yu immediately commanded, positioning himself beside Su Chen, his gaze icy, clearly intent on preventing any disruptions. Above, a bolt of lightning descended, and Su Chen's aura became increasingly violent as he forcefully activated the fiery demon fury, absorbing the lightning with his body. Simultaneously, he initiated the indestructible golden body technique, refining his physique with the lightning. The Qi Sea continued to expand rapidly, reaching an astonishing 50 zhong, yet showed no signs of halting. The elderly man in traditional attire could no longer maintain his composure. Those capable of condensing a 30 zhong Qi Sea were already hailed as geniuses. A 40 zhong would be considered a prodigy, while 50 zhong denoted a monstrous talent. Anything beyond that had no designation, as throughout the history of China, only one had ever appeared. And now, another was emerging. Su Chen was enveloped in the radiance of lightning, his aura growing ever more tempestuous. While his Qi Sea had ballooned to 99 zhong, the elderly man's expression was one of horror, leaving him at a loss for words. Su Chen could not die. Such talent could not languish within the confines of the Luo City Technical School. He must be utilized by the Academy Alliance, or else he dared not contemplate further. Finally, as the lightning gradually dissipated, Su Chen's figure emerged, his upper garments having shredded, revealing his well-defined muscles, with faint traces of lightning still swirling around him. The celestial-grade martial technique, indestructible golden body, had been cultivated to a minor completion with the aid of the lightning. His Qi Sea had successfully transformed into 100 zhong. Only then did it cease expanding, revealing 2 clouds formed from condensed vital energy, signifying that Su Chen's cultivation had reached the Qi Sea realm, 2 stars. Transitioning directly from the Qi blood realm to the Qi Sea realm, 2 stars. What a terrifying talent. Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him as he lifted his gaze toward the front, where Feng Yu was laughing heartily. Unable to conceal the delight etched across his face, Meng Qian disregarded his injuries and approached, gazing at Su Chen in awe, rendered speechless. Before Feng Yu could speak, the elderly man in traditional attire was the first to voice his thoughts. Su Chen, with your talent, you do not belong here. Chapter 53, Publicly Undermining. Feng Yu went mad. Su Chen, with your talent, you do not belong here. The elderly man stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, recognizing that Su Chen's talent far exceeded his expectations. 100 zhong Qi Sea, what a terrifying gift. Such an existence had never before graced the entirety of China. Yet, how could someone of such talent appear in a technical school? Old fossil, should Su Chen not be here, then where should he be? Do you think he deserves to be under your thumb? Feng Yu could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of curses. Regardless, Su Chen was still a student of the Luo City Technical School. For years, the school had endured suppression. Finally, they had managed to recruit a student of notable talent. If anyone dared to undermine that, he would be the first to stand and fight. Feng Yu, you should understand. His talent should not be wasted at your Luo City Technical School. It would only stifle his potential. Can you guarantee that his treatment here would surpass what he could receive at the Imperial Academy? Only at the Imperial Academy can his gifts be fully realized. The elderly man asserted, striving to maintain his composure. For both public and private reasons, Su Chen must attend the Imperial Academy, even if he chose not to. He could not remain at the Luo City Technical School. With that thought, the elderly man continued, Su Chen, I hope you will consider carefully. Your potential here is limited to the confines of the Luo City Technical School, but if you go to the Imperial Academy, I assure you that their resources can elevate your potential to infinity. You must think of your future. Upon hearing this, Su Chen merely scoffed and softly inquired, but I have killed members of your Academy Alliance. Do you not seek revenge? Do you wish to bring me back to offer me better cultivation resources? The elderly man's brow furrowed at this. Recognizing the predicament, Su Chen had indeed slain members of the Academy Alliance, as well as numerous foreign students. This matter was not easily suppressed. Yet, abandoning Su Chen's talent was unthinkable. I will report this matter to the Academy Alliance. As long as you sincerely acknowledge your mistakes and publicly apologize to the Alliance leaders, as well as offer an explanation to the foreign students and sincerely apologize, the rest will be handled by the Alliance. From then on, you can focus solely on your cultivation. I guarantee you that no one will dare provoke you again. After a moment of silence, the elderly man spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. This was the best outcome he could envision. Talent is one thing, but one must accept consequences for one's actions. Moreover, for someone as unruly as Su Chen, with such immense talent, if he could not be tamed, he might very well turn against them. No one wished to witness such a scenario. Thus, some form of punishment was necessary, yet merely an apology seemed harmless enough. So, I am to apologize to the Academy Alliance and then beg these foreign devils for their forgiveness? Su Chen questioned coldly. This is indeed the best outcome. The elderly man replied, his brow furrowing as he observed Su Chen, sensing the dissatisfaction in his tone, but this truly was the best resolution he could conceive. If the factions backing those foreign students pursued this matter relentlessly, it could become even more troublesome. I, Su Chen, am but a lowly life. After the martial examination, I was spurned by all the major academies, with only the Luo City Technical School willing to take me in. I will never transfer to another academy. Su Chen declared coldly. He had not done so in the past, and he certainly would not do so now. You want me to be your dog? Apologies. But that is not my style. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression shifted, while Feng Yu and the other instructors beamed with joy, having anticipated this very response from Su Chen. Indeed, they had not misjudged him. Old fossil, if you wish to poach our student from the Luo City Technical School, you are not worthy, Feng Yu proclaimed. Although our Luo City Technical School ranks at the bottom, we will spare no effort in nurturing Su Chen. You need not worry about that. The elderly man let out a deep sigh, feeling quite helpless. This matter had escalated beyond his control. What he thought would be a minor dispute requiring mediation had unexpectedly resulted in fatalities, and now even an instructor from the Academy Alliance had been slain. He could only report this to the Academy Alliance. Feng Yu, let us set this matter aside for now. The primary reason for my visit is that in 3 months, there will be an exchange meeting among the major academies, with the venue set at Tsinghua University. Do not forget to participate. The countdown this time may possibly be amalgamated. The elderly gentleman clad in traditional robes articulated his primary purpose for this visit to Feng Yu, who merely furrowed his brow, exuding an air of indifference. The so-called exchange meeting is merely a facade for institutions like ours to shine. Does it truly matter whether we participate or not? For years, the Luoqing Technical School has merely subsisted on the dregs left by others. Feng Yu, spare us your reckless words, the elderly man lamented, finding it exasperating that this fellow lacked any discretion in speech, oblivious to what ought to be voiced and what should remain unspoken. Indifferent am I? Is there an issue with my statements? Feng Yun shot him a glance, his demeanor one of nonchalance, inciting a tempest of frustration within the elderly man. Moreover, there is another matter. The elderly man directed his gaze towards Su Chen, his expression turning grave. Su Chen sensed the gravity of the situation. He understood that this issue would not be easily resolved. This young man had slain numerous international students and publicly executed a mentor of the school alliance. Surely, an explanation must be offered to the alliance. What do you intend to do? Feng Yu questioned, his voice low and brows knitted, suddenly appearing before Su Chen to shield him. Observing this, the elderly man recognized that Feng Yu would not relinquish Su Chen without a fight. But this matter had escalated beyond triviality. The school alliance had already sent word, insisting that he must escort Su Chen back. This was the directive from the alliance. Su Chen must be returned. As for how he would be dealt with, that was the alliance's concern, not his to know. Humph, the alliance's resolution? Will they execute him? Or imprison him, perhaps strip him of his powers? Given Su Chen's talent, the alliance would never execute him, nor strip him of his abilities. However, one must take responsibility for their actions. Responsibility? What responsibility? Feng Yu retorted. That decrepit woman falsely accused Su Chen, attempted to kill him, and in her failure, cannot blame anyone but herself for her lack of strength, unable to defeat even a mere Qi blood realm practitioner. What purpose does such a waste serve within the alliance? As for those foreign devils, they were in the wrong first. Su Chen's actions were merely self-defense. What fault lies therein? Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, the elderly man sighed in resignation, knowing full well that Feng Yu would not allow him to take Su Chen away. If that is the case, then let us proceed, the elderly man declared, and in the next moment, another figure appeared beside him, none other than a martial king. Feng Yu, we are merely acting in accordance with our duties. Do not make this difficult for us. The elderly man intercepted Feng Yu while another figure advanced directly towards Su Chen. Chapter 54. Mu Changfeng takes action. Benefits for international students revoked. Sensing the aura of the martial king, all the students felt powerless. Any attempt to resist was futile, and they were swiftly repelled by the overwhelming force, revealing Su Chen's presence. Kid, I find you quite intriguing. Come with me, the white-haired martial king declared. Rest assured, the Alliance values your talent. They will not demand your life nor strip you of your abilities. Su Chen harbored doubts about these assurances. Even if they spared his life and did not strip him of his powers, it was likely they intended to confine him for life, rendering him a pawn of the Alliance. What significance would such a life hold? As the imposing presence of the white-haired martial king drew closer, Su Chen felt a surge of urgency. No matter how formidable he was, defeating a martial king was beyond his capabilities. Begone! How shameless can a grown man be? Bullying a child. Just as the martial king's attack was about to land on Su Chen, a powerful force erupted, repelling his strike. Su Chen felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness this individual arrived in time. Mu Changfeng, what are you doing? You dare abandon your post at the abyss? The white-haired martial king stammered, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Mu Changfeng as the assailant. With a cold chuckle, Mu Changfeng retorted, what business is it of yours? As a guardian, how I defend the abyss is not for you to dictate. Rather, why don't you take your prowess to the abyss and battle the otherworldly foes? How dare you bully a child here? The martial king, chastised by Mu Changfeng, could only lower his head, visibly disconcerted. Su Chen exhaled in relief. He had timely shattered the token Mu Changfeng had given him. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger today. The white-haired martial king scrutinized Su Chen, perplexed as to what abilities this young man possessed that warranted Mu Changfeng's intervention on his behalf. Feng Yu erupted into laughter, his earlier concerns dissipating upon witnessing Mu Changfeng's arrival, which had saved Su Chen. It appears you will not be taking Su Chen away today. Ha ha. Feng Yu's laughter resonated, his fists glowing with fury as he prepared to strike at the elderly man, intent on obliterating him. Madman, you lunatic. The elderly man could not afford to act as recklessly as Feng Yu. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, defending himself against Feng Yu's relentless assault. Mu Changfeng, this is a matter for the school alliance. Are you certain you wish to intervene? The white-haired martial king pressed. I care not for the alliance. I owe Su Chen a debt of gratitude, and I will not simply stand by and watch as you take him away. Upon hearing this, the martial king's expression darkened. He knew he was no match for Mu Changfeng. If Mu Changfeng was resolute in protecting Su Chen, the martial king would face insurmountable difficulty in taking him. If the school head pursues this matter, you will not be able to bear the consequences, Mu Changfeng. Whether I can bear it or not is of no concern to you. Even if I cannot, I have the military backing me. I wish to see whether the alliance is indeed mightier than our military. Mu Changfeng's words offered no quarter to the white-haired martial king. At this, the elderly man was momentarily stunned, realizing they had underestimated Mu Changfeng's determination to safeguard Su Chen, so much so that he would utter such words. At their level, such statements could not be made lightly. Should they become reality, the repercussions would be dire. The white-haired martial king was left speechless, his lips moving without a sound. Very well, very well. Today, we shall not take Su Chen away, but this matter is far from over. If the school head demands an account, we will have no choice but to report the truth. After some time, the elderly man distanced himself from Feng Yu and said helplessly, what else can we do but submit? Feng Yu, this reckless madman, cared little for the consequences. He had already sustained injuries, and with Mu Changfeng protecting Su Chen, how could they possibly take him away? Since that is the case, what purpose does further fighting serve? I fear I would only suffer further losses against Feng Yu. Let us depart, the elderly man declared, tossing a storage ring to Feng Yu. This contains the cultivation resources for Luoqing Technical School for the latter half of the year. I hope you will honor your attendance at the prestigious school exchange meeting in 3 months. With that, the elderly man turned and departed without hesitation, followed closely by the white-haired martial king. Only the bespectacled man remained, utterly bewildered, contemplating a stealthy exit, only to discover that the mentors from Luoqing Technical School were glaring at him menacingly. What are you staring at? I am a member of the school alliance. Before he could finish, a mentor lunged at him, and a series of mentors descended upon the bespectacled man, delivering a thorough beating. Before long, the bespectacled man was left incapacitated, ultimately being expelled from Luoqing Technical School. You dare come to Luoqing Technical School to bully our students, and think you can escape? How could I continue to survive if I do not deal with you? One mentor scolded angrily. With all the outsiders expelled, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the international students. Sensing the hostility in his eyes, the students trembled, and took several steps back. Their previous disdain and contempt vanished. Chen was genuinely formidable. He dared to slay even mentors of the Alliance. What was there that he would not dare? Just moments ago, he had killed several international students. And Henry had been rendered unable to fight. They were at a loss for what to do next. What do you intend to do? The second-in-command stepped forward. As the first and third-in-command had been incapacitated by Chen, now, he was left to shoulder the banner for the international students. This matter is indeed our fault. We acknowledge it and can extend our apologies. However, from this point forward, we shall maintain a respectful distance, ensuring no further disturbances between us. The second-in-command cast a cold gaze at Chen, feigning composure. How could a few dishes lead to such a state? Do you think a mere phrase about keeping our waters separate can simply sweep this incident under the rug? What a delusion. Chen scoffed. Previously, he had declared his intention to expel all international students from the Luoqing Technical School, believing that these parasites were nothing but a bane to the institution. However, he recognized that it was not yet the right time to drive them away, as it would undoubtedly stir up a myriad of troubles. Instead, he could first integrate the international students into the Student Alliance for discipline and revoke their disproportionate allocation of cultivation resources. From now on, the International Student Alliance shall be disbanded, and all international students will be merged into the Student Alliance. Chen spoke, his gaze fixed on the second-in-command. Do you have any objections? If you take issue with our international students, feel free to address it with the dean. Chen interrupted him directly. The international students fell silent. The dean's earlier actions had already indicated his support for Chen, rendering any further attempts futile. Feng Yu cast a sidelong glance at Chen, silently acknowledging his point, though he felt slightly overlooked. Moreover, regarding the allocation of resources for international students, starting today, it shall be entirely revoked. Upon hearing this, all the international students widened their eyes in disbelief. They could accept being merged into the Student Alliance, but the withdrawal of their benefits was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 55. A dog cannot change its nature. Having enjoyed preferential treatment for so long, they had grown accustomed to extravagance. How could they possibly survive without their resources? Absolutely not. This is utterly unacceptable. The cultivation resources are allocated by the Academy, a privilege granted by the School Alliance. On what grounds do you presume to alter this? The second-in-command exclaimed hurriedly. While he could concede to other matters, this was non-negotiable. Not just him, but all the international students stepped forward, glaring at Chen in defense of their interests. Yet, Chen remained unperturbed, gazing at these international students with a cold smile, as if he were amused by their oblivion to the impending danger. What are you all barking about? We've trained under these conditions for years. You are merely experiencing the beginning of your trials. Lu Qingfeng approached, sneering. They had long harbored grievances against the international students' excessive resource allocations, but felt powerless to act. Now that Chen had taken a stand against them, their support was unanimous. Feng Yu frowned slightly, pondering whether Chen's actions were too hasty. Although he had also wished to address this issue, Chen was merely a freshman. Such boldness might incite the wrath of the international students. All the animosity would be directed at Chen. If our resource allocations are revoked, how shall we cultivate? An international student questioned, his countenance dark. I shall distribute cultivation resources according to our own student standards. If you find it insufficient, then venture into the abyss and seek your own. Chen continued, contemplating a further decree. Henceforth, every international student must descend into the abyss at least once a month. If you do not slay any foreign creatures, do not expect to return. He recalled how Henry and his companions had vanished upon entering the abyss, unsure of where they had gone to shirk their responsibilities. Such occurrences were not mere coincidences. They had persisted as a consistent issue. They were nothing but pests. Remaining in the academy would only taint it. After delivering his verdict, Chen turned his gaze to Feng Yu, who understood his intentions. Some matters were better left for the students to manage, as the mentors and the dean could not intervene directly. However, they must be granted sufficient authority. The original purpose of establishing the Student Alliance was to empower students to govern themselves. We shall not interfere in your affairs. As long as the members of the Student Alliance raise no objections, you may proceed as you see fit, provided you do not betray the school. As for the rest, you are free to manage as you please. Having concluded, the dean and the mentors departed, feeling it inappropriate to linger any longer. Are you truly going to allow Chen to act unchecked? Meng Qian could not restrain himself from inquiring, furrowing his brow. What other option do we have? Although Gao Feng possesses considerable leadership qualities, he tends to overthink and hesitate. He can maintain the status quo, but he cannot break this deadlock. On the other hand, Chen, although new, possesses an inherent audacity and remarkable talent capable of commanding respect from these individuals. Moreover, given his aptitude, it is only a matter of time before he assumes Gao Feng's position. So why not expedite the process? This stalemate must be shattered. The dean chuckled softly, expressing that while they, the old guard, had not yet perished, their role was to support him from behind and help him shoulder the burdens imposed by the obstinate old-timers. Upon hearing this, all the mentors fell silent, and after a moment, Meng Qian spoke. The revival of Luoqing Technical School's former glory rests in their hands. After so many years, it seems the illustrious legacy of Luoqing Technical School is on the verge of being forgotten. The elderly men reminisced, their eyes reflecting nostalgia for the past. Once, Luoqing Technical School stood as the pinnacle of imperial academies, a bastion of strength. Yet, in the subsequent defense of the abyss, countless students and mentors had bravely fought and perished, with no support ever rendered. They persevered until now, only to witness the academy's decline from an imperial school to a technical institution, enduring various forms of suppression and attacks. Blood and tears have been shed. Meanwhile, on Su Chen's side, after the dean's departure, the international students could no longer contain their discontent. When have they ever hunted foreign creatures? The foreign races are notoriously savage and ruthless. What if they were to perish in the abyss? This is unacceptable. You are seeking revenge, suppressing us. The second-in-command exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Were it not for the fear of being outmatched by Su Chen, he might have even resorted to physical confrontation. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, however, disregarded such sentiments and proceeded to unleash a brutal beating. The second-in-command of the international students dared not retaliate, left as a battered mess on the ground. This is merely the beginning, Su Chen stated coldly. Anyone unwilling to comply may withdraw from Luoqing Technical School. I shall not retain you. With that, Su Chen departed. Wang Lin and the others followed suit, and the students gradually dispersed, their expressions gleaming with exhilaration. Today was truly satisfying. It was their first opportunity to unleash their frustrations upon these foreign devils. Of course, they realized that without Su Chen, such an event would have been impossible, thus elevating his status in their eyes significantly. Once Su Chen and his companions had left, the international students gathered together, aflame with indignation and concern. What shall we do if Su Chen truly revokes our resources? Henry, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The second-in-command turned to Henry, who, at that moment, was filled with fervor. These wretches still remembered he was alive. After being brutally beaten by Su Chen and losing an arm, he was further assaulted by Wang Lin and his group, leaving him on the brink of death, barely clinging to life on the ground. He had heard Su Chen's words. But what could he do? Did he dare to speak? Absolutely not. Another beating from Su Chen would surely end him. We must report this matter to higher authorities. To every embassy we can reach. I refuse to believe Su Chen can withstand this pressure, Henry uttered weakly, causing the second-in-command and the others to relax their tense expressions slightly. Agreed. Su Chen must perish. Otherwise, we shall never know a moment's peace. Ever since he arrived, there has been no respite for us. An international student lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Yesterday, our villa was bombed. Today, we were beaten. Who could endure such torment? I have a cousin at Tsinghua University. I can ask him for assistance. Another international student suggested. Already plotting how to eliminate Su Chen. That's fine, but could someone first take me for treatment? Henry truly wished to strike down these scoundrels. But not a single one of them had the decency to offer him aid. Realizing this, the international students hurriedly lifted Henry and took him to the infirmary. After a brief bandaging, he was sent to the hospital. In the small building, Lu Qingfeng and the others were present. Gao Feng had already tended to his injuries and was resting quietly by the side. Su Chen, these international students will certainly not let this matter rest easily. They may even target you, Gao Feng remarked with a furrowed brow. It must be said that today, Su Chen accomplished what Gao Feng had yearned to do for years. And now, with Su Chen's help, it had finally come to fruition. Yet, the inevitable aftermath would undoubtedly bring forth endless troubles. I am aware that a dog will never change its nature, but wouldn't it be better to simply eliminate these pests? Su Chen responded with a smile. Ideas already forming in his mind. Chapter 56. Resource Distribution and the Formulation of New Rules. Su Chen stated, fully cognizant that these international students would not relent. They were bound to incite further chaos. However, Su Chen was indifferent to such matters. If a dog cannot change its nature, then it is best to put it down. The root of the issue could be severed directly, though it was crucial to avoid excessive measures, for the Student Alliance would undoubtedly exert pressure on the Luoqing Technical School, a burden that would fall upon the shoulders of the dean. His focus must remain on managing the affairs of the students below, understanding the principle of gradual erosion. Su Chen was determined to dismantle the influence of these international students piece by piece. Decay must be excised, whether they were international students or their local counterparts. Those who merely lingered to consume resources without effort would have to depart. After descending into the abyss, Su Chen's mind brimmed with contemplation. The soldiers guarding the abyss, were they not human? From youth to old age, even to the point of bones turning to dust, they persevered to protect this land. What right did they have to be idle, squandering the resources earned through their sacrifices? Previously, Su Chen had been unaware, but after his descent into the abyss, he discovered that the resources for cultivation were bought with the lives of soldiers from various abysses. How had the Student Alliance previously allocated these resources? Su Chen inquired, gazing at the storage ring. They were divided into two portions, one for the international students and the other split again. with the Student Alliance members receiving allocations based on their cultivation levels and the number of times they had descended into the abyss. The remaining share was distributed to other students. Gao Feng recounted the previous distribution situation. Su Chen frowned, taken aback by the blatant unfairness of the resource allocation. A mere 100 international students claimed half of the resources, leaving the remaining thousands of students to share the other half. Effective immediately, all resources allocated to international students are revoked. 2/3 of all resources will be utilized to operate the Student Alliance, establishing rankings for all students. Whether from the Student Alliance or other students, anyone who makes it onto the ranking will receive resource rewards. The remaining 1/3 will be evenly distributed among all. In essence, the resources for all would be equal. If one desired greater and more abundant resources, they must demonstrate their capabilities. After Su Chen's proclamation, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood his intentions. This was not merely an initiative against the international students, but a move to expel those who merely existed without contributing, including members of the Student Alliance. Noticing the silence, Su Chen examined the resources within the storage ring, only to frown once more. Is this all there is? He thought, unable to believe his eyes. As was customary, Luoqing Technical School had always been suppressed and targeted, receiving resources that were merely leftovers from other academies. The academy provided only basic resources, resulting in a meager allocation for each student. After all, the academy needed to operate. It could not give all resources to them. To obtain more resources, one must either exchange credits or venture into the abyss to seek them. Lu Qingfeng remarked, this has been the tradition for years. Su Chen's brow furrowed further. He had not anticipated the dire state of Luoqing Technical School, with resources so scant that they were barely sufficient. This situation is worse than I imagined, he thought, realizing the debt he owed to both the dean and Meng Qian, who had shielded him under immense pressure. Moreover, he was a student of Luoqing Technical School himself. He could not simply stand by and watch the institution crumble. I have an idea, Su Chen declared, turning his gaze toward the senior students present. This matter required their leadership. With such limited resources, distribution would inevitably fall short, necessitating their own means of resource acquisition. What do you mean? Gao Feng inquired. Let the students descend into the abyss and engage in combat with the other races, seizing resources for themselves. As Su Chen voiced this proposal, everyone was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief, as if they had misheard. No. Sending all students into the abyss, most would not survive to return. No, this is far too perilous. Even if we agree, the dean would never permit it. Gao Feng said sternly, fully aware of the implications of Su Chen's suggestion. However, he also recognized the inherent risks. The students of Luoqing Technical School were not particularly gifted, and their strength was lacking. Entering the abyss could result in catastrophic losses. Furthermore, they were, after all, still students. Su Chen fell silent, acknowledging that this course of action was indeed reckless. Yet he also recognized that there were no better alternatives at the moment. If they did not take action to reclaim resources, they could not expect them to materialize from thin air. According to customary rules, the inter-academy exchange competition would occur in 3 months, which would determine the future allocation of resources for each academy. If Luoqing Technical School could improve its ranking, the resources for cultivation would naturally increase. Gao Feng analyzed earnestly. Su Chen remained silent. After enduring years of suppression, raising Luoqing Technical School's ranking seemed nearly impossible. Very well. Then we shall temporarily set this matter aside. Resource distribution will revert to the previous system, but this time, there will be no special treatment for international students. All will be treated equally, Su Chen stated, realizing that his vision was overly idealistic. Not everyone shared his desire to transform the current state of Luoqing Technical School. Such change would not be easy unless some significant stimulus could ignite their motivation. However, one thing must be established. International students must descend into the abyss to confront the other races. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the academy. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nodded. This matter required arrangement. Disperse all international students, assigning senior students to lead and oversee them. Gao Feng added, and everyone nodded in agreement. Once these decisions were made, the senior students in Gao Feng's room dispersed, leaving Su Chen momentarily detained. When only the two of them remained, Gao Feng finally spoke. Su Chen, I understand your intentions. To be honest, I had considered this before, but the students of Luoqing Technical School are not particularly strong. If we force them to descend, it may backfire. Such matters must be approached gradually. Su Chen nodded in understanding, yet before he could respond, Gao Feng continued. If this idea can indeed be implemented, Luoqing Technical School's strength will undoubtedly grow rapidly, but now is not the time. You are still a freshman. You have 4 years ahead of you. I believe you will find a way to achieve it. Su Chen remained silent, furrowing his brow as he regarded Gao Feng, surprised that he had been stopped to discuss this. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the truth in Gao Feng's words. If he were to enforce his plan now, it would likely yield adverse effects. The two conversed for a while longer before Su Chen departed, placing this matter on hold for the time being. Upon returning to his residence, he retrieved a spirit herb and commenced his cultivation. In this vast world, personal cultivation was paramount. The meager resources provided by the academy were insufficient for his growth. Regardless, he would descend into the abyss. Chapter 57. The Golden Belt of Killing and Arson. Su Chen mused, leaning against the abyss. Through slaughter, one could grow stronger. To squander such an opportunity would be sheer folly. Before long, he had completely absorbed the spirit herb, and the power within his qi swelled further. 100 zhang qi. One would be hard-pressed to find another like it across the globe. Certainly, at this moment, the reservoir of energy within Su Chen had diminished significantly. He could feel the constriction in his lower abdomen. Such a vast reservoir necessitated greater resources for cultivation. Su Chen sighed. Although the Sword King had provided him with some resources, they were far from sufficient. The technical school in Luo City was in an even more dire situation, impoverished to the point of being destitute. Thus, descending into the abyss had become imperative for him. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also sequestered in their own realms of cultivation, seemingly spurred by some tremendous impetus, fervently pursuing their training. They had indeed been profoundly shaken. Despite having been at the same cultivation level, both at the 6th star of the Qi and Blood realm, now, in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had already ascended to the 2nd star of the Qi realm. Astonishingly, even during his Qi and Blood cultivation, he had managed to slay masters of the realm. They were genuinely demoralized. Furthermore, the words Su Chen had spoken just yesterday echoed in their minds. They understood that this prodigy would undoubtedly find a way to implement his plans. In that eventuality, everything would hinge upon one's own strength. Without power, one would be left with naught. They both felt that day was not far off. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Chen concluded his meditation. His cultivation firmly established at the 2nd star of the Qi realm. Upon stepping outside, he found Lu Qingfeng already prepared, accompanied by 5 international students and around 10 senior students, forming a group of fewer than 20, awaiting Su Chen. The participants were gathered, hence, they could now venture into the abyss. Lu Qingfeng remarked, glancing at Su Chen. Among the 5 international students was their previous second-in-command, yet their expressions were distinctly grim. They had not anticipated Su Chen's swift actions. What had been discussed yesterday was set to be executed today, though they harbored thoughts of rebellion. They knew all too well Su Chen's disposition. To dare oppose him would surely result in a severe beating. They had already reported this matter, and soon, reinforcements would arrive. For now, they could only bide their time. Let us go, Su Chen declared, just as Wang Lin and Wu Tao burst forth, determined to accompany him. Tong Yu also emerged, silently trailing behind. I don't care. I'm going. Don't even think about monopolizing this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao asserted, glaring at Su Chen. Only they knew the extent of their gains from following Su Chen the previous day. It was no jest. That was an astonishing fortune. Even some senior students had gathered around, puzzled as to why these individuals had never shown such enthusiasm for entering the abyss before. Little did they know that Su Chen's exploits in the depths had yielded them a wealth of resources. Nevertheless, the group was now sufficiently large, and the seniors could only watch regretfully, as though they had missed out on billions. What is going on with these guys? Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but inquire. But no one paid him any heed. A smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. Indeed, having tasted the sweetness of success, they were naturally more proactive. Soon, they entered the abyss, arriving in the ancient city. I want to go back. I want to go back. One of the international students cried out in terror, attempting to flee. Having reached the ancient city, if they ventured outside, it would truly be the end for them. Run, you little rascal. Wang Lin pursued him, delivering a thorough thrashing. You didn't run when you were receiving abundant resources, did you? After subduing the international student, Su Chen finally led the group out of the ancient city. The 20-odd individuals cautiously advanced, treading carefully. On the opposite side, the foreign royal city was clearly visible. Should the foreign army discover them, it would be their undoing. Approximately an hour later, Su Chen finally spotted a foreign team of fewer than 30 individuals, among whom only 2 possessed Qi cultivation. There was no reason for Su Chen to let such a team escape. He launched an immediate assault. The foreign team, clearly startled, attempted to flee. Lu Qingfeng led the charge, and soon, all of the foreign adversaries were slain. Wang Lin and the others swiftly began to search the bodies, quickly confiscating all valuables, astonishingly uncovering 13 spiritual herbs, something that even Su Chen had not anticipated. Haha, indeed, killing brings fortune. Wang Lin laughed heartily, stuffing a spiritual herb into his clothing. Honestly, relying on the Academy's meager resources for cultivation is futile, Tong Yu remarked earnestly. Wang Lin and Wu Tao immediately sensed something was amiss. It seemed this fellow had suddenly awakened to a new understanding. Exchanging glances, they promptly turned on Tong Yu. Lu Qingfeng smirked. These two didn't appear to be the virtuous type. Yet, their words held some truth. Relying solely on the Academy's scant resources for cultivation was utterly inadequate. They had always been aware of this, which is why they too had descended to seek resources. But they had never dared to be as audacious as Su Chen in launching direct assaults on the foreign adversaries. Such boldness had been unimaginable for them in the past. Let us see you take them on one-on-one. Damn it, don't go for the low blows. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had already broken through. Now they were at the 7th star of the Qi and Blood realm. Tong Yu, unable to withstand their combined might, soon found himself subdued. With a face devoid of hope, he wondered what he had said wrong to warrant such treatment from these two ruffians. All right, let us hurry. The commotion here may attract the attention of the foreign forces, Su Chen urged. Only then did Wang Lin and the others relent. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Su Chen. It was clear that only Su Chen could keep these two in check. Having slain the foreign adversaries, can we ascend now? Indeed. We acquired so many resources. We put in the effort and deserve a share. The international students said, looking expectantly at Su Chen. And how much do you believe you should be allotted? Su Chen countered. Hearing this, the international students' faces lit up with smiles. Just give us the spiritual herbs. We'll forego the foreign weapons. Haha. Su Chen sneered, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the face of the student who had spoken. The student was left utterly stunned. They had cowered at the back during the battle against the foreign adversaries, not even receiving a scratch. And now they had the audacity to demand a share of the spoils. Did they even deserve it? Su Chen scolded furiously, leaving the international students bewildered. Before they could utter another word, Su Chen continued, from now on, you 5 will form a group. The next time we encounter foreign adversaries, you will be the vanguard. Should any of you dare to hide at the back, if even one foreigner escapes, I will deal with you first. No, that is unacceptable. We never encountered the foreign adversaries in battle. We cannot possibly be their match. You are deliberately putting us in harm's way. The international student was instantly terrified. Shouting in agitation, I want to go back. I want to drop out. I'm going to report you. The student was horrified, convinced that Su Chen was coercing them into a death trap by using the foreign adversaries. After all, they had never faced the brutality and terror of the foreign races. They had always regarded themselves as superior. How could they possibly engage in such perilous endeavors that could result in injury or death? Moreover, this was not their homeland. Even if the foreign adversaries were to conquer it, what did it matter as long as they remained safe? They remained silent about their consumption of a vast amount of Huaxia's cultivation resources. Initially, upon witnessing Su Chen's slaughter of numerous foreign adversaries and the acquisition of resources, they had naturally been tempted. However, after Su Chen cut off their access to those benefits, the meager resources they had received the previous day were hardly sufficient, leading them to covet the spiritual herbs. Though they had not taken action themselves, merely participating in the team was already commendable. Yet, Su Chen not only refused to share the spiritual herbs, but also seemed insatiable, demanding that they confront the foreign adversaries directly. This was absolutely out of the question. Thus, the international students were filled with rage, unable to bear such indignity, and immediately began to shout about returning and accusing Su Chen. It was blatantly directed at them. I merely watched. Who would dare to take a step forward? Su Chen was genuinely furious, his gaze suffused with a palpable murderous intent. He had always felt indifferent, even disdainful, towards these international students. And now they dared to stir up trouble. Were it not for certain reservations, Su Chen would have swiftly dealt with all the international students, compelling them to form a vanguard and confront the alien races head-on. Yet, he refrained from such actions, but these individuals remained utterly oblivious to their predicament. Su Chen had already summoned the fury of the flame demon, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding a fierce aura, while the Long Yuan sword emitted a resonant hum. If anyone truly dared to move, he would show no mercy in their execution. Lu Qingfeng and the others remained silent, their expressions equally frigid. These shameless creatures believed they could reap the rewards without exerting any effort, thinking themselves superior and their lives precious. Did Su Chen's life, or even Lu Qingfeng's, hold no value? The atmosphere was peculiar, laced with murderous intent, prompting the remaining senior students and Wang Lin to instinctively spread out, encircling the international students entirely. Sensing Su Chen's intent and the weight of his murderous aura, the students came to a halt, paralyzed with fear. Just yesterday, Su Chen had slain several international students and even severed Henry's arm. Had it not been for the intervention of the Academy Alliance, Henry might well have been killed. They had no doubt that Su Chen was indeed capable of killing them. You are being excessively unreasonable, one international student exclaimed furiously, attempting to voice a complaint, only to be silenced by the swift response of Wang Lin and his companions. Move out. You 5, step forward. Su Chen, seeing their inaction, scoffed inwardly, perceiving them as spineless. They thought themselves to be tyrants on Chinese soil, truly believing they were invincible. Little did they know, Su Chen could not abide their arrogance and was unafraid of these individuals. The international students, seething with anger yet too intimidated to express it openly, shot Su Chen a venomous glance before proceeding ahead. Are we truly to be mere cannon fodder? One student whispered, fear not, they would not dare let us perish. Before I came down, I had a word with William. If we do not return, we will revolt and report Su Chen's malicious intent to eliminate us. Another student murmured, having prepared for such an eventuality. Su Chen must die. Otherwise, we will only face harsher oppression. They spoke in hushed tones, and naturally. Chen could not hear them as they continued to advance. Boss Su, these foreign devils seem to harbor ulterior motives. Trouble might arise soon. Wang Lin warned. His voice low. Chen merely furrowed his brow, having noticed their whispered conversation, but he paid it no mind. It matters not, as long as they charge ahead. They will find themselves dead if they refuse to act against the alien races. I shall not intervene if they choose inaction. What if they betray us? Wu Tao's quiet question caused Chen's eyes to narrow. He had not considered that possibility. After all, they were of the human race. It seemed unlikely they would betray their kin. Yet, if they did, it would be tantamount to betraying all of humanity, a capital offense no matter where one stood. Everyone remained wary of them, for these miscreants were indeed unpredictable. Chen fell into a brief silence, worry creeping into his heart. A chilling murderous intent surged within him. If they dared to betray him, he would unhesitatingly slay them all, their corpses displayed at the school gate. Soon, as they pressed on, Chen once again spotted a contingent of alien beings. This group was escorting some unknown cargo, moving cautiously in a singular direction. A rough estimate revealed around 100 individuals, the strongest among them boasting a cultivation level of 6 stars in the Qi realm. With 6 in total at that level, while the rest were at the Blood Qi realm. Confirming there were no ambushes, Chen chose to attack. But instead of charging forward himself, he pushed the international students ahead. Their faces turned pale. They had not expected Chen to take such a bold step. Faced with so many alien beings, they were no match for them. Chen must be doing this deliberately, the students thought. Their legs trembling at the sight of the aliens, their fighting spirit extinguished. Yet Chen was not one to show mercy. He declared that if they did not take action, he would slay them. Reluctantly, the international students had no choice but to rush forward. Chen followed closely behind. But he did not truly intend for them to face off against the 100-strong alien force. Even he would not dare to do that. The intent was too obvious. And it would expose their position. Damn it. We must eliminate Chen. One international student seethed inwardly, consumed by resentment. Not towards the aliens, but towards Chen. Chen, save me. Help me. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he found himself face to face with a group of aliens. Yet before he could act, he could not help but cry out, instantly drawing the attention of all the aliens. Damn useless fool. Before Chen could speak, Wang Lin, closest to him, charged forward, cleaving through the alien's life with a single stroke. However, the next instant, the international student unleashed a furious punch to Wang Lin's back. Die? Chapter 59, Betrayal or Surrender. Slay them all. Die. The international student roared, unleashing a punch without reserve, pouring every ounce of strength into it. He knew that Wang Lin was but Chen's loyal lackey, who had brutally slain their fellow students the previous day. His intention had been to lure Chen into a trap and ambush him, but who would have thought Wang Lin would come charging in? Apologies were in order. The punch struck Wang Lin's back, causing him to spit blood and stumble forward, nearly ambushed by an alien. But fortunately, Wu Tao intervened just in time to save him. You wretched beast, repaying kindness with malice. Wang Lin bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Though he had been cautious, he had not expected these scoundrels to be so brazen, betraying him in such a treacherous manner. Why are you so foolish? Why did you come to save me? The international student laughed maniacally, initially intending to deceive Chen, but did not anticipate Wang Lin's intervention. With that, the international student turned to flee. Chen had already observed the unfolding scene, a surge of anger swelling within him. With a swift strike, he cleaved forward, the sword's aura howling as it pierced through the international student's chest. The surrounding aliens were taken aback, bewildered by the infighting. This was a blatant display of disrespect towards them. The aliens roared and charged in, but Chen had no time to ponder the betrayal, focusing instead on eliminating the aliens. Fortunately, Wang Lin had remained cautious, sustaining only minor injuries, and was able to continue fighting, rising to wield his broadsword against them. You wretched beasts, I shall cleave through you. Wang Lin seethed, harboring pin-up anger after being ambushed. Now, whether alien or international student, he would cut down anyone in his path. The international students continued to fend off the aliens, but thoughts of retreat began to creep into their minds. Yet, they noticed Chen was not far from them. Any hint of retreat would surely result in their demise at his hands. Damn it. The international student could not help but curse. Despite his Qi cultivation, he had never faced aliens nor fought against them. An instinctual fear gripped him. His legs felt weak, as a Qi realm cultivator found himself dominated by a 9-star Blood Qi realm alien. Help me. Save me. This international student, unable to withstand any longer, cried out for aid, but after witnessing the previous betrayal, no one dared to step forward to rescue them. Uncertain if they too would be betrayed, panic spread across the face of the international student, unable to believe that Chen would leave him to die. Chen, you heartless wretch, do not blame me now. He simply could not endure any longer, a flicker of resentment and ferocity flashing in his eyes, and in the next moment, he knelt directly before the alien race. I surrender. With one leading the way, Soon the remaining 3 international students also fell to their knees, shouting their surrender, raising their hands above their heads and discarding their weapons. The aliens were taken aback. After years of battling the humans of the ancient city, they were well aware of the human race's valor, preferring death in battle to surrender. What was happening now? I can help you kill them, one student, noticing the aliens' silence and inaction, hastily proclaimed, picking up a weapon from the ground and charging at Su-Chen. Beasts, dogs, had I known, I would have slaughtered you all and fed you to the dogs. Traitors, this is nothing short of betraying the human race. Lu Qingfeng and a few senior students were filled with fury. These international students were utterly spineless, even sacrificing their dignity to surrender, bringing shame upon the human race. These ungrateful wretches, Lu Qingfeng wished he could tear them to shreds himself. This was a pack of insatiable wolves, committing such treachery. The international students were acutely aware that if their actions were to be revealed, their doom was certain. Thus, Su-Chen and his companions had to die. They charged at Su-Chen, who, facing 2 aliens of the Qi realm, stood his ground without faltering. Seizing the moment, he wielded the Longyuan sword, swiftly claiming the lives of both aliens, then turning his gaze towards the international students. With a single stroke, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, and one international student was immediately dispatched. Communicating with aliens, betraying the human race, such deeds deserve death. Su-Chen's voice was cold, his eyes harboring an endless chill. And with another strike, the sword light flickered, severing another student, leaving only 2. These 2 were paralyzed with shock, never expecting Su-Chen to be so formidable. Against the aliens, he was as effortless as slicing through water, dispatching 1 student with each swing. Despite being besieged, he managed to eliminate them with ease. The 2 students, utterly terrified, turned to flee, but the aliens, recognizing Su-Chen's might, all converged upon him. Su-Chen merely smiled, with his indestructible golden body shielding him. Even the attacks of Qi realm aliens were nothing but a mere tickle. He then unleashed his infernal fury, instantaneously amplifying his aura, surrounded by demonic energy and lightning, and struck with his sword. In an instant, he claimed the lives of over a dozen aliens. In the next moment, he pursued and beheaded the 2 traitors before returning to the fray. The terrifying display of strength sent shivers down the spines of the aliens, and soon, Su-Chen led the charge, eliminating every last one. Over 100 aliens were annihilated. Su-Chen paused, exhaling a breath as the murderous intent in his eyes slightly receded. Detection of massive slaughter of aliens by the host, calculating points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 246 kill points, which can be exchanged for items in the system shop. The system's voice resonated, and Su-Chen was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting the existence of kill points. System, what exactly are these kill points? Why was I not informed earlier? Previously, the host cultivation was too weak to unlock the system shop. A friendly reminder, each time the host ascends a major realm, new functions will be unlocked. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, and Su-Chen nodded, finally comprehending. He had not anticipated that the system possessed such a feature. Simultaneously, he was curious about what new functions would be unlocked upon his next major ascension. Meanwhile, the aliens had all been slain, and Wang Lin and others were scavenging the resources, while Su-Chen opened the system shop to peruse. Not realizing the extent of its offerings, he was astonished. Indeed, it was a system shop where nothing was beyond reach. Even the coveted celestial-grade martial techniques, which were priceless outside, could be exchanged here with sufficient kill points. What a dark bargain. However, upon seeing the prices, Su-Chen promptly exited. The costs were exorbitant. Looking at his meager 246 kill points, the options for exchange were scant. System, is there anything cost-effective yet powerful that I can afford? Su-Chen inquired, searching for suitable items for the host. The system responded, and in the next moment, an ethereal panel appeared before Su-Chen, showcasing the items he requested. Upon reading the descriptions, Su-Chen could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, this was precisely what he desired. Chapter 60, Blood Exploding Heavenly Thunder. An absolute windfall. Blood Exploding Heavenly Thunder. Upon activation, it can create an explosion radius of 10 meters, affecting a range of 40 meters, capable of annihilating Qi realm 9-star warriors. Price, 50 kill points per orb. Observing the description of the Blood Exploding Heavenly Thunder, Su-Chen's expression turned ecstatic as he exchanged for 4 orbs, his kill points allowing for only these 4. Immediately, he found himself holding 4 black orbs, each the size of a dragon's eye, seemingly ordinary, yet Su-Chen knew they could obliterate aliens of the Qi realm. Although, for Su-Chen at present, their utility seemed limited. Nonetheless, as area of effect weaponry, tossing one would surely obliterate any aliens within a 10-meter radius. This would significantly expedite his acquisition of kill points. With that thought, Su-Chen stored the Blood Exploding Heavenly Thunder in his storage ring. Turning to see Wang Lin and the others thoroughly stripping the aliens of their valuable possessions, he felt a surge of excitement. We hit the jackpot. What a tremendous profit, Wang Lin exclaimed, disregarding his injuries in his enthusiasm. Although it did not compare to the last time Chen led them in seizing a convoy of resources, the quantity they amassed was still considerable, even more than what the academy had allocated to them. Lu Qingfeng and the other seniors bore smiles. No wonder they had all clamored to join in, realizing it was such a lucrative venture. Why did we never think of this before? Lu Qingfeng mused, recalling how they had previously only dared to search the mountains for wild spiritual herbs. They had never had the audacity to confront an alien convoy directly. Only during large-scale operations did they muster the courage, yet they had never achieved such a complete annihilation of an alien force. In comparison, their previous efforts seemed utterly fruitless. Sigh, although it doesn't compare to yesterday's haul, it's still decent. Wu Tao remarked, lacking much excitement. Indeed, compared to yesterday, it was incomparable. However, such circumstances were not something one could encounter at will. Haha, Wu Tao, are you not satisfied? I can see you have quite the appetite. Lu Qingfeng teased. Having already felt contented, these resources would suffice for his cultivation for some time. Uft, this is just the beginning. Yesterday, Boss Su snatched an entire convoy, 10 carts of cultivation resources, and 10 armored horses. What does this paltry sum amount to? Wu Tao shot a glance at Lu Qingfeng, thinking him naive. Lu Qingfeng's expression turned blank, his mind momentarily frozen. Not just him, but all the seniors were bewildered, feeling they must have misheard. 10 carts of resources. And 10 armored horses? Are you jesting? They had sold the armored horses to Mu Changfeng in the ancient city, along with various other items, fetching only around 100,000 merit points. The seniors who had descended yesterday were well aware of this. They had also divided a fair share of merit points, especially the brat Gao Feng, who received a full 10,000 merit points from Boss Su, which made them envious. Wang Lin approached quietly, adding, Lu Qingfeng, your mind is in a tizzy. It can't process this information. The mention of armored horses, 10 carts of resources, over 100,000 merit points. Why did these phrases sound so familiar? Yet when combined, they made no sense. Are you serious? After a long while, Lu Qingfeng finally mustered the courage to inquire, still astonished by the revelation. If his memory served him correctly, yesterday marked the first descent of Su Chen and his companions into the abyss. And they achieved such remarkable feats? When they had first ventured down, they were all terrified, reduced to a state of quivering like quails. TCH, you still don't believe it? Wang Lin sneered, producing his merit card, which displayed a staggering 2,000 merit points. See, this was given to me by Boss Su. I contributed as well. Both Wang Lin and Wu Tao wore expressions of pride, as if they were flaunting their achievements. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me, let go. The next moment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao yelled out, as Lu Qingfeng, with no regard for martial ethics, brazenly attempted to seize their merit points. After a hard-fought struggle to reclaim their points, both Wang Lin and Wu Tao hastily tucked them away, wary of the unpredictable Lu Qingfeng. In their hearts, they plotted to find an opportunity to give Lu Qingfeng a thorough thrashing for daring to encroach upon their hard-earned rewards. Brother Wang, could you spare me a little? Lu Qingfeng pleaded, his face contorted into a grotesque semblance of a smile, genuinely envious, especially upon learning that the senior students had amassed over 3,000 merit points, with Gao Feng raking in a full 10,000. They felt as though they had missed out on a fortune, their hearts aching with desire, unabashedly seeking to borrow from Wang Lin and Wu Tao. But everyone knew that once merit points were lent, they were unlikely to be returned. Absolutely not. There is no room for negotiation. Wang Lin and Wu Tao exclaimed in unison. Lu Qingfeng frowned and turned his gaze towards Su Chen. According to Wang Lin, Su Chen had tens of thousands of merit points. Tens of thousands of merit points and credits. He was undoubtedly a wealthy individual. In that instant, Lu Qingfeng even contemplated conspiring with the senior students to rob Su Chen. No, Brother Chen. All right, if you want merit points, I'll take you to undertake a significant endeavor. It's up to you whether you dare or not. Su Chen interrupted Lu Qingfeng, and upon hearing this, the senior students thumped their chests in confidence, declaring, what is there to fear? There is nothing we wouldn't dare to do. Let us raid an alien village. Su Chen stated, a smirk gracing his lips. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped them. The senior students were taken aback. Raid a village? An alien village typically harbored over 500 foes, many of whom were formidable at the Qi realm. To attack such a village with just a handful of them was tantamount to courting death. Damn it, if you fear this, how can you even desire merit points? When the cannon fires, gold coins will rain, Wang Lin asserted, his faith in Su Chen unwavering. As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Yu chimed in, revealing that he was increasingly attuned to the situation. Tong Yu was also reluctant, but Su Chen's offerings were too generous to refuse. Dare we? We have 13 at the Qi realm. 2 against 1 should suffice. Moreover, we are merely here to plunder resources, not to annihilate an entire village. Su Chen remarked, realizing that merely hunting down scattered alien teams yielded resources far too slowly. Some impoverished beings didn't even possess complete attire, let alone precious medicines. All right, let us do it. The thought of Gao Feng's 10,000 merit points is more painful than death. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, mentally tallying that Su Chun's plan made sense. They could raid vigorously and then make a swift escape without exterminating the village. Fortune favors the bold. Let us go for it. The senior students agreed, aligning with Su Chun's strategy. Chapter 61. Plundering the village. Are you going to blow me up too? The senior students unanimously consented to Su Chun's proposal. While it bore inherent risks, it also promised substantial rewards. After a brief contemplation, they deemed it feasible. Seeing that the seniors were in agreement, Su Chen smiled slightly, his gaze falling upon the corpses of several foreign students. Hang them up, display them on the trees, labeling them as traitors to humanity. Su Chen instructed, a ruthless edge to his words. Even in death, he would not allow them to escape accountability. The world must know of their betrayal. Initially intending to return their bodies to the technical school in Luo City, they were now preoccupied with more pressing matters and didn't have the time to spare on them. Soon enough, the 5 corpses were suspended, and Su Chen cast a glance, his eyes betraying no emotion. Let us move, Su Chen commanded, leading the group onward. After traversing roughly 10 miles in the direction of the alien presence, Su Chen halted, concealing himself within the thicket. Less than 500 meters ahead, a modest alien village materialized before him. A rough estimate suggested it housed over 400 inhabitants, not a large number, and accounting for the elderly and infirm. The combat-capable aliens would not exceed 200. Lu Qingfeng and the others lay in wait, their hearts racing with excitement and trepidation. Should they truly seize a village today, they would have tales to regale at the academy for a lifetime. It had been far too long since they experienced such exhilarating thrills. Lu Qingfeng felt his blood surge, a sense of exhilaration coursing through him. It seemed they had been too comfortable for far too long. Lu Qingfeng mused, glancing at Su Chen, suddenly realizing he saw endless possibilities in Su Chen. Approximately 20 aliens held the Qi-Si realm, though not overly numerous. The strongest among them likely resided at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm or at the 1-star master level. After a moment of observation, Su Chen voiced his assessment. Lu Qingfeng, also observing, nodded in agreement. Their evaluations did not differ significantly. The only concern was whether this individual could withstand the onslaught. No worries. I'll handle that one. You seniors send your 10 strongest to restrain the alien leaders, while the rest focus on resource plundering. Su Chen succinctly laid out the plan. And there were no objections. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were already brimming with anticipation, retrieving a burlap sack from behind and fastening it at their waists. Upon witnessing this, not only Lu Qingfeng but even Su Chen stood astounded. What was this maneuver? I couldn't fit it all in yesterday and suffered a great loss. Thankfully, I came prepared today. Wang Lin chuckled, believing his preparations had not been in vain. The senior students exchanged glances, increasingly curious about just how much they had managed to seize yesterday. Let us move. Wait for the right moment, Su Chen commanded, and in an instant, they charged forward. Within the alien village, smoke curled upward, indicating it was mealtime, and the streets were sparsely populated, the defenses lax. After all these years, no one had dared to attack them. Yet today, no one anticipated the arrival of a band of marauders. As Su Chen stormed into the village, the Long Yuan sword unleashed a dazzling wave of sword energy, instantly slaying several alien warriors. They hadn't even had time to react before being dispatched by Su Chen. Wang Lin and the others surged in, exhilarated by the thrill of the hunt, gleefully slaughtering the aliens. Without hesitation, Su Chen charged toward the village's strongest adversary. An attack. We're under attack. The aliens finally realized what was happening, shouting to alert their kin. In the next moment, an alien village chief, at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, emerged, brandishing a heavy blade. He had never imagined a day would come when a human dared to ambush his village. Die! The alien chief bellowed, sensing Su Chen's cultivation was merely at the 2-star Qi-Si realm, deeming him unworthy of attention. Yet as the blade swung down, Su Chen dodged, summoning the fury of the flame demon, his aura becoming exceedingly volatile, his eyes turning a fiery red. With a slash of the Long Yuan sword, a 3-zhang arc of sword energy cleaved through the alien chief's weapon, sending it splintering in two before advancing toward him. Realizing the threat of death, the alien chief turned to flee. While the villagers were important, they were not more so than his own life. With a multitude of aliens, if he perished, another village could easily be established. Seeing him attempt to escape, Su Chen's gaze turned frigid, and he lunged forward, determined to pursue. A flash of sword light swept through the air, severing his head. The battle from inception to conclusion lasted no more than a minute. Su Chen had swiftly dispatched a peak gas C-realm adversary. There was no choice. Engaging in such undertakings demanded efficiency, as time was of the essence. One could never ascertain whether the forces from the opposing royal city might be stirred into action. If they were to arrive, dire consequences would surely follow. Good heavens! That was a peak gas C-realm warrior. Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, still engaged in combat with a gas C-realm 7-star foe. When his peripheral vision caught Su Chen concluding his skirmish, a throng of alien entities surged forth, yet upon witnessing the demise of their chieftain, a sense of trepidation enveloped them. Su Chen, however, remained unfazed, glancing up to see Wang Lin struggling with a heavy sack, continuously stuffing it with various items. While a multitude of aliens pursued him, 3 of whom were Gas Sea Realm warriors. Wang Lin, evade! Chen shouted, unleashing a blade of energy that temporarily granted Wang Lin precious moments to flee. Immediately thereafter, a blood-explosive thunder was hurled into the fray. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending dust swirling. Even Wang Lin was caught in the aftermath and flung away, though fortunately, he sustained no injuries due to the distance. Good grief! You nearly blew me up, Wang Lin cursed, rising to find himself in astonishment before a vast crater where all of his pursuers had met their demise. The surrounding structures had been obliterated. Chen himself was taken aback by the overwhelming power of the blood-explosive thunder, far exceeding his expectations. Enough chatter. Let us swiftly gather the loot and flee, Chen urged, aware that such a commotion might draw the attention of other alien entities. Wang Lin, heeding the call, dashed into a nearby building, hastily stuffing anything of value into his sack. The aliens, now gripped by fear at the sight of their chieftain's slaughter, turned to flee, none daring to impede their looting spree. Chen too entered the dwelling of the recently vanquished alien, collecting every valuable trinket into his storage ring before ascending to the second floor. Such treasures! Chen marveled upon discovering a magnificent set of silver battle armor, which he promptly stowed away. Is this a map of the abyss? Turning to leave, Chen froze, astonished by the sight of a detailed map before him. Boss Su, run! There's movement! Wang Lin's urgent roar broke through, instilling a sense of alarm. Chapter 62, A Pursuit of Armies? Mu Changfeng was bewildered. Boss Su, hurry! We've got company, Wang Lin bellowed, his expression grave as he pointed in a certain direction. Following his gaze, while no movement was visible, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated ominously. Let us go. Chen emerged without hesitation. This village had been thoroughly pillaged, every valuable item seized. They needed to vacate the premises immediately, for it was uncertain whether an army of aliens was approaching. If such was the case, peril awaited them. The group swiftly turned and fled. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, burdened with heavy sacks, were unaware of their contents, but ran for their lives, their bodies laden with various items. Others followed suit, sprinting with reckless abandon, their pockets brimming with spoils. Behind them, the footfalls grew increasingly distinct, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. It had to be an alien army. Cursed be their ill fortune. Wang Lin couldn't help but curse. It's definitely those foreign students who survived. Damn them. They should have been dealt with before descending into the abyss. Wu Tao blamed their predicament on the foreign students. Chen glanced back, catching sight of the massive alien army advancing, roughly estimating their numbers to exceed 10,000. What the hell? We merely raided a village. Is this really necessary? Chen exclaimed, quickening his pace and relieving Wang Lin and Wu Tao of their burdens. Storing the sacks in his own ring, the group hastened their flight. The exhilaration of their earlier conquest now felt like a distant memory of vulnerability. Thankfully, it seemed the army was not pursuing them directly, the sounds of pursuit fading into the distance as they veered towards another direction. Chen finally exhaled in relief. They could not outrun the alien cavalry. I'm utterly exhausted. Wang Lin collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, while Lu Qingfeng and the others gasped for breath. Heart pounding with trepidation, they were grateful that the alien army had not been in pursuit. Yet, glancing at their bulging garments filled with cultivation resources, their spirits soared. Realizing the venture had indeed proven fruitful, one could not overstate the value of what they had acquired. It was more than sufficient to rival 3 years' worth of resources distributed by the academy. This haul is monumental, the upperclassmen exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. This is far more than the convoy we raided yesterday, Wang Lin remarked, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Let us head back. Chen smiled, acknowledging that they had indeed procured an abundance of resources, enough to last them a considerable time. At his words, Lu Qingfeng and the others quickly concealed their joy and rose to make their way back to the ancient city. In no time, they returned to the ancient city, where the soldiers, upon seeing Chen, cast inquisitive glances, particularly noting their blood-soaked attire and the bulging sacks filled with various resources. What on earth did these youngsters do out there? Soon, Mu Changfeng approached, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Chen and the others. What transpired? We eliminated over 40 Gas Sea Realm warriors and nearly 300 Blood Chi Realm foes. Before Chen could respond, Wang Lin blurted out, reporting their astonishing achievements. The words hung in the air, leaving the surrounding soldiers in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. You mean to say that just the 20 of you killed so many aliens? Are you jesting? We did indeed slay some aliens and seize resources. Chen replied with a grin, and we'd appreciate it if Brother Mu could help us assess their value. As he spoke, Chen began to display a collection of alien weaponry and peculiar items deemed worthless. Lu Qingfeng and the others followed suit, creating a small mountain of loot on the ground. Most astonishingly, Wang Lin and Wu Tao had even brought back an alien cooking pot, complete with a stew still simmering inside. The soldiers of the ancient city stood in stunned disbelief, while Mu Changfeng's eyes widened in shock at the sheer volume of their spoils. How on earth did you acquire all this? We raided an alien village, Su Chen stated matter-of-factly. Yet, to Mu Changfeng's ears, it was akin to thunder striking. He gazed incredulously at Su Chen and his companions. How could such a small group have sacked an entire village? Even a small village would have at least 400 or 500 inhabitants. Mu Changfeng stared at Su Chen. Disbelief etched across his face. Yet if they were lying, how did they come by these items, particularly the pot containing the stew? Did you truly raid a village? Mu Changfeng couldn't resist asking, his heart racing with astonishment. Su Chen nodded, and the surrounding soldiers gasped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity as they beheld the bloodied figures of Su Chen and his companions. Old Lu, assess the value, Mu Changfeng commanded, prompting a bearded man to step forward and begin appraising the items. In no time, the assessment was complete, a total of 36,000 merit points. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised, realizing they had indeed brought back a treasure trove of valuable items. This journey had not been in vain. It was important to note that these were merely items they deemed useless to sell to the military, while the precious herbs and cultivation resources had remained untouched, especially given that Su Chen possessed a suit of armor, which was undoubtedly of great worth. The 36,000 merit points were quickly transferred to Su Chen, and the excitement among the upperclassmen was palpable, as this was an impressive figure. The tale of raiding a village would certainly provide ample fodder for boasting in the future. Brother Mu, there is another action that I believe will pique your interest, Su Chen remarked as he contemplated the map and turned his gaze towards Mu Changfeng. Mu Changfeng, with a curious expression, inquired, "Show me, let me see." Su Chen smiled lightly. After all, Mu Changfeng had gone out of his way to assist him by leaving the abyss to come to the technical school in Luo City, creating an immense sense of indebtedness. He produced the map and handed it directly to Mu Changfeng. As Mu Changfeng accepted it with intrigue, the smile in his eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by a weighty seriousness. It was evident to all that Mu Changfeng was taken aback by the sight of this map. The others, too, became intrigued, wondering what could inspire such gravity in Mu Changfeng. Su Chen, where did you acquire this? Mu Changfeng asked, astonished. I found it in an alien village. Su Chen replied with a grin. This item is exceedingly precious. Name your price. Mu Changfeng exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed sternly on Su Chen. Having guarded the abyss for so long without a single map pertaining to it, they had been left in a state of vulnerability. Thus, the value of this map was truly beyond estimation. The others stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a demeanor from Mu Changfeng, and their curiosity about the nature of the object only intensified. Surely, Brother Mu understands the worth of this, Su Chen remarked with a knowing smile directed at Mu Changfeng, who furrowed his brow in acknowledgement. Therefore, Su Chen continued, I shall bestow this upon you as a gift, Brother Mu. He said this cheerfully, gazing at Mu Changfeng with warmth. Su Chen held Mu Changfeng in high regard, especially after the latter had gone to such lengths to assist him. Though they had met only once, Mu Changfeng's willingness to help had left a profound impression on him. Su Chen felt he owed Mu Changfeng a significant favor, as the most challenging debts to repay are those of goodwill. Moreover, Su Chen recognized that this map would serve little purpose in his hands, only achieving its true potential within the military's grasp. Mu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Chen in disbelief, unprepared for such generosity. He had anticipated a hefty price. This map is of little use to me, but it will be invaluable for you. Besides, given the substantial assistance you've provided me, it would be unreasonable for me to demand a high price. Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng chuckled lightly, discreetly tucking the map away, and smiled at Su Chen. You, my friend, have offered something far more valuable than any favor I could provide. The two exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to elaborate further, and Su Chen departed the abyss with his companions. Before leaving, Mu Changfeng advised Su Chen to call on him directly whenever needed. At the Luo City Technical School, Su Chen and his companions arrived. Boss Su, what exactly did you give to Mu Changfeng? Wang Lin couldn't restrain his curiosity, eager to know what had elicited such a reaction from a martial king. A map, Su Chen replied. What kind of map? A map of the abyss. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Su Chen, astonishment written across their faces, struggling to accept the revelation. They were well aware of the significance of an abyss map. For years, the military had maintained a watch over the abyss, yet they had only managed to secure a small territory of the ancient city. Their ability to delve deeper was non-existent. They only knew of the alien royal city across the abyss, but what lay beyond that remained a mystery. This item serves no purpose for us. They all nodded in agreement, recognizing that possessing a map would be of little utility. By giving it to Mu Changfeng, it effectively aligns him and our Luo City Technical School as allies. Su Chen continued, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. They had been contemplating why Su Chen would not leverage the map for merit points, yet his actions had effectively secured a martial king's allegiance for their institution. That is quite impressive, Lu Qingfeng remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, truly surprised by the implications of Su Chen's actions. Let us go. Su Chen smiled and said, Boss Su, you're back. Just as they had taken a few steps, someone rushed over. Upon seeing Su Chen and his group drenched in blood, the individual froze in shock. What happened to you? Nothing to worry about. It's just the blood of the aliens. Wang Lin said nonchalantly, deliberately revealing the overflowing spiritual herbs from his clothing, leaving the older students dumbfounded. The sight of Lu Qingfeng and the others, similarly laden with an abundance of resources, was astonishing. Where did you acquire all these resources? How did you guess that we raided an alien village? Before the older student could finish his sentence, Lu Qingfeng couldn't hold back any longer. The act of pillaging a village was unprecedented, not just in Luo City Technical School, but even in the ancient city of the Abyss. They were, without a doubt, the pioneers in this endeavor. The prospect of their achievement would be a source of pride for a long time to come. Others may attempt to replicate their success, but none would surpass their initial triumph. As Lu Qingfeng thought about this, a grin spread across his face, and the older students began to exude an air of arrogance, their spirits soaring. The older student stood there, bewildered, as he observed Wang Lin and the new students sharing in the same exuberance. He was utterly flabbergasted. Did they really just raid an alien village? The older student couldn't believe his ears and hurriedly checked his hearing, widening his eyes at Lu Qingfeng. Indeed, we truly did raid a village, easily earning ourselves tens of thousands of merit points. As for these seemingly worthless spiritual herbs and training resources, we simply brought them back for ourselves. One must say, self-reliance leads to abundance. The meager resources allocated by the Academy are hardly sufficient for anyone's training. Exactly. I find those meager offerings to be quite disgraceful. Using such items for training is simply embarrassing. The older students chimed in, their pride swelling as they reveled in their newfound wealth. With resources equivalent to 2 to 3 years' worth of what the Academy dispensed, it was impossible for them not to feel elated. However, they also acknowledged that without Su Chen's initiative, they would never have had the audacity to execute such a raid. They regretted not having brought along several sacks. But Wang Lin's foresight in preparing a bag ahead of time proved wise. The sight of that overflowing sack was enough to make their eyes gleam with desire. Enough with the boasting. This is merely the beginning. Su Chen interjected with a smile. Today, a village. Tomorrow, a stronghold. And then, we shall set our sights on the royal city. Let us set a modest goal. Let us conquer a royal city. Su Chen's declaration left Lu Qingfeng and the other older students utterly dumbfounded. They had merely intended to bask in their accomplishments. Yet Su Chen had taken it a step further. A modest goal, you say? Conquering a royal city? Is it as simple as that? What do these resources even amount to? Do not let the immediate gains cloud your judgment, Su Chen advised, glancing at the herbs they were overflowing with, shaking his head. I have no interest in resources. You're not interested, yet you led us to raid a village? They dared not voice their thoughts aloud. The older student stood there, stunned, unsure of what to say next. By the way, do you have some business with us? Su Chen finally turned to the older student, inquiring. It's of no consequence. The senior's mind has completely shut down, rendering him incapable of recalling his purpose for being here. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly recollected the pressing matter at hand. There was indeed a significant issue. A group of ruffians from Tsinghua University had blocked the entrance, issuing a challenge. Chapter 64. Lackeys of Tsinghua University humiliate Luoqing Technical School. The senior finally remembered his reason for seeking Su Chen and hastily conveyed the information. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng was instantly consumed by fury, coldly inquiring about the situation. The intruders were international students from Tsinghua University, accompanied by several of their peers, who had come to provoke and insult Luoqing Technical School, claiming it was devoid of worthy individuals, merely a gathering of incompetents. Subsequently, when Lao Wang and the others took to the stage, they were injured by the lackeys of Tsinghua University. The senior spoke in haste, noting that the strongest individuals at Luoqing Technical School were essentially Gao Feng and Lu Qingfeng, followed closely by the formidable Su Chen. However, Gao Feng was still recovering from serious injuries, and both Lu Qingfeng and Su Chen had ventured into the abyss, leaving Luoqing Technical School without capable defenders. Any senior who dared to take the stage would surely be no match for the elite from a prestigious institution like Tsinghua University. Gao Feng had already gone, the senior added, and Su Chen's expression shifted as he hurried towards the entrance. This was likely instigated by those international students, Wang Lin remarked, his face etched with coldness. Indeed, it was those international students. It appeared that one of them was a cousin of our own international student. Now, these students were brazenly arrogant, their heads held high. While they derided us as worthless, the senior grew increasingly infuriated, yet felt powerless due to his limitations. Su Chen remained silent, having grasped the unfolding situation. It was merely a consequence of his earlier suppression of these individuals, which had left them disgruntled and seeking trouble. Furthermore, some associates from other universities had likely been summoned to bolster their ranks. Outside Luoqing Technical School, on a makeshift arena, the seniors were engaged in combat with an 8-star martial artist from Tsinghua University. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that the students of Luoqing Technical School stood no chance against their opponents. rather than swiftly defeating them. The students from Xinghe University opted to mock and humiliate them. Haha, Luoqing Technical School truly lives up to its reputation as the bottom-ranked institution. What sort of individuals have they produced? There's not an ounce of challenge here. They might as well close their doors and cease taking up resources. The students from Xinghe University jeered. The spectators from Luoqing Technical School flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless by the insults, as they were indeed incapable of matching the prowess of Xinghe University's students. Yet, for a distinguished first-rate university to block the entrance of a technical school was utterly disgraceful. Their mockery was a disgrace in itself. Across the arena, the students from Xinghe University roared with laughter. Among them, a burly figure lounged in a chair, cradling a Huaxia student in his arms. Worthless. How dare you even step onto the stage with such skills? What gives you the audacity? One of the Xinghe University's students taunted, suggesting that the Luoqing student kneel and proclaim that Luoqing Technical School only produced failures, in exchange for a more dignified defeat. You truly lack filial piety if you make your father kneel. The senior from Luoqing Technical School, bloodied at the corners of his mouth, was merely a 5-star martial artist and clearly no match for his opponent. His continued presence in the fight was solely due to the fact that his adversary was toying with him, seeking death. The students from Xinghe University were incensed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Luoqing senior flying. As he was about to fall off the stage, he was yanked back by a ghostly hand, forcibly returned to the arena. Not having fallen off the stage and not conceding meant that the battle was far from over. Yet, the senior was evidently gravely injured. Unable to retaliate, Lao Wang conceded. No one will blame you. Gao Feng stood among the crowd, his face ashen, fists clenched tightly, his frustration boiling over. Impossible. I would rather die than concede. Lao Wang weakly retorted, unwilling to admit defeat. How could he allow himself to be humiliated by those who insulted Luoqing Technical School? If you have the ability, kill me, he bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength to charge once more into the fray. However, he was far too weakened to pose any threat. The arena is a place where life and death are at one's own risk. Even if I kill you, Luoqing Technical School can do nothing about it. Oh no, if you seek vengeance, you lack the strength. With that, a student from Xinghe University landed a devastating blow on Lao Wang's face, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Haha, Gaofeng, are you not the top student of Luoqing Technical School? Why choose to act like a coward? Perhaps you should kneel before us and admit that Luoqing Technical School only produces rubbish. I will let him go and leave immediately. What do you say? Gaofeng's countenance darkened with rage, yet his injuries rendered him incapable of stepping onto the stage. Kneel, kneel. The students of Luoqing Technical School cried out, as if the humiliation suffered by Luoqing Technical School bore no consequence to them. However, it was indeed their own peers who had summoned the intruders. Gaofeng, kneel, they jeered, inciting further mockery. A dark-skinned individual stepped forward, addressing Gaofeng directly. Gaofeng, kneel. You wouldn't want to see Luoqing Technical School humiliated, would you? Just kneel and apologize, acknowledging that you are inferior to us, and I will have my cousin take his people and leave. You must be dreaming. Gaofeng was on the verge of exploding with rage. Are you not a student of Luoqing Technical School? Gaofeng demanded. How could a fellow student disregard the dignity of their own institution and conspire with outsiders to besiege their own? Was this not the very definition of an ungrateful wolf? Who would want to be your classmate? You hoard resources as if they were precious, and this worthless academy should simply close its doors. Had it done so sooner, I might have been allocated to a better institution. The group continued to belittle Luoqing Technical School without a hint of respect. I would rather die than kneel. Gaofeng could no longer contain his fury, leaping onto the stage. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished battling him yet. Are you attempting to gang up on me? A lackey from Xinghe University retorted with a hint of amusement. Lao Wang had already lost consciousness and was no longer a contender. You, a fellow Huaxia student, are willing to assist outsiders in bullying your own kind? Gaofeng's eyes blazed with indignation. Of course I am a Huaxia student. But do you fools even deserve to be called Huaxia students? You should be ashamed to utter such a claim. If I were you, I'd have long distanced myself from Huaxia and sought a place to perish, for living is merely a disgrace. The lackey from Xinghe University sneered, utterly dismissive of Gaofeng and the students of Luoqing Technical School. Chapter 65. Gaofeng sustains serious injuries. Su Chen arrives. As for your remarks about lackeys, how quaint. What era do you think this is? You still cling to such notions? People strive to ascend. By aligning with Nick, I can obtain more resources, acquire what others could only dream of. Even after graduation, I could follow Nick to the land of the setting sun, where even the air is cleaner than here. The lackey from Xinghe University spoke with unabashed admiration, displaying no remorse for his subservience to Nick. Gaofeng was nearly driven to the brink of madness, speechless at the audacity. You utilize Huaxia's resources for cultivation, yet upon graduation, you have no intention of repaying Huaxia, of defending against foreign threats? You yearn for the land of the setting sun? It took Gaofeng a moment to articulate his disbelief. These first-rate universities consume an astonishing amount of cultivation resources each year. These resources are acquired through the sacrifices of countless soldiers in the abyss. Yet they produce such ungrateful wretches. They squander these resources without any intention of giving back to Huaxia. Zhang Feng, why are you even engaging in conversation with them? The individuals from Tsinghua University in the audience could not restrain themselves from voicing their thoughts. The man on stage was none other than Zhang Feng, who cast a cold smirk toward Gao Feng. Should the abyss be breached and the alien races invade the surface, what then? What indeed? To be born in such an era, weakness is a sin. The damned will inevitably perish, while those endowed with strength will naturally depart from this place. It is only you, the feckless and incapable, who are left to struggle desperately. For you possess nothing but your lives, whereas true geniuses remain geniuses, no matter the circumstances. Zhang Feng did not conceal his inner musings, perplexed by the notion that the students of Luoqing Technical School harbored such thoughts. He found it utterly ridiculous that even many from Tsinghua University aspired to graduate and serve Huaxia in the defense against the alien threat. He truly could not comprehend it. Once it's resolved, step down. My battle with him is far from over. Zhang Feng scoffed, glancing at the unconscious Lao Wang, preparing to strike him down. Stop. I represent his concession, Gao Feng uttered, a statement that felt torturous for him to voice, yet he had no choice. Otherwise, Lao Wang would truly perish in the arena. Very well. Are you challenging me next? Zhang Feng kicked Lao Wang aside and turned his gaze to Gao Feng. The audience rushed to catch Lao Wang, their eyes filled with fury, yearning to rend Zhang Feng asunder. Indeed, I shall test your prowess, Gao Feng declared, disregarding his own injuries. He could not bear to witness the humiliation of Luoqing Technical School any longer. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, having already perceived the wounds on Gao Feng. Yet he paid them no heed and charged forward. The battle was imminent, with Zhang Feng's strikes being ruthless and cunning, each aimed to deliver a fatal blow, seemingly intent on taking Gao Feng's life. Useless Gao Feng, useless Gao Feng. The international students began to chant, their excitement palpable as they celebrated, even brandishing drinks in jubilation. Some veteran students could no longer stomach the sight, their eyes reddening with anger as they prepared to intervene, only to be thwarted by the sycophants of Tsinghua University, who brazenly declared that anyone with the ability should step into the ring. Such a disgrace. The students of Luoqing Technical School clenched their fists, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, they truly could not compete. Witnessing this, the international students grew even more exuberant, hurling insults from the students of Luoqing Technical School to the institution itself. In their eyes, they had never considered themselves part of Luoqing Technical School, and now they reveled in their brazen mockery. On the stage, Gao Feng gradually faltered, his internal injuries resurfacing as he coughed up blood, his breath suddenly waning. Ha ha ha, Gao Feng, what ails you? Why are you spitting blood so early on? Zhang Feng laughed, his assault unrelenting as he rained down punches upon Gao Feng's chest. Gao Feng continued to spit blood, utterly powerless to retaliate, his eyes wide with horror. I told you. You are all worthless. Zhang Feng landed another punch, sending Gao Feng crashing to the ground, yet he did not allow him to exit the arena, refusing to kneel. I shall see just how resilient your bones truly are. With that, Zhang Feng feigned an attack to break Gao Feng's leg. Dare to lay a hand on him, and see what happens. A furious voice rang out, and a sword aura erupted, interrupting Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng cast a cold glance, noticing Su Chuan and his companions had arrived. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were ablaze with rage as he charged onto the stage, intent on clashing with Zhang Feng. Return, Su Chun commanded coldly, knowing that Lu Qingfeng was no match for Zhang Feng. Bring Gao Feng back. I concede on his behalf. Su Chen declared, his voice calm, yet beneath that calm lay a terrifying murderous intent. Who are you, and what qualifies you to concede for Gao Feng? Zhang Feng sneered, intrigued by the sword aura that had emanated from Su Chun, pondering who he truly was. He had never heard of such a swordmaster emerging from Luoqing Technical School. You need not know who I am, Su Chen replied, as Lu Qingfeng carried the gravely injured Gao Feng away. The veteran students were beside themselves with rage, their eyes bloodshot. They may lack talent and not measure up to these geniuses, but could they truly determine their own gifts? If they could, who wouldn't wish to be a paragon of innate brilliance? And does a lack of talent render one unworthy of existence? They too were striving, diligently training. They were human just like everyone else. The only difference between them and the geniuses was their innate gifts, but that did not mean they were unworthy of life. Talent may distinguish between the gifted and the ordinary, but it does not sift out the scoundrels. Su Chun proclaimed, standing upon the stage, his long yuan sword trembling as if sensing his fierce killing intent. We may possess lesser talent, but we all strive to do our utmost to resist the alien races and protect Huaxia. That is far nobler than those who, while utilizing Huaxia's resources for cultivation, choose to serve as dogs to foreign devils. No matter how great one's talent, they are but a dog to others. He questioned what Zhang Feng's ancestors would think if they knew that their sacrifices built the Great Wall to drive out invaders, only for their descendants to serve those very invaders. Zhang Feng's countenance darkened, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Su Chen's scathing remarks. Such a long-winded tirade. Are the students of Luoqing Technical School merely skilled in verbal sparring? Zhang Feng retorted, his expression grim. Very well, the arena shall determine life and death. Your kind of wild dog will perish as a service to the people. Su Chen's eyes burned with a chilling, murderous intent. More intense than when facing the alien races or the international students. Chapter 66. On what grounds do you claim he is lost? Do you possess any evidence? A wild dog like you dying would be a boon for the people. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with unprecedented murderous intent, his gaze chillingly fixed on Zhang Feng. At that moment, he truly yearned to slay Zhang Feng, not solely for blocking his path and injuring Lao Wang and Gao Feng. Ha ha ha! A mere 2-star Qi realm, dare to threaten my life? How ludicrous! This is undoubtedly the most absurd statement I've heard all year. Zhang Feng laughed boisterously, acknowledging that Su Chen's sword aura had surprised him. In Tsinghua University, only one individual had thus far comprehended the level of sword aura, and that person was a senior. The fact that Su Chen, a student from a technical school, could grasp sword aura spoke volumes about his skill. However, regardless of his understanding of sword aura, he remained a mere 2-star Qi realm cultivator, an immutable fact that could not be overlooked. The disparity between their realms was vast. No amount of sword aura could bridge that gap. Is this how the students of Luoqing Technical School have become? No skills, yet such bravado, remarked other sycophants from Tsinghua University. As for Nick, he had merely cast a glance at the arena, showing little concern, cradling a sensually exposed girl in his arms. Nick's hands roamed uncontrollably, and the girl responded as if oblivious to their surroundings. Then let me witness the true source of your confidence. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, initiating the attack. The international students from Luoqing Technical School intended to warn Zhang Feng that Su Chen was formidable. But upon remembering that Zhang Feng was a student of Tsinghua University, they dismissed the thought. As Zhang Feng charged forward, Su Chen's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion. Yet the next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted, overwhelming Zhang Feng with an unrelenting force. Su Chen did not move an inch. Yet the sheer ferocity of his sword intent instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Zhang Feng. It felt as though countless sharp blades were poised to pierce him, conjuring an instinctual fear that caused him to retreat several steps. It was as if a terrifying sword were descending from the heavens, ready to cleave him in two. Zhang Feng, being a student of Tsinghua University, recognized the sword intent immediately. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. While he could comprehend sword aura, the concept of sword intent was something altogether more formidable. Who on earth are you? How could someone of your talent possibly find themselves in this wretched vocational school? Zhang Feng could not help but inquire, his curiosity genuinely piqued. I am but a worthless individual. How could I ever be worthy of being remembered by someone as exceptional as you? Su Chen scoffed, drawing his sword, the long yuan sword seemingly eager to taste blood. A resonant, exhilarating hum erupted, as a fearsome sword aura shot skyward, enveloping the arena. This was Su Chen's first time unleashing his full power. Not out of fear of being outmatched by Zhang Feng, but simply to display his prowess. Zhang Feng attempted to defend himself, but a colossal fish, born from the sword aura, surged toward him along the river of sword energy. The terrifying presence instilled in him an unprecedented sense of peril, a palpable feeling of crisis. He was experiencing a sense of danger from someone at the second star of the Qi realm. A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Feng's eyes, predominantly overshadowed by disbelief. He, the prodigy of Tsinghua University, was now confronted by a mere vocational school student, a freshman at that, someone he had always looked down upon, yet here he was, evoking a sense of dread within him. To be precise, it was the scent of death he was sensing. I concede, Zhang Feng shouted instinctively. Despite the match having just begun and without a single move being completed, no matter how reluctant or incredulous he felt, he recognized that his life was paramount. Yet, Su Chen seemed oblivious to his declaration, showing no intention of halting his advance. Panic seized Zhang Feng. He truly felt urgency, and sensing Su Chen's intent, he turned to leap off the stage. However, before he could even rise, the great fish had already engulfed him. In an instant, the relentless sword aura had torn him to shreds. Blood spilled across the ground as Su Chen stood atop the arena, sword in hand, his gaze exuding an unyielding chill. The spectators from Tsinghua University stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by disbelief. Even Nick furrowed his brow in astonishment. They were all too aware of Zhang Feng's strength. Yet he had been slain by a single strike from someone of Luoqing Vocational School, his remains reduced to mere fragments. You dare to kill a student of Tsinghua University? One male student questioned, his cultivation at the 9th star of the Qi realm. Let it be. If you have grievances, come forth and meet your demise. Su Chen replied coldly, devoid of any emotion, ready to slay anyone who dared to challenge him. He conceded, and yet you still attacked. This is a violation of the rules. Another student from Tsinghua University protested. Do you have evidence? On what grounds do you claim he conceded? Can you substantiate your accusation? Su Chen pressed, rendering the student speechless. He had no evidence whatsoever. He had merely caught a faint whisper of the words I concede, yet he could not be certain. We heard it. We all heard Zhang Feng declare his concession. a foreign student quickly asserted. Astonished by Su Chen's ruthlessness in dispatching a student from Tsinghua University with a single blow, his methods brutally unforgiving. Oh, is that so? Su Chen retorted, his eyes icy, causing the foreign students to fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. Why do we not hear it? Indeed, we bear witness. Zhang Feng did not concede. The students from Luoqing Vocational School shouted, their pent-up frustration finally erupting as they witnessed Su Chen's overwhelming dominance over Zhang Feng. Their indignation now laid bare. Some even had tears in their eyes, having been humiliated by Zhang Feng before, feeling powerless against him. Zhang Feng had trampled upon their dignity, and the thought of retaliating against him surged within them. Yet they knew that acting on such impulses would leave them at a disadvantage, as they would be the ones violating the rules. After all, this was a legitimate duel, where life and death were left to fate. Just as Su Chen had severed Zhang Feng's life, none could hold him accountable, for it was executed within the confines of the arena. All eyes turned to Su Chen, filled with fervor, excitement, and gratitude, emotions intertwining in a complex tapestry. Had it not been for Su Chen's intervention, Luoqing Vocational School would surely have faced utter humiliation. But would anyone dare to challenge him? Su Chen stood resolutely on the stage, his gaze icy as it fell upon the students of Tsinghua University, contemplating whether to unleash a devastating strike to obliterate them all. Chapter 67. Cold Dream Autumn. I owe you no leniency. Who do you think you are? Su Chen ultimately restrained that thought. If he were to unleash destruction upon them off the stage, it would be his problem, but on the stage, he could act with impunity. No one could reproach him. Is there anyone willing to ascend and face me? Su Chen repeated, a more formidable aura surging forth, mocking them. Is this truly all that Tsinghua University is capable of? The expression on the faces of the students from Tsinghua University darkened, fury igniting within them. I'll step up. A dark-skinned woman leapt onto the stage, her gaze disdainful, radiating an air of superiority. Chen. She introduced herself, her eyes briefly scanning Su Chen before she continued. You possess some talent. It is indeed remarkable that you have comprehended sword intent within such a vocational school. How could someone with such potential resign themselves to this dismal institution? Why not withdraw from Luoqing Vocational School and enroll in Tsinghua University? With Nick's support, it would be no challenge for you to gain admission. However, the condition is that you must follow him henceforth. The girl spoke as if offering a mere suggestion, tinged with an air of condescension. Haha, what are you even worth? When Cold Dream Autumn sought me out with a lucrative offer, I still refused to attend Tsinghua University. What makes you think I would follow that scoundrel? I would consider it a disgrace. Su Chen laughed coldly, finding the situation amusing. If Cold Dream Autumn's enticing offer had failed to lure him, what could this fool possibly offer? Anyone can boast, but sometimes it merely serves to make oneself a jester. Chen, of course, did not believe Su Chen's words. Who in their right mind would forsake a prestigious university for a lowly vocational school? Perhaps he had merely encountered some fortune after joining Luoqing Vocational School and was now boasting. Please, don't be ridiculous. Just yesterday, the old fellows from the Alliance came to recruit Brother Chen, but he turned them down. A student from Luoqing Vocational School could not help but interject. Do not question why Brother Chen refused. He is simply too kind. Unlike some, who forget their roots and have no sense of gratitude. The students from Luoqing Vocational School recounted, having witnessed firsthand that if Su Chen had wished to, he could have easily gained admission to the Imperial School. With 100 Zhangqi C, attracting lightning tribulations, and comprehending sword intent as a freshman, any of these feats would secure a place in the Imperial School. Chen burst into laughter, finding the claim utterly ludicrous. The Alliance seeking to recruit from a vocational school? How preposterous. They were at a loss for words. And it was truly pitiable. Enough. I have no qualms about striking women. Come at me. Su Chen declared coldly, disinterested in further conversation with this fool. As for whether they believed his words, it mattered little. Soon, they would all be corpses, and belief would hold no significance. Chen wasted no time, brandishing a dagger, advancing towards Su Chen with lethal intent, displaying the prowess of a 9th star in the Qi realm. Su Chen remained composed, unfazed, as he thrust the Long Yuan sword forward, releasing a streak of sword energy, quickly followed by an overwhelming sword intent surging skyward, imbued with an unmatched aura. For the first time, Chen experienced the weight of sword intent, and to her surprise, it was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Yet, she believed it would not be sufficient to defeat her. Just moments ago, Zhang Feng met his demise due to sheer negligence. Yet she would never commit such a trivial error. Indeed, you are formidable, but alas, you have encountered me. Thus, your defeat is inevitable. Chen exuded an air of self-assurance, the dagger glistening with an ominous sheen, a chilling aura enveloping Su Chen entirely, only to be shattered instantaneously by the overwhelming force of his sword. Chen was already advancing to strike. Su Chen, however, showed no hesitation. Invoking the wrath of the flame demon, his aura surged violently, becoming exceedingly frenzied as he thrust his sword with ferocity. Chen expression shifted dramatically. In her flustered state, she attempted to defend herself, but it was evident that she was too slow. The thrust from Su Chun conveyed the very essence of death, sending a chill down her spine and causing cold sweat to cascade down her brow. As she attempted to articulate a response, she realized she was ensnared by a terrifying sword intent, rendering her utterly voiceless. Panic surged within her, fear gripped her, and in her frantic disarray, she sought to evade. Yet in the next heartbeat, she was mercilessly obliterated by Su Chen's sword energy. A spray of crimson stained the ground, and Shin Qing, even in death, could not fathom how this had transpired. After all, she was a prodigy from a prestigious university, with a bright future ahead, and had aligned herself with an elite like Nick. How could she have perished? Next, Su Chun coldly declared, his gaze devoid of emotion. The dragon abyss sword seemingly still stained with a droplet of blood, a hint of derision glimmering in his icy eyes. Below, the foreign students were utterly dumbfounded. What manner of monster was Su Chun that he could exhibit such overwhelming strength? Should he emerge victorious, his temperament suggested he would undoubtedly seek retribution from them first. Contemplating this, the students furrowed their brows, lost in thought, while some quietly retreated to the academy. Su Lauda, Su Lauda. The other students were electrified, shouting fervently. At this moment, Su Chen's image loomed large in their minds. For the first time, they felt completely in awe of a freshman, utterly submitting to him. This was an admiration that stemmed from the depths of their hearts. Gao Feng was equally exhilarated, but alas, his injuries were too severe, otherwise. He too would have joined the fray with a shout. The older student's eyes brimmed with fervor, or rather, an insatiable yearning for strength. Blocked at the entrance by the rabble from Tsinghua University, Gao Feng lay gravely injured, while Old Wang remained unconscious. In the face of such humiliation, they were powerless, igniting within them an unprecedented desire for power. In this harsh reality, lacking strength rendered one lesser than livestock. For the first time, Tsinghua University took notice of Su Chun. No one had anticipated his formidable prowess, ruthlessly dispatching two of their own with such brutal efficiency. Kid, who exactly are you to dare kill our Tsinghua University students? One inquired, while Nick also cast his gaze upon Su Chun. What of it? If you're dissatisfied, come at me and see if I dare to kill you. Su Chun retorted with assertiveness, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he added, if you're afraid, kneel and apologize at the gates of Luoqing Vocational School, and shout that Tsinghua University is inferior to Luoqing Vocational School. I shall consider this incident as if it never happened. Su Chen's blatant humiliation incited fury among the Tsinghua University students. What audacity! How dare you claim that Tsinghua University is inferior to your Luoqing Vocational School? You think you are worthy? If you have the courage, step up and fight. Don't act like a coward, merely flapping your lips. Su Chun scornfully rebuked, exuding a powerful aura, further taunting, if you're scared, why not all come at me together? Such arrogant words were intolerable for the students of Tsinghua University, who charged forward. But Nick rose to intercept them, turning his attention to Su Chun. Chapter 68. Tsinghua University is such a bunch of waste. Why not all come at once? Nick inquired, his Chinese somewhat clumsy. Su Chun had no intention of responding, directing his sword towards Nick, signaling him to ascend the stage for a duel. Nick did not reply but instead glanced toward the foreign students from Luoqing Vocational School, inquiring about Su Chen's name. Upon learning it, he turned back to Su Chun, stating, Su Chun, I hold you in high regard. If you are willing to leave this wretched place and follow me, I can take you back to the land of the rising sun, offering you a position of great esteem. This is a treatment you could never receive in Huaxia. Nick was indeed intrigued. Su Chen's swordsmanship had left him astounded. Prior to his arrival, he had been informed that the one targeting Luoqing Vocational School's foreign students was a freshman named Su Chun. Now, realizing that the person before him had grasped the essence of sword intent, he found it profoundly alarming. Simultaneously, he was curious as to why such a genius would find himself at Luoqing Vocational School. It was inherently an unreasonable occurrence. Get lost, you brainless fool. Who do you think you are? Su Chun could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of curses. Did he really expect him to become a lapdog? Nearby, the sycophants of Tsinghua University gazed on with envy. It was their first time witnessing Nick personally extend an invitation. They had once begged and even knelt before Nick, paying a hefty price to earn such an opportunity. Yet now Su Chun was so ungrateful. Their hearts simmered with a mix of envy and fury. Su Chun, do you know who I am? I know your ancestry. If you wish to fight, then fight. If not, get the hell out. What do you bark for? Su Chun was genuinely furious, unable to comprehend how the so-called pride of Tsinghua University could be so spineless, devoid of any dignity. Did they truly relish being lapdogs for foreign devils? Su Chun even doubted if these individuals had ancestors who were traitors. Su Chun, I hope you reconsider. Nick continued. As long as you are willing, I can assure you that you will become the leader of the Luoqing Vocational School Student Alliance, and all foreign students will heed your command. Apologies, but I am already the leader of the Student Alliance. Su Chun scoffed, adding, as for the foreign students, I have never regarded them as equals. With that, Su Chun swung his sword, a gust of sword energy slicing through the air, pointing at the students of Tsinghua University. If you do not dare to come to the stage, Then get the hell out and acknowledge that Xinghe University produces nothing but waste. Or you can all come at once. Su Chen's words were extraordinarily arrogant. Yet none deemed him excessively boastful. Rather, they felt he was still lacking. Should they ascend the stage, they would undoubtedly be even more brazen. However, none possessed the capability. It was humiliating that a freshman had to stand up and restore the academy's honor. The thought alone was more distressing than death. It would have been preferable to perish in the abyss, having slain an enemy, thus earning the title of hero. Now, however, it was a blatant display of cowardice. I'll step in. One of the Xinghe University students proclaimed, Su Chun, you're exceedingly arrogant. You will never grasp the chasm that lies between Luoqing Vocational School and Xinghe University. One student leaped onto the platform. Nick frowned and then commanded, you all go together. Kill him. Though the others were somewhat taken aback, they dared not disobey. After all, it was unreasonable to gang up on Su Chen alone. Did he not say so? Then let it be. With that, Nick ceased speaking, continuing to embrace the provocatively dressed girl, his hands roaming. Seeing Nick's demeanor, none dared to voice their objections. And they collectively leaped onto the stage. In an instant, 5 students from Xinghe University faced off against Su Chen alone. How shameless. Does Xinghe University only breed the utterly disgraceful? If you possess any skill, then fight one-on-one. Why gang up on him? Su Laodao remarked that they should all confront him. And they actually complied. If he commanded them to eat excrement, would they do so too? On the Luoqing Vocational School side, everyone erupted in furious curses, gritting their teeth, eager to leap onto the stage to aid Su Chen. Yet he halted them. Since you have spoken, we shall indulge you. The students of Xinghe University shamelessly declared, genuinely preparing to strike together. They were all at the 8th or 9th star of Qi Si realm, while Su Chen was merely at the 2nd star. Yet now, who among them still dared to regard Su Chen as merely a 2nd star? The 2 previous challengers were already beyond the realm of the living. Nick merely scoffed. Since Su Chen was unwilling to be his dog, he would have to face death. This is the esteemed Star River University, truly a sight to behold. Su Chen smiled faintly, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm. I wonder, would you all comply if I ordered you to eat excrement? What do you think? Merely flaunting your words holds little merit. Now that we are on the arena, let fate decide our lives. Are you not quite arrogant? Prove your mettle by refusing to concede until the opposing party is slain. We have quite the numbers on our side, which is indeed unfair. Hence I shall allow you to employ any means necessary. A member of Star River University remarked, primarily concerned about what would transpire if Su Chen managed to escape defeat. On the arena, they could simply kill Su Chen, but once off the stage, should he concede, their actions might draw the attention of the mentors from Luoqing Technical School. Although they remained hidden for now, they were indeed observing surreptitiously. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether employing the blood explosion thunder would be excessive. Yet a member of Star River University brazenly made such a declaration. This could not be blamed on Su Chen. Are you certain? I may utilize any means? Su Chen kindly reiterated. Indeed, as long as you do not concede. The Star River University members laughed, confident that their 5 could overpower one Su Chen. That would be utterly unreasonable otherwise. The spectators from Luoqing Technical School gaped in disbelief, their fury boiling over. The humiliation of the day could only be washed away with blood. Afterward, provided they survived, they would devote themselves to relentless training. Wang Lin furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Su Chen was indeed formidable, but such a lineup should not be underestimated. Yet Su Chen had urged them to withdraw. Could it be Wang Lin suddenly recalled their earlier encounter in the abyss, where Su Chen had nearly obliterated him? Could it be that Su Chen intended we should retreat? Wang Lin hastily suggested. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao shot him a glare. During such a critical moment, they could not abandon Su Chen, yet they absolutely could not retreat. Damn it, think back to when we pillaged the village in the abyss. Wang Lin was genuinely terrified. Making a beeline to safety, Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao were initially taken aback, before suddenly realizing that Su Chen appeared intent on employing that very device. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly inquire if he could truly use any means? If he detonated it, Star River University would have no grounds to retaliate. Fall back. Retreat. They all hurriedly retreated. Lu Qingfeng was genuinely panicking, his voice cracking in desperation. On the arena, Su Chen had indeed produced the blood explosion thunder. Chapter 69. The Tremor of Luoshan. The Academy's gates were blown away. As the pitch-black orb materialized, Wang Lin cursed under his breath, retreating to a safe distance. He had been caught in its effects in the abyss, leaving him with psychological scars. Upon encountering it again, his instincts screamed fear. The students of Star River University had no idea what it was. Being the size of a longan, how could it pose any danger? However, witnessing the rapid retreat of the Luoqing Technical School students filled them with unease. This primal fear of the unknown unsettled them greatly. In truth, the students from Luoqing Technical School were equally perplexed. What on earth was happening? Why was Lu Qingfeng shouting until his voice cracked, urging everyone to flee? Instinctively obeying Lu Qingfeng's command, they hastily retreated to a safe distance. The international students were utterly bewildered, having never seen Su Chen wield such a device, dismissing it in their minds. Observing this, the members of Star River University assumed that the Luoqing Technical School students were deliberately cooperating with Su Chen to impose psychological pressure. With this thought, their anxiety somewhat eased. However, the very next second, Su Chen flashed a devilish smile and hurled the blood explosion thunder away, then turned to leap off the arena without a backward glance. Su Chen vowed this was the fastest he had ever run in his life, without a hint of hesitation. Those from Star River University immediately erupted in fury, cursing, "You said you wouldn't flee, wouldn't concede. Yet, you turn and run without a moment's pause." Clearly, Su Chen was genuinely terrified, aware that lives could be lost on the arena. Indeed, Su Chen was fully cognizant of the fatal stakes on the arena, which was precisely why he fled with such swiftness. Almost instantaneously, a deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a towering inferno that seemed to shake Luoshan itself. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended. Smoke and flames lingered, refusing to dissipate. The students of Luoqing Technical School were rendered speechless, rooted in disbelief. What had Su Chen done? The very gates of the academy had been obliterated. Simultaneously, several powerful auras surged within Luoqing Technical School, followed by the appearance of several figures. Bewildered by the sight of the rising flames, the mentors were at a loss. What on earth had transpired? How could the academy's gates be gone? Control the flames. One mentor urgently commanded, urging his power to quell the force. If left unchecked, Luoshan might tremble with devastation. How could it be so potent in the abyss? Su Chen, hiding in a secure location, peeked out. Soon, after several mentors of the Marquis realm intervened, they finally managed to dissipate the unleashed force. The smoke cleared, revealing a massive crater over 30 meters in diameter, still emitting black smoke, while the 5 students from Star River University were utterly obliterated. Caught completely off guard, they faced the blood explosion thunder directly and were annihilated without a trace. The explosive power of a single blood explosion thunder was sufficient to slay a 9th-star martial artist of the Qi realm, attesting to its formidable might. Yet, the members of Star River University had possessed no defenses whatsoever. Facing the blood explosion thunder directly, they were left with nothing. As the smoke dissipated, Feng Yu appeared, his expression grim as he surveyed the scene before fixing his gaze on Su Chen. "Su Chen, come here." Feng Yu's face darkened. He was well aware that the members of Star River University had come to confront them, yet they were merely students issuing an open challenge, and as mentors, they could not interfere. Witnessing the peak being severely injured left them feeling helpless. After all, they were merely a technical school, while Star River University was a prestigious institution. The disparity was immense. Although Star River University's actions were rather unscrupulous, they found themselves at a loss for words. Matters between students were something mentors could not intervene in. Only when Su Chen returned, having slain 2 students from Star River University, did they feel a measure of relief. Simultaneously, they were awestruck. Su Chen's true strength was astonishingly formidable. Yet now, how could he unleash such devastation, obliterating all 5 of them, and even blasting away the academy's gates? Su Chen approached, feeling slightly awkward. "I never anticipated this thing would be so powerful." Su Chen scratched his head, seemingly genuinely unaware of the blood explosion thunder's might. All right. Do me a favor, it's just a gate." When Su Laoda was butchering the alien village in the abyss, even I was blown away. Wang Lin stepped forward, forcing a smile. Feng Yu kicked Wang Lin down, exclaiming, "What level do you think you are to ask for favors?" But the next moment, Feng Yu was stunned. Su Chen had massacred an alien village in the abyss? Basic skills, Su Chen modestly replied, though his smirk was difficult to suppress. Feng Yu and the other mentors were momentarily speechless, even forgetting the matter of the academy gates being blown away. "Su Chen, you must provide an explanation for your actions. You've killed so many of my Star River University students, and I demand an account." Nick stood up, clearly not enraged by the deaths of the Star River University students, but rather by the loss of his subordinates, which was a severe blow to his pride. If he left in such a disgraceful manner, he would lose face entirely. Nick, filled with fury, exclaimed, "It's merely a 7-star Qi realm. I fear not the assembly of mentors and deans from the Luoqing Technical School." He prided himself on being a distinguished international student. "What are you barking about? Wu Tao boldly interjected, having already established the terms before the bout. Life and death were fated until one side perished. Your people have also stated that overwhelming the few is permissible, allowing Su Chen to employ any means necessary. So what now? Do you wish to backtrack? Have you no shame? Or is it that your so-called sun never sets is merely a facade of shamelessness?" Wu Tao's sharp tongue left Nick momentarily speechless. His retort stuck in his throat. "I will report this to Tsinghua University. You Luoqing Technical School folks have no sense of martial ethics." "No sense of martial ethics at all," Nick bellowed, genuinely enraged, yet he trembled at the thought of facing Su Chen. Setting aside Su Chen's terrifying weaponry, his innate prowess alone could effortlessly slay a 9-star Qi practitioner. Moreover, according to his little brother, Su Chen was indeed capable of killing them. Within mere days of entering the school, several international students had already met their demise at his hands. If he dared to step forward, he might very well find himself on the receiving end of Su Chen's blade. "Oh, you've managed to escape unscathed," Su Chen lamented. Having witnessed the international students from Luoqing Technical School being flung aside, crashing to the ground, rendered dazed by the thunderous explosions. "How about we settle this once and for all?" Su Chen suggested, licking his lips, craving further carnage. Chapter 70. Brother Chen, I am simply this eager to assist. Naturally, Nick dared not engage Su Chen. His lackeys had already fallen victim to Su Chen's wrath, and with his meager 7-star Chi-Si strength, he stood no chance against Su Chen, not to mention the formidable weapon in Su Chen's grasp. "We had an agreement for a fight to the death. Now that your people are dead, reporting to Tsinghua University is futile. Even seeking the alliance of your school will not help." Lu Qifeng stepped forward, a cold smirk gracing his lips, relishing the opportunity to mock Nick. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Nick would retaliate, should he choose to do so. It would only serve as an opportunity to end him. "We hail from the sun never sets, our noble blood flowing within us," Nick retorted, seething yet hesitant to advance. "Boring. What noble blood? Luoqing Technical School has already dispatched several of your ilk." Wang Lin sneered, striking at their sore spot. Nick yearned to respond, but the palpable murderous intent from Su Chen made him wary. Should he utter another word, Su Chen might once again disregard martial ethics. If that were to happen, he would surely perish, and with no one left at Tsinghua University to defend him, he would have no recourse should Su Chen take his life maliciously. With this thought, Nick glared at Su Chen, then turned to leave. At that moment, a bruised and battered individual from Luoqing Technical School dashed forward, panic etched across his face. "There's been an incident. Su Laoda, the Student Alliance, is in trouble." The injured student, unable to locate Su Chen, shouted in desperation. What transpired? Lu Qingfeng swiftly approached the student, his expression grave. What trouble could the Student Alliance possibly be in at Luoqing Technical School? "Those foreign devils took advantage of your absence and brazenly stormed the Student Alliance, stealing all our training resources," the senior student lamented, tears streaming down his face. The more capable individuals from Luoqing Technical School were outside, leaving only a couple of freshmen to guard the premises. The international students seized this opportunity to raid the Student Alliance, making off with all the resources. One had to admit, they displayed a modicum of cleverness. Even believing that with Nick backing them, Su Chen would not dare retaliate. Yet, they could never have anticipated that their most formidable ally, Nick, was currently cowering like a turtle. "Stop!" Su Chen's voice sliced through the air as he unleashed a terrifying sword intent, enveloping Nick. "How dare you attempt to lead me astray? Do you wish for death?" Su Chen seethed, convinced that Nick was behind this mischief. After all, the students of Luoqing Technical School were nothing but incompetent fools to dare such an act. However, in truth, Nick was unaware of the plot. Before Nick could offer an explanation, it was already too late. Su Chen acted swiftly, landing several blows to Nick's face. His once pleasing visage became grotesquely swollen. And before he could utter a word, Su Chen's fists rained down upon him, transforming Nick's eyes into a pair of panda-like bruises. Having been in China for so many years, this was the first time he had been assaulted. In the past, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. Even the school's instructors had gone out of their way to curry his favor. During moments of longing for home, the academy would even send female students to his dormitory to keep him company and exchange experiences. Yet now, Su Chen showed him no mercy whatsoever. Nick yearned to curse. But as he opened his mouth, another punch landed, and within a minute, he lay on the ground, transformed into a swollen wreck, convulsing like a wild boar. Su Chen was indifferent, dragging Nick back as if he were a dead pig. "What are you doing? This is not the arena," a female student protested, shocked by Su Chen's actions. By the time she processed the scene, Nick was already in such a state. "Oh, and what of it? If you're dissatisfied, come at me," Su Chen replied calmly, leaving the female student seething yet silenced, especially upon noticing Wang Lin approaching with a weapon, ready to strike. "Did anyone witness me attacking the big black guy?" Su Chen turned and asked with an unsettling calm. No, I didn't see anything," came the hurried replies from Wang Lin and Wu Tao, while nearby seniors shook their heads in denial. "I saw it." Tong Yu stepped forward, an air of seriousness enveloping him, drawing everyone's attention, while Wang Lin even aimed his weapon at Tong Yu. "I distinctly saw this big black guy trip over himself. And then Su Laoda was merely taking him back for treatment," Tong Yu declared with righteous fervor, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They recalled that Tong Yu had not been like this when he first arrived at the academy. What had transpired in just a few days? "You see, Brother Chen, I am simply this eager to assist," Su Chen remarked, momentarily taken aback, increasingly impressed by Tong Yu's cunning, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao exchanged glances. Su Chen fixed a penetrating gaze upon the two, choosing silence. "Now, tell me, who witnessed me striking him?" Su Chen inquired of the exposed female student. "You will pay dearly for your slander. Furthermore, I suspect you are in cahoots with this fellow, conspiring with the foreign devils from Luoqing Technical School to plunder our training resources." I have the right to detain you until the matter is clarified. As Su Chen finished speaking, Wang Lin and Wu Tao charged forward, delivering a merciless beating to the exposed female student. They showed no mercy, striking her face relentlessly. The girl screamed in agony, while the nearby seniors were left in shock, unable to comprehend the brutality unfolding before them. Yet, upon further reflection, they thought perhaps it was best to rid themselves of such a disgraceful woman. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were not inclined to relent. They blamed Tong Yu, whose increasing cunning made them wary. Su Chen's earlier glance had hinted at a potential shift in their standings, and they needed to impress him quickly. After all, this big black guy was now the leader of the student alliance, wielding authority and strength. Following Su Chen would mean sharing in the spoils. With this in mind, they intensified their assault, and soon the girl fell unconscious. Damn it, this woman dared to resist, attempting to flee in guilt. She is clearly in league with this big black guy, and must be detained, Wang Lin asserted with conviction, while Wu Tao nodded in agreement. The remaining seniors were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched as a sudden epiphany struck him. This is utter chaos. Feng Yu could no longer contain herself, witnessing the mayhem wrought by these unruly individuals. Su Chen paid no mind to these matters and turned his gaze toward Lu Qingfeng. Immediately apprehend those foreign devils who are stealing our resources. Lu Qingfeng nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and promptly led his team into the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. They declared themselves the captains of the anti-treachery squad and rushed into the academy with fervor. Chapter 71. Over 50 charges extracted under duress. Feng Yu's lips twitched, suddenly regretting the considerable effort expended to retrieve such troublesome individuals. Could they not be a bit more reliable? What sort of anti-treachery squad is this? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wang Lin and Wu Tao to exhibit such unrestrained behavior. The other veteran students cast peculiar glances at Su Chen, who awkwardly cleared his throat, pretending not to notice. Observing Nick, who appeared as lifeless as a dead pig, and the girl who had just been beaten up, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Hang them both up. I wish to interrogate them personally. As for the foreign exchange students from the Luoqing Technical School, they had already been subdued by the veteran students, lying on the ground awaiting Su Chen's judgment. Hang them all up, Su Chen concluded, taking a seat on a chair. Tong Yu quickly understood the assignment and hurriedly fetched a cup of tea, presenting it to him. Feng Yu was taken aback. He recalled Tong Yu not being like this. The key issue was that he, as the dean, along with other instructors, were present, yet this young man brought a cup of tea to Su Chen, seemingly disregarding them entirely. Cough, Su Chen, about this matter. Feng Yu began, but Su Chen coincidentally set down his cup and interrupted. This matter shall be handled by our student alliance. It's our responsibility, and if we cannot resolve it properly, I shall gladly relinquish my position as the leader of the alliance. With that, Su Chen stood up, first delivering a few sharp blows to the big-nosed foreigner before inquiring. Where are our resources? What resources? I haven't taken anything from you. You're slandering me. Nick exclaimed, visibly agitated, finally grasping the reason for his beating. Yet, he remained utterly clueless about the situation. Still defiant? Su Chen sneered, producing a whip from his storage ring and striking it down with force. A crimson line instantly appeared on Nick's body, flesh torn and bloodied. The sight itself was agonizing. Will you talk? Will you talk? Su Chen's fervor grew with each lash. And soon, Nick's body bore no intact skin, drenched in blood, unable to utter a word. The veteran students stood frozen in shock at this scene. A chill coursed through them. Indeed, during the entrance examinations, Su Chen had restrained himself. If such treatment were to befall them merely for participating in an assessment and snatching a few credits, they could hardly fathom the outcome. Feng Yu and the other instructors averted their eyes, wishing to remind Su Chen to temper his actions, yet he was engrossed in his escalating fervor, oblivious to their concerns. Still stubborn? Su Chen, weary from the exertion, instructed Tong Yu to confiscate all of Nick's possessions, declaring them to belong to the Luoqing Technical School. The veteran students were at a loss. While one could argue that Nick's cultivation resources or valuables might belong to the Luoqing Technical School, stripping him of his clothing was an entirely different matter. Furthermore, confiscating everyone's belongings constituted evidence of their theft of resources from the Luoqing Technical School. Tong Yu, enlightened, pointed at the foreign exchange students nearby. The veteran students, feeling utterly confounded, were soon inspired by Tong Yu's relentless pillaging and began to join in. Feng Yu and the other instructors widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were mistaken. The students from Luoqing Technical School had never behaved in such a manner. Especially Gao Feng, who had once been a paragon of integrity, now lay on the ground, pleading for them to leave him a few scraps. Before long, Wang Lin and his entourage marched out, herding several battered foreign exchange students, clearly having thoroughly looted them. Some had been reduced to mere strips of cloth. Su Chen, is your behavior not a bit excessive? Feng Yu could no longer restrain himself. While Su Chen's methods were undeniably satisfying, Nick was a student from Tsinghua University, and the severity of his beating could lead to complications. Moreover, The situation regarding the theft of resources from the Luoqing Technical School had yet to be clarified, and it remained uncertain whether Nick was involved. Yet, he had already been brutally assaulted. After all, we are civilized individuals who adhere to reason. Su Chen stroked his chin, comprehending Feng Yu's implication. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's lips twitched. You call yourself a civilized person? You've blown the academy's doors off. Reason? The moment he was struck into a pulp, he hadn't even opened his mouth. Su Chen, however, paid no mind to Feng Yu's incredulous expression and procured a sheet of white paper from seemingly nowhere, quickly inscribing the charges against Nick. The list contained over 50 accusations, nearly filling the page to its limits. Sign here. Su Chen presented the charges to Nick, who was now speechless, but upon seeing the written accusations, he could not contain his fury and began to struggle. He accepted some of the charges. Yet when Su Chen claimed he had littered and failed to assist an elderly lady crossing the street, he could not believe it. Still denying it? Wang Lin, you take care of him. Su Chen tossed the list to Wang Lin, who promptly bounded over, without even glancing at the charges. He forcibly took Nick's hand and pressed it down, leaving a bloody handprint. Done. This series of actions left everyone dumbfounded. Who were these individuals? The good news was that this was their academy's affair, and there was no need to worry about Su Chen treating them similarly. The bad news was that if this were to spread, it would be utterly embarrassing. All right, the charges have been established, the culprit has confessed, hang him up, and notify Tsinghua University to come and redeem him. Su Chen declared with a smile, leaving Feng Yu speechless. Was he truly planning to further embroil Tsinghua University in this debacle? Dean, what are you insinuating? Look at how impoverished Luoqing Technical School has become. We are on the brink of starvation. The few remaining resources we possess have been pilfered by these scoundrels, and we still cannot locate them? Does this gap not require filling? Su Chen's fervor intensified as he pointed at the students, who looked momentarily stunned before quickly gathering the resources they had just seized from the foreign exchange students, feigning a look of grievance. Feng Yu suddenly yearned to expel Su Chen from the academy. This was disgraceful, let the shame fall where it may. Was he not blatantly attempting to exploit Tsinghua University's resources? What did he mean by saying they could not find the stolen resources? They were all right there on them. The dean could no longer bear it and turned to leave, but just as he prepared to depart, he recalled something and turned to Su Chen with a grave expression. They mentioned that you slaughtered an alien village. Chapter 72. Su, I am desperate to progress. The dean inquired solemnly, recognizing the seriousness of the matter. He wished to ascertain the truth. Though skeptical, having witnessed the power of what Su Chen wielded, doubt began to creep in. Slaughter? Don't heed their nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Su Chen hastily clarified, knowing he could not bear such a heavy burden. I merely raided an alien village. I absolutely did not massacre them. Su Chen declared with righteous indignation. The dean, having just relaxed, felt his heart race anew. You raided an alien village? What distinction lies between that and a slaughter? Do you think the aliens would simply allow you to plunder? The dean was left utterly bewildered. How could this audacious individual have dared to raid an alien village? Over the years, I have never encountered such an outrageous student, especially one who is a newcomer. How can someone be so disruptive? Feng Yu's expression was one of shock, and his murky gaze remained fixed on Su Chen for a long time without uttering a single word. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of the alien races. Yet the fact that Su Chen and his companions managed to pillage an entire village left them, the elders, utterly astonished. Who came up with this idea? Feng Yu finally inquired, feeling a pressing need to clarify the matter. Su Chen. Without hesitation, Wang Lin and Wu Tao spoke in unison, their faces brimming with pride. Indeed, it was our leader Su who compelled us to assist him. Su Chen did not deny it. The idea was indeed his. How could you be so audacious? Are you not aware of the brutality of the alien races? Your actions could very well place you in peril. And should the people of the ancient city fail to arrive in time to rescue you, you would be doomed. Feng Yu's voice grew stern, primarily out of concern for Su Chen and his friend's safety. The audacity of a few individuals at the Qi Blood and Qi Sea realms engaging in such reckless behavior was alarming. Had they encountered a formidable foe from the alien races, their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. Su Chen and his companions were all exceptionally gifted individuals. Given time and proper guidance, they could ascend to greatness. If they were to perish now, it would be a tremendous loss. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze penetrating as he met Feng Yu's eyes. What time is it, and you still speak of such things? The alien races could launch a large-scale offensive at any moment. Once the ancient city falls, our Luo City Technical School would be the first to face annihilation. At that point, does it even matter whether we fight on the battlefield or partake in these endeavors? This war has raged for centuries. Even if the ancient city were to fall, I would rather perish in front of you. If you are to die, then die behind me. Feng Yu interrupted Su Chen, fully grasping his intent. The war had persisted to this point, and humanity remained at a disadvantage. It was uncertain when their defenses might crumble, bringing about catastrophic consequences. And so what if you are students? The alien races will not spare you simply because of your status. The vast expanse of Huaxia is dotted with over 100 abysses. Should even one be breached, all defenses would prove ineffective. Chen remained silent, understanding that Feng Yu was concerned for their well-being, but he had his own path to tread. It was clear that a tranquil existence within the academy was not in his destiny. The abysses were where a true warrior belonged. Seeing Chen's silence, Feng Yu also fell into contemplation, feeling a sense of helplessness, before inquiring, "How many resources did you manage to plunder?" "Not much, just this little bit," Chen replied, tossing out the spoils they had seized, revealing 2 bulging sacks carried by Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Additionally, there was a considerable accumulation of resources stacked like a small mountain. A rough estimate suggested that, if exchanged for credits, it would amount to no less than 200,000 credits. This was merely the resources. Other alien weapons and various items had already been sold to the military. "These are the cultivation resources we retained. The other alien weapons and similar items were sold to the military, yielding a modest few thousand merit points," Chen stated earnestly, a hint of regret in his eyes. The alien army had arrived too soon, preventing them from fully ransacking the village. The surrounding instructors and students were left wide-eyed and speechless. They had never witnessed such an abundance of cultivation resources. All of it was acquired by Chen and his companions from the abyss. Lu Qingfeng and his group, brimming with pride, strutted around as if they were invincible, hands behind their backs, exuding an air of superiority. "Though we barely managed to eliminate dozens of alien foes from the Qi realm, and hundreds from the Qi blood realm, alas, we are still too weak. We must hasten our training and next time, venture to the royal city." Upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Feng Yu and the others felt an intense urge to reprimand him. Was this even a reasonable statement? You lot went in and eliminated so many aliens, and you consider it just barely managing? You actually wish to attack a royal city? Do you think it is that easy? If it were, the ancient city would have long since dispatched troops to conquer the opposing royal city. Yet, Lu Qingfeng and his companions indeed had reason to be proud. As students, they had successfully pillaged an alien village, an achievement that would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the school's history. Even if others accomplished the same feat in the future, they could never surpass this initial success, for they were the pioneers, especially Chen, a freshman in his first year. Becoming the leader of the student alliance and leading upperclassmen to raid an alien village was an astonishing feat that left them in a state of disbelief. Perhaps Chen would become the brightest star of Luo City Technical School. With this thought in mind, Feng Yu felt a sense of gratification with Chen around. How could Luo City Technical School fail to thrive? Recalling Chen's earlier mention of wanting to reform the student alliance, Feng Yu felt inclined to support him. Previously concerned that Chen lacked sufficient prestige, today, after defeating students from Tsinghua University, he had undoubtedly won over all the students. Chen's reputation must have reached its zenith, and even at its pinnacle, it was unlikely anyone could rival him. Did you truly obtain all of this? Brother Lu, you actually raided an alien village? Can I join next time? Chen, please take me with you. I yearn to improve. The surrounding upperclassmen finally snapped back to reality, their eyes wide with envy at the sight of such coveted resources. They had always feared venturing into the abyss to hunt aliens, yet now they felt an insatiable eagerness, even contemplating going solo. Just imagine the thrill of hoarding such resources for oneself. However, reason held them back. If they ventured down alone, they might not even know how they met their demise. Thus, they could only rely on Chen to lead them. In an instant, all the upperclassmen looked eagerly towards Chen, almost wishing to kneel before him in reverence. In these times, having resources is akin to holding power. Chapter 73. Are you seriously considering blocking the entrance to Tsinghua University? The upperclassmen were all stirred with excitement, their gazes ablaze with fervor directed at Chen. While Chen felt the weight of their eager stares, he chose to ignore them, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I won't force you to descend, but if you wish to do so of your own volition, you cannot blame me. With this thought, Chen decided to deliver another shock, openly distributing the resources. The mountain of resources, distributed according to merit, meant that with fewer than 20 individuals present, each would receive at least 10,000 credits. And then there were the merit points to consider. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, eager to claim their haul, attempted to carry their sacks away, but the sheer amount they had taken constituted at least a third of the total resources. Chen would not allow them to leave with it. Soon, he began allocating the resources based on their contributions, ensuring that even the least fortunate would receive at least 13,000 credits, while others garnered over 30,000 credits worth of resources. What a staggering figure. To put it bluntly, the upperclassmen were on the brink of financial ruin, each perhaps possessing only a few hundred credits, and they had been sorely lacking in cultivation resources. When had they ever seen such a bounty? Their eyes nearly turned red with envy, yet they felt too embarrassed to ask for any. After all, these resources were rightfully Chen and his companions due to their perilous endeavors in the abyss. They had risked their lives to claim it. It would be shameless to demand a share. Moreover, who would ever complain about having too many cultivation resources? Furthermore, had it not been for Chen, they would have been left with scant resources allocated by the academy. Chen had already done more than enough. He was merely a newcomer, And if they were to make unreasonable demands, they would truly be ignorant of the situation. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, the upperclassmen felt a wave of regret wash over them. Especially Gao Feng must be regretting it immensely. Indeed, there are so many resources. Far more than the convoy he previously fought over with Su Chen. He was consumed by envy, yet his grievous injuries rendered him unable to rise from his bed. Brother Chen, when will you venture into the abyss again? Could you take me along? An elder student approached, blushing with embarrassment. Although hesitant, he quickly reassured himself. What do I have to lose? Yes, I am at the 5th level of the Qi realm. While I may not be of significant help, I can certainly assist with lifting heavy objects. And I am the top student of the sophomore class, far superior to them. I am the top student of the junior class. What have I said? In an instant, the elder students began to bicker, each vying to join Su Chen on his descent. Who wouldn't he be envious? It was one thing for Lu Qingfeng to receive such abundant resources. After all, he was the second in command of the student alliance and possessed some talent. However, other elder students, some of whom were even less capable than they, also received over 10,000 credits worth of resources. This was more than they had accumulated in 4 years at the Luoqing Technical School. Who wouldn't he feel envious? Even the mentors wore furrowed brows, filled with envy, yet they couldn't just approach Su Chen and ask to join him. Could they? They were all at the Duke level of cultivation and required even more resources. However, should they enter the abyss and engage, it would likely provoke the royal city to mobilize troops against them. Entering the abyss was undoubtedly necessary, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Su Chen declared, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The Xinghai University has blocked our door and humiliated us. Shouldn't we retaliate? Su Chen's intentions were crystal clear. He planned to confront the gates of Xinghai University. For a moment, everyone fell silent, staring at Su Chen in disbelief, thinking they must have misheard. Su Chen actually intended to confront Xinghai University? Surely not. That was a prestigious institution. Was he not courting death? Nick, along with a few inept companions, approached. Yet within Xinghai University, true talents were hidden like tigers awaiting their prey. But Su Chen was unfazed. What did Xinghai University matter? What made them so formidable? Besides, he had no intention of directly challenging the senior students of Xinghai University. He only needed to contend with the freshmen. The purpose of confronting the gates was not to defeat everyone at Xinghai University to prove his worth. Rather, it was to return the humiliation they had endured. Su Chen was not foolish enough to believe he could genuinely contend with the senior students of Xinghai University. He still held a measure of respect for them. Young man, do not act recklessly. A mentor hastily intervened, deeming it unacceptable. I am not being reckless. Xinghai University shamelessly dares to blockade our door. Must we not respond in kind? Su Chen countered, leaving the mentor at a loss for words. Indeed, Xinghai University, being a prestigious institution, had the audacity to blockade a mere technical school. How could they not retaliate? This course of action was not entirely unfeasible. Feng Yu finally spoke. He had always known that Su Chen was no ordinary individual. If he approached the blockade as a student of Luoqing Technical School, regardless of victory or defeat, the embarrassment would fall upon Xinghai University. Winning would affirm their status as a top-tier institution. However, being blocked by a technical school-less student would be a disgrace. Conversely, losing would mean succumbing to a technical school. What a shameful defeat. Ultimately, irrespective of the outcome, Xinghai University would gain nothing, while Luoqing Technical School would undoubtedly earn a commendable reputation. Feng Yu was acutely aware of this and understood Su Chen's mischievous intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed a hand token to Su Chen. If any shameless old fool dares to attack you, summon help. Although Luoqing Technical School is merely a technical institution, we shall not allow our students to be bullied. Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, Su Chen smiled. He had been anticipating this response. I will also need your assistance in providing a certification to prove that I am indeed a freshman of Luoqing Technical School. Su Chen emphasized the word freshman significantly. Feng Yu regarded Su Chen deeply and then instructed a mentor to handle it. Soon, all the documents Su Chen requested were prepared and handed over to him. Bro, are you really going to challenge Xinghai University? Wang Lin expressed surprise, realizing Su Chen was indeed not a good person. This was not merely a challenge. It was a provocation. Take me with you. We must let others know that everyone from Luoqing Technical School is exceptional. Wu Tao promptly chimed in, insisting he must be included. The issue of embarrassment was insignificant. Primarily, he understood that this journey would undoubtedly yield benefits. Wang Lin exchanged glances with Wu Tao, astonished that this fellow shared his sentiments. Go ahead, but remember that your safety is paramount. If you encounter any shameless individuals who attack you, crush the hand token immediately. Feng Yu advised with a sense of relief. He was also shaken by Wu Tao's declaration that everyone from Luoqing Technical School was exceptional. Once upon a time, Luoqing Technical School was indeed held in such high regard. One could only wonder when it might regain its former glory. Chapter 74. Truly not considering them as human. Feng Yu regarded Su Chen, suddenly believing that perhaps Su Chen could lead Luoqing Technical School back to its past glory. Though he thought this, he kept it to himself. casting a profound gaze at Su-chun that caused the latter to feel uneasy. Director, please, don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Su-chun chuckled, adding, if you are moved, perhaps you could grant me a bit more resources or treasures. You little rascal, you are already wealthy beyond measure. What more treasures do you require from me? Feng Yu laughed, not angered by Su-chun's words. At present, Su-chun possessed several tens of thousands of credits, merit points, and cultivation resources, along with the Dragon Abyss sword. Such a luxurious configuration left Feng Yu pondering what he could possibly offer Su-chun. Su-chun scratched his head, reflecting on this reality. However, I am still in need of a protective treasure. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, and one can never be too cautious against potential ambushes. Having a protective artifact would offer an additional layer of security, Su-chun remarked, realizing that while he possessed weapons, he lacked defensive items. Exchanging for them in the system store was exorbitant. Saving a bit wherever possible was prudent. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's lips twitched in annoyance, internally deciding that this lad was not a good person. Yet, upon reconsideration, if he could give something, it would be better than leaving items in the warehouse to gather dust. At least they could serve a purpose. Besides, Su-chun was currently striving for Luoqing Technical School. You little rascal, Feng Yu shook his head, instructing someone to retrieve a set of protective armor from the warehouse and hand it to Su-chun. This is some equipment left over from Luoqing Technical School's past. Consider it a temporary loan, but remember to return it. Feng Yu gave Su-chun the armor, which could withstand a blow from a Duke-level expert. You better take good care of this. Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, Su-chun was momentarily stunned, astonished at the armor's impressive capabilities. Can it really only withstand one strike? Su-chun inquired, considering that a Duke-level expert surely would only strike once. Feng Yu's expression darkened, thinking that Su-chun's thought process could sometimes be quite peculiar. He chose not to elaborate, merely giving Su-chun a look that suggested he should figure it out for himself. What about us? We want to borrow some too. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, having waited a long while without receiving their armor, eagerly inquired. No. Feng Yu shot a glare at Wang Lin and Wu Tao. These two rascals were even worse. Giving them something would be like throwing meat buns to a dog. There would be no return. But then again, it seemed to be the same for Su-chun. How do you wish to handle this matter? Feng Yu finally asked Su-chun, as he was now the leader of the Student Alliance, overseeing all students, and certain matters required his input. Su-chun cast a glance at the suspended international students, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It was inconceivable to eliminate them. Feng Yu, sensing Su-chun's murderous intent, hurriedly remarked, this young man is indeed capable. If he chooses to act, it will be lethal. However, such actions would yield grave consequences, ones that even a martial king like myself cannot bear. The theft of academy resources and collusion with external entities against the Luoqing Technical School were charges serious enough to warrant expulsion. Su-chun was well aware that he could not simply slaughter all these international students. The repercussions would be too severe for him to shoulder, unless he could deceive them all into the abyss and then eliminate them. Yet it was clear that these ruffians would never willingly venture there, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't rebel again. Feng Yu frowned, contemplating the possibility. He had long harbored disdain for these international students, and their recent collusion with outside forces to humiliate Luoqing Technical School and pilfer resources from the Student Alliance was inexcusable. They shall all be expelled from Luoqing Technical School, Feng Yu declared solemnly. From this day forth, Luoqing Technical School shall no longer accept international students. Not only did Feng Yu expel them from the academy, but he also resolved never to accept international students again. Upon hearing this news, the international students finally felt a sense of relief. Being expelled from the academy was far preferable to being butchered by the murderous Su-chun. They had at least managed to preserve their lives. I accept this punishment. I am indeed unforgivable. I am shameless. But you can release me now, can't you? One of them pleaded. Yes, we accept this punishment, but you must let us go. They quickly chimed in, desperate to leave Luoqing Technical School, fearing that being near Su-chun might lead to their untimely demise. Just as Feng Yu was about to instruct someone to release them, Su-chun interjected, you may be freed, but you must return the resources you have stolen. The international students were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Su-chun. But the resources were already reclaimed by Wang Lin and his team. What more do we owe? One bewildered student asked. The resources you pilfered from the Student Alliance, of course. Do you think being expelled absolves you of your debts? Su-chun retorted, his expression grave. Wang Lin and the members of the recent counterinsurgency team exchanged awkward glances, their gazes directed skyward as though contemplating the pleasant weather. I told you, Su Lao Da is truly ruthless. He doesn't regard these foreign devils as human, as if they have ever treated us as equals. Shoo, keep your voice down. We might be overheard. Do you really think Su Lao Da is unaware that we already recovered the resources? You're far too naive. Wang Lin and his companions whispered among themselves, yet they prudently distanced themselves. Didn't Wang Lin and his team already reclaim everything? Another international student innocently inquired. Is that so? Su-chun feigned surprise, glancing at Wang Lin. You managed to retrieve them? Of course not. We apprehended them and brought them here without a moment to spare for resource recovery. Wang Lin replied earnestly. Indeed, these foreigners are merely spouting nonsense. Su Lauda, you must believe me. I am the most honest person around. If I lie, my ears would turn red. I swear we did not take any resources. An elderly man with flushed ears declared solemnly. Su Chen nodded and then turned to the international students. They claimed they did not seize any resources. The students, despite their ignorance, comprehended that Su Chen regarded them as insignificant and had no intention of allowing their escape. Su Chen, what do you mean? I am no longer a student of Luoqing Technical School. You have no authority over me. If you continue like this, I will certainly report you. One of the students shouted, never having endured such humiliation before. Go ahead, as if you can. Su Chen retorted defiantly. You stole our resources and now wish to play the victim. Go ahead and report me. What evidence do you have to prove Wang Lin's actions were related to the theft from the Student Alliance? Enough, this has gone on long enough. Su Chen had scarcely finished speaking when a deep voice resonated, booming and startling him momentarily. Chapter 75, please watch the VCR. As Su Chen prepared to continue his argument with the international students, he was interrupted by the thunderous voice, which momentarily left him disoriented. By the time he regained his composure, the international students had been released, and before them stood an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s. However, it was evident that his age did not reflect his true capabilities. Feng Yu and the others exchanged tense glances upon the old man's arrival, their expressions grave. Xiao Feng, is this the student you have been mentoring? The elder inquired of Feng Yu, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable pressure that left Su Chen feeling overwhelmed. Not only Su Chen, but all students at Luoqing Technical School felt an immense weight, akin to a mountain pressing upon their shoulders. Given that these international students have indeed pilfered resources from the Student Alliance, am I to shield them from accountability? Feng Yu bore the pressure and replied. If I were to do so, it would surely dishearten all the students of Luoqing Technical School. The elder ceased his discourse and turned his gaze to the international students behind him. You are speaking nonsense. When did we ever steal resources from the Student Alliance? Clearly, Su Chen is simply seeking a pretext to expel us from Luoqing Technical School. One student exclaimed, emboldened by the arrival of an ally. Su Chen shot a cold glance at the individual. Who is Su Chen? I don't recognize that name. I believe the leader of the Student Alliance at Luoqing Technical School is Gao Feng, correct? The elder mused, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings. However, Gao Feng had already been taken into the academy for treatment, and if this continued, he might not survive much longer. Gao Feng had been severely injured by them. And as Lu Qingfeng proclaimed, the elder was one of the 3 martial kings within the Academy Alliance, holding a position of great significance. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded and spoke. In that case, I perceive this incident as a mere misunderstanding. Let us consider it resolved. What about the resources we lost? Su Chen discerned the elder's inclination towards compromise and directly questioned. Feng Yu and the others frowned, casting a glance at Su Chen. He understood that such a statement would offend the elder, but he sought to ascertain whether the true upper echelons of the Academy Alliance were also inclined to appease foreign influences, advocating for special privileges for international students. If so, it would suggest a deeper malaise within the entire Academy Alliance. Nonsense. Who has stolen your resources? The international students could no longer contain their fury and shouted back. Please watch the VCR, Wang Lin interjected, stepping forward with a tablet in hand, displaying footage of the international students rampaging through the Student Alliance, wantonly vandalizing and stealing a significant amount of cultivation resources. Naturally, the subsequent video of them being soundly thrashed by Wang Lin and his team, followed by the reclamation of the resources, was conveniently absent. The elder furrowed his brow, while the international students grew anxious to explain themselves, but were silenced. The elder regarded Su Chen, a knowing smile playing upon his lips, before asking, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Su Chen frowned. The elder had thrown the question back at him, and feeling the weight of the elder's scrutinizing gaze, he discreetly grasped the hand token of the Sword King from his storage ring. Naturally, we must have our resources returned, Su Chen declared firmly, locking eyes with the elder. Unflinching, Feng Yu and the others trembled in fear, wishing to intervene, but the elder's gaze silenced them. Very well. To Su Chen's astonishment, the elder acquiesced. Wang Lin was prepared to roll on the ground in despair, yet the elder's response left him momentarily speechless, unable to discern whether this was an ally or an adversary. However, I have one condition, the elder continued, directing his gaze at Su Chen before shifting it to Feng Yu. They cannot be expelled from the academy. Upon hearing this, both Feng Yu and Su Chen frowned, taken aback by the unexpected nature of his stipulation. Perhaps for you, it is merely a matter of driving them away. But the troubles that lie beneath are burdens that you are ill-equipped to bear. The old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his murky gaze glimmering with a peculiar light. Feng Yu furrowed her brow, a helpless smile gracing her lips. Very well. Little one, what is your say? The old man turned to Su Chen and inquired. Su Chen remained silent, his brow knitted together. Truth be told, such a rare opportunity to rid themselves of these nuisances had presented itself, Yet now a martial sovereign had emerged. However, given the esteemed position of the martial sovereign, should he dissent, it would be perceived as a grave lack of gratitude. Su Chen was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Agreed. But they must adhere to the arrangements of the Student Alliance henceforth, forfeiting all their privileges, just as we do. Su Chen spoke in a solemn tone. For the resources allocated to Luoqing Technical School each year were limited, and with them being so extensively divided, it ultimately left our own Chinese students bereft of resources for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded, indicating that Feng Yu could handle the matter. The issue of Luoqing Technical School's resources ultimately rests upon your shoulders, the old man remarked, turning to Feng Yu. The prestigious school exchange conference is imminent, and the alliance has decided that the three institutions ranked lowest will be merged. I am aware, but to consider merging Luoqing Technical School is nothing short of a fantasy. I would rather close the doors and leave. Feng Yu retorted vehemently, the mention of this matter igniting a fire within her. Xiao Feng. The old man admonished in a deep voice, intending to say more, yet refraining, for although he was one of the three martial sovereigns of the alliance, there remained a leader above him, the true head of the alliance, a revered figure known as the Guardian of China. For all these years, Luoqing Technical School has been targeted, yet has anyone uttered a word in our defense? I have upheld the institution alongside numerous mentors. And who dares to claim the right to merge my school? Should it come to that, I shall sever ties with the alliance. Feng Yu's voice rang with fury. She could tolerate many things, but this was a matter she could not abide. For years, Luoqing Technical School has aided the military in guarding the abyss, with mentors and students suffering significant casualties. Has the alliance ever offered support? Among the imperial schools or those first-rate universities with numerous martial sovereigns, could not one have been spared to assist in the defense? The former principal perished in the abyss, yet who remembers him now? We have already done enough in safeguarding the abyss. As Feng Yu spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, while the surrounding mentors fell silent. The older students bowed their heads in silence. New students like Su Chen might not grasp the gravity of the situation, but the older students were well aware of the plight of Luoqing Technical School. The old man, upon hearing her words, ceased to speak, remaining silent for a long moment before finally uttering, "Such words must not be spoken again. I shall devise a means concerning the resources of Luoqing Technical School. The abyss must be defended. It is the mission of a martial artist." With that, he vanished, seemingly unwilling to confront these matters. Who cannot boast grandly? Feng Yu scoffed coldly, her heart heavy, as she turned to Su Chen. "Boy, do what you wish. Luoqing Technical School shall always be your refuge. My old bones can still serve a purpose." Chapter 76. You truly deserve this, you wealthy scoundrel. Su Chen remained silent, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Has Luoqing Technical School truly reached such a dire state? He could not help but inquire, having only just enrolled. How could it be on the verge of closure? Luoqing Technical School has endured years of oppression and has managed to last until now, Feng Yu replied, her eyes revealing a sense of helplessness and fatigue. Why don't we just sever ties with the alliance and establish our own path? Su Chen spoke earnestly, already envisioning transforming Luoqing Technical School into the first gang of Luoshan. You insolent child, do you think this is a decision for you to make? Feng Yu shot him a glare, choosing not to engage further but instead directing her gaze towards the international students. However, after a mere glance, she turned away, maintaining that students should govern themselves, a principle upheld since the school's inception. Should you fail in your management and trouble arises, you shall take responsibility and fix the doors. Su Chen. Once the mentors departed, only a handful of students remained outside the academy, all eyes fixed upon Su Chen. Since the principal has consented, I shall say no more. If you dare to cause any trouble while at Luoqing Technical School, let us see if you fear my wrath. Su Chen's chilling words resonated, causing the international students to shrink back. Who does not know Su Chen, the harbinger of death? He has indeed taken lives. How to deal with these ruffians is your responsibility. Su Chen entrusted the matter to Lu Qingfeng, who stood dumbfounded at Su Chen's directive. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Su Chen declared, donning his armor beneath his clothing. Lu Qingfeng, realizing Su Chen's intent, silently nodded. Ensure they repair the doors. If they fail to do so, they shall forfeit their meals. With that, Su Chen turned to leave. Wang Lin and Wu Tao hastily followed suit. Tong Yu, of course, would not miss this opportunity and eagerly trailed behind. After Su Chen's departure, Gao Feng, severely injured and undergoing treatment, left Lu Qingfeng as the only one able to take charge. Let us act, Lu Qingfeng declared solemnly, turning to face the international students. The older students, having awaited this moment, rushed forth upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's command, leaving the international students utterly bewildered. Before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten. Nick lay on the ground, ignored by all, feeling a chill run down his spine at the brutality of Luoqing Technical School. He attempted to crawl away, but the older students showed no mercy. This scoundrel had the audacity to block their doors and humiliate them. It was intolerable. Su Chen may have dealt him a beating, but they had yet to vent their frustrations. Cries of anguish echoed, while Su Chun and his companions had already descended from Luoshan. Boss Su, are we truly going to challenge Xinghe University? Wang Lin could not help but ask, a twinge of trepidation in his heart. After all, they were merely at the blood-chi stage. Would they not be overstepping? Of course. Xinghe University has humiliated Luocheng Technical School, and I shall certainly reclaim our honor. Su Chen mused, recognizing that while he could not contend with the older students, it was perfectly acceptable to give the new students a thrashing. Before long, the four arrived at Luocheng, once again immersing themselves in the city's splendor. Let us head to the martial artists' hall and gather some intelligence, Su Chen suggested after a moment of contemplation. Upon arriving at the martial artists' hall, due to recent events, everyone was well aware of Su Chen's identity upon his entrance. They regarded him with deep respect. They made their way to Ting Yuxian, formerly known as Qin Yu Building, which Lu Tianhe had bestowed upon Su Chun, now renamed. The staff within were also arranged by Lu Tianhe, and thus far, Su Chun had not had to lift a finger. Had it not been for their visit to the martial artists' hall, he might have forgotten that he possessed a shop here. Boss, you have arrived. The staff member recognized Su Chen instantly and greeted him eagerly. No worries, I am merely browsing, Su Chen replied as he entered the office inside. However, he was met with the unkind stares of Wang Lin and the others, prompting him to ask, what are you up to? This shop is yours. Indeed. You must be joking. This cannot be true. You must tell me it is not. I assure you, my dear children, this is indeed mine. Ah, you truly deserve this. You wealthy scoundrel. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's eyes turned red with envy upon realizing Su Chen owned such a store. Within its walls lay the corpses of demon beasts, various beast cores, weapons, and even rare spiritual herbs. The two felt a pang of jealousy so intense they could hardly bear it, and without hesitation, they dashed outside to seize whatever treasures they could find, stuffing their pockets with anything of worth. Su Chun, however, did not protest. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had enough conscience to take only a couple of items before stopping, not out of a lack of desire, but rather because they observed Su Chun polishing the Longyuan sword. What exactly are we doing here? What intelligence are we gathering? Tong Yu, having discreetly pocketed 2 spiritual herbs, finally inquired. Certainly, it is imperative to familiarize oneself with the prowess of the students at Xinghe University. One cannot embark on a challenge while remaining blissfully ignorant, lest one be soundly defeated. As Su Chen spoke, a woman clad in white soon graced the establishment with her presence. It was none other than Luo Fanyin. My, such a busy individual, yet you take the initiative to reach out to me. How utterly flattering, Luo Fanyin remarked as she took a seat opposite Su Chen. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, having previously encountered Luo Fanyin, tactfully vacated their positions, calling out, sister-in-law. Tong Yu was left dumbfounded, his expression one of shock as he glanced between Su Chen and Luo Fanyin, nearly grinding his back teeth in disbelief. You ought to be ashamed, Su Chen exclaimed, perplexed. Luo Fanyin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tao and Wang Lin before regarding the oblivious Tong Yu. Do not speak nonsensically, Su Chen scowled, asserting that the bond between him and Luo Fanyin was one of pure friendship. Pay no mind to their antics. They might have suffered a few blows to the head at the academy. Su Chen explained to Luo Fanyin. I sought you out because I require your assistance with a matter. Go ahead, but whether I assist you will depend on my mood, Luo Fanyin replied. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen hastily responded, I wish to ascertain the strength of the various cohorts at Xinghe University. Pray tell, what do you wish to know this for? Luo Fanyin inquired, her curiosity piqued. I intend to challenge Xinghe University. As Su Chen's declaration hung in the air, Luo Fanyin stood stunned, staring at him as if rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, she placed her hand on Su Chen's forehead. You do not have a fever, do you? Are you out of your mind? You intend to challenge Xinghe University? Do you comprehend the caliber of students that institution harbors? In her astonishment, Luo Fanyin quickly added, you do not grasp the nature of this year's top students. Take, for example, the current leading freshman, Yu Zihan. Hailing from a martial arts family in Qingqing, his cultivation has reached the 9th star of the Qi blood realm. What? Su Chun and the others exclaimed in unison, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Luo Fanyin cast a glance at them, presuming that Su Chun was merely overwhelmed by the revelation. She was aware of Su Chen's strength. Yet Yu Zihan was formidable as well. Furthermore, he had bested an upperclassman at the 4th star of the Qi Si realm upon his admission. His prowess was beyond reproach. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought he was at the 9th star of the Qi Si realm. Su Chen sighed in relief. At this, Luo Fanyin paused, regarding Su Chen with a hint of exasperation. Su Chen, I know you are strong, but you must understand that Yu Zihan is at the 9th star of the Qi blood realm, and he has defeated someone at the 4th star of the Qi Si realm. I am aware, Su Chen replied with a smile. Have you forgotten that I also triumphed at the martial arts hall? His words rendered Luo Fanyin speechless, as she suddenly recalled that he had indeed defeated the captain of the enforcement team at the martial arts hall. His exceptional swordsmanship had left a lasting impression, and even Luo Tianhe had sung his praises. Realizing her oversight, Luo Fanyin's face flushed again. How could she have forgotten such a significant event? She had initially perceived Su Chen as somewhat arrogant, only to discover that she had been the fool all along. What of the sophomores? Su Chen inquired further. The top sophomore is Zhou Zi, whose cultivation has reached the 5th star of the Qi realm. The top junior is a female student whose cultivation has already attained the master realm. Luo Fanning explained. As for the seniors, I cannot say. They have become quite scarce around the academy. Su Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing the caliber of this esteemed institution. The emergence of a master realm student among their ranks was indeed impressive, especially when he thought of the vocational school in Luo City, where the peak students barely reached the 6th star of the Qi realm. How could one even compare? What about the international students? Su Chen pressed on. Among them, the strongest is Alec Mackey, whose cultivation has already reached the threshold of the half-step master realm. Luo Fanning concluded, casting a skeptical glance at Su Chen. Are you truly certain you wish to challenge them? Absolutely, Su Chen asserted without a moment's hesitation. He felt confident that he could hold his own against even a master realm contender. After all, he had slain a master realm foe in the abyss. Luo Fanning's expression turned serious as she cautioned. In a few days, Xinghe University will host a freshman gala to celebrate the newcomer's arrival, inviting numerous mentors, deans, and even military officials to attend. If you challenge Xinghe University during this period, you may find yourself treated as a troublemaker and thrown out. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The prospect of decisively defeating the students of Xinghe University in front of such a vast audience was exhilarating. He recalled how Nick and his entourage had humiliated Luo City's vocational school without an ounce of dignity. Why should he extend any consideration to Xinghe University? When exactly is this event? Luo Fanning wondered, bemused by Su Chen's growing enthusiasm. She had expressed the gravity of the situation, yet he seemed only more invigorated, along with his 3 companions, who were equally caught up in the fervor. The day after tomorrow, Luo Fanning warned again, but I must stress. The leaders of the school alliance, military officials, deans from various colleges, and even esteemed figures from the Ministry of Education will be present. Do not be surprised if even a martial king, or perhaps a heavenly king or martial emperor, makes an appearance. Xinghe University places immense importance on this event. You must contemplate your decision carefully. Su Chen nodded, unperturbed by the potential for chaos. If anything, he sought to amplify it. Noticing Su Chen's escalating excitement, Luo Fanning could no longer contain her curiosity. Su Chen, may I inquire as to your current cultivation level? 2nd star of the Qi realm. Su Chen replied with a grin, his mind racing with strategies to maximize the spectacle. With so many influential figures present, surely Xinghe University would not dare to act against him, no matter how shameless they might be. What? Luo Fanning was left astounded. Su Chen had already reached the 2nd star of the Qi realm. The last time they parted, he had only just attained the 6th star of the Qi blood realm. How had he advanced so rapidly? Seeing her disbelief, Su Chen released his aura, unmistakably revealing his status as a 2nd star of the Qi realm, with a clear indication of nearing a breakthrough to the 3rd star. While others struggled for resources to cultivate, Su Chen was in no such predicament. With tens of thousands of academic credits and merit points, and having seized abundant resources during his expedition to the abyss, his rate of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. Luo Fanning's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Chen. Just moments ago, she had harbored doubts about his capability, perceiving his ambition to challenge Xinghe University as utterly implausible. Yet, she had remained oblivious to the fact that he had already attained the 2nd star of the Qi realm. How had he managed such rapid advancement? Why was it that they were both human, yet she felt as if she were a mere beast, unable to comprehend the intricacies of existence? Luo Fanning felt deeply disheartened. Suddenly, the realization hit her. What difference did it make that she had been accepted into Xinghe University? She had once thought she would be able to catch up to Su Chen's pace, perhaps even surpass him. Yet, the stark reality slapped her in the face, as the chasm between them only widened. The disparity was so vast that it instilled within her a sense of helplessness. Perhaps, in the face of innate talent, hard work truly counted for little. Luo Fanning reflected bitterly, feeling the sting of disappointment wash over her. Do not underestimate our esteemed leader Su, Wang Lin interjected proudly. Despite being merely a 2nd star of the Qi realm, he has vanquished a master realm foe in the abyss. He added with a hint of pride. I was present during that battle and contributed significantly. I was also present when the formidable Su Lao De annihilated the alien village. I even gravely injured an alien at the Qi realm. If that wretch hadn't fled so swiftly, I would have dispatched him. Wu Tao chimed in, puffing up with pride. I killed an alien at the 3-star Qi realm. Tong Yu added, his voice brimming with bravado. Although the 3 of them had been humiliated by Su Chen at the Luo City Technical School, their talents were not to be underestimated. Without Su Chen, they would have undoubtedly reigned supreme at the Luo City Technical School. Yet they were unfortunate enough to encounter such an abnormality as Su Chen. Upon hearing their proclamations, Luo Fanning froze in disbelief, staring at Su Chen and then glancing at the trio behind him. Were they genuinely from the Luo City Technical School? When did students from the technical school become so formidable? The terms slaughtering alien masters, bloodily annihilating alien villages, and killing Chi-Si realm enemies were comprehensible to her. Yet their juxtaposition rendered them utterly bewildering. Luo Fanine felt out of place, yearning to escape and find solace in solitude. Chapter 78. Aren't you a freshman? Luo Fanine truly wished to remain silent, even beginning to suspect that Su Chun had intentionally summoned her to belittle her. She was merely at the 6-star Qi and Blood realm, a commendable achievement that placed her among the upper echelons at the Xinghai University. However, in Su Chen's presence, she felt utterly insignificant, even humiliated. How could there be such an immense disparity among students of the same cohort? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that she was enrolled in a prestigious university, replete with abundant resources, and yet she could not surpass Su Chun, who hailed from a technical school. To add insult to injury, she knew Su Chun was not an ordinary person, but what of Wang Lin and Wu Tao? She had encountered those two before, during which they had clashed with Su Chun and suffered a severe beating. At that time, it hadn't seemed significant. Yet now those two could face off against enemies at the Chi-Si realm, nearly bringing one to death's door. And then there was Tong Yu, the white-haired fellow, claiming he had slain an alien at the 3-star Chi-Si realm. Was that even plausible? It was utterly absurd. Luo Fanine felt as if she were being crushed beneath the weight of reality, unable to utter a single word. In a fleeting moment, she felt as though being close to a prestigious university was less advantageous than being a mere student at a technical school. You've killed aliens? After a prolonged silence, Luo Fanine finally spoke, incredulity lacing her tone. Those were aliens. Who didn't he know about their ferocity? Who was unaware of their brutality? The military guarded the abyss, with annual casualties remaining alarmingly high. As a martial artist, even those who had never encountered aliens were aware of their savagery. Indeed, there exists an abyss beneath the Luo City Technical School, Su Chen remarked, leaving Luo Fanine once again dumbfounded. An abyss beneath the Luo City Technical School? For years, the Luo City Technical School had been assisting the military in guarding the abyss, with the casualty rates among instructors and students remaining significantly high. It was entirely normal for students to enter the abyss and engage in combat. Su Chun's words delivered yet another jolt of astonishment to Luo Fanine. Students were expected to venture into the abyss? Wasn't it said that only seniors could undergo such trials? Wasn't that the norm for other institutions? How was it that Su Chun and his companions, still freshers, had already entered the abyss? Luo Fanine was shaken, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, which Su Chun would naturally not disclose to her. The Luo City Technical School had endured its share of bloodshed and tears, and now they were being belittled by the students of Xinghai University, rendered inconsequential. Who among them could tolerate such indignities? Su Chen's tone was frigid. Luo Fanine ceased her chatter, discerning the depth of Su Chen's resentment towards Xinghai University, which had escalated from a personal grievance to a matter of interinstitutional rivalry. In truth, not all students at Xinghai University were like that. Many held disdain for international students. But what difference did it make? If the humiliation had come solely from international students, it could have been endured. Yet, the local students were just as contemptible, willing to serve as lapdogs to the international students and insult their fellow Chinese students. This affront demanded retribution. With a chilling resolve, Su Chen declared, "I must reclaim our honor." Luo Fanine felt awkward. As a student of Xinghai University, she found it difficult to respond, even momentarily feeling as if she were betraying her own school. Surely, this responsibility should rest with the senior students, not a mere freshman. She finally managed to say, her voice laced with hesitation, "I am the leader of the Luo City Technical School Student Alliance. This responsibility falls upon my shoulders." Luo Fanine felt utterly flabbergasted. Why had she spoken out of turn? Once again, she was left speechless, her mind grappling with the fact that a freshman had ascended to the role of Student Alliance leader, an unprecedented event. Was it that the senior students of Luo City Technical School were too weak, or was Su Chen simply too formidable? Regardless, Luo Fanine felt drained, her spirit weary from the emotional turmoil. She had initially considered spending time with Su Chen, but now she just wanted to distance herself from him, feeling battered and bruised by the revelations. "Once you arrive at Xinghai University, don't you dare claim to know me," Su Chen suddenly interjected, as if recalling something urgent. Luo Fanine paused, then grasped his intent, replying, "Rest assured, I shall prepare some vegetable leaves to throw at you when you arrive at Xinghai University." With that, she departed, leaving Su Chen chuckling, understanding that her jest was lighthearted. "Bravo, Su Lauda," Wang Lin cackled, regarding Su Chen with newfound admiration. He had not anticipated such a clever maneuver. Extracting information from a sister-in-law. Now we know the current standing of Xinghai University, making our next steps considerably easier. Wu Tao added, grinning mischievously. Were they to challenge Xinghai University, they would likely have already set the stage for a showdown with its students. Truly, it was all thanks to Su Chen, a schemer with a wealth of cunning. All right, prepare yourselves. We shall set the stage the day after tomorrow. You three will take the lead, Su Chen instructed, departing the establishment to visit Luo Tianhe. Wang Lin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with disappointment. Hadn't they agreed that Su Chen would take on the challenge? However, they did not dare refuse, fearing that Su Chen might deny them the opportunity to battle. They too yearned to confront the students of Xinghe University. Upon returning to the Luo City Technical School, they would have plenty to brag about. They could even taunt the senior students. What are you compared to me? I have challenged Xinghe University. Even conversing with instructors would feel empowering. I have bled and endured injuries for our academy. What standing do you have to lecture me? Just the thought sent shivers down their spines, fueling their excitement. The trio conspired, determined to make their upcoming challenge as grand as possible. They couldn't simply execute a plan without making a significant impact, right? Their laughter echoed with mischief, sending shivers through the employees outside, who wondered if the three had been possessed. In the office atop the martial arts hall, Su Chen sat across from Luo Tianhe, pouring him a cup of tea. Why, you rascal, you actually have the heart to visit me. Luo Tianhe laughed heartily, taking a sip from the cup. Not bad. I commend your thoughtfulness, he declared, setting the cup down. Now what brings you here? I find it hard to believe that you came merely out of goodwill. Su Chen smiled, recognizing that Luo Tianhe was indeed a cunning old fox, instantly discerning his intentions. Without further pretense, Su Chen laid bare his purpose. Soon enough, 2 days passed, and today marked the celebration of new student enrollment at Xinghe University. Su Chen had prepared meticulously, while Wang Lin and the others followed closely behind, their expressions serious. The trio had adequately readied themselves over the past 2 days, while Su Chen had been in seclusion, perfecting his carefree sword technique to a remarkable level. Chapter 79. The Luo City Technical School comes to challenge. At the entrance of Xinghe University, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as it was a day of celebration for new student enrollment. Xinghe University had invited formidable figures from all walks of life, and the scene outside the university was indeed lively. The students spontaneously gathered to welcome distinguished guests, perhaps in hopes of catching the eye of one of these luminaries, which could propel them to great heights. What a vibrant scene it was. Su Chen, along with his 3 companions, observed this spectacle and could not help but comment. In comparison, the Luo City Technical School hardly merited mention alongside even the most mediocre of universities. This exemplifies the disparity. Wang Lin, filled with envy, exclaimed, "How could a university be established in such a manner? One might mistakenly believe it to be an upscale residential area. All these institutions bear the title of university. Yet while theirs is a true university, ours resembles a mere refuse dump. Let us get started." Upon Su Chen's words, a student approached from across the way, a broad smile adorning his face. "Which institution do you four hail from? Do you have any mentors accompanying you?" the young man inquired. "We from Xinghe University have invited numerous mentors and deans from various colleges, and some will be bringing their students as well. There may even be an exchange event for new students from different universities shortly. This so-called exchange event, in essence, is merely a pretext for a few sparring matches and a chance to showcase their new students." "No," Wu Tao answered honestly, causing the boy's brows to furrow in discontent. "Then which academy do you represent?" He pressed further. "Luo City Technical School," Wang Lin replied, engrossed in fiddling with his phone, scarcely glancing at the boy. At this, the boy's smile evaporated, replaced by a derisive sneer. "Luo City Technical School. It seems that Xinghe University has never extended an invitation to you." "Indeed. We have not received an invitation," Su Chen retorted. "Luo City Technical School is merely a vocational institution. How could it possibly attract the attention of Xinghe University? To put it plainly, Xinghe University holds no regard for Luo City Technical School. Well, perhaps they merely wish to witness our capabilities. As students of Xinghe University, we should possess a modicum of tolerance." A nearby student laughed heartily as he approached. "Guests are welcome. Please come in." However, Su Chen and his companions remained unmoved, silently observing the exchange before issuing a formal challenge. "I, Su Chen, the top new student of Luo City Technical School, have come to issue a challenge," Su Chen declared calmly, his voice resonating with authority, silencing the throng at the entrance of Xinghe University. All eyes turned to him. A challenge to Xinghe University? From Luo City Technical School? These two statements were reasonable when taken separately, yet absurd when combined. "Are you here to cause trouble?" the earlier student said, his gaze sharpening. "Today marks the celebration of new students entering Xinghe University. I advise you not to provoke a commotion. Luo City Technical School's top new student, Su Chen, has come to challenge." Su Chen disregarded the warning, raising his voice, which reverberated through the gates of Xinghe University. In the next moment, several students from Xinghe University emerged, their brows furrowed in concern as they regarded Su Chen. "Does anyone dare to accept the challenge?" Su Chen's voice rang out, his gaze piercing as it fell upon the students of Xinghe University. "Wow, this guy is bold enough to challenge Xinghe University. Is it true that students from Luo City Technical School have become so formidable? How audacious to challenge a top-tier university. Could it be that they intended to disrupt the event deliberately? Or perhaps they sought to seize this opportunity to garner attention?" The onlookers from various locales were equally astonished, soon engaging in animated discussions. A vocational school student challenging a prestigious institution was unprecedented, instantly drawing a crowd eager to witness this extraordinary spectacle. "Greetings, everyone. I am Wang Lin, a new student from Luo City Technical School, and what you are witnessing is our challenge to the students of Xinghe University, Wang Lin proclaimed, live streaming the encounter on his phone. As you can see, no one from Xinghe University dares to step forward. Wang Lin's live stream garnered an audience of students from Luo City Technical School, as well as others, who flooded the comments with fervor. Wu Tao and Tong Yu, fueled by bravado, unfurled a banner proclaiming, Luo City Technical School will dominate Xinghe. This audacious maneuver left not only Xinghe University, but even Su Chen himself in stunned disbelief. Who taught you to act so brazenly? The students of Xinghe University were incensed. It was the first time in many years that anyone dared to create such a scene at their esteemed institution. This is intolerable. We cannot let this go unchallenged. They seethed. If you are merely here to bask in our glory, pack up and apologize. I will overlook it. But if you genuinely wish to challenge Xinghe University, you must be prepared for the consequences, for the arena is a place where fate is determined. Just as the students from Xinghe University were poised to retaliate, a middle-aged mentor stepped forward. I accept the challenge. Su Chen interjected, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A few days prior, students from Xinghe University confronted us at Luo City Technical School, continuously humiliating our institution. This grievance cannot simply be overlooked. At this pronouncement, the gathered crowd fell silent. Momentarily taken aback, did students from Xinghe University actually confront Luo City Technical School and humiliate them? If this is true, it cast a shadow on Xinghe University's reputation. After all, it would be akin to a college student challenging a kindergarten, only to belittle them afterward. Who could bear such indignity? Preposterous. Our students from Xinghe University are the creme de la creme and would never stoop to such behavior. The mentor hastily clarified, unable to fathom that anyone from Xinghe University would engage in such disgraceful conduct. Everyone can see that the mentor from Xinghe University attempts to evade accountability, refusing to acknowledge their shameful actions. I, Wang Lin, will now present irrefutable evidence. Wang Lin, streaming live, proceeded to pull out a projector, leaving Su Chen momentarily dazed by the audacity of it all. Esteemed guests, please direct your attention to the screen, Wang Lin announced, showcasing footage of the confrontation outside Luo City Technical School, replete with Zhang Feng hurling insults at them and belittling their institution. Is this actually real? Indeed. The act of a prestigious university confronting a vocational school was inherently shameful, and to further insult them was unfathomable. It was no wonder they were incensed enough to retaliate. How could a dignified man of China act as a lackey to a foreigner? The crowd murmured, acknowledging that the authenticity of the video was indisputable. The students from Xinghe University stood in shock. The evidence was irrefutable. They could no longer feign ignorance or evade accountability. This is disastrous. We must not let this day end in chaos. The thoughts echoed among the students. Yet, with the evidence laid bare, could they deny Zhang Feng's involvement? Students, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Please, join us at Xinghe University so we may clarify this matter and provide an explanation, the mentor implored, sweat beading on his forehead. Realizing the gravity of the situation before such prominent figures, Su Chen, however, merely smiled and replied forthrightly, there is no need for a meeting. I have come solely to challenge Xinghe University. Should I lose, it reflects the inferiority of Luo City Technical School. Conversely, should Xinghe University lose, they must provide a satisfactory explanation to our institution. Su Chen's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, denying any concession to Xinghe University. The mentor furrowed his brow, contemplating whether a confrontation was truly warranted on such a significant day. Yet, if they refrained from engaging, Su Chen and his companions would remain, blocking the entrance while broadcasting live, presenting an undeniable conundrum. I will take on the challenge, a student finally declared, unable to contain his resolve. A fresh face, boasting a chi and blood realm of 7 stars, stepped forward. I am Zhang Yu, a new student of Xinghe University. Since you are also a new student, it is only fitting that we compete. Thus, the stage was set for an extraordinary clash between institutions, one that would echo through the annals of time. Zhang Yu sprang forth, his gaze malevolent, fixating intently on Su Chen. He was a prodigy from the esteemed Xinghe University, while Su Chen, no matter how formidable, was merely a student from a vocational school. How powerful could he truly be? The mentor, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt compelled to intervene, initially hoping to defuse the situation. Yet Su Chen was entirely unyielding to such overtures. It was now left to their students to confront Su Chen, drawing a line to designate the arena. Su Chen merely shook his head, declaring, "You are too weak. You are unworthy to engage with me." With that, he stepped aside, and Wu Tao boldly approached, his expression resolute as he regarded Zhang Yu. I am Wu Tao, a freshman from the Luoqing Vocational School. Upon introducing himself, a jet-black spear materialized in his grip, aimed squarely at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt a profound insult, his anger igniting as he charged at Wu Tao. 7th star of the Qi blood realm, he exclaimed, astonished that this lad was also at the same level. Was he truly a student from the Luoqing Vocational School? The instant Wu Tao revealed his cultivation level, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. Who could have anticipated that Wu Tao possessed the same prowess? What was more shocking was that Wu Tao was not even the top student of his school. All eyes turned towards Su Chen, curious about the caliber of their premier student. Are you truly freshman? The mentor could not restrain his curiosity, beginning to harbor doubts. Su Chen, dismissing any further dialogue, produced the freshman certificate bestowed by Feng Yu. He had requested this document precisely to quell any baseless suspicions that they might be upperclassmen. If you still harbor doubts, feel free to verify our identities at Luoqing Vocational School. Su Chen's voice was icy, and with the certificate in hand, the onlookers ceased their skepticism. No need for verification. I recognize you. A female voice echoed, directing everyone's attention to the source, where Lung Mingqiu stood. Upon learning that someone from Luoqing Vocational School had come to challenge them, she immediately thought of Su Chen, astonished to find it was indeed him. With Lung Mingqiu's endorsement, Su Chen's status as a freshman was firmly established. Meanwhile, beside her, Lu Qingxian observed the scene with a complex expression. Who could have anticipated that the Su Chen she once dismissed had grown so formidable? Yet, had he not suffered damage to his origin? Even the Sword King would not have been able to recover so swiftly. What on earth was happening? Lu Qingxian yearned to inquire of Su Chen, but ultimately refrained. Now a student at Tsinghua University, she had secured a new suitor, chosen for his looks and charm. However, their top freshman was a scion from the Qingqing martial arts family, whose identity and status were far beyond Su Chen's reach, not to mention his talent was exceedingly exceptional. In comparison, Su Chen was entirely incomparable. Contemplating this, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She had once extended a hand to Su Chen, offering him an opportunity, only to be met with ingratitude. Not only had he rejected her, but he also dared to affront her publicly. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Now, with Su Chen audaciously challenging Tsinghua University, it presented the perfect opportunity for her current boyfriend to deliver a harsh lesson to him. With this thought, Lu Qingxian hastily sent a message to Yu Zihan. On the arena, it was evident that Zhang Yu was no match for Wu Tao. Wu Tao had faced the abyss and battled alien foes, defeating Zhang Yu in merely 10 moves, yet he refrained from sending Zhang Yu sprawling from the platform, choosing instead to humiliate him akin to Zhang Feng before. Enough. I concede on behalf of Zhang Yu. The mentor interjected, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Only then did Wu Tao sweep Zhang Yu off the stage with a single strike of his spear. This is how you Tsinghua University students treated us at Luoqing Vocational School, yet we are not as vile as you to employ lethal force, Wu Tao proclaimed, leveling his spear at Tsinghua University. Who dares to fight? The students of Tsinghua University were incensed, and another freshman leaped forward, boasting a cultivation level of the 8th star of the Qi blood realm, a commendable achievement among freshmen. I shall take him on, Mu Feng declared, his eyes aflame with anger. Indignation that a mere vocational school student would block their path. Defeating them would surely grant him preferential rights in courtship. You are too weak. Wu Tao echoed Su Chen's earlier words, reveling in the satisfaction of his bravado. Meanwhile, in Wang Lin's live stream, viewership had surged to over 100,000. Comprising not only students and faculty from Luoqing Vocational School, but also individuals from other institutions, all captivated by the unfolding drama of a vocational school challenging a prestigious university. Wang Lin, brimming with excitement, shouted as gifts flooded the stream, causing one to wonder if he were engaged in a brawl himself. Seeking death, Mu Feng charged forth, brandishing a long knife, his blade exuding formidable energy, demonstrating profound mastery of the swordplay. The two clashed in an instant. Within moments, the entrance to Tsinghua University was thronged with spectators, all students glaring at Su Chen and his companions with hostility, particularly the freshmen, who longed to exact vengeance upon Su Chen. The upperclassmen were irked but remained silent. It would not be appropriate for them to intervene against freshmen challenging them. Yet, how was it that Wu Tao possessed such strength? Even Mu Feng fell before him in mere 10 moves. Is there anyone else? Wu Tao bellowed, exuding an air of unbridled confidence, feeling as though he had reached an extraordinary level of strength, even believing he could contend with Su Chen. If you are incapable, then let the upperclassmen step forward. Wu Tao pointed his spear at the students of Tsinghua University, brimming with arrogance. The projections continued to display the humiliating challenges posed by Tsinghua University to Luoqing Vocational School, becoming common knowledge. Yet, rather than ridiculing Luoqing Vocational School, the onlookers condemned Tsinghua University for their lack of integrity. A prestigious university bullying a vocational school was indeed a disgrace. Conversely, the actions of Su Chen and his companions appeared justified, garnering widespread support. Imagine if one's own institution were subjected to such humiliation and they dared not stand up. What was the point of pursuing martial arts? They might as well return home and dig ditches. You boast of your prowess, yet what good is it? A newcomer, a blonde-haired youth, stepped forth, resembling an energetic young man. You boast of your skills, yet what purpose do they serve? The blonde youth, clad in tight-fitting attire and casual shoes, cast a disdainful glance at Wu Tao before leaping into the fray. Yu Zihan, the energetic young man announced, claiming the title of the top freshman at Tsinghua University. The surrounding freshmen lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, reluctant to acknowledge their identities. However, Yu Zihan's abilities were indeed formidable, and he had rightfully earned his status through merit. Luo Fanyin, also among the freshmen, observed as Wu Tao triumphed over two opponents. Her faith in their potential to defeat even those at the Qi Si realm solidified. At present, it appeared that only Yu Zihan among the freshmen could withstand the challenge. Yet, the critical point remained that Su Chen had yet to make his move. With this thought, Luo Fanyin felt a bitter sense of resignation. If Su Chen's claims were true, then it would likely require the intervention of upperclassmen from the third year to secure a victory. However, should they resort to upperclassmen, a win would hardly be commendable. Wu Tao frowned, taken aback by Yu Zihan's flamboyant attire, entirely unprepared for such a spirited individual. Your name does not quite align with your appearance. At this, Yu Zihan seemed to be struck where it hurt, responding without hesitation as he launched a kick toward Wu Tao. The two engaged in combat, and Su Chen noted that Yu Zihan possessed considerable skill. His legs were remarkably agile, and a single flying kick nearly sent Wu Tao tumbling. Wu Tao finally began to take the fight seriously, and their exchange was indeed captivating. Yet the mentors from Tsinghua University wore dark expressions throughout. How could their freshmen be outperformed by a newcomer from a vocational school? Now, they were compelled to summon their top student, while their opponent's premier student had yet to even enter the fray. If Yu Zihan were to suffer another defeat, it would imply that their esteemed Star River University, a prestigious institution, is outmatched by a mere vocational school. Should this news circulate? Well, it has already spread. Thanks to Wang Lin broadcasting it live, Feng Yu seems to have invested a considerable sum into this endeavor, propelling the live stream to trending status. Haha, that rascal. Give them a thorough thrashing. Yes, indeed, teach them a lesson. In the office of the Luoqing Vocational School, Feng Yu and a group of mentors were engrossed in the live broadcast, each one shouting in exuberance. They were not alone. The entire Luoqing Vocational School appeared to be in a frenzy, with every student clutching their phones, utterly neglecting their studies. Each one was shouting at their screens, hearts racing, wishing they could take to the stage themselves. Damn it, after watching this live stream, I'm diving into the abyss. Either I perish, or the other races do. After being lackadaisical for so long, I want to be someone. Now, having the freshmen go out to defend the honor of Luoqing Vocational School, I feel utterly defeated. After this live stream, I'll devote my life to training. The senior students at Luoqing Vocational School were filled with fervor, shouting and yelling with abandon, disregarding all semblance of decorum. Even Gao Feng, who was still recuperating from injuries, was swept up in the excitement, his wounds reopening multiple times. At the entrance of Star River University, Yu Zihan and Wu Tao had already exchanged blows over 100 times, with Wu Tao clearly at a disadvantage. Finally, after a moment of carelessness, Yu Zihan delivered a kick that sent Wu Tao flying. You think you're skilled? Skill means nothing. In this world, power speaks volumes. Yu Zihan sneered, surprised at the strength of this vocational school student. Lu Qingxian erupted with excitement, celebrating Yu Zihan's triumph. Although the freshmen were thrilled, they couldn't quite muster a smile. Upon hearing her voice, Yu Zihan glanced over and blew a kiss in her direction, utterly enamoring Lu Qingxian. When he spotted Luo Fanyin, he froze momentarily, striking a pose he deemed impressively suave, but nearly made Luo Fanyin retch. Just a waste of space. Daring to challenge Star River University, it's utterly laughable. Yu Zihan proclaimed, what of your prowess? You are merely a slightly competent waste, a mere vocational school. And it's absurd to think they wouldn't endure humiliation. I simply cannot fathom how far you've fallen to end up in a vocational school. Yet you still have the audacity to consider yourselves human. Yu Zihan laughed heartily, his gaze at Su Chen dripping with disdain. So, you're Su Chen, the one discarded by Qingxian? How pathetic. With a loser like you, it's no wonder she left you. Yu Zihan continued, his laughter boisterous and arrogant. Why don't you kneel and bow to me, and I may consider letting you off the hook. Overwhelmed with indignation, Wang Lin thrust his phone at Wu Tao, cursing him before rushing to the stage, but was beaten to it by Tong Yu. With his white hair and sword slung over his shoulder, Tong Yu stood before Yu Zihan, a gentle breeze giving him an ethereal appearance that caught the attention of the surrounding female students. Just a waste. And you dare to mock Brother Su? If you have the guts, let us settle this in a life and death duel. Watch as I cleave you with a single stroke. Tong Yu declared earnestly, inciting fury in Wang Lin. This guy is getting bolder. At this rate, he might usurp our positions. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Wu Tao and Wang Lin exchanged glances, coming to a silent agreement. Su Chen remained unfazed. Yu Zihan's barking had no effect on him. As Yu Zihan noticed Tong Yu taking the stage, a sense of crisis welled within him, but he feigned calmness. The two engaged in combat, with Tong Yu's sword light shimmering, seemingly brushing against the threshold of sword essence. Sword essence? This kid is actually reaching for sword essence? The onlookers, seasoned experts, were astonished. No one anticipated Tong Yu's swordsmanship to be so formidable. Only Luo Fanyin maintained her composure, for she was aware that Su Chen had already entered the realm of sword essence. Lotus blooms with a single stroke. Tong Yu unleashed his most powerful technique without reservation, unleashing a torrent of sword light. Yu Zihan attempted to defend himself, but was soon overwhelmed by the barrage, his skin torn, blood flowing, leading to his swift defeat. I concede, Yu Zihan shouted in panic, sensing that Tong Yu intended to end his life. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have truly met his end. Better to suffer humiliation than lose my life. The expressions of those from Star River University turned grim. The top freshman had been bested by a newcomer from Luoqing Vocational School, and the key point was that Su Chen, their chief freshman, had yet to step onto the stage. The faces of the university's mentors transformed, the disgrace palpable. If you're incapable, just admit it. What kind of individuals are you sending to the stage? Is this the caliber that can gain admission into Star River University? How much did you pay? And how many buildings did you donate? Tong Yu's words were sharp, each one piercing the heart. Chapter 82. Hasn't he always been so valiant? Tong Yu's words struck deep, leaving Yu Zihan's face ashen as he cast a resentful glare at Tong Yu before turning to Su Chen. Initially, he had planned to defeat Tong Yu and then challenge Su Chen, intending to publicly humiliate him. One reason was for Lu Qingxian, and the other was to assert his dominance over Su Chen, who had dared to challenge Star River University. Defeating Su Chen would elevate his status to unprecedented heights. Surpassing many seniors, this was crucial for him. However, he never anticipated that he would fall to Tong Yu before even facing Su Chen. Luo Fannin's eyes reflected shock. Recalling Tong Yu's claim of having slain an enemy at the Chi Si level, she had initially dismissed it as bravado. Yet, now their top freshman had fallen so swiftly, so thoroughly. Even from a distance, she could sense Tong Yu nearing the realm of sword essence. This was merely a newcomer from a vocational school. Not only Luo Fannin, but all at Star River University were fixated on Tong Yu. The expressions of mentors and onlooking students, as well as arriving deans and military personnel, were filled with astonishment. Those of their caliber understood the terror of someone so young nearing sword essence. At this age, possessing an 8-star talent in the Chi blood realm was extraordinary. Is this truly a newcomer from Luoqing Vocational School? Everyone pondered, even questioning whether they were seasoned students masquerading as newcomers to stir trouble. But soon enough, someone verified the identities of Su Chen and his companions. They were indeed freshmen, especially Su Chen, whose martial examination had elicited a heavenly phenomenon, even garnering the attention of the Sword King. At that time, his actions had caused quite a stir in Luoqing, with many high-ranking officials taking note of him. A simple inquiry revealed Su Chen's identity. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Chen, their expressions filled with awe. Wasn't he had said that Su Chen's origins were damaged, rendering him incapable of cultivation? Even if the Sword King intervened, how could he have recovered so swiftly? Yet here he was, the chief freshman. This meant Su Chen's strength surpassed that of Tong Yu? But how could that be possible? Yet there are still those willing to take the stage. Tong Yu declared, his sword aura surging, radiant and formidable, an invincible presence soaring into the heavens. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that this fellow aimed to harness this moment to refine his sword essence. The surrounding mentors and experts quickly discerned this, their astonishment deepening. How could the freshmen from Luoqing Vocational School be so ruthless? Such worthless beings. The new students are nothing but trash compared to the seniors. Otherwise, one must admit that Star River University accepts nothing but refuse, inferior even to the technical school in Lo City. Tong Yu's voice thundered, inciting immediate fury among all the students of Star River University, and even some instructors felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. Boss Su, does this guy not fear for his life with such arrogance? Wu Tao couldn't help but remark. Wang Lin continued to broadcast live, derisively suggesting that Star River University was becoming a mere repository for the inept. I'll step up. A sophomore finally could no longer contain himself and took to the stage, his eyes ablaze with rage. Among the freshmen, none dared to ascend. Were they to simply watch as their university was humiliated? The sophomore, possessing a cultivation level of 4 stars in the Chi Si realm, was considered quite formidable for a second-year student. Too weak, Tong Yu radiated a terrifying aura, his entire being shimmering with sword light, his eyes sharp as blades. He drew his sword, the light from it swirling ominously, and the two engaged in combat. Tong Yu did not quickly defeat this sophomore. Rather, he utilized the encounter to hone his own skills, the sword light around him solidifying to the point that he began to manifest sword vigor. Yet, the sophomore still lacked some finesse and was ultimately sent flying by Tong Yu. Come again, Tong Yu declared, his fighting spirit soaring. He was so close to solidifying his sword vigor, craving yet another battle. However, no one in the vicinity dared to step up. After Yu Zihan's defeat, standing in the corner, Lu Qingxian appeared to console her, but Yu Zihan showed no interest, her gaze filled with resentment directed at Tong Yu. You damned fool. You've truly made a grave mistake by crossing me. With that, Tong Yu dialed a number, contacting his family. He had to reclaim his honor today. Finally, another senior emerged. None other than the top student of the second year, Zhou Zi. His cultivation had reached 5 stars in the Chi Si realm, his strength formidable. You shall pay for the humiliation of Star River University. The two began to battle, and it quickly became apparent that Tong Yu was at a disadvantage. Zhou Zi was indeed powerful, befitting the title of the top student of Star River University. His strength was such that he could contend with an 8-star Qi Si realm warrior. With this pressure, Tong Yu laughed maniacally, his sword vigor coalescing into existence. A powerful aura surging forth. Tong Yu had officially entered the realm of sword vigor. Ha ha ha, thank you. I concede this match. Tong Yu laughed heartily as he departed. He recognized that he was not Zhou Zi's match, and had Zhou Zi gone all out, he would have been defeated long before, potentially missing this opportunity to cultivate his sword vigor. Zhou Zi's gaze was icy. I disdain to destroy another opportunity. But those who insult Star River University must pay the price. Su Chen, do you dare to take the stage? Zhou Zi's eyes settled on Su Chen, curious about his cultivation level. With Tong Yu's abilities, he could have been the top student among Star River University's freshmen. How is it that he could not secure such a position at a technical school in Low City? Moreover, he had heard whispers about Su Chen. His curiosity piqued. What kind of prowess allowed Su Chen to catch the attention of the Sword King? I accept. Su Chen stepped forward. Wang Lin had intended to make a show of himself, but it was too late. Given Wang Lin's strength, he would not stand a chance against Zhou Zi. It was better to focus on the live broadcast. Make your move. Zhou Zi was ready, yet Su Chen raised his hand, forming an okay gesture. What do you mean? Zhou Zi asked, puzzled. My meaning is simple. I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Su Chen replied with a smile. This audacious proclamation left those around him dumbfounded, uncertain of the source of Su Chen's confidence to utter such words. The instructors at Star River University were on the verge of exploding with anger, unable to fathom that such a situation could arise at their esteemed institution, especially being confronted and humiliated by a technical school student. Arrogant. Zhou Zi, recovering from his surprise, was incensed and charged forth, unleashing his full power to end Su Chen in one blow. Watch closely, Boss Su is about to put on a show. Wang Lin shouted excitedly, directing the camera at Su Chen. Chapter 83. Our esteemed dean is indeed benevolent. Wu Tao and Tong Yu discreetly stepped aside, creating distance from Wang Lin, worried that they might be caught up in the aftermath when Su Chen dealt with him. Can such blatant truths really be spoken? Wouldn't it render Boss Su rather embarrassed? Zhou Zi's assault, though seemingly ferocious, revealed numerous weaknesses to Su Chen. In the next moment, Su Chen unleashed his 2-star Qi Si realm cultivation, delivering a singular punch that required no sword, and astonishingly, sent Zhou Zi flying. You are defeated. Just one punch was all it took for Zhou Zi to fall. In truth, it was not that Zhou Zi was weak, but rather that Su Chen was exceptionally strong, compounded by the fact that Zhou Zi had no prior knowledge of Su Chen's 2-star Qi Si cultivation. But there was no point in lamenting the outcome now. A loss is a loss, and making excuses would only lead to further embarrassment. This kid is remarkably strong. A newcomer boasting a 2-star Qi Si realm cultivation. This must be a record. I wonder why such a promising talent ended up at the technical school in Low City. With this kind of talent, he could easily attend an imperial academy. Murmured instructors from various institutions, their expressions grave. Even members of the military were quietly discussing the matter. Su Chen's prowess was indeed extraordinary. A newcomer with a 2-star Qi Si realm strength, able to defeat a 5-star warrior with a single punch. Let the top student of the 3rd year step up. Su Chen spoke calmly, then added, or perhaps, let the strongest among your international students come forth. This situation arose because your foreign students brought their people to confront us. Upon hearing this, the individuals from Star River University began to look around, attempting to identify the international students. Initially, they believed it was their own students who had instigated the matter, but it turned out to be the foreign students who had caused the ruckus. The involvement of international students complicated matters significantly. They were considered special entities in any academy, and even some instructors found them challenging to manage. Moreover, the images projected by Wang Lin confirmed the veracity of Su Chen's claims. However, when the footage focused on a revealing female student sitting in Nick's lap, with Nick's hands wandering, the individuals from Star River University felt utterly humiliated. What a disgrace. Other instructors and deans from various academies furrowed their brows upon witnessing this scene. The military personnel's expressions changed dramatically. They detested such behavior more than anything, never expecting that members of the esteemed Huaxia would willingly debase themselves. This is the caliber of students at Star River University. While enhancing students' cultivation, we must also ensure they possess sound moral values. One military official could not help but exclaim, casting a reproachful glance at the instructors of Star River University. The instructors from Star River University were left stunned, their embarrassment palpable. Why did I come here? Before long, the incident drew the attention of the dean of Star River University, accompanied by several leaders from the Academic Alliance and deans from prestigious schools. The dean furrowed his brow, having initially thought it would be a minor issue that could be swiftly resolved, only to find it escalating into a major debacle. Su Chen, this farce must come to an end. You have achieved your aim, so do not push your luck. The dean spoke, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. Today, in front of so many prominent figures, Su Chen had thoroughly embarrassed Star River University. But is there anyone else willing to take the stage? Su Chen disregarded the old man, not even sparing him a glance. The dean was immediately incensed. He was a powerful warrior of the martial king realm, yet he had been disdained by a mere youth. For many years, even fellow martial kings had shown him respect, yet Su Chen was nothing in comparison. Su Chen, are you intent on causing further chaos? Today marks a significant occasion at Tsinghua University. Should you continue to behave so recklessly? Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands to teach you a lesson, you ignorant wretch. The dean's voice thundered with genuine anger. Before Su Chen could utter a word, Wang Lin had already rushed forward with his phone, the camera aimed squarely at the dean of Tsinghua University. Behold, this is the dean of Tsinghua University, who now audaciously suppresses us. We merely followed the proper procedures to challenge them. Yet their students are so incompetent that they cannot withstand our efforts. This old fossil dares to intervene and undermine us. Just moments ago, their lackeys were blocking our way at Luoqing Technical School, and our students were nearly beaten to death. Yet the dean did not lift a finger to stop it. Why? Because our dean is benevolent. He understands this as a competition, a legitimate challenge, and only shameless relics would interfere. Wang Lin, holding his phone, directed his commentary towards the dean, effectively casting a spell of astonishment over the onlookers. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a thumbs up for Wang Lin. This lad certainly had some flair. The dean of Tsinghua University was instantly incensed. It was clear that Wang Lin was disparaging him with his words. Just as he was about to retaliate, an instructor hurriedly restrained the dean, whispering something in his ear. The dean's expression darkened, a flicker of embarrassment and resentment flashing in his eyes. He truly had not realized that Wang Lin was broadcasting live. The incident had been streamed, and now there were tens of thousands of viewers. This meant that the defeat of Tsinghua University was now common knowledge. Moreover, his earlier remarks had also been broadcasted. A dignified martial king, the dean of Tsinghua University, had been caught in a bind. Though seething with rage, he could only swallow his indignation. If he were to disregard his status and strike Wang Lin, he could not afford to lose face. Yet, the bitterness he felt was insufferable. Meanwhile, at Luoqing Technical School, in the office, Feng Yu and a host of instructors were filled with fervor, particularly when they witnessed Su Chen ascend the stage and deliver a devastating blow to Zhou Zi. They erupted into loud cheers, completely disregarding their decorum. How dare Tsinghua University, which had initially relied on Luoqing Technical School for support when it was founded, now turn against them and adopt such an arrogant stance? Did they think they could take my students to task? Who do they think they are? Feng Yu, enraged, cursed vehemently, growing increasingly incensed as he stormed out of Luoqing Technical School, intent on seeking retribution. Within the cavernous steel factory at the Abyss exit, Mu Changfeng had also learned of Su Chen's challenge to Tsinghua University and had specifically emerged from the Abyss to watch the livestream. Witnessing the unfolding scene, he furrowed his brow in concern. You old relic, if you dare to lay a finger on Su Chen, I will mobilize my troops to settle this. Mu Changfeng murmured quietly, already contemplating whether to lend support to Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had rendered great service on the Abyss map, assisting them significantly. And even high-ranking officials in the military had ordered increased attention towards him, providing him with certain conveniences. In short, Su Chen had already captured the interest of the military's upper echelons.